As the foremost and secondary powers of human society, the Shalon human empire and the Pien human community have cast the Liedfeld star system as the anticipated battleground for the impending interstellar war from its inception. Whether through aggressive offensives or passive defenses, the Empire has invested immense expectations into this semi-fortified star system. In the past year, a total of 75 fleets have converged here, and with the existing station fleet, Phantom Dragon, the border system has amassed the might of 90 fleets. Only the Enrica star system, a critical stronghold against the Berea Federation's incursions, has gathered a comparable force within the Empire's vast territories. In light of strategic necessities, the Empire has restructured the station fleets in the Liedfeld star system, including the Phantom Dragon. The 90 fleets have been reorganized into 3 main fleets, officially named Piercing Shield, numbered from 1 to 3. The first fleet of Piercing Shield, led by Admiral Yushis, comprises 16 escort fleets, 12 patrol fleets for assault fleets, and 2 supply fleets, serving as a shield against the initial attacks of the Pien forces in the strategic framework of the Sky Army. The second fleet, commanded by Admiral Wadel, includes 10 patrol fleets for operational fleets for invasion fleets, 8 assault fleets, and 3 supply fleets. Should the Sky Army decide to take the initiative, this fleet will serve as the sharpest spear directed toward the Pien territory. The third fleet operates under the highest command of the Liedfeld star system, Admiral Alfeda, and encompasses 4 patrol fleets for heavy formation fleets for operational fleets, 12 assault fleets, and 3 supply fleets. Its formidable combat prowess and balanced composition are tasked with safeguarding the twin stars and supporting invasions. Certainly, during the year of active adjustments within the Sky Army, the Pien forces have not remained idle, tirelessly integrating their combat capabilities. This is evident from the evolving nature of their forced reconnaissance missions. As the adjustments of the Sky Army near completion, it is likely that the Pien forces are also nearing the final stage of their own preparations, rendering the situation in the galaxy highly volatile, with all of human society holding its breath, fixated on any movement within the Liedfeld star system. When will the war commence? In the command chamber of the first fleet of Piercing Shield, a brown-haired man lifted his gaze from a sea of documents, reclining against the backrest of his command chair with a sigh. That Arya has burdened me with so many tasks. Yet, her ability to compile the details of the Pien force's various reconnaissance maneuvers to such an extent is remarkable. Was it wise to appoint her as an intelligence officer? With Arya now absent, no one interfered with his trivial pursuits, yet the sudden influx of work, like today, robbed him of the leisure of savoring fine wine. Just as Yushis lamented his poor decision, the communication terminal on his desk suddenly emitted a signal, followed by the voice of his newly appointed aide. Sir, the commander of the assault landing team has arrived. Oh, you wish to meet him? Assault landing team? Yushis paused momentarily, recalling this recently established unit within the Sky Army over the past year. In response to the tactical incursions of the Pien forces, a special operations unit, dubbed the Assault Landing Team, was created based on intelligence gathered from the battles against pirates in the Nade star system. Due to the need for heavy firepower and shipboard warfare, members of the Assault Landing Team must not only be exceptionally skilled in close-quarters combat, but also possess considerable physical capabilities, leading to a selection primarily from the indigenous populace. As the Assault Landing Team had not yet been deployed in combat, their capabilities remained theoretical, and they were only stationed on select, large vessels. The flagship of the first fleet of Piercing Shield, Dragonflame, is a heavy assault ship, and due to its significance, it boasts an assault landing team twice the size of a standard large vessel. Currently, 40 elite warriors belonging to this team, awaiting the arrival of their direct superior, have been temporarily placed under Yushi's command as flagship guards. With the arrival of the Assault Landing Team commander, this chaotic period would finally come to a close. Yes, let him in. Yushis rose from his command chair and stretched slightly. A rhythmic knock resonated at the entrance of the command chamber, followed by the entrance of a soldier, clearly of indigenous descent, who walked with a steady and powerful stride. He stood before the desk, placed his right hand over his heart, and saluted Yushis with a standard military gesture, his voice calm, yet resolute. Lieutenant Commander Heightland Ru Gil Linsky reports to you, sir. Thank you for your journey, Lieutenant Commander. I approve of your appointment. Heightland, is that you? Yushis, with a satisfied smile returning the salute, suddenly recognized the subordinate's surname, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. Sir, have we met before? Sky asked, a look of confusion crossing his face. Well, I only spoke a single line back, then it's only natural you wouldn't recall. Yushi's replied, his expression somewhat wounded. However, I have known about you for quite some time, young Heightland. Your legendary feats have long been the talk of the Imperial capital, easily learned without any deliberate inquiry. Legendary feats? Sky's expression began to waver. Indeed, like rescuing the princess from the Million Machine thunderstorm, eloquently debating the heads of the root clans at the 13 Council, quelling the 10th Sandstrong ride-on, Bartender Street single-handedly, and thwarting the kidnapping of thousands of trainees at the Amanu Institute, your accomplishments are truly awe-inspiring. Even someone as composed as Sky could not help but display a dazed expression at his smiling superior. While he had some recollection of each event individually, when they were all compiled together, the figure who accomplished these feats seemed rather foreign. In truth, Sky had never considered that the actions he had been compelled to partake in would collectively possess such a staggering impact. No wonder the heads of the root clans sought to dismantle the Triangle of Amanu. After a lengthy silence, the youngest scion of the Heightland family finally managed a wry smile, scratching his head in a somewhat reluctant manner. Sir, do all these events really fall solely on my shoulders? Who else could it be? Yushi's beamed, then personally fetched a chair for Sky and, as if by magic, produced a bottle of amber-hued liquor and 2 glasses from a corner of the desk, placing one before Sky. Come, sit down. Young Heightland, I have long admired your legendary deeds, and today we finally have the opportunity to converse. You shall not leave until this bottle is empty. Ah, Your Excellency, is this really appropriate? The Sky hesitantly seated himself in the chair opposite Yushi's, yet he dared not touch the glass filled with a beautifully colored and fragrant liquid. I recall that within the regulations of the Celestial Army, soldiers on a mission are prohibited from consuming alcoholic beverages. Within the military rules of the Celestial Army, there's also a clause that subordinates must obey their superiors. Yushi's replied with a somewhat displeased tone. Thus, I command you, esteemed lieutenant, to join me in consuming this bottle of wine. Then I shall humbly comply. Perhaps due to the influence of hereditary factors, Sky held a certain fondness for this beverage that has shaped half of human history. With the command of his superior, he no longer hesitated and deftly grasped the glass, shimmering with golden hues. After taking a sip, Sky's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at Yushi's. Isn't this the exquisite Arthur wine exclusively produced in the Nazi star system? It's a 30-year-old vintage. How did you manage to procure this, Your Excellency? Oh, you are familiar with Arthur wine. Yux's eyes sparkled with interest. Indeed, I was fortunate enough to taste it at Count Aaron's place once. Sky took another sip of the Arthur wine, a look of delight gracing his features. However, before succumbing to the enchanting sensations, the esteemed lieutenant expressed his concern. But this wine is quite a strong after effect, Your Excellency. For someone with a low tolerance like me, it is easy to become intoxicated. Fear not. I shall arrange for someone to escort you back to your quarters. Implicitly, Yushi seemed prepared to spend the night in the command room. After all, the charm of wine can only be appreciated when one is intoxicated, and for my unfortunate compatriots cursed by hereditary factors, this allure is entirely beyond their reach. Indeed, that is true. Sky nodded in agreement, then noticed his glass was already half empty. Stealthily, he reached for the bottle of Arthur wine. In the world of Kongding, there exists the saying, 1,000 cups shared with a confidant are but a trifling matter, which aptly describes the current scene. The two, feeling a sense of familiarity, unknowingly consumed over 5 bottles of various fine wines during their spirited conversation. While Sky marveled at Yux's almost supernatural skill in procuring such liquor, Yushi's expressed his awe for his subordinates' remarkable feats during training, finding endless reasons to toast one another. Fallen into the depths of romance, one cannot endure the weight of such solemnity. I say that Alia is excessively serious, utterly oblivious to the romance of men by the 6th bottle. Yushi's was nearly incapacitated, resting his head on the desk, yet he continued to mumble complaints to Sky. Yes, I understand at this point. Sky had already used his internal energy for the 3rd time to expel the alcohol from his body. If Yushi's had been sufficiently sober, he might have noticed the faint wisps of white smoke emanating from Sky's head, revealing his subterfuge. Few after circulating his internal energy, Sky opened his eyes, feeling slightly more alert. However, his gaze froze upon the desk. Someone who should have been there was now nowhere to be found. No, could it be? Could a person in such a state of inebriation really regain their composure quickly enough to leave? Or is this superior actually a master of concealment? Startled by his own speculation, he cautiously called out, "Sir?" Yet his call received no response, heightening his unease. Just then, the keen ears of the youngest member of the Hateland family detected an unusual sound from a specific direction, leading him to another possibility. Could it be Sky cautiously navigated around the desk, peering downwards, and instantly felt relieved beneath the desk lay a winged officer, clutching an empty bottle, lost in a long and sweet slumber. Witnessing this peculiar scene, Sky could not help but shake his head, seemed to hear the soft weeping of the winged insignia, a symbol of the Empire's aspirations and the dreams of the officers. After ensuring his superior was comfortably repositioned in the command chair, maintaining a semblance of dignity, Sky prepared to withdraw. "Well then, I shall take my leave, Your Excellency." Just as the esteemed lieutenant was tiptoeing towards the center of the command room, the tightly shut wooden door suddenly swung open, and a tall, purple-haired woman rushed in. "Sir, have you finished reviewing those battle reports, eh?" The heavy scent of alcohol in the air caused her elegantly shaped brows to arch dangerously, and upon noticing her brother buried in slumber on the desk, a fierce light ignited in her deep purple eyes. Alia's gaze slowly shifted to the other person still standing in the room, appearing to retain a considerable degree of clarity. Thus, this intelligence officer decided to first reprimand the individual who dared to disregard her previously issued prohibition. "Lieutenant, do you realize what you have done, eh? It's you." As the other turned around, Alia recognized his face, and half of her anger dissipated, replaced by a look of surprise directed at the benefactor who had departed the carnival without a chance to apologize. "Impulsive woman," Sky exclaimed, equally astonished. "Yeah." Alia's previously joyful expression stiffened, transforming into a tempest of sorrowful anger mere seconds later. The beautiful intelligence officer glared at the dark-haired man, furiously demanding, "Who are you calling an impulsive woman?" "No, I meant," Sky mentally chastised himself before racking his brain for a way to deflect. I meant I still don't know your name, miss. My name is Alia. Izerdingmook Alia, not some impulsive woman. So please remember it well," Alia declared, half in anger and half with pride. I am." Sky appeared quite embarrassed, scratching his head as he prepared to introduce himself. However, Alia seemed already aware of his identity. Hateland Lu Gil-Lin Sky, the renowned youngest member of the Hateland family, the core of the Triangle of Emmanuel, correct? In her beautiful visage, the deep purple eyes radiated a striking brilliance, leaving a profound impression on Sky. She seemed to be a woman of formidable will. As he thought this, a smile of admiration unconsciously appeared on his face, yet Alia seemed oblivious to this change in his demeanor, continuing in a cold tone. "I initially believed that appointing someone of your formidable prowess as the captain of the Dragon Flame Ground Unit was a most fitting decision. However, it appears you are unfamiliar with military regulations. To have your superior intoxicated to such an extent during your first assignment is exceedingly reckless. If the enemy were to strike at this moment, would you bear the responsibility for the delay in combat readiness?" "Yes, that's so. I sincerely apologize." The Sky spoke with a voice devoid of sincerity, yet the man's emotions were simmering to a boiling point. "Why must I endure her nonsensical lectures every time we meet?" The Sky pondered, decisively turning away towards the command room exit, leaving behind a similarly cold remark. "However, reckless lady, I hope you first clarify certain matters before complaining. It is not my desire to indulge in drink whilst executing military duties." The Sky's tone was harsh and tinged with displeasure, expressing dissatisfaction, yet failing miserably as an explanation. Upon hearing these words, Alia suddenly recalled her brother's troublesome nature and past transgressions, her face flushing with profound shame. At that moment, however, the Sky had already reached the outside of the command room, just as in their first encounter, and Alia missed yet another opportunity to apologize to. "This man, why does it have to be this way?" Staring blankly at the receding figure, Alia felt a wave of confusion wash over her. It was not merely the unfortunate endings of their encounters that baffled her, but also her own inexplicable inability to maintain composure in the presence of this man. As a junior lieutenant, the Sky had a private officer's quarters aboard the flagship Dragonflame. Although the room was a mere 15 square meters, it was spacious enough for someone of his modest desires, a stark contrast to his noble lineage. Within this petite space, all essential furnishings were elegantly arranged, including a small bathroom equipped with basic amenities, leading the Sky to accept it with great satisfaction. After preparing a delightful meal using his long-dormant culinary skills, he tossed the dishes into the automatic cleaner and reclined upon a bed woven from some soft plant fibers, a contented murmur escaping his lips. Ah, if only I could remain in such leisure. Being a soldier might not be so bad after all. Yet, the deity of misfortune, ever watchful, swiftly quashed this splendid wish. As the remnants of alcohol still lingering within him prepared to lull him into a deep slumber, a gentle knock echoed at the door. "Who is it?" The Sky's tone was understandably brusque, having been pulled back from the brink of slumber by the hand of misfortune. Junior Lieutenant, this is Long, currently serving as the Deputy Commander of the Ground Assault Team aboard Dragonflame. May I come in?" It appeared that the voice outside belonged to one of his subordinates. Reluctantly, the Sky struggled to rise from the bed and commanded the terminal to open the door. Commander, hello." As the door swung open, a robust and imposing figure stepped inside, his skin a deep hue that momentarily startled the Sky, who had never encountered such a race. The man, evidently surprised by the youthful appearance of his commanding officer, appeared even more taken aback. "Long, I intended to greet everyone tomorrow, but since you're here tonight, what brings you?" The voice of the heir to the Haterland family, though not intentionally authoritative, carried a weight of displeasure for being roused from sleep, yet it was insufficient to intimidate the valiant warrior before him. "Well, Commander," Long scratched his head and straightforwardly stated his purpose. "The entire ground assault team has decided to hold a welcome party for you, our new commander. Please do grace us with your presence." As he spoke, a subtle smile flickered at the corners of the imposing man's lips. However, for the perceptive heir of the Haterland family, it was evident that this esteemed warrior was somewhat lacking in acting prowess. Having sensed that something awaited him, the Sky felt a surge of curiosity and stood up, responding with what seemed to be a pleased tone. "All right, let's go." Yes, please follow me." Upon catching a glimpse of the Sky's deep, dark eyes, Long experienced a fleeting shiver down his spine, yet the steadfast warrior dismissed it from his mind. Under Long's guidance, the Sky arrived at a designated area at the end of a corridor within the ship, a training ground specifically allocated for the ground assault team. The surrounding walls were soft yet sturdy, providing excellent sound insulation. The Sky followed Long to the center of the training ground, where, suddenly, a sharp whistle pierced the air and dozens of tall, muscular men surged forth from various corners of the room, surrounding him in a semicircle. The members of the ground assault team towered over the heir of the Haterland family by at least a head, and upon witnessing their uniformly malicious grins, the Sky furrowed his brow, calmly inquiring, "Long, what is the meaning of this?" "Just as you see, this is the welcome ceremony for the commander," Long replied, scratching his head again, though his gaze had turned notably sharp. "As you are aware, the ground assault team was only recently established, and our mission is merely to expel the invading Bien people." "Well, it sounds simple, but the dangers are not to be underestimated, right?" "Indeed," the Sky replied steadily. "Thus, considering the potential impact on the already low survival rate of the ground assault team in battle, we must approach this matter with caution." Long's gaze fixed intently on his commanding officer, who was half a head shorter than him. He continued, "After all, if the leader is weak and incompetent, we will have to take extra measures to protect our own safety. Commander, do you understand what I mean?" "You talk too much." Long the Sky waved his hand dismissively, impatience seeping into his voice. "In essence, you merely wish to ascertain my capabilities, correct?" "Precisely." Under Long's astonished gaze, the Sky summoned a portion of his inner energy, allowing it to circulate throughout his body, then took a step forward. With a dull thud, the floor trembled slightly beneath them, drawing their attention to the source of the vibration, eliciting expressions of shock from all. "Come, I shall swiftly dispel your unease." With deep footprints etched into the hard alloy floor, the Sky looked up and beamed a brilliant smile at his subordinates. In a realm enveloped by endless void, a ship could be seen as a wholly independent world. Though various models of ships serve different functions, they all invariably possess the ability to provide the essential conditions for human survival, including air, food, water, sunlight, and a minimum degree of living space. As the flagship of the First Fleet, Dragonflame undoubtedly met these fundamental requirements, while also boasting a plethora of additional facilities, including a well-equipped medical care room that even featured a small patch of greenery. Having settled her inebriated brother and delivered a stern reprimand to the negligent new adjutant, Area traversed the ship's corridors towards her quarters, a soaring fifth chamber nestled deep within the vessel. Though a mobile altar would have been a more expedient mode of transport, Area, intent on contemplating her disconcerted reaction to a certain individual, opted for the clarity afforded by walking. That individual, the youngest of the Heightland lineage, bore the mantle of the Empire's wing. Despite the Shalon whispers of a bitter feud between the Empire's wing, House Heightland, and the Empire's Fong, House Iser, a rivalry supposedly etched into their very genetic code, Area was certain that she harbored no such inherited prejudice. It could not be the cause of her discomposure, could it be? Because he, too, is of the earthly lineage? The realization dawned on Area, yet the accompanying wave of profound sorrow momentarily paralyzed her thoughts, hindering further introspection. At that moment, two male enlisted men, also of earthly lineage like the aforementioned individual, approached from the corridor ahead, engaged in jovial conversation. Upon noticing the approaching female officer adorned with the soaring nature circlet, they halted, stepped aside, and offered a respectful salute. Area, with a subtle expression, returned the gesture, inwardly relieved. Even when faced with fellow members of the earthly lineage, she felt no particular unease. Is he the only exception? The sudden thought sent a ripple of apprehension through the soaring linker. Distracted and emotionally turbulent, she failed to notice he as she often did the admiring gazes of the two enlisted men she had just passed, mirroring the sentiments of many others. She was a striking woman of considerable height, her cascading violet hair seemingly carried by the wind. Her refined features exuded an air of authority, particularly her eyes, deep violet diamonds meticulously sculpted. Even veiled by a mist of confusion, they radiated a brilliance that humbled most admirers. Naturally, the insignia on her uniform and the crest on her chest were enough to captivate the attention of every enlisted man, and indeed, many women. Throughout her journey, several women observed the resolute and self-assured soaring linker, silently resolving to cultivate a similar allure. Had the Azure Sky military sought to crown its most captivating female officer, few could rival the daughter of Iser. Yet, Area remained oblivious, never even considering such notions. Her focus remained fixated on dispelling the peculiar thoughts that plagued her, an endeavor that yielded no progress until she reached a particularly clamorous area. Two more critically wounded. Are there any vacant regeneration tanks? All 10 tanks are occupied. We're urgently requesting additional units from other ships. There's no time to wait, pair them up in a single tank for now. Officer, is that truly permissible? These are small regeneration tanks, you know? While it may leave some psychological scars, the situation demands it. We can't afford to be considerate of such matters. Imagine two men submerged naked in a cramped regeneration tank. Ugh, at times, I question whether I've become excessively depraved. Proceed. Area, startled, looked up to witness a scene of frenetic activity. Medical corpsmen, distinguished by their white waist sashes, rushed through the ship's corridors carrying robust figures, while enlisted men from other departments, and even a few, were temporarily conscripted to assist, overwhelmed by the sheer number of casualties. Near the small medical bay adjacent to the corridor, approximately 100 soldiers bustled about. Despite the medical corpsmen's best efforts to accommodate the injured, a considerable number of those with less severe wounds were denied access to the overcrowded medical bay and were relegated to a small patch of greenery, receiving rudimentary first aid. What is this? Stunned, Area abandoned her perplexity and hurried to intercept an enlisted man, inquiring about the cause of the commotion. What has happened? Where did all these casualties come from? Apparently, there was some sort of mishap with the ground assault team, but am not privy to the specifics. The enlisted man's tone was urgent, yet laced with a strange mirth. Ill assist. Sensing that the situation was not dire, Area prioritized aiding the wounded, took a first aid kit from the enlisted man, and approached the lightly wounded sprawled on the greenery. The extensive rescue operation persisted for a full 3 hours. Until no new casualties arrived, the critically wounded were all ensconced in regeneration tanks, and the lightly wounded had received bandages. The medical corpsmen were nearly prostrate with exhaustion. Even the temporary assistants had long since retreated to their chambers, anticipating a night of profound slumber. Though Area, too, was wearied to the point where merely standing had become a laborious task, the woman of unwavering will mustered her remaining strength to conduct a final inspection of the medical bay's more seriously injured patients. Thank you for your efforts, our intelligence consultant. A wry voice caused Arya to turn and see a pointed-eared woman with hair the color of azure flames approaching, a steaming cup of coffee-like beverage in her left hand. "Teacher Lillian, your efforts are appreciated as well." Arya offered a precise salute to the woman before extending her hands to receive the offered drink. "Still so formal, I see." Lillian chuckled, smoothing some wrinkles on Arya's uniform. The medical unit's chief, a member of the Aspel family, one of the 13 root clans responsible for medicine, had formerly served as a health officer at the military academy, where Arya was one of the students she had mentored. While Lillian was gratified by her former students' meteoric rise in the Azure Sky military, her concern for Arya had never waned. It seemed that a certain name remained a shackle in her heart, and her time seemed to have been frozen, not advancing in the last 6 years. "Teacher, have all the wounded been treated?" Arya, seemingly uncomfortable with the display of affection, subtly evaded it, posing the question in a worried tone. "Yes, nearly all have been treated." Lillian reluctantly retracted her hand and answered the question. Though their injuries appeared severe, even the unluckiest among them will only require 12 hours in a regeneration tank to recover. While I don't know who the monster was, he showed mercy and struck with precision, just enough to incapacitate his opponents. Frankly, it's the first time I've seen such uniform injuries, perfectly calibrated to deprive the enemy of mobility. "What happened?" Arya frowned slightly, looking at Lillian. "Have you heard about the new captain of the Dragonflame Strongland team?" Liruin seemed to suppress a smile with great difficulty. "Yes, I have," Yelia nodded, the image of the black-haired man surfacing in her mind. These audacious individuals must be attempting to test the new commander, or perhaps they genuinely wish to assess the captain's capabilities, for some unknown reason. Liruin's expression grew increasingly cheerful. In any case, they brought the new captain to the training ground and challenged him, all 40 together. How could they do such a thing? Yelia suddenly raised her voice, startling Liruin, who then regarded the typically indifferent student with an amused gaze. "Engaging in collective brawls is a serious violation of military regulations. They shall report to the military law office once they regain consciousness." As if seeking a feeble justification, Yelia averted her gaze and, after a moment's hesitation, inquired, "What happened to him? Did he sustain any injuries?" "Well," observing Yelia's seemingly indifferent demeanor, Liruin's lips curled into an enigmatic smile, though she did not directly answer the question. To single-handedly confront 40 members of the Strongland team and precisely control his strength to inflict just enough harm to send an opponent into the regeneration chamber. Given such a disparity in power, does that person truly have a chance of being injured? Yelia's expression subtly relaxed as she cast a cold glance at the numerous wounded in the medical room, then remarked lightly, "True, he is someone who once quelled a rebellion of 10,000 alone. How could these overconfident fools ever hope to match him?" He, Liruin deliberately emphasized the word, her eyes sparkling with mirth as she regarded her former student. "It seems you are quite familiar with this captain. What manner of person could so profoundly affect our Su Lingshan? If the opportunity arises, do introduce him to me. I fear I might disappoint you." "Teacher, I am not so well acquainted with him. In fact, their relationship could be deemed quite strained," and Yelia displayed a self-deprecating smile before gesturing her farewell to the medical officer. "Well then, I shall return to my dormitory to rest." "Wait, Yelia." Just as she was about to turn away, Liruin suddenly called out to her, gazing into her deep violet eyes with an air of anticipation, and asked, "Has your time begun to move again?" Moments later, Yelia grasped the profound implications of the words, and a flush of color rose to her elegant features. She stared at the mentor who had witnessed her past, and after several minutes, she slowly but resolutely shook her head. As the largest stronghold of the Celestial Army within the Lidefield star system, the Twin Star Fortress stands as a formidable bastion guarding the critical passage to the heart of the Empire, the Gate of Laurel. It is arguably the most colossal orbital fortress within the Empire and indeed throughout the human realm. Although both the Piang community and the Beria Federation possess fortresses of similar magnitude, these were excavated directly from asteroids, rendering them less functional as war fortresses compared to the Twin Stars. Having spent nearly a week aboard the Dragonflame, the Sky harbored a profound fascination for this legendary fortress, yet was perpetually occupied with the affairs of the ground assault troops, leaving no time to explore. In truth, he was unable to find a familiar face to assist him in piloting a shuttle, and his own navigation skills were woefully inadequate. Thus, he could only gaze longingly at the two stars shimmering before the Gate of Laurel. However, with the first fleet summoned by Admiral Elforda, the flagship Dragonflame also entered the Twin Star Fortress, granting the sky an opportunity to behold this magnificent artificial celestial body he had long yearned to see. "I'll step out for a while. You all continue your training," the sky suddenly commanded after a prolonged moment of contemplation. The 40 subordinates, who had been doing push-ups up to 200, collectively expressed their dissatisfaction. Silence. Yet, as his piercing gaze swept across the room, all protests were silenced in an instant, eliciting a faint smile from the youngest of the Heightland family, who then slightly altered his decision. "All who complete today's training are granted special permission to leave the ship for rest, but you must return by 1700 hours. Furthermore," the sky's expression hardened, and a palpable aura of menace emanated from his voice, causing the 40 robust men to shudder in unison. "Listen well, you insufferable fools. Do not cause any trouble. If I learn that any of you engages in misconduct within the Twin Stars, before the military law enforcement arrives, I shall personally cast you into the depths of hell. This time, it will not merely be a matter of returning to the regeneration chamber." Recalling the incident from a week prior that had left the ground assault troops with both physical and psychological scars, everyone shivered again before quietly cheering. After all, even if half the thrill of mischief was removed, the vast living quarters of the Twin Stars still held enough allure to captivate them. "Long. You are responsible for supervising their training," the sky issued another order, then disregarded the vice captain's crestfallen expression as he turned to leave. "Humph. That Sherera fellow is rather too complacent. One must remember that even when cornered on the battlefield, an enemy may still fight back desperately and will not yield easily." Ward, seemingly at ease, flicked his empty left hand, feeling an unusual joy at having circumvented the meticulous surveillance set by his astute adjutant. So, where to next? Having left his terminal wristband in the command room, Ward had ample time to savor a leisurely day until he felt inclined to return. "Oh, perhaps I shall simply wander about." Despite being one of the highest military commanders in the Lidefield star system, Ward's familiarity with this significant fortress was hardly superior to that of a certain newcomer, without a thought to the possibility of losing his way. And having completely forgotten that he had discarded the guiding terminal wristband in the command room, the dark-haired admiral strolled leisurely through the corridors of the fortress, casually searching for a pleasant nook to indulge in a few hours of respite. "Oh, I never knew such a place existed within the Twin Stars." Unbeknownst to him, Ward wandered into the aerial garden area, gazing with a multitude of emotions at the breathtaking natural scenery before him, gradually drawn closer as if by a magnetic force. Would it be too indulgent to take a nap here? He murmured unconvincingly, drifting toward the lush grass shimmering under the light of distant stars. Just a brief rest. As he prepared to sink into the verdant carpet, Ward suddenly noticed the presence of another guest and was momentarily taken aback. "I apologize for disturbing your peace," Ward said, lowering his head in sincere apology to the dark-haired figure, who appeared to forgive him, closing his eyes once more to resume his comfortable slumber. After a few moments of internal struggle, unwilling to relinquish the proximity to such tranquility, especially after witnessing the other's serene expression, Ward mustered the courage to request sharing this delightful space. "May I also lie here?" Sure," the sky replied, reluctantly opening one eye to assess this odd soldier, who held 4 ranks above him, then nodded gently before returning to his slumber. "Thank you," Ward exclaimed joyfully, swiftly rolling onto the sunlit grass without wasting a moment. Indeed, this is quite comfortable." Stretching his limbs on the soft lawn, basking in the gentle caress of light, Ward felt an overwhelming sense of ease. Although he intended to express his gratitude to the generous soul beside him, the rhythmic breathing of the other had already deepened into a tranquil slumber, compelling him to succumb to the warm drowsiness that began to envelop him, gradually closing his eyes. The 2 dark-haired figures continued their afternoon nap until the automatic lighting system entered a semi-dormant state, indicating the standard evening hour. The first to awaken was the Admiral, who had indeed enjoyed a restful slumber. Turning to glance at the younger Heightland, who had cycled his inner energy into the 36th heaven, Ward could not help but express admiration, though he himself was unsure what exactly he was admiring, before gazing at the distant, virtual crimson sunset, drifting into daydreams, or simply spacing out. After approximately 20 minutes, the sky exhaled gently, concluding his internal energy cycle, and finally opened his eyes, only to be met with an unexpected sight as he turned to the dazed man. "Oh, you're still here?" I just woke up as well," came the seemingly embarrassed reply from Ward, who had lost all sense of time. "I see." For some reason, a peculiar warmth graced the sky's face. Between the 2 dark-haired men, a strange resonance, invisible to the naked eye, began to ripple through the air. "Excuse me." A few moments later, both spoke simultaneously, each inquiring about the same matter. "How does one get to the landing pad?" Ward's command room was located on the flagship winged Serpent of the Second Fleet, while the Sky needed to return to the flagship Dragon Flame of the First Fleet for rest. Although both vessels remained docked at the fortress's landing pad, the two, unfamiliar with the fortress's layout and having forgotten their initial path after their nap, placed their hopes in one another. The two individuals shared a silent gaze for quite some time, as if they had come to an unspoken agreement, before breaking into a bittersweet smile. So, you two are unsure how to return. The Sky scratched its head in a perplexed manner, its expression a blend of amusement and awkwardness. What shall we do then? Wald followed suit, scratching his head as he contemplated, eventually hesitantly suggesting. It is said that the terminal wristband possesses a navigational mapping function. We might be able to use it to guide us back to the landing pad, though. It seems I didn't bring my terminal wristband. The terminal wristband, you say? I believe I have mine. Under normal circumstances, the Sky would not react so sluggishly, yet the shared lethargy between the two seemed to slow the passage of time itself. It was only after rolling up his sleeves and checking the device on his left wrist that the Sky revealed a joyful expression, turning to Wald with a hint of confusion in his voice, stating, Indeed, I have the terminal wristband, but does it truly have mapping capabilities? Well, at least that is what Sarira informed me. Wald replied with a rather uncertain expression, taking the terminal wristband that the Sky had unfastened and laboriously beginning to fumble with it. It worked. After a full 12 minutes, Wald finally managed to connect to the Gemini Information Center and retrieve the fortress's holographic map. Remarkable. This was heartfelt admiration from one mechanical novice to another. Honestly, I did not expect it to be this challenging. Wald's face flushed with embarrassment, yet his voice conveyed a sense of joy. Then, the winged warrior turned to his companion, his expression turning serious as he confirmed, Shall we proceed? Yes, indeed. The Sky nodded, responding in a solemn tone. One cannot help but admire the formidable versatility bestowed upon the terminal wristband by the Celestial Army's design. Even in the hands of two mechanical novices who were also directionally challenged hybrids, it demonstrated an astonishing performance, though they had meandered nearly 3 times the necessary distance. The terminal wristband nonetheless guided these two individuals, who otherwise had no chance of finding the correct path, to the entrance of the landing pad. Finally, we have arrived. Gazing upon the familiar battleship, the Sky was overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling in his eyes. Indeed, it has truly been an arduous journey. Wald's voice was filled with sentiment. Perhaps it was due to the lights being extinguished within the fortress, or maybe the fates had begun to show favor to someone. In any case, the two had traversed their path without encountering a single soul to inquire for directions, essentially navigating through darkness, making their struggle all the more inevitable. By the way, my name is Sky, Heightland Rugilland Sky. The winged warrior extended his hand toward his companion, with whom he had shared trials, as if recalling something. My name is Wald, Samuel said Edin Diawald. Wald reciprocated by extending his hand, firmly grasping that of his friend who had fought through the darkness alongside him, then cautiously returning the borrowed terminal wristband to him with a cheerful expression, saying with anticipation, If we have the chance to meet again, let us enjoy some tea together. I have some exquisite tea leaves in my collection. Hey, if I happen to be free then, I shall consider your invitation. The Sky smiled faintly, turning to leave, as if bidding farewell, gently waving his hand before walking towards the Dragon Flame, which was quietly docked nearby. The Barndor family is one of the oldest clans among the winged kin, serving the Celestial Army for generations, and is second only to the Iser family in the Empire's martial hierarchy. For over 300 years, this family has remained steadfastly loyal to the Heightland family, and to this day, it continues to be one of the most formidable clans supporting the Empire's illustrious wings. Elvarda is the current head of the Barndor family, enjoying the trust of the winged chief while also holding great expectations from the Empire for his military talents, which is why he has been granted the rank of Tri-Winged Warrior to command the Empire's elite fleet. Now, this Grand Admiral wore a furrowed brow, seemingly in a state of profound confusion. The Strong Land Brigade. What perplexed Elvardo were the external combat units under his command, known as the Strong Land Brigade. This was a combat unit devised by the military to counter the boarding tactics of the PN Army, composed entirely of elite warriors with formidable close combat abilities. Although their practical capabilities had yet to be tested, theoretical data suggested they should effectively suppress the boarding tactics of the PN Army. Elvarda had no doubt about this. Yet her concerns did not lie with the fighting capabilities of the Strong Land Brigade. Given that the Strong Land Brigade required personnel capable of at least matching the boarding troops of the PN Army, there were stringent standards for their qualifications, and their equipment was exceedingly costly, which meant they could not be widely deployed. In fact, considering the precious living space aboard a starship, it was impossible to accommodate too many crew members who would remain idle for most of the time. However, even adhering to the most meticulous principles, allocating the Strong Land Brigade only to the most crucial components of the fleet, the resources provided by the military were still painfully scarce, making it unrealistic to expect them to yield significant results in thwarting the PN Army's boarding tactics. How should I utilize them appropriately? Elvarda could not help but groan, but when her gaze fell upon the directive she had received from the military just moments ago, her eyes brightened as if a brilliant idea had struck her. Subsequently, the tri-winged warrior activated the communication terminal on her desk and called out the names of 2 subordinates. After about 5 minutes, 2 warriors adorned with winged headbands entered the command room, one after the other. Please take a seat, both of you. Once Elvarda waited for her subordinates to settle, she handed over the directive, speaking in a calm tone. Let us first review this order before we discuss further matters. Yes, Your Excellency. Yushis received the directive and, upon noticing its brevity, paused momentarily. We are to conduct a forcible reconnaissance of the LOL system? Oh. Is the Empire planning to return the favor? Wald, upon receiving the directive and glancing over it hastily, began to display a peculiar smile. Over the past year, the Thorn Shield has endured 11 forcible reconnaissance attempts from the enemy. It is only natural to wish to retaliate somewhat. It was 17 forcible reconnaissance attempts. Elvarda corrected Wald, who had misremembered by nearly half. While this forcible reconnaissance does carry an element of retribution, I believe the military's true intent is to confirm the completion of the PN Army's assembly in the most direct manner possible, correct? Oh. Is the Empire preparing to take the initiative this time? Yushi suddenly appeared excited. If the PN Army has not yet fully assembled, then an offensive initiated by our already adjusted forces would indeed allow us to gain the upper hand in the war. Wald contemplated for a moment, speaking in a rather pessimistic tone, but can it really proceed so smoothly? That we can only determine after assessing the results of the forcible reconnaissance. Elvarda's expression seemed quite satisfied. The primary combat composition of the First Fleet is defensive, making it unsuitable for offense. Wald, I need you to allocate a strike fleet from your Second Fleet to undertake the forcible reconnaissance duty. Is that acceptable? Certainly, Your Excellency. The dark-haired admiral nodded slightly. The image of that remarkable princess from the pirate suppression campaign in the Nade system a year prior vividly surfacing in his mind. Indeed. I am aware that there exists a valiant officer well suited for such a task. Well, that is reassuring. Elfeda nodded and continued, stating that this forced reconnaissance would entail an additional operation. I trust that the practical capabilities of the strong ground forces will be thoroughly tested during this supplementary operation. Testing the combat capabilities of the strong ground forces? Ward inquired with a perplexed expression, his tone tinged with reluctance. Are you planning to lure the enemy into employing shipboard assault tactics? That would be quite labor-intensive. The Grand Admiral, you cannot possibly be considering initiating a shipboard assault from our side, can you? Yusis hesitated momentarily before articulating his speculation. Why not? Elfeda smiled, beginning to elaborate on his concept. Although not as extensively utilized as by the PN Army, the Celestial Army does possess landing ships, with some adjustments by the technical department to the existing landing vessels. Executing this tactic would pose no issues whatsoever. However, what about the operational personnel? Ward pondered, raising his concern. After all, the strong ground forces were initially established solely to counter the enemy's shipboard assault tactics. If they were suddenly tasked with the offensive, selecting the right commander would require utmost caution. Indeed, Elfeda nodded, agreeing with his subordinate's assessment. The individual in command must possess an exceptional familiarity with close-quarters tactics and must exhibit considerable combat prowess. Judging by this standard, it would be quite challenging to find someone among the officers of our fleet who meets these criteria. Must we select from the enlisted ranks? Ward felt a headache coming on. Sifting through the vast sea of nearly 1 million enlisted personnel to find a suitable candidate would undoubtedly be a nightmarish endeavor. As this realization dawned upon him, the image of that beautiful aide flickered in the Admiral's mind. Well, surely Cirilla will assist me this time, Ward muttered to himself, though his voice lacked conviction. Following his oversight of the fortress yesterday, a rather convenient distraction. He had forgotten to wear his terminal wristband. Forget? Did you not remove it yourself and leave it on the command desk, which had incited Cirilla's furious wrath? As of this morning, their relationship remained fraught with tension. Isn't there someone with both wisdom and valor? Just as his colleagues lamented the arduous task that loomed over them, Yusis, who had been silent for a while, suddenly spoke up. Moreover, he is one of our officers. Really? Then let him serve as the commander for this mission. Oh, I merely propose this as a suggestion. Overjoyed, one individual momentarily forgot the current circumstances, rising in excitement to express his thoughts. It was only when his superior's cold gaze fell upon him that he sheepishly returned to his seat. Yusis, who is this officer? Elfeda sighed deeply within, then turned his gaze to the admiral of the Second Fleet. Is he one of your men? Indeed. He is the captain of the strong ground forces aboard the flagship Dragon Flame of the First Fleet, Yusis confirmed, articulating his understanding of this individual. From the perspective of a pure warrior, he is nearly flawless. Brave, fierce, calm, resolute. It would be quite difficult to find someone who embodies these exceptional traits so perfectly even within the vast territories of the Empire. Moreover, he has demonstrated remarkable prowess in uniting subordinates, after all. To earn the unanimous respect of those unruly strong ground forces in just one day is no feat that just any officer can achieve. In fact, it is likely that no one apart from him could accomplish such a task. To call him a warrior among warriors, a lion among lions, would not be an overstatement. I believe. Oh, such an individual exists? El-Fadda's interest was piqued, yet before he could pursue this line of inquiry further, an ominous premonition crept into his mind as a memory flashed before him. Wait, the captain of the strong ground forces aboard Dragon Flame. Could it be that? Indeed. He is the youngest son of the Hateland family, Hateland Rugil-Lin, a distinguished officer, Eustace proclaimed with a proud smile. He is even more exceptional than the rumors suggest. If he were to command the shipboard assault operations, there should be no cause for concern. Indeed, he is a remarkably talented officer. Although Ward's fervent enthusiasm raised suspicions regarding his motives, he did not appear to be merely acquiescing to Eustace this time. In fact, I had the opportunity to meet this young Hateland not long ago. In terms of an officer's caliber, he is hardly inferior to you, Grand Admiral, if his military talents are allowed to flourish. I have no doubt that the prestige of the Empire's wings will soon stand shoulder to shoulder with the Iser family within the Celestial Army. Is that truly the case? El-Fadda's expression suggested uncertainty as he grappled with how to respond. To leave such a profound impression on two esteemed officers within a matter of days. The young master might indeed possess military talents that are beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. While this was undoubtedly a cause for celebration, from the standpoint of the family leader, El-Fadda found it impossible to willingly place the youngest son of the Hateland family, the embodiment of hope for his entire kin, in a perilous situation. Now that you mention it, I too find myself filled with anticipation. Eustace confidently turned to his friend and proposed, "What do you say? Shall we place a wager? I predict he will surely accomplish his mission successfully and return home triumphantly, given that our opinions align this time." "This wager is null and void," Eustace, Ward replied in a calm tone, dismissing his friend's proposition. "Ah, you too." El-Fadda rapped his fingers on the table, redirecting the attention of his two subordinates, who had begun to lose focus. "You present me with quite the conundrum." The family leader furrowed his brow slightly, his delicate fingers tapping a rhythm of concern upon the tabletop, as he cast a helpless gaze at the two winged officers, who bore expressions of bemusement, and sighed. "Am I not the head of the Barnador family? I should serve as the staunchest protector of the youngest son of the Hateland family. Yet I find myself compelled to place the very one I am meant to safeguard in a position of danger. While this is an unfortunate turn of events, do you not realize the gravity of the situation?" A faint sheen of cold sweat seemed to appear simultaneously on Eustace and Ward's foreheads. "Then, Commander, shall we appoint another individual to undertake this mission?" Considering the potential wrath of the Supreme Overseer, Ward abandoned his initial proposal, hastily switching his stance. "In a shipboard assault mission, is there anyone more suitable than the officer Hateland?" El-Fadda inquired in a tone laced with skepticism. "Well, at least I have no candidates more qualified than he." Eustace shifted his gaze to his friend across the table, yet the dark-haired admiral, upon sensing his anticipation, immediately shook his head vigorously. "Is that so?" The expression of the head of the Barnador family oscillated between pride and worry, taking quite some time to find a balance before resolutely declaring, "Since no more suitable candidates are available, let Hederland appoint the officer to command the ground assault operations aboard the ship. As for the command of reconnaissance operations, let the officer recommended by Ward take charge. The operations are set to commence in 3 days. Prior to that, let the officer present the operational plan." "Understood. I will convey this to her," Ward nodded solemnly. "Well then, gentlemen, let us conclude today's meeting," El-Fadda announced, rising as if to signify the end of the operational conference. The two wing officers stood as well, placing their right hands on their shoulders to salute their superior in farewell before turning to exit. "Oh, by the way," as the two neared the doorway, El-Fadda suddenly seemed to recall something, speaking in a tone that was hardly jesting, "In the unfortunate event that my son suffers any injuries, the sorrow of the head of the Hederland family and the wrath of the director of the Heraldry Institute must be borne by you." One of those present, once under the scrutiny of the Heraldry Institute due to past misdeeds, stumbled and barely caught himself on a nearby low table, though not before knocking over a potted plant, leaving him drenched and disheveled. Ouch! Ward, who had drifted into thought, collided with the partially opened automatic sliding door, yelping in pain while crouching down, groaning in frustration. I am the one who wants to cry the most." The instigator of this chaos bore a bitter expression. After all, Even separated by thousands of light years, the owner of those blood-red eyes remained an undeniable presence. In the pirate suppression campaign within the Narn star system, the assault squad known as Tsangyan set the record for the highest number of enemy kills. Their unparalleled aggression and agile maneuvers made them the spearhead of the entire fleet's assault rhythm. However, achieving this record came at a cost. Tsangyan itself suffered significant damage. With one of its 10 elite assault ships sunk, 2 others undergoing extensive repairs, and another becoming a casualty of enemy boarding tactics, resulting in the loss of its entire crew, including the captain. It could be said that nearly half of Tsangyan's combat capacity was depleted in that conflict. After a year of recuperation, Tsangyan has regained its most formidable fighting strength since its inception, transformed into a bloodthirsty alpha after the crucible of war. It now stands as the most battle-hungry unit within the Second Fleet, even as many of its less experienced comrades tremble in anticipation of the impending conflict. In truth, much of Tsangyan's fervent battle spirit stems from its commander, the first princess of the Fimbard family, Yanalevine Jean Fimbard Ross Shine, who is renowned for her unmatched bravery. Respected and trusted by her subordinates, she was swiftly promoted to senior officer after the pirate suppression campaign and is now truly a commanding presence. As for reconnaissance operations, at this moment, Shine, holding the directive issued directly by the dark-haired admiral, found herself in rare contemplation. Undoubtedly, this was an exceptionally honorable appointment, a recognition of both Tsangyan's combat prowess and her own capabilities as its commander. While such acknowledgement felt deserved, it filled her with immense pride. Yet, having already experienced the heavy weight of responsibility for the lives of thousands, the young commander found herself grappling with concerns before indulging in the spirited determination that accompanied the directive. With the PN forces nearly fully assembled, the Larstar system, serving as their forward base, had become an exceedingly perilous locale. A mere 10 assault ships, regardless of being the finest troops within the Celestial Army, could easily provoke the reflexes of a colossal beast, leading to inevitable annihilation. Thus, even drafting an operational plan necessitated an extraordinarily cautious approach. Of course, if the risks were limited to such a degree, this princess, endowed with the qualities of an exceptional officer, would not hesitate for so long. Sean shifted her gaze to the bottom of the directive, where additional requirements for the reconnaissance mission were outlined, which was the source of her perplexity. The directive deemed the shipboard assault operation one of the primary objectives of the reconnaissance mission, mandating full cooperation with the ground assault team for both their advance and withdrawal. Throughout the centuries of the Celestial Army's history, as it grew alongside the Empire, such a brutish and ungainly method of combat had never been employed. Thus, despite her intentions to follow precedent in formulating a cover strategy for the ground team, she had no reliable references, not entirely true. The Imperial Commerce Bureau's archives did hold a staggering number of records. However, they were all lamentations from the victims of shipboard assaults. In any case, it would be prudent to consult with that ground team commander before finalizing the operational strategy. Resolving this, Shine turned to the last page of the directive. The officer's name is... Upon seeing the name, the first princess of the Fimbard family exhibited a profound expression of dismay, then, with trembling hands, closed the directive and placed it on her desk, shutting her eyes as if to calm her tumultuous thoughts. A minute later, the sounds of footsteps echoed in the corridor outside the captain's chamber, gradually receding. Like most inhabitants of the terrestrial world, the Shalon people typically enjoy 3 meals a day. Although the timing of breakfast and dinner may vary according to individual routines, lunch is generally held around noon, making it the most substantial meal of the day. This custom has also been carried over into the Celestial Army. Each ship, including smaller vessels such as patrol ships, features dedicated dining facilities for soldiers and officers. While most warships utilize automated cooking machines that do not yield the finest cuisine, often rendering it a challenge to discern the ingredients. Larger ships like the flagship of the First Fleet typically have dedicated cooks to cater to the appetites of the entire crew. This holds true for the flagship of the First Fleet, the Longyan. As the commanding officer of the ground assault team, Sky was not particularly satisfied with the culinary skills of the celestial citizen who had somehow become the head chef, finding the flavors overly bland and even struggling to identify the ingredients used. What a tedious task. Analyzing another's ingredients. Standing at the intersection of the corridor, Sky hesitated between preparing a delightful meal and dining on less palatable fare in the ship's restaurant. Finally proceeding with a reluctant expression toward the dining hall, murmuring to himself in adapting to the harsh and complex survival environment. Humanity has cast aside many things during its evolution. At this point, even with my insignificant laziness added into the mix, it hardly matters. The descendant of the Root clan continued his musings, advancing at a leisurely pace, speaking words that no one could comprehend. As he approached the restaurant, a peculiar purple figure ahead caught his attention. Was it the reckless woman? As he drew closer, he realized that it was indeed the intelligence officer, Yelia, with whom he had previously shared a misunderstanding. At that moment, she was struggling to carry a seemingly heavy box, advancing with an air of defiance. What on earth is this? He frowned, surveying the surroundings. Regardless of her personality, it was utterly intolerable for a physically frail woman to bear such a burden without any man offering assistance. The son of the ancient civilization of Hatterland found this unacceptable. Surely, those fellows Woon T just passed by, indifferent to her plight? He recalled the members of the strong land team who had run ahead of him. They must have encountered her at some point. It seemed the training had not been rigorous enough. With a grimace of indignation, he hesitated for only a few seconds before hastily catching up to the struggling Yelia. "Ma'am, allow me to assist you with that box," he offered, though it sounded more like an inquiry. Before she could react, the box was snatched from her grasp with a decisive motion. However, as he lifted the box, a powerful aroma of alcohol wafted towards him, leaving him momentarily stunned. "Oh, what is this? Hedderland's officer, what are you doing?" Yelia, having regained her composure a few seconds later, fixed him with a stern gaze and questioned him. "What do you mean?" "I'm helping you carry your things," he replied, confusion evident on his face. "No, I do not require your assistance. Give it back." She reached for the box. "Hey now, don't trample on my goodwill." He deftly dodged her attempt, a wry smile forming as he stated his position. "I absolutely cannot accept letting a girl carry such a heavy load." His last remark seemed to have a magical effect. The initially irate Yelia abruptly ceased all movement, as if her springs had been unwound, becoming eerily quiet. Perhaps excessively so. "Are you all right, ma'am?" Startled by the sudden shift in atmosphere, he cautiously approached the woman, who now resembled a stone statue, and inquired softly. "I'm fine." After a prolonged silence, Yelia responded in a low, murky voice, as if it had emerged from a distant realm. She lifted her gaze to meet his, her once vibrant eyes now shrouded in a profound melancholy, as if peering through the boundaries of time to a shadow long lost in the past. "As a man, this person, indeed, is just like him. Or is it that all men from the surface world possess this gentleness that could be misconstrued as a form of discrimination against women?" Yelia continued to gaze at the black-haired man until his expression morphed into a perplexed unease, prompting her to finally withdraw her gaze and silently resume her forward march. "Ma'am?" Unsure if he should follow, he stood still, clutching the box and calling out to Yelia in a bewildered tone. "Didn't you say you would help me?" "Then hurry up and catch up," she replied without looking back, quickening her pace. "Why, yes." He was elated yet quickly restrained his emotions, walking beside Yelia with a facade of calmness. However, this pretense was soon shattered by his own actions. The sound of glass clinking within the box, mingled with the increasingly potent scent of alcohol, tugged at the nerves of the son of Hedderland. After a moment of hesitation, he finally blurted out, "Excuse me, ma'am. Is there alcohol in this box?" Yelia cast him a fleeting glance, a faint, almost imperceptible smile gracing her lips as she nodded in affirmation. "Yes, indeed." Then, why do I feel suddenly anxious?" He unconsciously slowed his pace. "Did you just come from the command room?" "Yes, that is correct." A brighter smile began to illuminate Yelia's face. "Ma'am, though this is merely my personal speculation." His anxiety intensified, and the box seemed to grow heavier, causing his hands to tremble. "But Admiral Uc's ISNT, squatting in some corner of the command room, secretly crying, is he?" A charming smile broke upon her exquisite features, though it lasted but a few fleeting seconds before being suppressed by her steely resolve. Yet that moment of warmth, like the spring thawing the earth, was forever etched in the black-haired man's memory. Brother? He would never sulk in a corner and weep. Yelia, seemingly oblivious to the dazed look on his face, continued with a clear voice. He might feel down for a few minutes before promptly resuming his duties with the fine wines, seeking out more discreet hiding places for them. "Oh, I didn't expect the Admiral to possess such a proactive personality. It seems saying farewell to these delightful little treasures is merely a temporary affair." He felt a wave of relief wash over him, only to be met with new questions. "So, ma'am, how do you intend to handle these wines? I hear they are quite expensive." "I plan to hand them over to the culinary team. Perhaps they can find a way to utilize them without violating military regulations." Unfazed by the sentiments of her companion, Yelia coldly declared her intentions regarding the prohibited items. "Wait, that's such a waste." He immediately voiced his objections, his tone fervent. "While it's true some dishes can be enhanced with wine, I've never heard of anyone using such expensive wine as a mere seasoning. Setting aside how shameful that would be, it might even mask the dish's original flavor, rendering it inedible." "Is that so?" Yelia gazed at him, momentarily taken aback by his passionate response. After a moment of contemplation, she revised her stance on the discarded items. "Then let us simply dispose of them in the food recycling machine." They should serve as nourishment for cultivating microorganisms, which I believe will produce healthier food. He inwardly chastised himself for his earlier words, regretting not being able to convince Yelia as she strode ahead, leaving him no choice but to hastily follow. Are we really going to throw them away? Gazing into the dark, seemingly bottomless abyss of the recycling machine, he swallowed hard. Casting a forlorn look at the purple-haired woman beside him in a last-ditch effort. Just toss them in. Alia, seemingly burdened by guilt, averted her gaze from the other's pleading eyes that sparkled with desperation, commanding in a resolute voice. The son of Heightland emitted a heart-wrenching wail, then closed his eyes and released his grip. The sound of the box colliding with the vertical wall of the passage echoed like a hammer striking his chest, leaving the man, now fully awakened to the spirit of the wine, momentarily breathless. Well, it's over. Alia seemed to exhale in relief, her indifferent gaze sweeping over the grief-stricken man, and a strange smile suddenly graced her lips. Let us proceed, Heightland Winged Knight. While your assistance was unnecessary, as a token of gratitude, I shall cover today's lunch. At this point, Alia became acutely aware that much of the conflict with this individual stemmed from her own assertive tone. For reasons unknown, she wished to avoid further misunderstandings with him, and she struggled to soften her previous words, intending to make them sound a touch gentler. Well, of course, I don't actually dislike your personality. It's just that for things I can accomplish on my own, I prefer to rely on my own strength and not owe anyone a favor. I see. However, Commander, my assistance stems from my inability to stand by while a woman is troubled. What? Are male troubles to be disregarded? I seem to recall that the teachings from the culture of Kongding do not endorse such a notion. In essence, my aid is entirely based on personal reasons. Therefore, Commander, you need not feel any unease regarding this matter. Though the nature of their debate remained unchanged, this time the tone of the sky was considerably softer. Observing the proud, stubborn yet delicate and fragile woman, he gazed into her deep, shadowed violet eyes and suddenly felt an overwhelming desire to protect and cherish her specifically. To offer her his protection and care. You're sweating. Noticing the beads of perspiration forming on the forehead of the son of Heightland, Alia retrieved a pristine handkerchief from her pocket, tenderly wiping away the sweat. The final blow that captured the heart of Heightland. Her expression was remarkably gentle, and her gaze was filled with affection, as if she were entranced by something. Startled by Alia's sudden intimate gesture, the sky instinctively took a step back. But Alia, fully absorbed in her actions, did not notice, leaning forward until she pressed against his chest. Hey, are you all right? Just as he prepared to reach out and steady her, he caught sight of a familiar blue figure in the corner of his vision. The sudden panic caused him to reflexively retract his outstretched hand, resulting instead in an involuntary embrace of the woman in his arms. At that moment, a chilling blue gaze shifted towards them, and the favored child of the god of misfortune, yes, that would be me, froze in astonishment at the sight of that familiar, beautiful face, instantly realizing the misfortune that would soon befall him, rendering him even more immobile. Alia, caught in someone's unintended embrace, inhaled the distinctly masculine scent and felt her strength suddenly drain away, lowering her head and daring not to meet his gaze again. Oh, you cannot do this, Zal. Alia's cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she stammered the name of a certain person, struggling to rise and distance herself from the intoxicating embrace. Zal. While this reaction was wholly expected for the sky, the cold voice of reality crashed down upon the woman, akin to a glass of icy water splashed upon her. Jolting her back to her senses, Alia looked up in astonishment, her gaze landing upon a gentle yet strikingly handsome face that was not the one she had hoped to see. And she could not help but call out the name of the man before her in a voice tinged with despair. Commander Heightland. Is that so? The sky replied reflexively, but in the next instant, a tremendous force struck his abdomen. Alia, with a fluid motion, effortlessly threw the utterly bewildered man to the ground. Although I promised to repay your assistance with a meal, I certainly did not permit you to act in such a manner, Alia remarked. Her expression returning to the icy demeanor she exhibited upon their first meeting, her gaze coolly fixed upon the man now sprawled on the ground. Please, exercise some decorum, Commander. What on earth just happened? Staring with bewildered eyes at the rapidly departing figure of the purple-haired woman, the sky couldn't help but groan. The consequence of neglecting to rely on luck for protection was the current sensation of his body feeling as though it were falling apart. Before he could marvel at her remarkably proficient fighting skills, he found himself internally lamenting like a wounded creature. Why on earth did I just think this woman needed protection? After a considerable time apart, your personality has become rather frivolous, hasn't it, Sky? Just as the son of Heightland lay on the ground, wallowing in self-pity. A cold voice echoed from above, prompting him to despairingly shift his gaze towards its source, where a woman with deep blue hair looked down upon him. It's been a while, Shine. Forcing a stiff smile, the Sky extended his hand as if to greet her. However, to his astonishment, that hand was grasped, and he felt a warm, jade-like touch emanating from above. Get up. It's rather inconvenient to speak to you like this. Isn't it? The first princess of the Finbird family tilted her head, a hint of confusion gracing her features. She seemed unaware of how utterly adorable she appeared to him at that moment, and suggested thusly, all right. With the support of that delicate hand, the Sky managed to overcome his pain, rising to his feet and immediately inquiring, but Shine, why are you aboard this dragon flame? I recall you were assigned to the second fleet, weren't you? So you knew all along. In an instant, the previously gentle ice-blue eyes ignited with a fiery rage that sent shivers down his spine. This is what they call reaping what one sows. Gazing at the man with whom she had once shared dreams of the future, Sean's voice brimmed with fury. Then why have you not been in contact with me? I haven't received any communication from you either, Sean. The Sky replied, cold sweat trickling down his brow as he attempted to maintain his composure. That's because my father wouldn't tell me. It seemed that, compared to the innocent youth of 3 years ago, the malevolent influence derived from her lineage had begun to bloom within the son of Heightland, significantly enhancing his rhetorical skills. In successfully diverting Princess Finbird's ire, he left no trace of his earlier fear. I asked my father several times, but he always refused, citing the 13th Council's decision to keep it confidential. It appeared that Shine remained oblivious to the chaotic events that had shaken the imperial capital. She regarded the man before her, who seemed to have changed considerably from a year prior, and questioned, Sky, what on earth have you done to have stirred the 13th Council? No. It's not like that. The Sky stuttered. So, my father has deceived me again? While the son of Heightland's attitude was indeed questionable, in contrast, Shine seemed to harbor even less trust in the character of Prince Finbird. The princess widened her eyes in disbelief for a few moments before her expression transformed into one of indignation. How infuriating. I shall never again place my trust in his words. Xiaoyin, what I meant was. After hesitating for a few seconds, Tian Kong mustered the courage to clarify his statement once more. The turmoil that stirred the 13 Council was not solely instigated by me. Xiaoyin regarded him in silence for a considerable time, before gently uttering a name that even among the ranks of the Tsong Yin had become somewhat legendary. The Triangle of Emmanuel, correct? Yes, precisely. The one at the helm of the triangle fidgeted, appearing rather sheepish. So, did the 13 Council's decision involve separating the three of you and sending you to different locations? The astute Princess Fei in Bo effortlessly discerned the truth, a hint of amusement lacing her tone. It seems that way, indeed. Tian Kong chuckled awkwardly, unable to resist shifting the topic once more. However, Xiaoyin, you have yet to inform me how you came to be aboard the flagship of the First Fleet. Tian Kong, are you entirely unaware of the forced reconnaissance operation? Xiaoyin regarded the appointed commander of the ship's offensive operations with a suspicious gaze. No, I am certainly aware. Tian Kong rapidly recalled the directive that had been cast aside in a drawer after a single glance, and indeed, some crucial details resurfaced in his mind. I remember being appointed as the commander for the ship's offensive operations, collaborating with the one responsible for the forced reconnaissance, the 10th commander. Could that be you? Xiaoyin? I remember. Xiaoyin's expression grew markedly skeptical. Tian Kong, you surely did not neglect to read the entire directive, did you? My name should have been inscribed upon it. No, the directive I received did not include your name. Tian Kong asserted resolutely, his expression firm. Well then, let us consider it thus. Given that the two of them belonged to different fleets and that the admirals exhibited considerable personality differences, Xiaoyin could not entirely trust her judgment, merely regarding the indolent commander with a gaze filled with profound suspicion until beads of cold sweat began to emerge on his forehead. Now, let us proceed to the conference room to deliberate on how we can effectively achieve the objectives of the forced reconnaissance operation, shall we? My esteemed captain of the ground forces, Haitlanda? Xiaoyin suggested with a gentle smile. Of course, I stand ready to await your command, my esteemed princess. At that moment, Tian Kong finally exhaled in relief. Well then, let us be off. Nodding as the princess was about to turn away, she suddenly furrowed her brow as if noticing something, casting a reproachful glance at someone who seemed blissfully unaware. By the way, Tian Kong, Xiaoyin's tone was remarkably gentle. Yes, what is it? As if caught in a dream, Tian Kong felt somewhat disoriented. Are you not planning to release my hand? In the realm of the Shalon populace, the Laurel Star system refers to a galaxy situated at the periphery of the Empire's territory, connected to the community by a singular gateway. In the interstellar charts of the Bien people, this galaxy is known as the Celestial Pool Galaxy. Perhaps due to the Empire's preemptive establishment of a fortress opposite the Laurel Gate, the community refrained from constructing a stronghold at this entrance to the Empire. considering the likelihood that any efforts to rebuild would be rendered futile by the Empire's adept interference. Instead, the community adopted a more radical approach to defend against potential Imperial assaults. The Laurel Star system features a total of 3 gateways along its fringes. In addition to the Laurel Gate leading into the Empire, there exist 2 other entrances to the community, the Gate of Clear Sound and the Gate of Hazy Moon. If one envisions the galaxy as a flat circle, these 3 gateways are situated at 120-degree intervals along its circumference. Fortifications were established behind both the Gate of Clear Sound and the Gate of Hazy Moon, while the entrances at the Laurel Star system end were left unprotected. As if the community had entirely relinquished any claim to this galaxy, though in truth, the Laurel Star system does not possess intrinsic value worthy of the community's unwavering protection. Although the 3rd planet within this system has the potential to support human habitation and appears to have once been populated, its inhabitants vanished a century ago due to the relentless havoc wreaked by the Bien pirate legions. Presently, the 3rd planet stands as a silent, lifeless orb, bereft of vitality. Both the Empire and the community have strategically positioned their fortresses behind the gates, rendering the Laurel Star system a crucial strategic buffer. Seemingly defenseless, yet who could fathom the peril lurking within? The community's strategic design has undeniably proven effective. Over the past 2 centuries, the Empire has launched 3 naval incursions into the heart of the Laurel Star system, seeking to annex it into their dominion. However, the Bien fleets, pouring forth from the gates of Clear Sound and Hazy Moon, swiftly assumed a commanding position, compelling the Empire to retreat before being fully encircled. Of course, had the community undertaken similar actions, the Empire would have exerted all efforts for military intervention. At the opposite end of the Gate of Hazy Moon lies the Bien fortress known as the Jidu Fortress. To date, 64 subdivisions of fleets, constituting nearly 30% of the community's military strength, have congregated here. As the number of fleets has far exceeded the capacity of the Jidu Fortress, many have been compelled to anchor in the surrounding waters. Within the depths of the fortress, a prison has been established. While primarily used for storing valuable genetic samples obtained through plunder, it occasionally serves as a holding facility for Bien soldiers awaiting disciplinary action. Has it truly been 18 days? Hong Yi gazed up at the radiant light filtering through the cracks in the ceiling, unable to suppress a long sigh. Over half a month of confinement had rendered her somewhat haggard. Her once lustrous black hair now lacked its sheen. Yet within her obsidian-like eyes, a proud light still flickered. Since the last assault on the Empire's assault ship, culminating in defeat at the hands of a man blessed by the Source, Hong Yi's circumstances had remained inextricably tied to her predicament. After all, while her comrades from the strong land forces returned triumphantly, her own command had suffered a catastrophic loss, returning in disgrace after half of her troops were annihilated. Regardless of the justification she might offer, it was undeniably a deeply humiliating failure. Although the short blade, imbued with the blood of the Source's blessed one, had ultimately proved somewhat useful, allowing her to collect valuable genetic samples and evade censure. The other members of her squad faced the harshest of penalties. They were stripped of their rights and identities as warriors and consigned to servitude for those who had achieved success in the offensive. Hong Yi had even heard whispers that her former subordinates had soon become marked by disgrace after being granted to their conquerors. Determined to reject such a fate, Hong Yi had gambled her life over the past year, engaging in relentless battles on the precipice of life and death, ultimately freeing herself from the stigma of defeat and reclaiming her former glory. In the eyes of male warriors, she was beautiful, healthy, resolute, and vibrant. More importantly, she was fiercely formidable. Close to 100 male warriors of her rank had sought her affection, yet all were effortlessly vanquished by her, forced to relinquish any hopes of fathering her children. However, 18 days prior, she had received a proposal of affection from a superior. The suitor was her direct commander, Ji. Ji was a respected warrior, possessing immense strength, and as a commander, he was one of the few in the Bien military who commanded both reverence and respect from his subordinates. Upon receiving his proposal, Hong Yi was taken aback. Yet she admired his courage. In the societal structure of the Bien, the barriers between superiors and subordinates were not insurmountable. But any attempts to breach this divide prior to establishing sufficient military merit would invite pressure from all sides, potentially jeopardizing Ji's command. Though proud and self-assured, Hong Yi had never anticipated receiving a proposal from a superior. Frankly, Ji was indeed quite charming as a partner. She knew many women who willingly forsook their lives as warriors for him. Nevertheless, before considering the possibility of accepting Ji's proposal, the image of that dark-haired man, who effortlessly annihilated heavily armored warriors with his gentle gaze, surfaced vividly in her mind. Thus, she carefully declined Ji's proposal, only to be confined to this prison. Hong Yi felt no regret for her decision, nor did she harbor any resentment towards Ji. Rather, she experienced a tinge of guilt. However, whenever she recalled that dark-haired man, the heat and yearning that surged from within her could not be matched by Ji or any other man. Since that fateful day a year ago, she had resolved that this place belonged only to him. I wonder, is Ji now filled with regret? Hong Yi reclined on the grass mat covering the floor, gazing at the light streaming through the ceiling's fissures, murmuring to herself. Although she believed she would soon return to the battlefield, the wait always felt interminably long. Surely, if she returned to battle, she would have the chance to see him again. This time, she must know his name. If she could capture him, then. As these thoughts consumed her, Hong Yi found it increasingly unbearable to endure the passage of time. She leaped to her feet and began to pace restlessly within the confines of her cell, her expression growing more agitated. Just as she could no longer restrain herself from kicking the door open, the metal door, which she had cursed countless times, suddenly slid open soundlessly. Gee, you've come. Huh. Filled with immense joy, Hong Yi rushed forward, only to be struck with astonishment halfway through her stride, halting abruptly. The newcomer was cloaked entirely in a red mantle, and the aura that inadvertently emanated from him felt as though it bore the weight of the heavens. Consequently, Hong Yi knelt in a reverent posture, not out of fear of their power, but in recognition of what they represented, revered as the blood-clad envoys. They stand as the pinnacle warriors within the Pian community, each having traversed the perilous line between life and death countless times, emerging as unparalleled champions. Not even Hong Yi, nor even Ji, are deemed worthy to join their ranks. Charged with the solemn duty of safeguarding the 7 ancestors, they frequently convey the ancestors' will to others. For the Pian people, the blood-clad envoys symbolize the ancestors, a presence as distant and solemn as divine messengers. Hong Yi had merely glimpsed them from afar amidst a sea of silent spectators during her childhood. Yet now, in her moment of disgrace, for blood-clad envoys appeared before her simultaneously. Unable to fathom the implications of such an occurrence, Hong Yi bowed her head deeply, her voice trembling with trepidation. Hong Yi, pay your respects to the esteemed envoys. You are Hong Yi, are you not? Follow me, the ancestor wishes to meet you. One of the envoys stated in a calm tone, shattering Hong Yi's fragile facade of composure. Ignoring the trembling warrior, the 4 blood-clad envoys positioned themselves flanking the exit of the confinement chamber, leaving the center open. This is the greatest honor for a subordinate. But why has the ancestor come to the front lines? And why must I be the one to meet her? Despite the chaos within her mind, Hong Yi managed to regain her composure, stammering a response before laboriously rising to make her way toward the exit. Once she stepped out of the confinement chamber, the 4 blood-clad envoys followed, forming a protective square around her, moving in unison. Uncertain whether this arrangement was for surveillance or protection, Hong Yi felt an unwavering sense of safety, convinced that even in the face of 1,000 foes, she would remain unharmed. The thought of fleeing from the scrutiny of these formidable beings never crossed her mind. At the exit leading to the upper levels of the fortress, Hong Yi spotted Ji, who appeared to be hesitating. However, the moment Ji noticed the 4 blood-clad envoys, he immediately knelt, leaving Hong Yi uncertain whether he had realized she was being taken away. This may very well be our last meeting. Hong Yi couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. Accompanying the 4 blood-clad envoys, Hong Yi was led into the uppermost area of the fortress, a place she had yet to be deemed worthy to enter. At the entrance of a corridor, another pair of seemingly higher-ranked blood-clad envoys took over the escort of Hong Yi, while the initial 4 positioned themselves at the entrance, exuding a palpable aura of menace that sent shivers down Hong Yi's spine, even from behind. There is no need for such fear. The ancestor simply wishes to ask you a few questions, one of the envoys to the left remarked, noticing Hong Yi's trembling steps, his voice aged yet gentle. Yes, indeed. Hong Yi felt a small measure of relief, casting a grateful glance at the elder. I advise you to refrain from any disrespectful actions before the ancestor, warned the voice from the right, equally aged, yet imbued with an intimidating weight. Though the benevolent ancestor may not mind, the blood-clad envoys require no justification to deal with someone. Yes. Hong Yi's tension returned in an instant. The chamber where she was to meet the ancestor was adorned in elegant shades of silk, a setting that should have eased her anxiety. However, as soon as she entered, she buried her forehead deeply into the grass mat, missing her chance to relax. Hong Yi pays her respects to the ancestor, having come to a realization. Hong Yi at least managed to steady her voice. I have long wished to meet you, Hong Yi. A voice rang out from behind the curtain, clear and melodious, reminiscent of a youthful child, yet undiminished in authority. You two may withdraw. Understood. The 2 elder blood-clad envoys seemed momentarily taken aback, but quickly rose and bowed before departing. However, as they passed by, Hong Yi heard a voice, thin as a thread, echo in her ears. I remind you once more, do not display any disrespect. A wave of murderous intent enveloped Hong Yi for an instant before abruptly receding. Though fleeting, it left her drenched in perspiration. Do not frighten her. The same bright childlike voice interjected, but this time it was the elder envoy who bowed his head in apology before hastily exiting. Although the two elder envoys had exerted immense pressure on her, the moment the hall was left with just herself and the ancestor, Hong Yi suddenly yearned for their presence to linger. Her uncontrollable anxiety escalated, and she could distinctly hear the rapid thumping of her heart. "You seem rather tense." The voice came startlingly close. In shock, Hong Yi instinctively raised her head, only to find herself unable to lower it again. She had never anticipated that the ancestor would emerge from behind the curtain, standing right before her. In the beliefs of the Pian people, the ancestor, blessed by the source, has endured since the establishment of Pian over 3 centuries ago. Yet the figure before Hong Yi appeared as a girl of merely 13 or 14. Her dark hair and eyes tinged with a hint of purple, indistinguishable from an ordinary Pian citizen. However, the mark on her forehead, resembling a magical eye, was the totemic tattoo exclusive to her clan, a privilege possessed by only one in the Song tribe. "I did not summon you to frighten you." The ancestor gazed down at Hong Yi, saying, "For now, please rise, Hong Yi." "Yes." Hong Yi complied with the ancestor's request, but soon furrowed her brow, realizing this was rather inappropriate. "Ah, never mind. Kneel again, but raise your head." The ancestor, slightly straining to look up at the proud warrior, retracted her previous statement. "Yes." Unsure of how to proceed, Hong Yi promptly obeyed the command. "Ah, this way of speaking feels more comfortable." The childlike ancestor nodded in satisfaction, then retrieved a short dagger from her sleeve, asking Hong Yi, "Do you recognize this dagger?" Approximately 1.5 feet in length, the blade gleamed like a mirror, reflecting a chilling light at its edge. Though the blood that once stained it had been meticulously removed, Hong Yi recognized it by the crescent pattern etched at the hilt. "Yes, this was once my weapon, Moonfall," she affirmed with certainty. "So, the blood that once stained it, was it yours?" The ancestor's expression grew somewhat urgent, her tone wavering. Well, in fact, unable to discern what the ancestor truly cared about, Hong Yi recounted everything that transpired during the naval assault, carefully observing the ancestor's expression. "So you did not kill that person?" The ancestor's demeanor seemed to relax. "Well," Hong Yi smiled wryly, pride creeping into her voice. "If he had taken me seriously at that time, with my capabilities, I couldn't have taken his life, let alone injure him. Indeed, one who can single-handedly annihilate a heavily armored warrior squad approaches the caliber of the highest-ranked blood-clad envoys. He is not someone you could have dealt with. It appears he truly is blessed by the source." The ancestor's expression softened, her gaze at Hong Yi betraying a hint of admiration. "To lead your subordinates to safety in such circumstances, you have performed admirably, Hong Yi. I am but a humble servant." Hong Yi lowered her head once more. "By the way, do you know that person's name?" The ancestor inquired, urgency lacing her voice. "I apologize for not inquiring at that moment regarding this matter." Hong Yi expressed deep regret but still answered truthfully. Indeed, the ancestor's voice revealed a profound sense of regret, and after a pause, continued, "However, you seem to share a certain affinity with him. There should be an opportunity to meet him again, correct? This is an order, no matter the means. Ensure you bring him before me, understood?" "Yes, I understand." Hong Yi, bowing her head to accept the command, noticed something and raised her head, her expression brimming with surprise. "Ancestor, do you mean I can return to the battlefield?" "Precisely. I regret having imposed restrictions on you before," the ancestor replied, her tone softening. "As a form of recompense, you shall be entrusted with the command of the Gravekeeper." "The Gravekeeper?" Hong Yi trembled, staring incredulously at the ancestor, utterly shocked and momentarily forgetting her decorum. "Is this truly the case?" "Indeed," the ancestor affirmed with a nod, a gentle smile gracing her lips. "In the impending war, lead them to strive for your own merits. I assure you, once you accumulate sufficient accolades, you will be granted special permission to freely select suitable seeds from the gene pool. I shall not disappoint your grace," Hong Yi exclaimed, her face aglow with joy, responding in the most fervent tone she had ever mustered. Ultimately, the Sky Army decided to assign the assault ship squadron Song Yin to execute the forced reconnaissance mission. However, considering the single-type composition of its fleet was ill-suited for potentially complex environments, an exception was made to add 5 light patrol ships alongside the specially modified heavy land ship Shattered Tooth, under the command of Fei and Boda, known as Xiaoyin. In fact, the Shattered Tooth, a special heavy land ship rapidly transformed from the heavy land fleet's technical resources, should have been under the command of the heavy land fleet's commander, Heitland's Junling Xiangshi, also known as Sky. Nevertheless, perhaps feeling that he could not voice opinions contrary to those of Captain Tinxiang, or perhaps genuinely aiming to enhance operational efficiency, Sky voluntarily proposed to integrate the command of Mingya into the Song Yin squadron, a suggestion that Xiaoyin readily accepted. Initially, Xiaoyin viewed Sky's decision as a testament to his unwavering trust, feeling a wave of joy and pride. However, upon realizing that while she was overwhelmed with fleet affairs, He had the leisure to sleep soundly in his quarters. The first princess of the Fae and Bodo royal family finally understood the insidious intent behind Heitland's actions. Determined to remind him of the wrath of Scarlet Flame, Xiaoyin prepared to confront Sky, but just as she was about to open the door to his quarters, the voice of her sister, Yalu and I, suddenly echoed in her mind. After regaining her composure, Xiaoyin found herself unable to pinpoint any objectively valid reasons to reproach Sky's behavior, which sent a chill down her spine. Their recent rapport had been quite harmonious, and she was unwilling to jeopardize the hard-won relationship with Sky due to a momentary impulse. Ultimately, the princess opted to gently advise the slumbering Junling Xiangshi, who was nestled comfortably in bed, though in reality, Sky was practicing his internal energy, which was the reason for his increasing prowess, yet it must be said. He was indeed a lazy genius for adopting a training method that allowed him to practice even while lying down. Nevertheless, it seemed to have some effect. As Sky attended the Shattered Tooth's Bridge the next day, a place he had not visited in 2 weeks. Yo, Long, how's the heavy land fleet faring? Sky lazily raised his hand in greeting to his deputy. He had practically handed over the training responsibilities of the heavy land fleet to the unfortunate vice captain as soon as he assumed command, only occasionally inquiring about the training progress. The tall, robust black man appeared almost childlike compared to the two-headed shorter Heitland. After a moment of deliberation, Long cautiously reported to Sky, Captain, the heavy land fleet has essentially completed all training and will not bring you shame on the battlefield. Oh, essentially completed? Sky's eyes narrowed slightly, causing Long to break into a cold sweat. Actually, there were additional steering training sessions added 2 weeks ago, and currently half of the crew has yet to pass the steering skills assessment. Not wanting to encounter a scenario similar to the last time when he was left to steer alone during a fort visit, Sky had announced 2 weeks prior, upon the heavy land fleet's embarkation on the new ship, Shattered Tooth, that in order to adapt to the ever-changing battlefield conditions, it was necessary for the heavy land fleet to possess some steering skills, thus adding a steering training component to their schedule. What defines a tyrant? This is it. Although all members of the heavy land fleet opposed this decision with absolute conviction, when weighing their rebellious sentiments against their respect for the dark-haired tyrant, the latter emerged overwhelmingly dominant. Thus, this nearly redundant command was resolutely enforced by the heavy land fleet. Steering training? Sky momentarily paused, recalling the command he had issued 2 weeks prior, and then chuckled softly. Well, having half of them pass is commendable. Long, you did well this time. Captain, you flatter me. Long, who had braced himself for severe punishment, was taken aback by the ease of his forgiveness, feeling immense gratitude for his superior's magnanimity. Furthermore, Sky directed his gaze toward the remaining members of the heavy land fleet stationed on the bridge, who had visibly relaxed upon Long's sigh of relief. Although I am unaware of how Long has instructed you, never harbor the naive notion of not wanting to embarrass someone on the battlefield. When fighting, prioritizing your survival is paramount, even if you must surrender to the enemy. You must do whatever it takes to stay alive. This is my sole demand of you. Anyone who defies this order, even if they descend into hell, I shall drag them back and punish them severely. Do you understand? Understood. Captain. The heavy land fleet members responded in unison, their voices resonating with fervor, tinged with an inexplicable emotion. Very well. Sky nodded, displaying a nonchalant expression, before turning to return to the comfort of his warm bed. What a splendid speech. However, just as he was about to exit the bridge, a soldier clad in the attire of a Xiangshi approached, admiration evident in his expression, and remarked with a wry smile, though I have been assigned to the Shattered Tooth for 2 weeks, this is the first time I have seen you, Captain. May I ask who you are? Sky looked at the officer adorned with the double-wing emblem on his shoulder, genuinely unable to recall when he had acquired a subordinate of the same rank. My name is Shojia, Kadaya Diwei Shojia. I currently serve as the captain of the heavy land fleet ship, Shattered Tooth. Sensing Sky's confusion, the officer smiled wryly and introduced himself. Although I was supposed to report to you 2 weeks ago, it seems I have not encountered you during this period, so your appointment is hereby acknowledged. Junling Xiangshi, Sky interjected, his voice slightly flustered, and quickly extended his right hand to him. Though it is our first meeting, I humbly request your guidance henceforth, Shioga. Captain, perhaps you do not recall, but this is not our initial encounter, is it? Shioga extended his hand to grasp the Sky's hand. Yet the bitter smile upon his face grew increasingly pronounced. Is that so? The Sky seemed slightly taken aback, then earnestly scrutinized this prospective winged knight from head to toe for a considerable duration, ultimately revealing a helpless expression as he apologized. I seem to have no recollection at all. It is natural not to recognize one another, for at that time, we exchanged merely a few words without truly meeting face to face. Shioga displayed a predictable expression, his voice taking on a distinctly cheerful tone. That time, the Sky appeared even more perplexed. 3 years ago, when you and Princess Fanebird of the Bird Kingdom commandeered the Yanglin and forcibly traversed the entrance to the Wind Passage. As one of the few defeats in his career as a winged knight, Shoga retained vivid memories of those events. "Oh, you were the one who pursued us with the transport vessel back then," the Sky exclaimed in sudden realization, then firmly grasped Shoga's hand, exclaiming with enthusiasm, "Your piloting skills were quite impressive at that time. Well, if your abilities have remained at that level since 3 years ago, we can entrust the lives of the entire strong land team to your capable hands. Do not betray our trust. By the way, I may find myself in need of your assistance in the future," the Sky added after a moment of contemplation. "Huh?" Shoga could not help but display a look of astonishment, given that our first encounter was not under the most pleasant of circumstances. Shoga thought that even if this son of Heightland held no prejudice against him, the lingering discomfort in his heart would not easily dissipate. In truth, this prospective winged knight had prepared himself for a cold reception. However, the reality presented a stark contrast, one he had never anticipated. A person of such caliber as the Heightland Scion surely has an infinite future ahead. It seems that after enduring 7 consecutive promotions and demotions, I have finally grasped the tale of fortune. This time, I should be able to follow this young Imperial wing to the very end. As for my piloting skills, I shall prove their worth to you in due course, Captain." Shoga placed his right hand on his shoulder, saluting the son of Heightland with a standard military gesture. Calculating from the conclusion of the Nadu star system pirate suppression battle a year ago, the Empire's foremost stronghold, the Lifile star system, has endured 17 aggressive reconnaissance attempts by the Pian army, indicating a significant infiltration of enemy vessels. Nevertheless, despite the efforts of the Celestial Army, they have not entirely vanquished all invading enemy ships. At least 30% of the enemy vessels successfully escaped, after all. The ships assigned to reconnaissance missions are typically of high maneuverability, and the Empire has yet to achieve breakthroughs in enhancing vessel speed limits. Thus, if the adversary is determined to retreat, apart from imposing tactical restrictions, there are no other viable countermeasures. Although many intelligence reports were retrieved alongside the fleeing enemy ships, the Celestial Army has not emerged empty-handed. After all, aggressive reconnaissance is akin to a double-edged sword, just as our deployment status has been somewhat grasped by the enemy. The Celestial Army can accurately deduce the enemy's troop deployment based on the number and types of vessels dispatched for reconnaissance. This is also the reason why the Celestial Army has yet to initiate any aggressive reconnaissance operations. However, to firmly seize the initiative in this war, this upcoming aggressive reconnaissance mission bears considerable expectations from the military. As the designated breach for invasion, the Celestial Flame Team has set its sights on the Pian Army's forward position, referred to as the Mist Moonstar system by the Coalition. The operation plan was drafted by the esteemed Commander Fanebird, and the first step involves 5 high maneuverability patrol ships infiltrating the Pian Army's position via the Mist Moon Gate. The mission of the patrol ship squadron is to conduct reconnaissance in the Mist Moonstar system without alarming the enemy as much as possible. Naturally, when the reconnaissance operation reaches a certain threshold, the enemy is bound to notice, at which point the patrol ship squadron's reconnaissance actions will be immediately halted and instead lure the enemy vessels towards the Mist Moon Gate at the end of the Larstar system. If the adversary is only facing 5 patrol ships, they are unlikely to dispatch a fleet-sized force to pursue us, right? Thus, the second step of the operation is for the assault ship squadron, lying in wait at the entrance of the Mist Moon Gate, to launch a sudden strike as soon as enemy vessels appear in the Larstar system, annihilating the enemy vessels in concert with the patrol ship squadron. Of course, there should be an opportunity to spare one enemy ship as a testing platform for internal boarding operations. In simple terms, Xiaoyan intends to execute an ambush strategy. Well, this operation plan appears commendable. Entrusting command to Xiaoyan was indeed the right decision. The Sky meticulously examined the operation plan, revealing an expression of approval. Yet an inadvertent remark slipped from his lips, exposing the true intention of this prospective winged knight. In that case, the internal boarding operation should proceed with relative ease, right? You seem to have considered the strong land team thoroughly. You've truly become gentler, my lord. Should this phrase reach the ears of Princess Fanebird, who already felt quite vexed by the current situation, she might well alter the operation plan, propelling this lethargic prospective winged knight to the front lines. However, under the dark-haired tyrant's ominous presence, this thoughtless remark remained an eternal secret within the strong land team, allowing the aggressive reconnaissance operation to proceed as originally planned. Perhaps due to the unfortunate timing, as soon as the patrol ship squadron infiltrated the Mist Moonstar system, they unfortunately collided headlong with the Pian Army's significantly heightened alert net due to the arrival of the Ancestor, and were subsequently besieged by forces exponentially greater in number, ultimately resulting in only 3 ships hastily escaping into the Mist Moon Gate. Although the situation deviated from the plan, The patrol ship squadron ultimately succeeded in luring the enemy vessels into the Lar star system, albeit the enemy's numbers slightly exceeded expectations. Originally, Cheyenne estimated that around 10 enemy ships would pursue us, all likely to be high-speed small vessels. However, trailing behind the 3 patrol ships were a staggering 15 enemy vessels. More alarmingly, they were all medium assault ships. The 15 crimson-painted Pien assault ships stood out strikingly against the pitch-black void, belonging to the Pien Army's elite fleet, the Red Blade. With one ship sporting 5 sharp angles adorning its hull, the flagship of the Red Blade, Blood Severance, helmed by Ju, unaware of the dire fate awaiting her. Cheyenne initially intended to leverage their geographical advantage to deliver a powerful strike against the enemy vessels that had just emerged at the Lar Gate. However, the tactic she chose, while initially promising, became ineffective after damaging a single enemy ship, forcing a retreat. The regrouped Pien assault ship squadron, propelled by incredible speed and pressure, swiftly approached the Celestial Flame team in a central breakthrough formation, almost immediately penetrating the hastily constructed defense line erected by Cheyenne. Seizing the moment of temporary chaos among the enemy, the Pien assault ship squadron executed a smooth maneuver, revealing their fangs behind the Celestial Flame team and subtly encircling them in the midst of the Mist Moon Gate. It is worth mentioning the role played by those 3 patrol ships, overlooked entirely by the Pien forces. They became aware of the peril faced by their assault fleet as they were ordered to retreat. Acting decisively, they reversed course and launched a counteroffensive against the Pien army from the rear. Although the firepower of the patrol ships was insufficient to inflict significant damage on the Pien forces, they managed to buy precious time for the assault fleet to regroup. After the commander, Thunder, rammed through and destroyed a Pien assault ship, Cheyenne finally calmed the remaining 8 ships under her command and engaged in a close-quarters battle with the enemy. Despite the overwhelming pressure exerted by the enemy, they struggled to maintain their nearly crumbling formation, waiting for the opportune moment to retreat. The luck is so dire. Sky frowned as he gazed at the star map ahead. From the formulation of the combat plan to the on-the-spot judgments made on the battlefield, Cheyenne showcased the exceptional talent inherited from the Yanaleving lineage, a level of skill that would be hard to surpass even if any other commander were at the helm. The dire state of the war was entirely due to the enemy's unexpectedly formidable strength, like a young wolf yet to grow its fangs. No amount of effort could allow it to best the lion. "Captain, what shall we do?" Long voiced the concerns of all, casting a skeptical glance at the wayward commander. "You don't intend to retreat just like that, do you?" "Retreat? No, now is our time to shine." Sky's gaze shifted to the lone enemy ship on the star map that had remained stationary. After a brief silence, he revealed a chilling smile. "Well then, let us seize a larger prey on our first strike with the strong land team." "Oh, to think we could hold on this long under such disadvantage." On the bridge of the Pien flagship, Blood Severance, G crossed his arms and scrutinized the star map before him with a serious expression. Although the Xiaolan assault fleet was on the brink of collapse under the immense pressure of the Red Blade, the Pien forces had yet to break through the resilient, albeit strained, mental line of defense. An excellent commander and valiant soldiers, while still not fully matured, displayed remarkable combat effectiveness when combined. G narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a hint of excitement. Responsible for the defense of the Moonlit Gate, he had detected the patrol fleet's presence the moment they infiltrated the perimeter and had deliberately left a gap to lure the enemy into his carefully crafted trap. Due to the unnatural movements of the enemy, G easily deduced that something was hidden on the other side of the Moonlit Gate. He could have swiftly annihilated the patrol fleet while encircling them, but recently accumulated frustration led him to decide to unleash his wrath on these ambushed foes. To this end, he artfully opened a gap in the encirclement, allowing the patrol fleet to escape, and to prevent the enemy from fleeing, he left a significant portion of his fleet behind, taking only 14 Red Blade assault ships with him. However, the ambushed enemy was at least half the anticipated size, which caused G to lose his initial fighting spirit, treating the small assault fleet as a mere amusement. Yet now, G found himself compelled to take the situation seriously. Gazing at the standoff on the star map, he finally uttered a groan of disbelief. Is this a joke? A mere half-hearted fleet can withstand the Red Blade to this extent? If the Sky Army is of such caliber, can this war continue? With that thought, G became increasingly determined not to let this small fleet escape. After a moment's contemplation, he raised his hand, deciding to deploy the high-speed battleship Blood Severance, which had yet to truly engage in the conflict, to the battlefield before him, aiming to break through the enemy's defenses. Report. An unidentified small ship is approaching rapidly from the 6 o'clock direction. The communication officer's voice halted G's movement. Strong land operation? This was G's first reaction, soon replaced by a grand smile. The strong land operation could be considered one of the Pien Army's most traditional tactics. and the enemy's intention to implement such a strategy against the originator was nothing short of foolish, akin to using gasoline to extinguish a fire. That commander must either be a fool beyond redemption or possess unparalleled bravery and genius. Take it down, Ji commanded succinctly, although he looked forward to facing that commander. If they could not overcome this minor obstacle, they would merely be a reckless fool, and he would feel no regret. If he could reach this bridge, let him be welcomed with the courtesy befitting a true warrior. With this resolution, Ji turned his gaze back to the shadow screen, only to reveal a look of astonishment. The Xiaolan ship on the screen moved in inexplicable patterns, tracing arcs both long and short through the void. The unpredictable trajectory rendered the firepower aimed at it futile, dissipating into the vastness of space with resigned sighs. Oh, so this is the steering technique of the Xiaolan people. Ji sighed, admiration seeping into his voice. In the widely accepted knowledge of the human world, the faction known as the People of the Sky monopolized the highest level of steering technology in the galaxy, though Ji had never doubted the truth of this saying. Witnessing the near-miraculous evasive maneuvers of the enemy ship was a revelation that left him profoundly shaken. The enemy ship has broken through the fire net and is charging towards our ship. The communication officer's voice rose in urgency. All personnel prepare for impact. Almost simultaneously with his command, a violent tremor shook the bridge. As his subordinates, unprepared, were thrown about by the force, Ji stood firmly in place. Gazing at the screen displaying the enemy's intrusion into the ship's midsection, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Xiaojia, your skills have not diminished at all. Thanks to the physical adjustments from Nightmare's touch, while certain innate deficiencies could never be compensated for, Sky had at least completely overcome the inability to endure rapid changes in inertia. Thus, after undergoing a tumultuous journey, he could still converse with Xiaojia with ease. Should be quite the improvement, Captain? Xiaojia replied with a hint of dissatisfaction, but Sky had already shifted his attention elsewhere. Drawing the longsword, crafted for him by Korsha, he gently swung it before turning to his eager subordinates. Let us go and ravage them. A wicked smile crept upon Sky's lips as he licked them, suppressing the wild emotions within, and he boldly stepped into the breach forcibly carved into the enemy ship's hull. According to the original plan, the 40-member strong land team was divided into 3 squads to assault the enemy ship. The first squad, consisting of 15 members, aimed directly for the enemy ship's power unit to incapacitate its functionality. The second squad, also comprising 15 members, was tasked with securing the retreat route for the strong land team, launching an assault around the enemy ship's perimeter. Although the third team consists of only 10 members, it is undoubtedly the most formidable among the 3, primarily because it is led by a tyrant renowned for unparalleled martial prowess. Thus, even when targeting the heavily fortified bridge of an enemy ship, one would expect their operational objectives to be easily achieved. However, as the third assault team approached the bridge, they encountered not hostile foes but an imposing gate. Sky, feeling a slight headache, gazed at the formidable barrier while one of his subordinates hesitated, raising their heavy weapon. Poised to fire. Hold on, let me first test this weapon's power, Sky interjected, stepping forward. He brandished his sword, Whisper of Water, which resonated with a peculiar hum, its blade becoming a blur as if it were a phantom left by rapid motion. With a few gentle swings, the sturdy gate crumbled like paper, breaking into several composite metal plates that crashed to the ground. Uniquely, the cut revealed a myriad of tiny, honeycomb-like indentations. How sharp could it be? Even Sky was taken aback by the weapon's capability, recalling what Korsha had once said. The high-frequency vibration particle cutter, Whisper of Water, appeared to be an ordinary long sword at first glance. Yet, once its inherent functions were activated, it could decompose the atomic structure of anything it touched, yielding a cutting effect that was truly indomitable. Of course, even when its energy was exhausted and the high-frequency vibrations ceased, Whisper of Water retained all the qualities of an excellent sword. Could it be that I can't even wield it myself? Sky mused internally. Much like certain mythical weapons of ancient lore, Whisper of Water posed a lethal threat not only to enemies but also to its master. And it would take time for Sky to adapt to such a formidable instrument. Captain, be careful. As the son of Heatherland grappled with the burdensome sword, a projectile whizzed past him, striking the wall to his left. The explosion triggered a cascade of collapses, distorting metal frames and shattered armor plates that isolated him from his subordinates. Just as the mournful wail of the projectile reached his ears, Sky instinctively reacted, evading the deadly missile before transforming into a dark tempest, silently sweeping past the assailant. Upon reconstituting his form behind the attacker, the heavily armored soldier from Pian was cleaved in two, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. With a cold gaze, Sky assessed the aftermath of his actions. And even he was surprised by the chilling detachment that had overtaken him. Perhaps I am indeed suited for the life of a soldier. After a moment of self-reflection, he turned his attention back to Whisper of Water, which remained indistinct. Both the severed metal and flesh had been reduced to minute particles, leaving no trace behind. "Hey, Captain, are you still alive?" came the voice of his subordinates, transmitted through a compact communication device, though they seemed to be waiting for something. "Rest assured, I won't perish before sending you lot to the depths of hell," Sky replied with a faint smile. "So, how about you? Can you clear this passage?" "I suppose not, Captain. The recent explosion has fractured the main beam of the ceiling. Forcing our way through this debris might trigger an even larger collapse," came the hesitant response from his subordinates. "Those reckless fools, using such heavy weaponry aboard the ship, do they intend to destroy it? So, is cutting through with whisper of water not feasible?" After pondering for a few seconds, Sky made a decisive judgment. "No choice then. Take a detour and hurry over." "Captain, you can't be serious." The tone of his subordinate shifted to one of alarm. "Indeed, I won't wait for you. I shall proceed to the bridge directly," Sky stated calmly. "Captain, you must be joking." The disbelief in his subordinate's voice was palpable. "Well, if you move quickly, you might still catch some leftover prey." With a final smile, the tyrant added, "By the way, the last one to reach the bridge should report back to me upon return." "Oh no." The communication device erupted with a chorus of dismay, followed by hurried footsteps in the next moment. Within the stillness of the bridge of the heavily armed battleship Blood Severance, the commander stood silently at the control console, unmoving, his posture unchanged from 20 minutes prior. However, his face had turned a deep shade of anger, and his gaze, fixed on the projection screen, burned with intensity. The actions of the Shallan forces had taken him completely by surprise. In his recollection, the Shallan were a delicate and refined race, at least. They should have been significantly weaker in close combat compared to the Pien, even without deploying a specialized ground force. The ordinary soldiers aboard the ship ought to have sufficed to repel invaders. Yet, these Shallan warriors had completely overturned his expectations. This ethereal and graceful race had somehow acquired the ferocity of beasts. Under the fervent assault, various sections of the ship were continuously breached, with the red zones proliferating like rapidly spreading cancer cells on the ship's schematic. The Pien military had never anticipated becoming the invaded party, resulting in a severe lack of specialized ground troops aboard their flagship. Now, they were reaping the bitter fruits of their oversight. Even if G were to muster soldiers to counterattack against the two groups of infiltrators, they would only be obliterated under the relentless crossfire. Moreover, any attempts to sabotage the invading ships or cut off their retreat had been anticipated by the enemy commander from the outset. The midship section had entirely succumbed, claiming nearly 100 Pien soldiers in the process. News of the flagship's breach reached the subordinate assault vessels, and the momentary blow to morale became the opportunity the enemy commander had long awaited. A torrent of destructive energy surged through the most vulnerable points of the formation, swiftly engulfing 3 assault ships and dramatically shifting the tide of battle. Had the Shallan forces maintained their full strength, this exquisitely precise strike would assuredly have led the Pien to ruin. However, having suffered substantial losses of energy and 30% of their combat capability during the previous engagement, the Scarlet Flame Squad could only barely manage to restore the battlefield to a slightly advantageous state. Of course, if this situation persisted, the Pien would eventually face annihilation. But that would likely not occur for another 2 or 3 hours. The critical factor was that no other Pien fleets from the Moonlit Gate were available for support. In truth, summoning reinforcements from subordinate fleets would have been a simple task. However, doing so would effectively acknowledge defeat, leaving G in a state of internal conflict. That individual, is he the commander of the invading forces? G gazed at the proud Shallan warriors standing on the projection screen, unable to suppress a gasp of astonishment. Scattered around him were the remnants of what could barely be assembled into 20 complete human forms. Before this moment, he had already dispatched twice the number of Pien warriors as he advanced along the bridge. The combined efforts of these 60 elite marksmen could barely impede his progress. Whether intentional or not, the gaze of the Shallan warrior briefly shifted towards the monitor, allowing G to catch a glimpse of his true visage. Judging by the ears that appeared no different from an ordinary person's, this man was not of Shallan descent. At least genetically, he belonged to the natural human lineage. His dark hair and eyes made him seem even closer to the Pien. His features were strikingly handsome, had it not been for the elongated scar marring his left cheek. G might have found it hard to reconcile that he was indeed a formidable warrior. That scar on his left cheek? The realization awakened a memory within G, causing his entire body to tremble, his face paling drastically as he murmured with a quivering voice, could he be the one? Blessed by the source, as Hong Yi mentioned? The words were impossible to ignore, prompting the nearby officer to cast a surprised glance in his direction. It was rare to see this commander lose his composure. Damn it. G finally lowered the arms he had been clutching to his chest, forming them into fists instead. He turned to the communications officer, his voice frantic and urgent. Which unit is closest to our location? It's the Grave Diggers, Commander. The communications officer replied hastily. A small squad is currently patrolling near the lunar gate. G paused momentarily, his expression becoming complex. But he quickly issued a resolute command. Establish contact with them immediately. Inform them that there is a black-haired beast that needs to be subdued. The Grave Diggers is officially designated as the 64th Special Assault Unit within the Payan military, essentially the elite of the ground forces. Though comprising only a small fleet, they have achieved remarkable feats in past wars, earning them the moniker of Grave Diggers. The members of this unit are seasoned warriors, honed through countless battles, and tend to possess fiercely independent spirits. The greatest challenge for any commander throughout the ages has been to unify this incredibly formidable, yet notoriously difficult to command force. Hong Yi, who had ascended from a mere sergeant to a brigadier general, should have faced even greater difficulties in unifying the Grave Diggers. However, since this was a direct authorization from the ancestor, the unit accepted their new commander with a demeanor of obedience. A request for assistance? Upon receiving the report from his subordinate, Hong Yi couldn't help but raise an eyebrow in surprise. That G? Are you certain? Yes, there is a black-haired beast that needs to be subdued, the other party stated in the communication. Black-haired beast? Hong Yi murmured, repeating the phrase as if a realization was dawning upon him. He then turned to the four crimson-clad figures standing behind him and respectfully inquired, "What are your thoughts?" Esteemed envoys? We are here at the ancestor's behest to assist you, and we have no objections to your judgment, the four blood-robed envoys replied in unison. Then let us witness this beast that even the crimson blade cannot withstand, Hong Yi declared with a tone of delight, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. As he sped down the corridor towards the bridge, his 10 subordinates trailing far behind. The pristine appearance of his weapon belied the fact that half of his combat suit was stained with the blood of enemies, even while racing at high speed. The intense scent of blood lingered in the air, as if it were intent on consuming his every sense. For someone like Sky, who had always cherished cleanliness, this should have been an unbearable situation. However, at this moment, the vivid crimson aroma did not evoke any discomfort. Even when confronted with the sight of bodies still writhing in their death throes, Sky's demeanor remained unervingly calm, to the point where he surprised himself. 3 more Payan warriors appeared ahead. Though they seemed to already know the fate of their 68 comrades, their previously spirited resolve dulled. One of them raised his firearm. But fear-induced hesitation allowed the black-haired tyrant to easily thwart his attack. Along with 2 companions who wisely chose to flee, the 3 Payan warriors were swiftly dispatched, their bodies sliced into 6 pieces. This time, the assailant didn't even spare them a glance. Sky's actions were cold and merciless, devoid of even the slightest hesitation. At this moment, what drove the son of Heightland was a thrilling exhilaration teetering on the edge of madness, and an overwhelming battle fervor that seemed intent on consuming his very reason. His steps were light and swift, his internal energy flowing smoothly. Despite the numerous battles he had fought, fatigue had not touched his fluid movements, an unfamiliar power seeped from his cells into his bloodstream, effortlessly dispelling any trivial weariness. With closed eyes, he could almost hear an exhilarating roar rising from within him, as if something deep inside was yearning to awaken. Is this the bridge ahead? Sky halted before a sturdy gate, lightly licking his lips in an attempt to calm the surging emotions within, but instead tasted the salty tang of rust, intensifying his agitation. He had intended to wait for the ground forces to catch up before breaching the bridge, but the inexplicable restlessness within him could not be quelled. More importantly, before he could make a move, the gate leading to the bridge slowly creaked open. Is this a welcome? Sky hesitated briefly, then resolutely stepped inside. The Blood Severance is the flagship of the Payan elite fleet, the Crimson Blade. Originally designed as a high-speed heavy cruiser, it already possessed a bridge that rivaled large vessels in functionality, and upon being chosen as the flagship, its bridge area was further expanded. What was once a storage space for propellants at the rear of the bridge was eliminated, creating a spacious area of around 300 to 400 square meters. As Sky entered the bridge, this area had been cleared out. Approximately 30 bridge personnel lined the sides, and at the far end of the command platform stood a tall man with a peculiar tattoo adorning half of his face, looking down at him from a superior position. Shalon warrior, welcome aboard my flagship. The man spoke in impeccable Shalon, his voice confident and proud. My name is Sky, a brigadier of the Empire and the captain of the ground forces. A wave of strange familiarity washed over him, and Sky instinctively introduced himself according to the customs of his homeland. Are you the commander of this fleet? Yes, my name is G. Serving as a vice admiral in the collective and also as the admiral of the Crimson Blade fleet. G nodded, responding in a similarly warm and courteous tone. Vice Admiral? Sky was momentarily taken aback, then displayed an expression of excitement. I didn't expect such a significant catch. So, do you intend to resist? Given that there was no hint of sarcasm in Sky's tone, G calmly replied, Shalon warrior, while your strength has earned my respect, I too am a warrior of dignity. Although true Shalon may not grasp the meaning of warrior, you, blessed by the source, should understand the etiquette due to a warrior, correct? So it is. Recalling the scene during the martial display in Kongding, the sky suddenly took on an enthusiastic demeanor. With a casual flick, the weapon transformed back from its formidable state to that of an ordinary longsword. Then I shall grant you special favor. I will engage you using only the ordinary form of this sword. You will come to regret this. Having confirmed the identity of his opponent, Ji no longer spoke further. He retrieved his weapon from a nearby rack, a colossal blade, 2 meters long and about a foot wide, its dark, unpolished surface only hinting at a faint crimson glow at the edge. Such a slender sword would not withstand the strike of blood mist. I advise you to reconsider. Observing the slight look of defeat on his opponent's face, Ji felt inexplicably pleased. Perhaps you are not entirely wrong. Comparing the elegantly flowing lines of his sword to the ruggedness of his opponent's massive blade, he felt a tinge of frustration. However, that is only if you can manage to strike me. With this frustration channeled into action, the son of hate landed like a black whirlwind towards the command platform. Simultaneously, Ji leapt into the air, his blood mist slicing downward with the ferocity of a thunderbolt towards the rapidly approaching figure. So fast. Originally, it was expected that the weight of such a massive sword would impede his opponent's speed, yet the dark crimson blade was upon him in the blink of an eye. Although he managed to narrowly evade the thunderous strike by turning aside at the last moment, the fierce wind still stung his face painfully. Boom. Ji's thunderous blow cleaved a 3-meter-long fissure into the alloy floor, while at nearly the same instant, the ordinary sword aimed at Ji's shoulder was thwarted by the wide blade of blood mist, resulting in a resounding clash and ultimately returning fruitlessly. Such a sturdy weapon. The sky couldn't help but be astonished, though he had not activated the high-frequency vibration feature. A strike infused with 70% of his internal energy should have possessed the power to pierce stone and gold, yet he saw no visible effect on the colossal sword. This individual is undoubtedly the one that Hong Yi spoke of. Meanwhile, Ji couldn't help but feel a bitter taste in his mouth. Although the might of his previous strike had failed to breach the protective magnetic field of blood mist, the immense force fully transferred to his sword-wielding arm, causing his blood to surge as if it would erupt. He suppressed the urge to vomit blood. Your sword is quite hard, isn't it? The sky observed the increasingly appealing massive sword with a sense of frustration, redirecting his focus back to his own longsword. With all his internal energy concentrated, the ordinary sword began to emit a series of dragon-like roars, its blade subtly shimmering with a flicker of brilliance. Then let us see if you can block all my subsequent attacks. In the next moment, the ordinary sword vanished from sight in the hands of its master. The high-speed motion left behind faint afterimages, tracing arcs of silver light in the air, each arc accompanied by a resonant crashing sound. The dark and broad blade of blood mist, battered by the silver tempest, swayed like a solitary boat tossed by the waves, nearly slipping from his grip. Clang. As the final impact resonated, Ji, who had taken the full force of the sky's strike, was suddenly sent flying. Blood mist, unwavering in its defense of its master, finally bore a crack upon its broad blade. Gasp! Upon colliding with the wall, Ji couldn't suppress a mouthful of reverse blood, collapsing feebly to the ground. His entire body ached with pain, and his hands, already torn at the palms, could muster no strength. Struggling to raise his gaze towards the slowly approaching figure, Ji managed to utter a few words with great difficulty. You won. Kill me, please. The defeated have no right to dictate their fate. The sky stood tall with sword in hand, looking down upon the community's general, and proclaimed with pride, "You will be taken back to the Empire as my captive, to reside in the prison of captives for a time. Of course, if fortune favors you, you might return to your community in exchange for prisoners before long." Are you intending to insult me? Ji struggled to prop himself up, glaring at him with anger. This is merely my judgment. I bear no intention to insult you. The sky observed Ji rising from the ground, trembling hands lifting blood mist, and couldn't help but frown. Lifting a weapon signifies a continuation of combat. If so, I will show no mercy. Do you truly wish for death? That shall not be. Just as Ji struggled to rise, his subordinate stepped forward, standing in front of the sky. In the impending interstellar war, the general would become an indispensable figure for the community, and thus he could not allow his life to be taken now. Norn, do not meddle. Though Ji strained to call out his subordinate's name, Norn seemed resolute, completely ignoring him, his focus solely on the sky. Oh, do you intend to stop me? The sky narrowed his eyes slightly, a terrifying aura instantly enveloping this seemingly non-threatening opponent. You would do well to retreat promptly. However, Ji's subordinate, Norn, displayed no signs of wavering. Maintaining an expressionless gaze as he continued in a cold tone, the elite ground force of the community, the Gravediggers, is en route and should arrive in approximately 15 minutes. If we delay further, even if your forces successfully seize this flagship, the entire war will undoubtedly culminate in the defeat of the Shalon army. Therefore, I propose that we cease hostilities while both sides still have room to maneuver. Is that so? The Sky's heart trembled as he scrutinized his opponent, his gaze sharpening. In this forceful reconnaissance mission that spanned half a star system, the most disadvantageous condition for the Song Yin team infiltrating enemy territory was to be utterly isolated throughout the operation. Thus, preserving their living forces was far more critical than merely winning a skirmish or two. First to third squads, report your status. Slightly conceding to this suggestion, the Sky quietly inquired into the communication terminal. Report, Captain. First squad has 2 lightly injured members and has secured the enemy's power core, now working to dismantle its core defenses. Second squad has 3 lightly injured members, having successfully repelled 3 waves of enemy assaults, and the retreat route is now fully secured. Good. The Sky nodded in satisfaction but frowned again after a few seconds, asking impatiently, Third squad, have you all been annihilated? Third squad, all members are alive. Captain, we are advancing with all our might. After a considerable delay, a voice filled with anxiety and fear finally came through the terminal. First and third squads, cease the assault immediately, return to the second squad's secured area, and prepare for a potential retreat. The Sky fell silent for a moment before issuing the command. Captain, we are almost at the bridge. This seemed to be the response from the third squad. You worthless lot. Get back to the ground ship this instant. And when you return, I will deal with you. The Sky's shout rendered the communication terminal silent. I'm glad to see you considering my suggestion, Shalon warrior. Upon hearing the Sky's order, Norn finally sighed in relief, his expression softening slightly. Next time we meet on the battlefield, I shall return the favor. Return the favor? How delightful to anticipate. A sinister smile unexpectedly crept onto the Sky's lips. However, it seems you may not have a next time. Although time is indeed of the essence, your demise can be accomplished in just a minute or two. After all, one must eradicate the roots of the problem. In that fleeting moment when he beheld that cruel smile, it felt as if a chilling blade had grazed his spine. Instinctively, Noan drew forth 2 short blades radiating an icy blue luminescence and bellowed to his subordinates, I can only hold him off for a minute. Quickly, escort the master to the escape pod. A minute, indeed, that was calculated based on the recent battle. However, at that time, I had yet to unleash the true power of this sword. The Sky trembled as the long sword momentarily blurred. Then, the seemingly omnipotent tyrant, with a smile dancing in his eyes, turned his gaze towards Noan, whose complexion was paling, and softly inquired, And now, how many seconds do you believe you can withstand me? Noan ceased speaking. Instead, the short blade suddenly erupted with a brilliant icy blue radiance, stretching over 2 feet long. Laser cutting? The Sky hesitated for a moment, then cast a doubtful glance at the metal particle cutter in his hand. Uncertain whether the device could withstand the onslaught of laser energy, he hesitated to confront it directly. Well, at least I have Korsha with me. As the son of Heightland hesitated, he stepped forward resolutely, accompanied by a cacophony that sounded like metal being torn apart, followed by an earth-shattering tremor. Even the Sky had to bow down to maintain balance, while others stumbled about chaotically, with the severely injured G being no exception. When the noise and tremor subsided, the Sky was astonished to discover that where the bridge's wall once stood, a 5-meter-wide gaping hole had been forcibly created, resembling an entry point for a boarding craft. Surrounding the breach was a gray, fast-setting agent, preventing the air within the bridge from escaping. The harbinger of death? Upon seeing the skull-ancicle insignia at the breach, the Sky instinctively deduced the identity of the adversary, but then he felt a sense of awe. To directly invade the bridge of an allied ship, how ruthless. Suddenly, the Sky found himself greatly intrigued by the harbinger's commanding officer, intently observing the slowly opening breach, only to be met with astonishment. Emerging first from the breach were 4 enigmatic figures cloaked in red, their steady and powerful movements indicating they were significantly stronger than G, sending a shiver down the Sky's spine. However, closely following them was a remarkably familiar graceful form. G, you look quite disheveled, Red Knight remarked, confirming the safety of her rescue target, though she was taken aback by her former superior's disarray. I apologize for presenting such a shameful sight. G managed a bitter smile. However, had your entrance been a tad gentler, I might have been able to greet you while standing. I was racing at full speed aboard the Death Scythe, having shaken off my subordinates to arrive so swiftly. Please, do not be overly critical. Red Knight chuckled lightly, a hint of resentment lingering from her 18-day confinement, making her seem rather cheerful at this moment. Red Knight's flagship, the Harbinger's specialized strong land vessel, the Death Scythe, boasted superior maneuverability compared to ordinary strong land vessels, achieving speeds exceeding double that of the latter when at full sail. which allowed her to arrive just in the nick of time. Well, it seems you are not in mortal danger. After a brief examination of G's injuries and confirming he was not at risk of death, Red Knight decided to leave him be. You should tend to your wounds, G. The rest can be entrusted to the Harbinger. Do not underestimate him, Red Knight. He is. G began, only to be abruptly interrupted by a fit of violent coughing. Do not be stubborn. Focus on your own injuries for now. Thunder Emissary, could you come over here? Red Knight furrowed her brows and turned to the four figures clad in crimson. To her astonishment, they now appeared to be on high alert, fixated on a shadowy figure ahead, not daring to move. Red Knight? A voice tinged with confusion reached her ears, causing her to shudder. However, as she turned her gaze towards the figure, what she beheld were eyes brimming with fury and murderous intent. Red Knight? The sky observed the familiar silhouette. Noting that due to Red Knight's promotion to Brigadier, her commander's uniform appeared considerably more modest than her previous combat attire. Thus he refrained from the nosebleed that had previously accompanied their encounters. Yet, upon witnessing the woman who had once left a profound impact on him approach the defeated figure, seemingly greeting him quite intimately, the sky was struck with a jolt of shock. Unlike before, in that instant, he could distinctly hear the roar of the beast lurking within him, reverberating throughout the cosmos. In the next moment, a torrent of negative emotions, anger, sorrow, hatred, and murderous intent surged forth from the depths of his consciousness like a flood unleashed by a torrential downpour, overwhelming the barriers of reason and flowing into his already turbulent veins, transforming into a frenzied thirst for blood. What is this? The steadiness cultivated over years of training crumbled before this dark tide, leaving the sky in utter disbelief. As he struggled to suppress the bloodthirst that threatened to engulf his spirit, he sought to trace the origin of this inexplicable emotion with the remnants of his clarity. Jealousy? No, that could not be right. While he held a certain fondness for that woman from Pien, it could not solely account for his rage. Then, guilt? The remorse from personally slaying nearly 100 enemies may have lurked within him unnoticed, now erupting in full force. Nevertheless, the anger coursing through him felt as if it surged from every cell in his body to his very psyche, rendering his attempts at calming his mind utterly futile. I must act. The bloodthirst within him became increasingly uncontainable, compelling the sky to take action. Gazing at the four crimson-clad figures, he stepped forward, casually waving his hand, causing the particle cutter to vanish once more. Silver arcs of light flickered as they sliced through the void, yet this time, they met only the afterimages of their targets. The four figures retreating with fluid grace transformed into elusive shadows, evading the subsequent onslaught of silver brilliance. Suddenly, a 2-meter-long broad-bladed axe materialized from the void, its accompanying purple glow deflecting the silver light towards the side. Following that, a dark red spear tore through the atmosphere, swallowing sound as it transformed into an imperceptible shadow, aiming for the tail end of the silver brilliance, but leaving behind only a trivial trace of blood. These foes are formidable. The sky could not help but feel astonished. Just moments ago, he had narrowly avoided the fate of being pierced through the wrist, relying solely on an instinctive awareness. However, before he could catch his breath, 4 dazzling light projectiles hurtled towards him with piercing shrieks, targeting his head, chest, and abdomen. Realizing only at the last moment the presence of a 5th shadowy projectile, the sky gritted his teeth and stomped down on that dark dart, channeling his inner energy to endure the impact of the 4 light projectiles. As anticipated, the 4 projectiles brought only a negligible force upon impact. Beneath the weight of a black dart crushed underfoot, a sudden flash of azure lightning erupted forth. Even through the barrier of the ceramic crystalline soul, the very ground beneath sky tingled with electricity, causing a momentary pause in his actions. Thus, when the last figure clad in red lunged towards him, he had no time to evade. He could only cross his arms defensively across his chest before being forcefully propelled away. He stumbled back several meters, landing awkwardly on the ground. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he flexed his wrist, which bore the mark of a piercing blow, and turned to face the 4 figures in red, each of them wearing expressions of disbelief, with their deep black eyes suddenly igniting with a flicker of violet lightning. Lord Zekoin, please wait. If not for the woman who unexpectedly intervened between the 2 factions, this confrontation might have culminated in the complete annihilation of one side. However, the enigmatic figure of Hong Yi approached with no hostility, her gaze ablaze with fervor as she knelt before the man she had long admired, respectfully proclaiming, "By the command of our progenitor, I have come to welcome you, Lord Zekoin." The atmosphere around Sky abruptly became chaotic. At that moment, on the battlefield suspended in void, the Pion assault ships, having lost their flagship command, were compelled to fight individually. Although these elite vessels of the Red Blade excelled in one-on-one combat, they faced the resilient command of the Shalon forces, who deftly neutralized their advantages and systematically divided their ranks through fluid formations. On the Bridge of Thunder, Xiayin commanded with unwavering confidence, fully harnessing the innate talents of the Yanolev family. Though he had fought valiantly during the pirate suppression campaign in the Nade system, he had always operated under someone else's guidance. Now, despite leading merely a small assault fleet and half a patrol squad, he relished the complete autonomy granted to him. Is Sister Alayuni also directing with such fervor? Xiayin mused, recalling the eldest princess of the Nolavia family, who had already claimed the winged crown and was well ahead on the path to the Azure Dragon seat. In that case, I am drawing closer to her, am I not? Though had he continued, he could have established an overwhelming advantage in 10 minutes. His adversaries refused to grant him that time. According to reports from the patrol vessel on watch, a squad of Payan ships of unknown types was rapidly approaching the battlefield, expected to arrive within 5 minutes. Must we retreat then? He sighed in resignation, consolidating the formation he had ready to launch a decisive strike. Redirecting firepower to cover the powerful land ships invading the enemy flagship, while simultaneously connecting with the communications of Shattered Tooth. Shattered Tooth, what is your situation? The enemy reinforcements are rapidly closing in. If possible, please withdraw immediately. Commander, we are prepared to retreat, but... The voice on the other end belonged to Xiaojia, who appeared troubled. What unexpected occurrence has transpired? Xiaoyin's heart tightened with urgency. Well, the captain is still on the enemy's bridge. We must wait for his return. Under the gaze of those piercing azure eyes tinged with crimson, Xiaojia scratched his head, unable to suppress a wry smile. What on earth is happening? Though Xiaojia's demeanor suggested no concern, Xiaoyin couldn't shake her anxiousness, her elegant brows furrowing instinctively. I suspect the captain may have lost track of time in his play. Xiaojia's flippant conjecture inadvertently grazed the truth of the situation. Redirect the communication to his terminal. After a brief silence, the first princess of the Finbird family commanded in a voice that seemed to suppress a torrent of emotions. In this moment, amidst the encroaching peril, a single misstep could prove fatal, yet it was not solely Sky who was shaken by Hong Ye's declaration. The progenitor wishes to see him? A startled Gigi, nearly having completed his breath, felt as though his very essence had been disrupted. Fortunately, his aide, General Norn, recognized his distress and assisted him in regaining composure, averting disaster for the most promising star of their coalition. The four blood-clad figures exchanged glances in silence, reaching a unanimous decision before advancing to surround Sky, positioning themselves at each corner to encircle him within a square. Hongyi remained half-kneeling before Sky, awaiting his response. TCH. Caught off guard and with his escape route sealed, Sky let out a frustrated sound. One-on-one, he would undoubtedly prevail. Against two, he would not lose. Even three would allow for a chance to flee, but against four, the son of Hateland, cornered by the energies converging from all directions, cast a sidelong glance at the four figures in red, finally unable to suppress a bitter smile. Lord Zikuan, I assure your absolute safety with my life. Please, come with me to meet the progenitor. Hong Yi gazed at Sky, her eyes aflame with intensity. Whether intentional or not, Hong Ye's half-kneeling position left her neckline exposed. The impetuous youth before her, looking down upon that breathtaking chasm, felt a surge of blood as his heart raced, even his bloodlust somewhat tempered by the sight. Which progenitor are you referring to? Fearing the continuation of this conversation might lead to a rupture of his nasal vessels, Sky sought to change the subject. The progenitor is one of the highest leaders of Payan, a great being blessed by the source and the bearer of its will. Hong Yi replied with utmost reverence. The progenitor wishes to see you, and thus we harbor no intentions of harm. Please, trust in this. Is that so? Sky nodded gently, preparing to speak when suddenly, Xia Yin's voice came through the communication terminal, laced with concern veiled beneath irritation. Sky, what are you hesitating for? The nearest enemy reinforcement will arrive in 5 minutes. If you do not leave now, I will simply have thunder crash in to retrieve you. Please do not do that. Xia Yin. Startled, Sky instinctively dropped his left hand, hurriedly signaling for an immediate retreat. Lord Zikuan? Hong Yi appeared puzzled by the prolonged silence from Sky. No, it's nothing. Though he had resolved to withdraw, Sky still wished to pose a long-standing question that had puzzled him. By the way, what exactly is this source you speak of? Are you not one blessed by the source? How could you not know? Gigi, supported by his aide, stepped to the periphery of the formation, questioning with a tone of incredulity. Please, I have never claimed to be among those blessed by the source. That was entirely your own misinterpretation. Sky's tone carried an air of grievance, and to his astonishment, the previously shrouded clarity of his spirit began to return in an unexpected moment. Since there has been a misunderstanding, let us part ways here. Dear sirs, could you kindly allow me to pass? After all, persisting in conflict would only lead to mutual destruction. Although taken aback by the sudden dissolution of that dark emotion, the sky had resolved to focus on how to escape the situation at hand. The four blood robe envoys were momentarily startled by the abrupt shift in attitude of this resolute warrior, yet the next instant, the relentless surge of wrathful battle intent emanating from all directions compelled this son of Heitland to obediently turn back. You jest, Lord Zeekuin, Red Knight replied, maintaining his respectful demeanor, though a hint of amusement colored his tone. The so-called source is merely a term of endearment we, the Bien people, use for that great civilization. Other lands it has graced undoubtedly possess their own names for it. Civilization? Is the source indeed indicative of a civilization? The sky's eyes brightened, and a satisfied smile spread across his face. Thank you for your kind explanation, Red Knight. While I would dearly love to meet that progenitor and directly inquire about the source, perhaps it would be best to let that go for now. After all, if I linger any longer, someone might just come crashing through with an assault ship. Lord Zeekuin, do you believe you can escape? The blood-robe envoy wielding the massive axe spoke in a low voice, stepping forward, with the other three following suit. The diminishing square formation swelled with an immense pressure, locking onto the sky. Although we shall exert our utmost effort to ensure your safety, if you intend to flee, we will have no choice but to prioritize your capture. After all, even if we are forced to sever limbs, restoration through the regeneration chamber is entirely feasible before meeting the progenitor. Suddenly, the sky recalled the memory of crawling out from that slightly viscous, pale yellow restorative fluid. It felt akin to having endured a baptism in the gut of some colossal terrestrial creature. The air filled with an indescribable acidic scent that nearly inflicted lasting psychological trauma. Instinctively, he cast a look of revulsion towards the malevolent axe-wielding blood-robe envoy, further solidifying his resolve to make a hasty exit. Indeed, escaping from the four of you would require considerable effort, and I lack the time for such endeavors. The sky then raised the water release and activated the ion cutter at maximum power. So, let the strike be decisive. The longsword, nearly vanishing under high-frequency vibrations, re-emerged from the void, having lost its original form. It now appeared as a blade exceeding 2 meters in length, its tip flickering with light. The azure and white glow of the sword rippled through the air, unleashing sword energy capable of cleaving stone and gold, shredding the nearby floor into fragments. Anticipating a cataclysmic blow, the four blood-robe envoys retreated a step, wielding their weapons to deflect the onslaught of sword energy. Gathering their strength and focus in preparation to restrain this warrior who instilled fear in their hearts, having traversed the line between life and death countless times. Lord Zeekuin, pressured by the razor-sharp sword energy, even Red Knight had to retreat outside the square formation, while G relied on the inherent magnetic field of blood mist to barely maintain his position. In that moment, as the atmosphere on the bridge grew tense, almost palpable, the man at the center of the storm suddenly bore a wicked smile that danced on the edge of malevolence, causing several hearts to race. Watch this, the sky bellowed, swinging the light sword downward in a swift arc, pivoting on his left foot. What was once a resistant alloy floor succumbed to the particle cutting, yielding effortlessly to form a large circle ample enough for someone to pass through. Then, to the astonishment of all, the sky, wearing a conspiratorial grin, plummeted through the circular opening. Even more infuriatingly, this son of Heitland, with his nefarious disposition, waved casually at his surroundings as he descended, signaling a farewell. The reality of being thoroughly toyed with left the four blood-robe envoys with ashen faces, while G nearly spat blood from rage. Ignoring his injuries, he stomped toward the circular gap, ready to leap through. Scoundrel, come back! The four blood-robe envoys shouted in unison, but they were a moment too late. Almost as soon as G stepped into the circular hole, a tremendous sword energy erupted from its depths, surging toward the unsuspecting intruder. Although G reacted instantly, attempting to block the sword energy with the blood mist, the massive sword, already cracked by another strike, could not withstand the dual force of the high-frequency, vibrating sword energy. Starting from the center of the impact, blood mist shattered into countless black, crystalline particles, and simultaneously, G's sword-wielding right hand was devoured by the fearsome, unparalleled light dragon. His arm was reduced to minuscule shreds, disintegrated by the sword energy, leaving not a drop of blood behind. In truth, had it not been for the blood-robe envoy's shout, G's fate would have been far worse than losing just one arm. A moment later, blood finally gushed from the severed limb, and G staggered backward, only to be caught by the approaching blood-robe envoy. For envoys, I entrust this to you for now. As Red Knight observed the blood-robe envoy skillfully severing G's right arm's veins to halt the bleeding, he shifted his gaze toward the circular hole. I will follow Lord Zeekuin, and see if I can find an opportunity to persuade him. Then we shall. The other 3 Bloodrobe envoys prepared to advance, but were halted by Red Knight. No, please do not follow. Red Knight turned back, his tone grave and resolute. I only wish to speak with Lord Zequin. Your presence would only incite unnecessary hostility. The 1st to 3rd squads that had infiltrated the enemy ship had returned to the vicinity of the Strongland ship's boarding area, hastily constructing a makeshift defensive structure. The Strongland ship's engines had been activated 3 minutes prior, ready to depart the moment the captain returned. I say, could it be that the captain has already met his end? One idle Strongland soldier jested to his companion. Well, as much as I look forward to escaping this predicament. The inquirer pondered for a moment before responding with an unusually firm tone. Is there truly anyone in this world capable of defeating that individual? At least, I cannot conceive of such a person. Indeed, it is a lamentable situation. The two began to sigh deeply, oblivious to the figure rushing toward them from ahead. You 2 knaves, get back on the ship at once. The booming voice struck the 2 lounging Strongland soldiers with terror, causing them to scramble toward the boarding area as if fleeing a specter. I'll deal with these 2 later. The sky's gaze swept the area, and under the weight of that ominous glare, the Strongland soldiers hastily readied their weapons, scurrying like mice toward the boarding area. Well, it is about time to depart. The sky nodded, preparing to head toward the boarding area, but a sudden rush of air behind him compelled him to halt. Turning to look, he saw the elegant figure. Her identity, indeed, was still fresh in his memory, speeding toward him. Red Knight, are you following me too? The sky's expression shifted from surprise to caution, for Red Knight had drawn her short blade, gripping it backward in her right hand, exuding an unmistakable air of hostility. Are you attempting to stop me alone? In a state of heightened vigilance, the sky found itself enveloped in confusion. As the rushing figure of Hong Yi approached within 10 meters of the heavens, a gentle smile graced her lips before she relinquished her grip on the short blade, allowing it to descend freely. All her attention was drawn upwards, her gaze instinctively following the blade's trajectory, while Hong Yi seized the moment to slip into the longed-for embrace of a cherished figure. The moment the blade struck the ground with a crisp sound, it went unnoticed by all present, whether it was the members of the Strongland team yet to enter the ship or the helmsman aboard. All bore expressions of shock and astonishment, their eyes wide and unblinking as they beheld the unexpected contact between the two. In the profound silence that ensued, the prolonged kiss initiated by the woman persisted for a full 2 minutes. Breathless and disoriented from the previous sprint, Hong Yi leaned against the chest of the man who seemed to have turned to stone, softly caressing his face while whispering in a voice laced with enchantment, at last. I feel you, Lord Zequin. The reconnaissance operation launched by the Tsongqiang army against the Bian army's formation in the obscured moon galaxy concluded hastily, much to the dissatisfaction of both parties. Just as Xia Yin was poised to deliver a decisive blow against the enemy, she detected the presence of reinforcements and reluctantly ordered a rapid withdrawal of the Tsongyan. As a result, the 2 future stars of the community were spared from losing the opportunity to cause considerable trouble for the Tsongqiang army at the onset of this protracted conflict. On the side of the Bian army, although they avoided defeat thanks to the reinforcements from the Reaper, Ji, who had narrowly escaped death, was filled with regret. Had he committed fully to the fight from the outset, he was confident he could have shattered the Xiaolan army before the arrival of the Strongland ship, preventing it from even approaching the flagship. The reason for his defeat lay in his initially careless arrogance, a naivety he now deeply reflected upon. Therefore, when the upper echelons of the Bian army sought accountability and stripped him of command over the Red Blade, Ji accepted the decision without complaint. As for Hong Yi, despite successfully repelling the invading forces and averting a crisis for her allies, her recent elevation to the rank of brigadier with the addition of an honorary silver tooth medal did not quell her frustration at allowing the man blessed by the source to escape once more. Strangely, the fact that he could escape even while surrounded by 4 blood-clad agents filled her with an inexplicable sense of pride. In truth, when Hong Yi sought forgiveness from the ancestor, even they marveled at the man's resilience, thus refraining from blaming her. If there existed any minimally damaged unit in this unsatisfactory skirmish, the Strongland team led by Sui Yu would undoubtedly top the list, excluding the unscathed Reaper. Despite achieving a feat that turned the tide of battle, the Strongland team suffered an astonishingly low casualty rate. Even more astonishing was that all the seriously injured were sustained shortly after Sui Yu's withdrawal from the enemy ship. The military was baffled and initiated an investigation into this peculiar occurrence, suspected to be a case of rebellion. However, the Strongland soldiers questioned exhibited the same reaction: pale faces, cold sweats, and uncontrollable shivering. No amount of coercion or persuasion could extract a single word from their lips. The investigator, now even more curious, vowed to uncover the truth of the matter, indicative of the Xiaolan people's innate curiosity, as the profound black eyes scrutinized the unfortunate. A sympathetic officer discreetly revealed to his oblivious colleague that the incident pertained to the private secrets of the son of Highland, providing him a glimpse of the footage documenting the injuries of the 6 strong land soldiers. The officer gasped in shock and promptly submitted a report suggesting a mechanical malfunction, thus retracting the beast's already exposed fangs lurking in the shadows. Following the retreat from the battlefield at the obscured Moongate, the Tsang-Yin docked near the relatively safe third planet of the LAR system for emergency repairs of the damaged vessels and treatment of injured soldiers. Given its proximity to the LAR gate leading to the Lidefield system, the Tsang-Yin had ample time to retreat to the Tsang-Chiang Army's main formation before any pursuit could ensue. In the brief 75-minute skirmish, 3 of the Tsang-Yin's assault ships were sunk, 2 heavily damaged, while the remaining 5, including the flagship Thunder, sustained varying degrees of injury. The 5 patrol vessels temporarily assigned to the fleet lost 2 early on, but the remaining 3, having provided rear support, escaped with less severe damage. Although their condition remained precarious, the losses suffered by the Tsang-Yin were considerable. Although the enemy's damages surpassed theirs, Xia Yin's heavy heart was unlightened by this fact. Bitterness, akin to poison, permeated the heart of Princess Fienberg, yet she steadfastly suppressed these emotions, maintaining her usual composure in handling fleet affairs. After approximately 12 hours of relentless, tense operations, aside from 1 assault ship deemed irreparable and subsequently self-destructed, the remaining damaged vessels regained a modicum of operational capability. Nearly 100 wounded soldiers received emergency treatment, ensuring their conditions would not worsen before returning to the Lidefield system for further care. Although the crew of the self-destructed assault ship was redistributed among the remaining vessels to fill the gaps left by the injured, the placement of the nearly 100 injured posed a significant headache for the 10 commanders. Typically, a fleet in interstellar warfare would possess several large hospital ships to care for the wounded. Thus, when constructing the assault-class ships, the Tsang-Chiang Army set the medical facilities to the bare minimum for emergency aid. While this arrangement proved sensible in most cases, the current situation on the Tsang-Yin was an exception. Even aboard the flagship, there was insufficient space. With her body slumped into the command chair, Xia Yin murmured to the ceiling of the bridge. In truth, there was ample space on the Thunder for positioning. Yet the areas resembling ammunition storage were far from suitable for the wounded to recover peacefully. This could potentially exacerbate their injuries. If it were him, he would surely have a solution. Unbeknownst to her, the proud daughter of Yanalivine had developed a significant reliance on a certain individual. Initially intending to communicate through the intership relay, Xia Yin abruptly changed her mind just before activating the terminal. Lois, summon Officer Heitland to the Thunder. I wish to discuss a matter with him. A longing to see that individual surged inexplicably from an unknown corner of her heart, blossoming into a fervent yearning that enveloped her. The resolute willpower, which had previously frozen the pain of losing a ship, could not withstand the intrusion of this gentle emotion. As warmth and comfort enveloped her, and her consciousness slipped into tranquil darkness, Xia Yin vaguely heard her own voice, seemingly attempting to justify itself. I must express my utmost gratitude to that individual. When the son of Haterland departed from Shattered Tooth at the behest of the second commander, the members of the Strong Land team who endured 16 hours of inhuman torment under the oppressive might of the terrifying tyrant, except for those 6 foolish souls who believed they had gained leverage and provoked the tyrant, ultimately ending up grievously injured and unconscious, immediately offered their most devout thanks to Her Royal Highness, the Princess of the Fiendbird Kingdom. Ah, Thunder, it seems you have not graced us with your presence for quite some time. Upon stepping out of the contact vessel, he gazed nostalgically at the ship's interior. Reflecting on the past, during his trainee years, the son of Haterland had completed the final 30 days of his second year on this very assault ship, achieving remarkable feats during the pirate extermination operations, thereby compensating for the numerous failures of his earlier years, which allowed him to enter the Military Talent Academy for further training. Thus, it was only natural for him to feel a sense of nostalgia. Of course, as the second commander of the current reconnaissance operation, he should have come aboard much sooner. Lieutenant, on behalf of the captain, I welcome your arrival aboard, remarked Deputy Commander Isaiah, who awaited at the bridge entrance. Upon seeing the son of Haterland, this newly promoted officer of the Shalon military saluted him with a fist to his chest. Thank you, Deputy Commander. The Sky returned the gesture with a hint of confusion. Glancing behind Isaiah, noting the apparent emptiness of the bridge, may I inquire, where are the commander and the other officers? Well, Isaiah offered a slight, weary smile, his voice tinged with fatigue. All officers have accumulated considerable exhaustion from the recent battle, so I ordered them to return to their quarters for a brief tower rest in place of the commander. In place of? The Sky's expression shifted dramatically, and he blurted out, did something happen to Shireen? Ah, please rest assured, the commander is unharmed. Taken aback by the intensity of the Sky's reaction, Isaiah hastened to clarify this misunderstanding. It's just that. Isaiah hesitated, as if grappling with something difficult to articulate. In any case, you should verify for yourself. I must excuse myself now, as there are numerous matters to attend to. The sky, bewildered by the unfolding circumstances, realized too late that Isaiah had already departed. He stood, staring at the seemingly empty yet possibly concealed bridge, and after a moment's hesitation, took a step toward the unknown. Shireen, are you there? The sky called out gently, soon spotting her in the command chair, leading to a soft chuckle. The daughter of Yanalavan, who usually commanded respect amidst chaos and faced life-threatening crises without fear, now lay peacefully embraced by the arms of Morpheus, perhaps due to overwhelming fatigue. Shireen had inadvertently fallen asleep in the command chair, an utterly unexpected behavior for such a proud princess, considering the likelihood of her wrath upon awakening. It was no wonder the bridge officers had vacated the area with remarkable haste. Yet for the one who had already experienced the legendary terror and possessed a degree of immunity, this uncertain danger did not deter him. Instead, he stepped closer, standing beside the command chair, marveling at this rare and beautiful sight. In this moment, she resembled an ordinary girl. The son of Haderland murmured to himself. As Shireen slept, the fade of her strong will dissipated, revealing a serene smile that graced her exquisite features, reminiscent of a legendary fairy. Even her gently fluttering eyelashes appeared utterly endearing. Captivated by such beauty, the sky couldn't help but reach out, tenderly brushing aside a few stray strands of her hair. The assault ship's life support system functioned normally, maintaining a temperature and humidity conducive for comfortable work. However, for the princess now lost in a deep slumber, the temperature felt slightly cool. Hesitating briefly, the sky removed his officer's jacket and draped it over the slender girl. Is this the treasure I wish to protect? The unvoiced question dissipated into the tranquil passage of time. Shireen slept soundly for 2 hours before awakening, instantly aware of her indiscretion. As she hurriedly rose from the command chair, she felt something warm slip from her shoulders and looked down to see the uniform jacket. Sky? The name sprang to mind inexplicably, and she frantically scanned the surroundings for him. However, the bridge was already devoid of the son of Haderland, and the other officers had yet to return. A wave of unease washed over her as she stepped toward the bridge exit, only to pause at the entrance and carefully fold the jacket, placing it neatly in the storage compartment at the command desk before turning to leave the bridge. In the corridor, Shireen bit her lip, walking slowly. She could probably guess why her subordinates had left the bridge. Indeed, the thought of having acted so improperly in front of them filled her with embarrassment. However, the jacket, imbued with his warmth, left her with no sense of regret. Oh. At the corridor's corner, Lois approached. Though she hesitated momentarily upon seeing Shireen, her maturity gained over the past year propelled her to muster the courage to approach. Commander, there is something I must report. Yes, what is it? Shireen responded in the gentlest tone possible. It is as follows. 20 minutes ago, a patrol vessel near the third planet suddenly received a faint distress signal, which analysis indicates is coded from our forces that ceased operations 6 years ago. Lois reported incredulously. The patrol vessel requests permission to conduct further investigation. How could this be? Shireen mirrored her incredulity. Given that the Lars system had long served as a strategic buffer between the Empire and the Coalition, both fleets had traversed its space numerous times over the past century, leading to several inexplicable disappearances of warships. Yet for a warship from 6 years ago to still emit a distress signal. Have the source of the signal been confirmed? Shireen continued to probe for clarity. The distress signal lasted only a few seconds, and by the time the patrol vessel noticed, it had vanished, making precise location impossible. We can only roughly deduce that the source is on the surface of the third planet, Lois replied. The surface of the third planet. But isn't the atmosphere there completely altered? Shireen furrowed her brow. Indeed, while the third planet once boasted a population exceeding 200 million at its peak, the relentless plundering by the Payan pirate fleet over a century had drastically reduced its numbers, ultimately leading to the destruction of its natural environment. Now, the third planet stood as a barren wasteland devoid of life. It was impossible to sustain human existence there, let alone survive for 6 years. Yes, according to the patrol vessel's reconnaissance report, the third planet remains a wasteland. Lois's words solidified Shireen's resolve. Our forces currently lack the time and resources for further investigation. Notify the patrol vessel to return immediately. Moreover, Louise, please document this matter and compile a detailed report to be submitted to the military department upon our return for their judgment and processing. Yes, Xia Yin's judgment is indeed commendable. Thus Louise saluted and prepared to execute the order immediately. However, just as she turned to leave, Xia Yin suddenly called out to her again. By the way, Louise, have you seen Lieutenant Heitland? He should have been on the bridge. Lieutenant Heitland. The beautiful communications officer hesitated momentarily before responding. I saw him in the ship's cafeteria 20 minutes ago. He should still be there. Thank you. Xiaoyin nodded slightly and then turned toward the passage leading to the cafeteria. Yet, in that fleeting moment as she brushed past Louise, she failed to notice the gaze of the composed young woman, which was infused with a certain passionate emotion. As Xiaoyin stepped into the cafeteria, she immediately sensed an unusual atmosphere. It was a feeling of extreme oppression, akin to the low growl of a ferocious beast baring its fangs. As if it vehemently rejected any approach, perhaps more aptly described as a chilling hostility. What could this be? Struggling against the urge to retreat from the cafeteria, Xiaoyin slowly scanned her surroundings, eventually fixing her gaze upon the solitary figure present. Sky? Xiaoyin was taken aback. The inexplicable, intense hostility emanated from that individual. This son of Heitland had his eyes tightly shut, and from the strained expression on his face, it seemed he was wrestling with something. After covering the slumbering Xiaoyin with a coat, Sky wished to admire her rare tranquility once more. However, considering that once this princess awoke to find someone waiting beside her, her mood would undoubtedly sour, much like being caught napping during a study session by Sister Yaji. Despite the absence of any visible anger in her golden-hued eyes, a profound sense of shame would still engulf him. In the case of this princess, it was likely that emotions far more destructive than mere embarrassment would arise. With this realization, Sky quietly exited the bridge and began to wander through the ship. Having traversed the thunder under the guidance of Lionel and Portia during training, Sky now strolled with ease. After some contemplation, he decided to wait in the ship's cafeteria, one of the few places on this vessel, designed as an instrument of slaughter, where one could unwind. After 12 hours of intense operations, most of Thunder's crew were now sound asleep in their quarters, leaving only 2 or 3 individuals sluggishly dining in the expansive cafeteria. Thus, when Sky entered, he drew no attention. After ordering a cup of fruit tea from the automatic dispenser in a corner of the cafeteria, he casually chose an empty seat and began to savor this rare moment of leisure. Sigh, that was my first kiss. Once he relaxed, the final scene of the fierce land battle surged to the forefront of his mind. Sky could not deny the profound impact that the lengthy kiss, led by Hong Yi, had on him. In truth, he had never envisioned losing his first kiss under such absurd circumstances. Hong Yi, what on earth does she intend to do? Taking a gentle sip of the fruit tea, the soft, warm sensation seemed to resurface. He recalled the tender and sweet caress of her tongue, and suddenly felt parched, taking a large gulp of the tea. However, to have my first kiss at 19, isn't my life rather colorless? The son of Heitland soon began to worry about another matter. In the culture of his hometown, Kongding, romantic relationships were considered a serious affair, and kissing was a sacred ritual signifying a commitment to a future together, permitted only between those who had established a romantic relationship. Yet, until he was swept away by fate into the world of stars at the age of 16, the innocent youth had not even found someone he wished to pursue a romantic relationship with. Although the Shalon people do not impose many restrictions on romantic engagements, and despite the changes, or rather, the moral decline, Sky underwent after entering the world of stars under the influence of a certain descendant, he still subconsciously regarded kissing as a serious commitment to the future, never daring to cross that boundary. Hong Yi, Hong Yi. Sky found himself repeatedly calling her name, as a peculiar emotion began to surface from the depths of his consciousness. It was an intense and fiery feeling, imbued with destructive power and a desire for dominance, as if awakening the primal urge for exclusive mating rights embedded in biological instincts, alongside a fierce spirit of struggle rapidly escalating within the heart of the son of Heitland. Sky was taken aback and immediately attempted to rein in this runaway stallion of a mental state, but it was too late. Ever since the last fierce land battle, his body seemed to have undergone a peculiar transformation, as if he could always sense a ferocious beast lurking within him, ready to reveal its fangs at any moment. An incident that had led to the injury of 6 fierce land team members had occurred under the influence of that beast, resulting from his failure to restrain himself. Although, under normal circumstances, Sky could suppress this inexplicable impulse originating from within through the recitation of the mind clarity mantra. The current situation was entirely different. If the previous occasional lapses in control were akin to consciously releasing pressure under rational guidance, then now, the flood of emotions had completely breached the dam constructed by reason. The bloodthirsty desire surged forth from Sky's heart once more, but this time, neither time nor circumstance would permit him to release even the slightest hint of such murderous intent. Ugh, what is this? Sky clenched his fists, desperately trying to support his faltering rationality. He was so absorbed that he failed to notice the communications officer hastily fleeing the cafeteria. A palpable atmosphere of hostility enveloped the ship's cafeteria, as if the very air had been frozen, causing Xiaoyin to feel a sense of breathlessness. instinctively igniting a strong desire to escape. She had never imagined that the seemingly languid and nearly dull son of Heitland harbored such a terrifying will. Nevertheless, this daughter of Yanalavine ultimately suppressed the tremors arising from her instincts beneath the pervasive, indiscriminate enmity, inhaled deeply, and called out the name of that individual with a raised voice. Sky. Huh? Almost the moment the son of Heitland turned in astonishment, the nearly tangible hostility dissipated, leaving Xiaoyin drenched in sweat. Oh, Xiaoyin, you woke up so quickly. Sky forced a smile, greeting her in a weak voice. It seems the previous battle has left you quite fatigued. Why not rest a little longer? My affairs are of no concern. Sensing that he was about to change the subject, the princess interjected with an irate tone, striding to Sky's side. Xiaoyin's brow revealed an unmasked worry and concern as she inquired in a tone that brooked no refusal. Sky, what was that all about just now? Tell me. No hiding. The one being questioned hesitated for a moment. Yet, under the piercing gaze of her ice-blue eyes, which were tinged with a hint of crimson, the son of Heitland succumbed after merely 3 seconds. To be honest, I'm not entirely certain myself. I was just thinking about some things. And then my body suddenly felt strange. Thinking about some things? The exquisite beauty suddenly revealed a gaze filled with confusion, while in her heart, the sky chastised itself harshly. It concerns some matters regarding the strong land operations. The son of Heitland, quick-witted in a moment of urgency, cleverly deflected the question with such ambiguous words. This strong land operation was quite successful, so there should be nothing to worry about, right? Xiaoyin's response was entirely expected. After all, the report was compiled by the deputy leader, Long, and thus only addressed the combat aspects of the 3 attacking teams regarding the feats of the son of Heitland, who single-handedly caused 6 serious injuries. None dared approach that minefield unless he chose to disclose it himself. Indeed, I, too, am at a loss as to why such a reaction occurred. The innocent expression on the face of the son of Heitland was only half feigned. Any woman would surmise that he almost lost control. The sky truly did not know how to express gratitude to the god of misfortune for its care. Ha. No need to be so polite. Even if you don't express thanks, I shall continue to watch over you. Sky, did you sustain any injuries during the strong land operation? Xiaoyin suddenly inquired. No, not at all. By the standards of my hometown, Kongding, being struck in the chest by that red-clad figure, leaving me somewhat winded, hardly qualifies as an injury. So my statement is not entirely false. Then, could it be a hereditary issue? Xiaoyin furrowed her brows in contemplation before seriously suggesting to the son of Heitland, whose genetic traits were of the Earthlings, Sky. Once we return to the Liefield star system, perhaps you should undergo a genetic factor examination? It might be a precursor to some ailment. This can't be that serious, can it, Xiaoyin? The Sky broke out in a slight sweat. I think it's merely a mental affliction, a heart demon. Heart demon? What is that? Curiosity glimmered in her crystalline blue eyes. The so-called heart demon. Sky scratched his head, then succinctly summarized this term. It's a term popular in my homeland, referring to a psychological trial that martial artists must confront after reaching a certain level of cultivation. Is it akin to a training assessment? The Star Maiden understood it thus. Close, quite close, I suppose. The cold sweat on Sky's forehead became a bit more pronounced. Is it dangerous? It seemed that this was the question Xiaoyin cared about most. Well, it's not entirely safe, but it's not overly perilous either. At least, compared to a training assessment, it has no time constraints and lacks instructors, which makes the conditions far more favorable. This is the heartfelt observation of a perennial pass candidate. Moreover, to my knowledge, no one in my homeland has ever succumbed to a heart demon, so you need not worry, Xiaoyin. I shall certainly overcome this hurdle. Is that so? Xiaoyin's expression relaxed somewhat, yet she maintained her stance. Nonetheless, I still recommend you have a genetic factor check, Sky. After all, until you undergo a genetic examination, you cannot be certain whether any detrimental disease factors lie hidden within you, can you? That is true. While touched by the steadfast care of this princess, Sky remained disinterested in allowing those inscrutable instruments to probe his body, so he slyly acquiesced to Xiaoyin's suggestion. Very well, once I return to the imperial capital, here vague, I shall consider, here swift, undergoing a genetic factor examination. Uncertain if she noted the little trick played by this son of Heitland, Xiaoyin watched him quietly for quite some time. It was only when Sky's expression grew increasingly anxious that Princess Fiendbird spoke softly. That's good. Speaking of which, Xiaoyin, what did you call me here for? Sky forced himself to muster his spirits, diverting the topic. It's nothing. Is it not permissible to summon you? Xiaoyin tilted her head, regarding him with a cold gaze. No, that is not my intent. Finally, the cold sweat trickled down Sky's forehead. Well, it actually concerns the placement of nearly 100 injured personnel. Considering we are about to commandeer the territory of this strong land captain, Xia decided to temporarily grant him reprieve. Neither the assault ships nor the patrol ships possessed sufficient tranquil space to accommodate them, so I plan to place them on your strong land vessel. Is that acceptable? Although the specialized strong land vessel, Shattered Tooth, is a small craft with virtually no offensive weaponry, it undoubtedly possesses inherent advantages as a transport vehicle. While nearly 100 injured individuals slightly exceeds its standard capacity, most of them will be unable to complain about the cramped quarters for the time being. So this inconvenience can be overlooked entirely. Of course, that is no problem. Sky reflexively agreed, only then realizing something was amiss. But once Shattered Tooth is relinquished, where will the strong land team reside? Well, the ammunition warehouses of the various assault ships have been vacated quite a bit, so there will definitely be enough space to accommodate you. A pleasant smile began to grace the face of Princess Fiendbird. Although the conditions there are slightly lacking, Sky. What? The son of Hateland, inwardly groaning, listened with a wry smile as Xiaoying continued. After all, your troops are practically unscathed. So you should not mind such trivial matters, right? Upon returning to the live field star system, as the highest authority overseeing the forced reconnaissance operations, Xiaoying devoted nearly all her time to organizing the operational report and the repairs and reconfiguration of the Tsangyan. Although the forced reconnaissance mission did not entirely achieve its goal of gauging the enemy's combat capabilities, it did yield a wealth of valuable intelligence. After thorough analysis, it should enable further refinement of Song Qiang Army's predictions regarding enemy capabilities. Furthermore, regarding the second objective of the forced reconnaissance mission, namely the practical verification of the combat effectiveness of the strong land team, it achieved remarkably perfect results. After all, the strong land team, which turned the tide of battle with a single strike, undoubtedly possesses unquestionable combat prowess. However, given that it is stationed in a vital position within the fleet primarily tasked with defensive duties, such combat capability may be somewhat squandered. The higher-ups in the military are contemplating more effective ways to allocate them. Naturally, the outstanding performance of the two soaring warriors during the battle was highly commended by the military's upper echelons. Particularly, the former soaring warrior of Fiendbird, who calmly commanded his troops amid a siege by formidable foes and successfully brought them back intact, was exceptionally honored with a meritorious promotion to the rank of Su Ling Soaring Warrior. Likewise, the 10 assault ships under his command, Songyan, were expanded into a 100-ship assault squadron. Although the formal appointment of the Fiendbird 100 Soaring General has yet to be finalized, it is believed that Xiaoyin will soon receive the command staff symbolizing the identity of a 100 Soaring General before the Songyan assault squadron is fully formed. In fact, Admiral Elvarda intended for the son of Hateland to be promoted to 10 Soaring General as well, and this proposal received unanimous support from Admirals Yushis and Ward. However, in the operational report from the Strong Land team, someone attributed all the credit to Deputy Leader Long and 10 Soaring General Xiaoyin, which dashed the fervent expectations of these three high-ranking officers of the Shield Fleet, doing the most leisurely work while earning the most generous salary. It feels rather reminiscent of a certain someone's style, does it not? Whether intentional or not, Elvarda muttered quietly, as if his stern gaze happened to linger on the Admiral of the Second Fleet. After a brief moment of confusion, Ward quickly shook his head, sweating profusely, asserting that he had never incited any such matters regarding the son of Haterland. Frustrated, the Sky, engulfed in despair, suddenly struck his fist against the wall, only to forget that he had sealed his internal energy. The pain was immediate, and he grimaced, hastily blowing on his rapidly swelling knuckles. Once the mission was complete, the Sky returned to the flagship of the First Fleet, the Dragonflame, resuming a life of idleness. However, this time, he could not afford the same leisurely demeanor as before, although the heart demon that had plagued him had temporarily receded after a shout from Xiaoyin. The ferocious beast lurking within him showed no signs of abating. In fact, it had grown even larger during that brief period of dormancy. Even without concentrating, he could now feel its presence. This entity, is it merely a heart demon? Back in his hometown of Kongding, he had consulted Dingxin about the heart demon. But according to Dingxin's description, it could not possibly be this formidable. The son of Haterland, now somewhat fearful, promptly took precautionary measures, sealing his internal energy to prevent greater havoc should the beast awaken. What on earth is this thing? Amidst a rising sense of inexplicable panic, he began to seriously contemplate undergoing a genetic factor examination. Perhaps he truly harbored some kind of bloodthirsty gene. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, a shifty visage of an interstellar merchant flashed before him, leading him to immediately and resolutely dismiss his speculation. Although he was biologically linked to that individual, he certainly did not resemble one possessing such genes. "Young master, may I come in?" Just then, A voice resonated from the dormitory door. It was the head of the Banderloo family, Admiral Elvarda. Huh, Admiral Elvarda? Although Sky, as the son of Haterland, was familiar with this prominent figure and even considered him somewhat close, he could not help but feel flustered, for Elvarda stood at the pinnacle of military rank. A position Sky could only gaze up at. One moment, I'll be right there. Ouch. In a hurry, Sky rolled out of bed, hastily attempting to tidy his disheveled room. But in his flurry, he accidentally bumped his knee, unable to suppress a grimace of pain as he crouched down, cradling his knee and emitting a groan filled with frustration. Young master, are you there? The voice outside seemed somewhat puzzled. My apologies, please wait a moment. Despite his words, it took Sky a full 5 minutes to finally open the door for Elvarda. Salutations, Admiral. Upon opening the door, Sky stood at attention, feet together and back straight, his right fist pressed to his chest in a military salute. However, a small creature resembling an Inuhojul rat scurried past him with a squeak and expertly climbed onto his shoulder. Wong Kai? Sky gazed incredulously at the nano creature affectionately nuzzling him, his voice brimming with astonishment. This is a gift from a certain individual, Elvarda said as he stepped into the room, casting a warm glance at the young man burdened with the hopes of his clan. Elvarda. Admiral. Sky instinctively prepared to salute once more. There's no need for such formality, young master. Elvarda gently lowered Sky's raised hand with a smile. It is no longer duty hours. Besides, I am here in my capacity as the clan leader to pay a visit to the son of Haterland, so it is I who should be paying respects. And no, this is for the Admiral to bow to someone of my humble rank? Just the thought sends shivers down my spine. In the society of Shalon, the distinctions of status and duty were incomprehensibly rigid to those from the earthly realms. Even as a prince, one had to obediently follow the commands of many ordinary noble families until they had earned a position commensurate with their status, much like the predicament of the son of Haterland. In truth, upon first entering Shalon society, Sky had not experienced this firsthand until he joined the Sky Army, where he felt the cold, rational rules of Shalon society weigh heavily upon him. Squeak. Over here, Wonkai had begun licking his long-lost master, allowing Sky to momentarily escape the discomfort of cultural dissonance. Well then, Baron Banderloo, please come in. Sky scratched his head and gestured for Elvarda to enter the dormitory, where he took a seat on a multifunctional chair against the wall. Sky then moved to the small washroom attached, preparing 2 cups of drinks to present. This is a homemade beverage. It should taste quite good. Please give it a try. After placing 1 cup before Elvarda, Sky inquired, May I ask why Wonkai is here? I told you. This is a delivery from a certain individual, Elvarda replied with a gentle smile, taking a sip of the slightly green drink, revealing a blend of surprise and delight. Young master, you say this is homemade? The flavor is truly delightful. Thank you. Since the clan leader seemed unwilling to reveal the identity of that person, Sky redirected his focus to Wonkai, beginning to speculate about who it might be. Could it be Korsha, the son of Inuhojul? He is currently imprisoned in the heavily guarded Imperial Military Research Institute, and even going for a stroll requires permission from the clan leader, the head of the Inuhojul family. So even if he wanted to, he would be powerless. Elvarda's words left Sky momentarily speechless. Korsha, take care of yourself. After a few seconds of silent mourning for his friend's tragic fate, he resumed his guessing. It wouldn't be grandfather, would it? Well, if it were sent by the Winged Lord, the destination would likely not be the Lidfell star system, but rather some distant earthly realm, Elvarda said with a wry smile. In truth, not only the head of Haterland but the leaders of the 13 foundational clans, aside from the Inuhojul clan leader, had developed a profound sense of dread towards that monstrous being that had caused numerous disasters in the capital time and again. Were it not for the protection of 2 influential women within the empire, even the clan leaders would not dare to overlook Wonkai and Shuewei, who would have been sent to some earthly realm for wildness long ago. Indeed, Sky reluctantly agreed with the clan leader's opinion. But Baron, who exactly sent Wonkai here? Young master, you must have already guessed who that individual is, haven't you? Elvarda set down his half-empty cup, sighed softly, and fixed a penetrating gaze on the increasingly flustered son of Haterland. Or perhaps you are deliberately avoiding the possibility of it being her. Sky awkwardly averted his gaze from Elvarda, yet the image of a delicate figure with pure white wings suddenly crystallized in his mind, adorned with a gentle smile. Is it Sister Yaki? As the son of Heightland hesitated and uttered the name etched in the Palace of Eternity, a wave of profound sorrow pierced his heart, coinciding with the awakening of a moment of stunning revelation. At that instant, even the ferocious beast that had lurked within him, ever watchful and menacing, could not help but bow down. Was it indeed a misunderstanding? Observing the son of Heightland's ever-changing expression with keen interest, Elvarda took a moment before retrieving an object from her pocket and presenting it before the sky. "This is another item she entrusted me to hand to you," she said. It was a plain, pale blue envelope, seemingly retaining a familiar fragrance. The sky reached out to take it, sensing that besides the paper, there was something else contained within. Upon opening it, a pure white object gently floated onto the table, resembling some form of ornament, composed of 3 pristine white feathers. It was merely adorned at the quill end with small azure gemstones, then intertwined with silk threads. Perhaps due to its handcrafted nature, the ornament appeared somewhat unrefined, likely worth less than an imperial coin as a mere craft, excluding the value of the materials themselves. However, the sky delicately picked it up, cradling it gently in his hands. A warm and tender emotion stirred within the heart of the son of Heightland. Distinct from the fiery ardor associated with thoughts of the Red Knight, and different from the serene ease encountered in the company of Xiayin. If one were to describe it, it felt akin to a spring breeze brushing against the face of a traveler, causing him to suddenly look up in astonishment and realize the vibrant beauty of the earth awakening and splendid hues of spring. To his astonishment, the cold, murderous intent that had long resided in his bloodline, one he could never dispel despite his efforts, had inexplicably vanished. This time, no matter how he concentrated, he could no longer sense even the slightest trace of the beast's former existence. It was as if this object served as a talisman, a crystallization of the affection from the kin of pure wings for their master, with the 3 feathers representing complete bonds. Elvarda gazed at the ornament in the sky's hands, somewhat surprised. As she explained, furthermore, the azure gemstone signifies eternal vigilance. This implies that she truly intends. Though Elvarda continued speaking, the sky had ceased to listen. All his attention was devoted to the gentle and warm sensation in his grasp, immersing himself in the delicate emotions that seemed to flow from his heart like a never-ending spring. In the innermost orbit of the imperial capital of the Shalan human empire, Ephahor, an ancient giant ship born during the era of dimensional tremors, traversed the skies. Once a formidable battleship that crossed much of the human world, it had shed its past aura of violence over the centuries and now served as the residence of the Heightland family, one of the 13 source clans. Known as the Palace of Wings, it retained a hint of its former ruggedness in appearance, while its interior exuded elegance and luxury, though this luxury was defined by the standards of the starry world. To the inhabitants of the terrestrial realm, even the Hall of Seasons, regarded by the Shalan as a dreamlike spectacle, was merely a beautiful yet somewhat unnatural landscape. This palace, which had faced the prospect of abandonment over the past 3 years, was rejuvenated by the return of Aelia, bringing forth the dawn of hope. Persuaded by her friends, Yuji took on the role of steward for the Heightland family once more, indeed, the shadowy head of the family, and within just a week, the vassals had revitalized the estate, breathing new life into it. It was said that when the old duke concluded his long wandering between the military academy's office and the unified command, returning to his family residence to enjoy his first dinner in 3 years, this typically composed leader of the Source clan was profoundly moved to the point of tears. Oh, to have allowed such a beautiful place to languish for 3 years. It seems our family is truly unsuited for managing a palace, Yuji mused. I hereby entrust all authority of this estate to you, Yuji. I leave it in your capable hands. While many could attest to the old duke's declaration of abdication, whether this pure-winged individual accepted it remained an open question. On this day, a transport vessel bearing the scythe and cross emblem of the Auld family arrived at the bustling Palace of Wings. Descending from it was a woman with silver hair and blood-red eyes. Ah, to achieve such a degree of excellence, truly worthy of the first steward, Lakithys remarked, strolling forward with a contemplative gaze, taking in the resplendent architecture, before spotting her friend amusingly teasing her young child in a field of blossoms. Look, right here. Just stand up, and you can reach it, Eliuya exclaimed, holding up a freshly woven flower crown above Shiwa's head, playfully enticing him. Though Shiwa nearly stood up several times, he remained unable to grasp the coveted object from his slightly mischievous mother until Lakithys stepped into the flower field. Ah, Lakithys. Aelia noticed the approach of the emblem director, and in her moment of distraction, Shiwa managed to snatch the flower crown. Eliuya watched her child scurry away with a smile before turning her attention back to Lakithys. Greeting her warmly, "It's been a while, dear director of emblems. What brings you here so suddenly? By the way, how's my little Rui?" "Ah, that is GS child, is it not?" Lakithys pointed out with a slight frown, noting her friend's linguistic slip. "Yes, but also the child of the sky. So, as the mother of the sky, I have my lovely grandchild, child." Aelia's deduction seemed to mirror the lineage logic of the old duke 3 years prior, equating Aelia's husband's child to Aelia's child, then to Duke Yanod's grandchild, and thus to the Heightland family heir. Is this the family tradition of Heightland? Lakithys couldn't help but chuckle, yet she remained steadfast in her stance. Yuji had no intention of revealing Rui's existence to the heir, so for now, she could not be considered his child. Eventually, it will be so. What harm is there in a slight advance? Alyuya's voice flowed melodiously. Besides, do you not also disagree with her intentions? Indeed. After a moment of silence, Lakithys let out a wry smile and briefly reported on Rui's well-being. Well, Rui is growing healthily and can now walk. Hum? Alyuya nodded with a smile but suddenly fixed Lakithys with a dissatisfied gaze, pleading, Is that all? Lakithys, do share more. Those are my treasures, and I have the right to keep them to myself, Lakithys replied coolly. Stingy Lakithys' Alyuya's expression fell in disappointment. By the way, you came looking for Iji, right? What could be so important that it made you set aside your duties as director of emblems and Rui's mother to come here? Well, I actually received a peculiar report and was slightly curious, so I came to confirm with Iji as Lakithys suddenly realized she had let slip too much. Alyuya's eyes gleamed with intrigue. Understood, you may join me. Lakithys managed a bitter smile, bypassing the lengthy ordeal of being incessantly pursued by the young lady of Heightland. She agreed directly, yet a question lingered in her mind. Where could Iji be now, dear lady of Heightland? I have become a free wing, so let us reserve the title of lady for our little Rui. Alyuya seemed quite pleased, covering her mouth with a soft laugh, subtly claiming Rui as her own. As for Iji, she would surely be at the same place at this hour. Where? For some reason, Lakithys' voice tightened. Well, let us go and see discreetly. Alyuya's lips curled into a sly smile, reminiscent of a certain interstellar merchant. The private chamber of the Heightland family's eldest son, Heightland Ru Gil Lin Tiankong, was originally situated near the spring buds. However, a perceptive steward noticed the young man favored the cooler climate of the autumn maples. Thus, he was relocated to a private room closer to that area, with a space intentionally left for him to practice martial arts, though Tiankong, who would soon be dispatched to the military academy, had only spent a brief 3 days in this room, which seemed to radiate a gentle aura. At this moment, Yuji hummed a soft melody, polishing the last ornament on her desk until it gleamed as new, though, in truth, it had never been tainted by dust, before gently placing it back. If only the young master could have stayed here a while longer, Yuji mused with a hint of bitterness, yet her heart brimmed with sweetness. Her gaze shifted to the ancient wooden window connecting directly to the autumn maples. At this moment, the brilliance of light from the Snowdia star was particularly dazzling. As it was noon, perhaps I should add curtains here, she thought, though she was uncertain whether windows on the continent of Kongding were adorned with curtains or some other light-blocking material. Nevertheless, curtains would surely soften the light in this room. Yes, just the same style as the window. She savored every moment spent in his room, touching his belongings and gazing at each object that would remind her of him. Although she had yet to muster the resolve to seek him out, the yearning to see him was so intense that she could hardly contain the impulse to rush out. Yet a deeper, purer affection would surge from her heart at such times, effortlessly quelling what she deemed a selfish and capricious thought. I have already received treasures too precious from the young master. A soft sigh escaped her lips. I cannot ask for more. Must I do this every day? Through the wooden window leading to the autumn maples, Lakithys watched Ji's movements, though her expression betrayed confusion. As a steward, she ought to have more pressing matters. Would it not be more efficient to delegate these trivial tasks to the family retainers? Indeed, compared to before, Yuji had allocated many of the chores she once handled herself to the retainers. Alyuya nodded. Yet, this room remained one she insisted on tidying herself, and she continued to do so daily. I dare say there is no place in the imperial palace more immaculate than this. Ah, I see. This is that person's room. The somewhat slow-witted head of the heraldry department finally grasped the situation. Lakithys managed a wry smile and turned to her companion, inquiring, what does she usually do after tidying this room? Huh. Alyuya looked at her friend in surprise, then suddenly revealed a knowing smile. Well, I've heard some news that the Pure Wing has been spotted frequently in a certain area of the 4th orbital layer of the imperial capital. So I came to confirm this with Iji. This time, without waiting for Alyuya to ask, Lakithys explained on her own. The 4th orbital layer? ISNT, that where the soldiers reside. Alyuya was slightly taken aback. The capital of Ifahal has 6 orbital layers, and the 4th layer is home to various artificial celestial bodies, including multifunctional residential areas, shopping streets, theme parks, and open squares, primarily serving the nobility and interstellar travelers. Thus, Alyuya could not fathom why this noble girl would have any reason to venture there. Precisely why I wished to confirm this with Yuji, Lakithys nodded. At this moment, Yuji had finished tidying the room to a degree that would leave most retainers embarrassed and was reluctantly emerging from within. Lachesis was about to approach, but Alia stopped her. Well, the sighting of the pure wing in the fourth orbital layer should be shortly after this, right? Alia confirmed this with Lachesis, then suggested with a twinkle in her eye, why don't we discreetly follow her and see what Yi is concealing? Alia, this may be Lachesis' tone was uncertain, and noticing the free wing's hesitation, Alia delivered the final blow to the heraldry head's reluctance. Lachesis, do you not care as well? If Yi has developed feelings for another Earthling and sneaks away to meet him, the one who will be most troubled will be you, who is raising Rui, right? Although I rationally believe it is unlikely, Lachesis' expression revealed strong signs of wavering. After a considerable pause, the head of the heraldry department finally nodded gently. After leaving the room of the Heightland eldest son, Yi completed several household tasks before arriving at the landing pad, stepping into a sleek, pure white transport vessel, her beloved ship. Snowflake. Well, let us follow her. Lachesis was about to head towards the transport vessel emblazoned with the ALD family crest when someone tugged at her sleeve from behind. Let us take the transport vessel instead, Lachesis. Alia's gaze was fixed on a pure white transport craft with an ancient dragon-shaped bow. Its elegant design accentuated by a rear engine that was noticeably larger than that of an ordinary transport vessel, causing even the composed Lachesis to gasp in astonishment. What is this transport vessel? It is called White Dragon, and it is that child's beloved ship. As if reading her friend's thoughts, Alia chuckled lightly, then confirmed in a somewhat bashful tone. Well, though I am only a second-level pilot and likely cannot handle this vessel, you, having passed the first-level pilot examination, should be able to maneuver it, right, Lachesis? Lachesis' gaze lingered on the White Dragon for a while before she softly said, as if succumbing to temptation. Then let us give it a try. Since a certain Earthling boy arrived in the imperial capital of Ifahal, the previously tranquil commuting hall seemed destined to face a series of calamities. After much effort to restore the dormitory's celestial body at the military academy, Eurosha, the head of the commuting hall and mother of Xiayin, thought that with the departure of those three calamities, her work would ease somewhat. Yet, her serene disposition lasted less than 2 months. After the dragon-shaped transport vessel surged out of the innermost orbit of the capital at an astonishing speed, complaints accumulated to a level comparable to that of the dark red transport vessel that had unleashed a series of nightmares 3 years prior. All within a mere 10 minutes, and they continued to rise. If the Yanglan from that time could be described as unruly, then the White Dragon was indeed fierce and menacing. Even with Lachesis' steering skills, evading obstacles along the way consumed all her efforts, leaving little room to worry about being discovered by Aji. Indeed, she had long left Snowflake far behind by the time they reached the second layer of orbit. Upon arriving at the fourth layer, as the roaring engine settled into a steady rhythm, both Lachesis and Alia were drenched in sweat. Was this transport vessel truly the young master's destined ship? This was the first question Lachesis confirmed after regaining her composure. After all, both vessels were born at the same time. One could consider it the destined ship of Yoon. Alia's voice betrayed a deep sense of guilt. Alia, are you still unaware of the young master's steering skills? Lachesis furrowed her brow and admonished. To entrust such a ferocious beast of a ship to him, do you intend to bring about his demise? How could that be? Before giving the White Dragon to Yoon, I had already asked Lady Relia to reinforce its defenses and escape measures, Alia replied, her tone tinged with defensiveness. So even if the vessel itself were damaged, the pilot would be in no danger. I see, so you were indeed anticipating this. Lachesis sighed in resignation. At that moment, she finally understood why her friend had developed feelings for that interstellar merchant. For two individuals with such similarly troublesome natures, perhaps their affection was merely a resonance of some wicked notion. Since they had lost track of Aji while still on the second layer of orbit, they relied on Lachesis' memory to descend into a manor-like artificial celestial body and began searching for their friend's whereabouts, location by location. Naturally, the sudden appearance of these two figures, positioned at the pinnacle of noble society, sparked chaos within this small assembly of gentry. Had it not been for one noble recognizing Lachesis' identity as the emblem's head, causing all onlookers to scatter in an instant, this artificial celestial body might have indeed faced a baptism from the emblem's guard. Having inexplicably extricated themselves from their previous predicament, the two began to focus on locating their friend. However, despite the manor-like residential complex being a small artificial celestial body belonging to the capital, it was still spacious enough that they searched for a full 2 hours without success. Just as the exhausted pair prepared to return and later press Aji for the truth, a peculiar structure appeared before them. The uniqueness of this building lay in its construction, entirely of ancient stone bricks and wood, adorned at the tip of its triangular roof with something resembling a colossal cross. Curiously, Lachesis did not pause, while Alia, Having enjoyed 3 years of freedom as an interstellar trader and having frequent interactions with the inhabitants of the terrestrial world, pondered further possibilities after her initial curiosity. She gently urged the emblem's head to approach the building stealthily. Alia, what exactly is this building? Lachesis inquired cautiously. In certain parts of the terrestrial world, it is referred to as a church, a place where certain religious ceremonies are held, Alia explained without turning her head. I believe Aji might be inside. But Aji doesn't believe in religion, does she? Lachesis questioned, somewhat perplexed. Regardless, we will find out once we take a look, Alia replied, continuing forward. As she peered through the door, she quickly confirmed her friend's silhouette. Indeed, before a massive cross, the angelic figure, Pure Wing, knelt with her hands clasped before her chest, an expression of profound reverence on her face, reminiscent of a white-winged angel fervently praying to the Father God. After all, Aji was an angel. Has it already been 2 hours since we set out? Has she been praying this whole time? Alia exclaimed in disbelief. Gazing at her friend's devout and focused expression, she sensed the depth of Aji's devotion and murmured, to receive such profound affection from Pure Wing. Yun, do you realize just how fortunate you are? What is Aji doing? Lachexis's faintly puzzled voice interrupted this maternal reflection. She is praying to the deity nailed to the cross. Alia explained with a hint of annoyance. In this religious culture, a church is essentially a place for believers to pray. Praying, huh? Lachexis frowned, seeking confirmation from Alia. But I remember, hasn't Aji never believed in religion? Indeed, not only Aji but also Lachexis and Alia, along with the majority of the Shalon people, held a dismissive indifference towards the so-called deities. Such an attitude might not be deemed erroneous for a people who prioritize reason above all else. Yet, when concerns surpass the limits of rational suppression, even the Shalon people may act in ways that appear irrational to outsiders. That is indeed the case, Alia nodded, seemingly recalling something. So, since Yun departed from the palace to the celestial army, Aji has been disappearing for a fixed period each day. I always thought she was visiting your family estate to see Rui. It turns out she came here to pray. However, has she really been coming here to pray every day for 2 months? Is Aji's concern for that child perhaps a bit excessive? Alia's voice carried a hint of resignation. The young master has been assigned to the Lidfell star system, which is on the front lines against the community. It is no wonder she worries so much. Lachexis gazed gently at the figure fervently praying for the safety of someone special, before shifting her gaze back to Alia, reproaching softly, Alia, do you not intend to take any action, knowing your child has been sent to such a perilous place? It is unnecessary. After all, Yun is the child of someone who inherited that person's genetic traits. I believe that even if the heavens were to collapse, he would remain unscathed. Alia assured without any basis, yet somehow her words bore a convincing weight. Lachexis sighed softly and returned her focus to that pure white figure. By the way, Lachexis, aren't you planning to go? Alia suddenly expressed her intrigue. At the Imperial Gala, did your wings not unfold for that child as well? Although you explained it as a mere emergency measure, perhaps it was more than that? No, never mind. I am not suited for such delicate matters. This time, Lachexis did not deny her friend's conjecture, but hesitated slightly before shaking her head and stating, I do not intend to compete with Aji, and I have no chance of winning. Is that so? I would argue that you two are evenly matched. Alia's expression seemed to convey anticipation, and sensing her friend's decidedly mischievous gaze, Lachexis could no longer resist and lightly tapped her on the head. In any case, Aji and I are on the same side. Disregarding the discontent etched upon Alia's face, Lakashis announced in a calm voice, let me take on the mantle of the Eternal Watch. With the support of the Emblem Institute, the skies shall roam freely within the Empire from this day forth. As for Aki, she must forge a complete bond with the young master. Well, since you have made up your mind, I have no objections. Alia, feeling a twinge of disappointment, ran her fingers through her hair and shifted her gaze towards the unwavering figure still immersed in prayer, a look of confusion dawning upon her. Yet, as we know, Aki is quite resolute. If this continues, it seems she may never confess her feelings to that child. Do you have any clever suggestions, Lakashis? Having taken a year's respite, I should now redirect my focus to the affairs of the Emblem Institute. Lakashis paused, then closed her eyes. As if grappling with her words, let us return her to her bloodkin, with that child by her side. Perhaps Aki's thoughts may shift ever so slightly? Is that truly feasible? Sensing the unmasked reluctance and longing in her friend's tone, Alia felt a weight settle upon her heart. So be it. When Lakashis reopened her eyes, an unwavering light shone from her crimson orbs. With a gentle gaze fixed upon her friend, whom she regarded as a sister, she declared with undeniable conviction, however, Aki must attain her happiness. No, even if it requires the power of the Emblem Institute. I shall ensure she finds the pure wings of joy. Of course, Ilea, you too must lend your strength. Suddenly shifting her gaze to another friend. A rare smile graced Lakashi's lips. You cannot simply remain on the sidelines, watching the spectacle unfold. In that moment, as Ilea felt the intensity of Lakashi's gaze, she recalled that her friend was indeed the formidable head of the Emblem Institute. And she could not help but bitterly swallow the fruit of her own earlier decisions. I shall certainly assist wholeheartedly. Meanwhile, light years away in the lit Felstar system, the unfortunate son of Heightland, once again favored by the god of misfortune, remained blissfully unaware of the calamity destined to descend upon him at some future juncture. Leisurely savoring each passing day, aboard the heavy assault ship, Dragonflame, flagship of the First Fleet of Shield and Spear, a salon was designated for the officers to relax and converse, given that the recent war climate was on the brink of eruption, leaving fewer individuals with the leisure to visit, except for one officer who idled away the hours. The protective features have been enhanced. In the expansive, empty hall, the sky relaxed into the wide, plant fiber sofa, placing Wankai before him and meticulously examining it. No visible changes? The sky frowned, tossing Wankai up and down carelessly. Naturally, no changes are apparent. The enhancements Aki entrusted to Korsha for Wankai would only manifest post-wing transformation. Under normal circumstances, Wankai retained its original form. Well, except for an increased appetite. Transformation. It seems that each transformation has yet to yield any positive outcomes. Although the sky would never doubt Aki's intentions, he lacked confidence in his friend's character in this regard. Unable to guarantee that no mishaps would occur, yet it was equally difficult to disregard Aki's heartfelt desires. Never mind, Wankai, go entertain yourself. As if to conclude his inner turmoil, the sky flicked his wrist, sending Wankai flying. Squeak. Having endured countless trials, Wankai, far from alarmed, executed a remarkable mid-air flip, landing gracefully and emitting a proud chirp. If anyone witnessed this spectacle, they would undoubtedly applaud the performance of this creature resembling an Ainahoja mouse. Indeed, someone did bear witness to Wansai's display. A sound akin to a stack of papers tumbling to the floor emerged from the salon entrance. Upon turning, the sky was met with a look of astonishment. Yelia? Yelia? Likely accustomed to processing intelligence within the officer's salon, Yelia clutched a considerable amount of documents. Yet due to Wansai's earlier performance, the entire stack had slipped from her grasp, including the marker that had been perched atop the papers, now lost to the chaos. Oh. After a brief moment of shock, Yelia hurriedly knelt to gather the scattered papers, and the sky promptly rose from the sofa to assist her. Despite the awkwardness of the preceding incident, the broad-minded son of Heightland would not neglect to alleviate her distress. Thank you. As she accepted the final document from the sky, an unbidden blush spread across Yelia's cheeks. Though hesitant, she expressed her gratitude to her colleague. Squeak. Unbeknownst to anyone, Wankai had retrieved the marker, proudly carrying it in its mouth as it scampered back to Yelia, stopping at her feet and emitting muffled sounds as if seeking praise. Well, the purple-haired woman's face lit up with emotion as she reached out her hand, not towards the marker in Wansai's mouth, but gently resting it atop the creature's head, her hand trembling slightly as if battling her own will. So adorable. The words left her lips with a hint of dreamy reverie, causing the sky to momentarily question his auditory senses. However, upon witnessing her radiant purple eyes, his astonishment swiftly transformed into bemusement. Squeak? Wankai, indulged in such affection, initially showed no signs of impatience, but after 5 long minutes, it could no longer endure the strain and finally released the marker, tilting its head in confusion at this rather peculiar woman. Awakened from her reverie, Yelia's face was suddenly alight with a vivid blush. As she hastily retrieved the marker and organized her disheveled documents, she stood to find herself confronted by a certain someone's exceedingly ambiguous expression. Commander. So it turns out you. The sky regarded this officer with a gaze laced with intrigue, hesitatingly asking, do you have an affinity for cute things? And no such thing. I merely, I just find Ainahoja mice quite rare. Yelia quickly shook her head in denial. After all, they had nearly vanished from the capital, and she had only seen one in her childhood, which evoked some nostalgia. Oh. The sky studied her with a knowing look, then shrugged nonchalantly. Well, I shall take your word for it. What does taking your word for it mean? I truly don't have such a preference. Yelia insisted, though her words bore a distinct undertone of denial. Indeed, I understand, Commander, you do not fancy cute things. The sky was clearly teasing. Why yes, Commander. Yelia's usually calm voice now carried an air of fluster. Commander. Perhaps it would be best if you calm down for a moment? Witnessing the deep crimson hue flooding Yelia's face, the sky could not bring himself to continue the playful banter. He persuaded Yelia to take a seat on a nearby sofa, and he settled beside her. At that moment, the awkwardness that had lingered between them due to a certain incident had dissipated in the wake of this startling development. Yet the weight of embarrassment and ambiguity still served as a barrier to their communication. "Well, I truly believe that it is not something to be so tense about," spoke Sky, breaking the perplexing silence. "It is entirely natural for girls to have an affinity for adorable things. There is no need for such deliberate concealment." Yalia's eyes widened in astonishment, as if hearing such words for the first time, and with a hint of timidity in her voice, she inquired, "But isn't it rather strange? The daughter of the Iser family actually liking such things? I find it not strange at all. After all, even if you are the daughter of the Iser family, the Empire's pride, you are still, first and foremost, a girl. As far as I know, girls typically have a preference for cute things." At this point, Sky suddenly recalled his previous intimate encounters with some girls, though Shine had recently accepted a certain fortune. It could hardly be called affection. Yaki had shown concern for that fortune largely due to his influence, and the only one who might exhibit normal feelings of fondness, Lois, had never even met that fortune. Yes, that is true. Although Sky displayed a semblance of uncertainty, Yalia appeared to appreciate his words, her expression softening with relief. "Thank you, Commander Heatherland Sky, and I am sorry." "Sorry?" Sky looked a bit puzzled. "About the incident when you helped me move things." Yalia lowered her head, sincerely apologizing to Sky. "I was so taken aback at that time that I acted inappropriately. Please forgive me." "No, that's quite all right." Sky scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed, then hesitantly asked, "But may I inquire about the person named Zal?" Although Yalia's complexion paled momentarily, after a few seconds of silence, she managed to say, "He is a senior from my training days." After that, the daughter of the Iser family fell silent, and Sky, suddenly realizing how impolite and harsh his question had been, broke into a cold sweat and quickly changed the subject. "Speaking of which, do you often handle matters here, Commander?" "Well, while the officer's salon tends to be lively, during the most pressing times, this place becomes the quietest spot on the ship. The environment is quite pleasant, making it an efficient location for organizing intelligence." Yalia promptly shifted her focus back to the documents in her hands. "Indeed, as a nap spot. This is truly the most comfortable place on the ship." Sky inadvertently let slip, but upon witnessing the piercing gaze from those deep purple eyes, he was reminded of the ancient saying from his homeland, "Trouble often arises from careless words." "You seem quite relaxed, Commander Sky." Yalia fixed him with a half-smile, then set a small portion of the thick stack of documents in front of him, commanding, "Then, please help me organize these." Commander, I am merely the assault captain. You know, I have not even participated in a single fleet battle." Sky began to explain fervently, having forgotten the previous pirate extermination battle. Shouldn't such intelligence organization work be assigned to a more experienced superior officer? It would certainly be more efficient. That is indeed a valid point. Yalia pondered for a moment, then regarded him with a smile. "However, Commander Sky, I, as your experienced superior, am currently seeking your assistance to enhance the efficiency of our intelligence organization. But I believe my involvement would only hinder the efficiency of the intelligence organization." Sky persisted, unwilling to concede. "Enough of that." Yalia gently admonished him with a playful glare, her expression revealing enjoyment from their earlier exchange. "Given your experience in both defensive and offensive operations during the boarding battles against the PN Army, you are far more familiar with this than I, or even any other officer. Thus, it is entirely appropriate for you to analyze the comprehensive intelligence regarding the boarding battles." The documents I placed before you are analyses from the military regarding the use of assault troops. Do take a good look." "Understood, Commander." Sky resignedly lowered his head and immersed himself in the daunting pile of documents. Although the combat capability of the assault troops had been demonstrated during the prior reconnaissance operation, it only exacerbated the concerns of the higher-ups in the Sky Army. Such a powerful and costly combat force being relegated to mere defensive roles felt like an egregious waste. This was a consensus among all the staff in the Shield fleet. Thus far, no one had devised a configuration plan for the assault troops that could effectively suppress the PN Army's boarding tactics, prompting some more radical senior officers to propose consolidating the assault troops currently scattered across various ships into an independent assault fleet, reminiscent of the PN Army's formidable ground forces. Isn't that a splendid idea? If defense cannot be maintained, then might as well go all out on the offense, Sky remarked after finishing a document. After all, even the PN Army, which pioneered the boarding tactics, cannot possibly handle an assault from the assault troops. Otherwise, during the previous reconnaissance operation, they would not have been thrown into disarray by a single assault ship, allowing the Tsung Yin to escape unscathed. While your point holds merit, employing assault fleets like the PN Army presents significant challenges for the Sky Army, Yalia replied, putting down her documents and beginning a discussion with the well-versed assault captain. First, there is the issue of troop numbers. With the current number of assault troops in the fleet, we can form at most a 100-ship-scale assault fleet, which falls far short of the PN Army's numbers. Thus, even if we were to use the assault troops as offensive forces, they would not inflict damage substantial enough to sway the battle, but rather leave our vulnerabilities completely unguarded. If the PN Army seizes the opportunity to infiltrate the flagship, there would be no chance of recovery. Indeed, that is true. Sky nodded, shifting his gaze to Yalia, then suddenly chuckled. I simply cannot imagine you charging into battle with a weapon. Are you underestimating me? Yalia's face flushed a deep red as she earnestly protested. While I may not surpass you in hand-to-hand combat, I certainly possess skills in marksmanship. Even against the PN assault troops, I at least have the ability to protect myself. Perhaps, if your opponent were merely an average PN soldier. Sky suddenly recalled the 4 red-clad individuals he had encountered on the enemy ship's bridge and found himself unable to smile, setting aside their astonishing physical prowess. The advanced weaponry they wielded rendered weaker weapons, like energy rifles, utterly ineffective indeed. Even the blood mist of the Silent could easily negate the energy rifle's attack with a mere half-activated protective magnetic field. Are they truly that formidable? After listening to Sky's description, Yalia appeared skeptical. Could such morale-shaking matters be fabricated? Sky couldn't help but smile wryly. In fact, I firmly believe that if those 4 individuals infiltrated the ship, they could undoubtedly incapacitate the flagship Dragonflame. However, you managed to escape from them, didn't you? Yalia's expression grew even more doubtful. That was merely a stroke of luck. If it had been a defensive battle with no chance of retreat, even with all my strength, I would have only been able to stop 2 at most. Commander? Sky suddenly exhibited a look of unease as the officer opposite him, Su Lingxiang, gazed at him with a profound expression. I don't recall seeing any of what you just mentioned in the battle report, Lieutenant Commander. Yalia crossed her arms defiantly, glaring at the sweating Lieutenant Commander, who seemed to be in a predicament. It appears you have concealed quite a bit. This. Under the scrutiny of those crystalline purple eyes, the guilty party suddenly recalled a frog he once saw in his homeland, held captive by a snake. It's like this. Commander. At this point, the son of Hetron disregarded his usual pride in his integrity and unhesitatingly pulled the vice captain over as a scapegoat. The battle report was actually prepared by Long, and I don't know how he could have forgotten such an important detail. I will address this when I return. Wait, could it be that he didn't even include that? That? Yalia fixed her piercing gaze on the now faltering officer. It's about the suggestion on how to integrate the ground assault team's offensive and defensive capabilities. Sky's performance was nothing short of exemplary, showcasing the malevolent traits he inherited. Inspired by the enemy during the last battle, he contemplated that if the ground assault team could be utilized in such a manner, it could adapt flexibly to the circumstances, resolving the current issues faced by the fleet. Oh, I see. The intelligence officer displayed a bemused expression, responding in a tone laced with faint anticipation. For now, let's hear what you have to say. Well, actually, Sky elaborated in excessive detail about the scenario of the Red Knight crashing into a friendly ship's bridge, while simultaneously formulating a preliminary plan for the ground assault team's adjustment in his mind. By the time he finished, the plan had almost taken shape. Thus, I believe we can consolidate the ground assault teams currently deployed across various ships into an independent ground assault fleet. Of course, given the insufficient numbers. The primary task of this fleet would still be to guard against potential boarding actions by the enemy. For instance, if one of our ships were to face an enemy incursion, the ground assault ship could breach from the outer hull and intercept directly along the enemy's assault route, which would undoubtedly be far more effective than mere internal defense. Moreover, with proper fleet deployment, we could avoid the extensive defensive blind spots that currently exist. Although Sky merely introduced his hastily conceived tactical concept, Yalia found herself momentarily stunned. This was something you just thought of, wasn't it? Yalia sighed deeply, regarding the individual who had successfully deceived everyone while hiding his brilliance beneath a veneer of lethargy with an extraordinarily complex gaze. After a lengthy pause, she asked, somewhat dejectedly, could you compile these ideas into a report as soon as possible? I believe Admiral Elvardo would be eager to review it if he knew. Well, I'll have Long prepare it for submission by tomorrow. Sky flashed a radiant smile as he assured her, never mind, I'll handle the compilation myself. The image of a robust giant, whose intellect seemed almost muscle-bound, flashed through Yalia's mind, and she immediately shook her head, confirming with a resigned tone, is that acceptable? Absolutely. Commander, Sky promptly replied with enthusiasm, seemingly oblivious to the fact that this could potentially be his ticket to promotion. You. Yalia chuckled wryly, rising to tidy up the documents on the table before making her way to the entrance of the officer's lounge. By the way, there's something I need to remind you of, Lieutenant Commander Hetrand. As she reached the door, Yelia turned back to glance at Sky, who was again amusing himself with his pet, and said in a slightly cool tone, "I believe keeping a pet aboard a combat ship is not a wise decision." Huh? Though Sky initially displayed a look of astonishment, the next moment he affectionately patted the head of his pet and commanded in a voice stifled with laughter, "Wonkai, shiny attack." Squeak, squeak. It seemed that the Inuhojar mouse immediately lay on the ground, raising its fluffy tail and shaking it enthusiastically toward the target. Its cries imbued with a pitiful tone. Unlike 3 years ago, its black, glass-like eyes now sparkled with a bright glimmer. Under such pure and innocent gaze, even the hardest of hearts would soften, and for a certain purple-haired woman, it was truly a lethal blow. Ugh! Yelia's icy demeanor shattered within 2 seconds, and she turned to flee in utter disarray. Well, who would have thought such a thing could happen? Admiral Elvarda placed the report on his desk, leaned back in his chair, and gazed at the ceiling adorned with lightning and fire motifs, chuckling bitterly. As the commander of a vast fleet guarding the Empire, this head of the Barn Door family wielded unparalleled authority within the Lidefield star system and its surrounding regions. Although influenced somewhat by the Hetran clan's ethos of modesty, the heads of the various branches still exhibited a certain detachment from fame and fortune. However, Elvarda felt a sense of pride and honor in the trust bestowed upon him by the Empire. Yet, the burdens accompanying such immense power, especially in recent times, had become quite overwhelming for this admiral. In matters of warfare, Elvarda possessed considerable confidence and the ability to handle any potential situations. However, some of his current troubles did not fall within his areas of expertise. For instance, the incomprehensible report brought back by the reconnaissance team left him in a state of bewilderment. A distress signal from 6 years ago. The third planet where life has perished. In the realm of folklore, these two elements would likely inspire thousands of versions of Ghost Ship or Death Star tales. Wouldn't they? However, when rational Chalan people explain it, the reasons tend to be painfully simple. The source of the signal should be that reconnaissance ship that went missing near the third planet 6 years ago, holding the rank of 3-leaf lieutenant commander. Elvarda had the authority to review all records of the Celestial Army, thus effortlessly locating the relevant information from the extensive database housed within the Twin Star Fortress. That should be an automatic transmission, right? After all, 6 years exceed the operational limits of the reconnaissance ship's life support system. Elvarda stroked his long, azure hair, displaying a troubled expression as he muttered uncertainly. If it's merely an automatic transmission from a reconnaissance ship that has yet to cease functioning, then it can be disregarded. In the current volatile wartime scenario, the mere presence of a solitary reconnaissance vessel hardly warrants the deployment of an entire fleet to venture deep into enemy territory for retrieval. However, should that signal indeed originate from a surviving compatriot, then Elfeda must accord it due significance. Even if it necessitates dispatching a fleet for escort, rescuing that survivor is an essential obligation of the Empire towards its loyal guardians. Perhaps it would be prudent to conduct another reconnaissance of the third planet. Elfeda found herself in a state of indecision, yet the sudden sound of knocking at the door spared her from the necessity of an immediate resolution. It was Yushi's. Upon confirming the identity of the visitor via the temporary projection, Elfeda commanded the terminal on her desk to grant entry. "Come in." "Greetings, Grand Admiral." Yushi's entered with measured steps, yet for some reason, Elfeda perceived a heaviness in the Admiral's gait. This is a supplementary report regarding ground operations and a proposal for adjustments to the ground forces combat capabilities. Yushi's placed the document on the desk and stated directly, "I believe the contents are of considerable value, and I hope you will review them at once." Yushi's remarks were rather presumptuous, prompting a look of surprise from Elfeda. She picked up the report and glanced through it, only to find herself captivated. "This is from the young master." "No." "The combat report of the Skywing Knight Hatterland?" The operational section was meticulously compiled by Yelia based on verbal accounts from various sources. Although she endeavored to use straightforward language to enhance its credibility, the Grand Admiral could not shake a sense of unreality while perusing the report. "While I acknowledge that individual possesses martial prowess beyond the reach of ordinary people, could it be that the ground forces of Bien are indeed formidable to such an extent?" The notoriety of Hatterland's tyranny had long since spread throughout the skies alongside the chaos in the tavern district of Ryuan, thus Elfeda, as the head of the clan, was not oblivious to the young master's valor. However, judging by this standard, the 4 Bien ground warriors mentioned in the report far surpassed the capabilities of the Celestial Army. Should they breach the ship, Elfeda found herself at a loss for how to contend with them. Ultimately, it seemed the only course of action would be to tactically engage Bien's forces in boarding maneuvers. Elfeda silently furrowed her brow and turned to the section regarding the formation of an independent ground fleet, nearly leaping from her seat. This is The question that had plagued the entire staff of the Shield Fleet for nearly half a year, yet yielded no conclusions, was now presented before the Grand Admiral with the most perfect answer. Elfeda quickly reviewed the proposal, her excitement becoming increasingly difficult to contain. Forming the ground forces into an independent fleet and conducting boarding operations with allied vessels. Though somewhat blunt, it is indeed the most efficient utilization of resources. Elfeda meticulously re-examined the proposal, crafted based on fleet composition standards. It was remarkably thorough, and promptly made a decisive declaration. Let it be so. Yushis. Immediately use this proposal as a blueprint to reorganize our ground forces. I will contact Ward shortly to ensure his full cooperation. Understood. Yushi saluted Elfeda with his right hand on his shoulder, but did not take his leave immediately. After a brief hesitation, he continued to offer his counsel. However, Grand Admiral, regarding the selection of a commander for the reorganized ground fleet, I would like to recommend that individual. Are you referring to Skywing Knight Hatterland? Elfeda slightly furrowed her brow. While he indeed possessed the highest martial strength within the Celestial Army, his capabilities as a commander had yet to be demonstrated. Moreover, his rank was merely that of a knight, insufficient to assume the position of a captain. As for his rank, there should be no issue. After all, following the last forced operation, he was eligible for promotion to senior knight, and with the merit of this proposal, Yushis inquired with a teasing tone. What do you think, Grand Admiral? Shall we promote him directly to Feather Knight? This idea, was it proposed by the young master? Only then did Elfeda flip to the front page of the report, discovering Hedderland's name emblazoned upon it, her expression transforming into one of astonished delight. She had not anticipated that the young master could achieve such a feat, thus it seemed reasonable to appoint him as captain. HM? Wait a moment, Yushis. You mean this report was initiated by Hedderland, and yet it differs so vastly from the last one? Elfeda referred to the report compiled by the deputy commander of the ground forces, Long, which bore little resemblance to the proposal from Yelia's hands, rendering it inconceivable that they originated from the same individual. Ah, well, you see. Yushis chuckled softly, revealing snippets from a drunken confession of a certain individual, leaving Elfeda momentarily dazed. So, the previous combat report was completed by the deputy commander, while this proposal emerged from the intelligence officer's hands. Elfeda, feeling a headache coming on, muttered in resignation. It seems the young master is increasingly resembling someone else. Could it be that he has been led astray by that individual? Indeed, I share that sentiment. Yushi's expression appeared as though he were inciting something. Thus, Grand Admiral, in order to shield the Empire's wings from the insidious influences of that individual, I suggest appointing a serious-minded aide to counteract the inertia caused by that person's influence. What do you think? Oh. Elfeda regarded her subordinate with a knowing look and inquired. So, Yushis, do you have any suitable candidates in mind? Certainly. Yushis adjusted his expression to one of utmost seriousness before revealing his true intention. The intelligence officer who compiled this proposal, Izerding Mukielia, is precisely such a serious-minded individual. Though she is not yet fully matured, her potential as a knight is quite remarkable. If appointed to assist the young master, it should benefit the growth of both. Are you suggesting that Yelia serve as Hedderland's aide? Though she was somewhat prepared for this suggestion, Elfeda could not help but exhibit a bemused expression. Reversing the two was contrary to the customs of the Celestial Army. But did I not suggest promoting him to Feather Knight? Yushi's feigned ignorance. I did not say that. Subsequently, the Grand Admiral gently pierced through Yushi's ulterior motives with a calm voice. By the way, Yushis, I heard that the Knight's Mess Hall is planning to host a small gathering today, apparently due to a donation of fine wines from the First Fleet. Are you aware of this? The color drained from Yushi's face as he staggered slightly. In truth, earlier that day, he had been hiding in the Admiral's quarters, enjoying a moment of leisure, when Yelia unexpectedly barged in with the proposal, resulting in the exposure of his carefully arranged secondary hideout, which was subsequently raided and stripped bare. No matter how desperately he pleaded for mercy, that female tyrant left him not even an empty bottle. I see. From Yushi's expression, Elfeda discerned the entire truth of the matter. She regarded the Admiral with a knowing smile, her tone unhurried. At the cost of a certain Admiral's downfall, the salvation of a languid commander seems rather unreasonable. Does it not, Admiral Yuhis? That very afternoon, a letter of appointment for the new commander of the strong land fleet from the Grand Admiral, along with a directive from the Admiral of the First Fleet, simultaneously landed in the hands of the commander, Heightland. Upon receiving these documents, a certain individual was rendered speechless for a full 10 minutes, before finally emitting a lament that seemed steeped in profound anguish. How did it come to this? The newly appointed commander of the strong land fleet, Sky, was tasked with completing the unification and reorganization of the fleet within a week. Acknowledging the position of this new commander, Despite commanding 100 warships, his rank remained that of a previous lieutenant. Elda even granted him the authority to requisition all necessary resources. The other two admirals, who maintained amicable relations with the son of Heightland, pledged their utmost support for their friend's endeavors. Naturally, the remaining strong land troops, already in awe of the tyrant's numerous exploits, lacked the audacity to provoke the patience of the commander who wielded the highest military might of the Celestial Army. Logically, the reorganization of the strong land fleet should pose no difficulty. It could even be described as a task as simple as pie. However, the problem lay in the fact that this individual showed no motivation to undertake the task, procrastinating until the third day after receiving the appointment letter. On the morning of the third day, Sky, bearing a document he had labored over for 3 days, strode into the office of Admiral Uhis and promptly declared that unless he was provided with a capable and efficient staff team immediately, he would submit his resignation. Although Uhis's expression conveyed profound shock, after ineffective attempts at consolation, he resignedly agreed to arrange a staff team for the new commander and promised to assign the intelligence officer of the First Fleet as his temporary aide until the team was established. Upon receiving the orders, Sky promptly transferred all his responsibilities to Yalia, demonstrating a commendable attitude of complete obedience to his superior. Despite Yalia's desire to protest against such irresponsible behavior, she begrudgingly prioritized the completion of the fleet's reorganization, setting aside her original intelligence duties due to the time wasted by the procrastinator. Fortunately, the entirety of the Celestial Army afforded significant convenience for the inception of this new fleet, allowing Yalia's work to progress exceptionally smoothly, though occasionally some unruly members of the strong land troops looked down upon the seemingly delicate figure of the Su Ling commander. However, whenever such moments arose, the silhouette of the tyrant would quietly appear behind Yalia. Under the gaze of those deep, dark eyes, the defiant individuals would almost instantaneously submit, dutifully accepting the commands of the Su Ling commander, behaving obediently like rabbits. When the reorganization was finally nearing completion on the morning of the 7th day, Yalia, holding a report confirming the completion of the reorganization, made her way to the lounge of the Dragonflame commander. Over the past week, that place had seemingly become the territory of a certain individual. The notion of a Su Ling commander serving under a previous lieutenant appeared to have no precedent in the history of the Celestial Army. As she walked, Yalia suddenly pondered this and couldn't help but smile wryly. Yet, am I truly serving under him? Just as she contemplated this further, confusion washed over her. Although the order from the admiral was indeed to assist the lieutenant of Heightland in the reorganization of the strong land fleet, throughout the process, Yalia inexplicably felt that she was the one being assisted. This is where Sky surpasses Ward by leaps and bounds. Well, once I deliver this report to him, this peculiar relationship should reach a conclusion, right? Before sinking into deeper confusion, Yalia resolutely withdrew from her labyrinth of thoughts, letting out a gentle sigh as a tinge of reluctance welled up within her. Unbeknownst to her, she had reached the door of the lieutenant's lounge. After taking 3 deep breaths to calm her emotions, she steeled her expression and pushed the door open. Indeed, as she had anticipated, that certain lieutenant was reclining on the most comfortable sofa in the corner of the hall, seemingly lost in a blissful slumber. Naturally, Yalia's anger flared, and with a determined grip, she approached the lieutenant, whose serene face bore a joyful smile in his dreams. This time, you shall not escape my grasp. Just then, Sky's right hand subtly shifted, and beside him, a seemingly Anuhojal mouse, also deep in slumber, suddenly opened its eyes. Squeak? With a dazed expression, Wang Kai scanned the surroundings before his gaze fixed upon the purple-haired woman, who appeared cautiously alert, and then he let out a cheerful cry, leaping toward her. No, don't come over. I warn you. Though Yalia admonished him in a solemn tone, Wang Kai dashed onto her shoulder, fervently licking her slender, sensitive ear. Yalia emitted a sound that was a mixture of discomfort and pleasure, her legs suddenly giving way as she knelt on the ground, all her resolve evaporating in an instant. At that moment, Sky, who had been sleeping soundly, seemed to have just awakened. He regarded Yalia, maintaining a peculiar posture, with a look of bewilderment, and inquired, Commander, what are you doing? You should hurry and call it back. At that point, Yalia's face was flushed from Wang Sai's ministrations. The ears are a sensitive spot for the Shalon people, seemingly devoid of the strength to stand. Wang Kai, come back here at once. With a sharp command, Sky caused the Anuhojal mouse to cease its playful assault, swiftly retreating to his side, looking quite forlorn as it lowered its head. My apologies, Commander. It seems this little fellow truly adores you. Can you stand? Sky extended his hand sincerely to assist Yalia, who hesitated for a moment before grasping it. Her expression filled with reluctance and frustration. You despicable creature. With unsteady steps, Yalia entered her quarters, carelessly placing the half-finished documents, left incomplete due to a certain someone's interference, on the desk before heading toward the bathroom. She intended to take a brief shower before completing the remaining tasks. After all, plans once made must not be trifled with. Yelia, as a Su-Ling commander, had a slightly larger quarters than Sky's. Although, by terrestrial standards, this room, comprising a bedroom, living area, and workspace, was less than 30 square meters, on a warship designed for combat. Dedicating such a space for private use was a luxury that only the exceedingly privacy-conscious Shalon people would endeavor to achieve. So comfortable. The warm water cascaded over her curvaceous form, gently vibrating to dissolve the sweat and grime clinging to her flawless skin. Yet, it could not wash away the tangled troubles festering within her heart. Oh, that detestable fellow. Suddenly, Yelia recalled some events that transpired not long ago at the Xiangshi salon. Although that individual did not send Wonkai to bother her this time, he incessantly teased a seemingly Inuhojal mouse-like creature nearby and gazed at her with an ambiguously provocative look. Even though Yelia managed to resist the surging desires within her with formidable willpower, it was an undeniable fact that her work efficiency had significantly diminished, resulting in her barely completing half of the tasks she had set out to accomplish. Why must you always come over and disturb me? Yelia glared at the wall of the bathroom, imagining the patterns on it as that person's visage. She pointed at the pitiful, innocent design, her expression rife with discontent, and sternly questioned. However, this astute intelligence officer seemed oblivious to the fact that she could easily change her workplace to avoid his interference. After her shower, Yelia emerged wrapped in a towel, casually tossing her uniform into an automatic cleaning machine. She brought her materials into a modest yet well-equipped workspace and began to tackle the remaining tasks, just as she meticulously organized a small portion of her work. That infuriatingly charming face flashed in her mind once again, disrupting her train of thought. Although this was not a new occurrence, it had become increasingly frequent recently. All right. Let's compete then. The stubborn intelligence officer bit her lip defiantly, her expression resolute, and she focused intently on her work anew. However, this concentration lasted a mere 5 minutes, even shorter than her previous records. Yelia stared at her documents with dissatisfaction. Yet her thoughts were consumed by that individual. For some reason, the harder she tried to concentrate, the more that infuriating face appeared, eventually merging into a continuous reel, replaying like a film in her mind. It felt as if it were deliberately opposing her. Had something similar happened before? Yelia suddenly recalled the one and only time she had to retake a course during her intern days. Back then, she had been so preoccupied with thoughts of someone that she couldn't concentrate during class, even losing focus during assessments, leaving behind her sole blemish from her intern period. Now, it felt as if those days were resurrecting. Zal. Yelia's gaze suddenly fixed on an object in her right hand. Realizing she had been unconsciously fiddling with that marked highlighter, she softly uttered the name that had monopolized her every memory, her voice tinged with helplessness and uncertainty. I seem to be gradually forgetting you. Is it permissible to continue like this? Thanks to Yelia's relentless efforts, the Strong Land fleet was finally restructured within the stipulated time, using the prototype Strong Land ship. The technical department modified 120 standard Strong Land ships to facilitate the interception of friendly vessels. While this was undoubtedly a challenging task given the time constraints, they managed to deliver the 120 specialized Strong Land ships as scheduled after urgently calling upon technical support from other departments. The originally dispersed Strong Land forces were then consolidated into these 120 ships, with a standard of 40 personnel per vessel. Furthermore, although the highest commander and subordinate personnel were primarily of terrestrial physiology, the captains were all skilled helmsmen. As the captain also assumed the role of helmsman in such small ships, due to someone's wicked sense of humor, this unit, destined to play a significant role in future warfare, was dubbed the Tyrant. Today, its commander, a valiant hero, would declare the birth of this newly formed fleet before 5,000 eager subordinates. Still no sign of him, I see. Upon arriving at the Xiangshi salon, Yelia first directed her gaze at the sofa that someone had long monopolized, letting out a gentle sigh. After selecting a random spot to sit, she resolved to concentrate on her work, but perhaps due to her accustomed interruptions, the sudden silence felt oddly disconcerting. Within less than 10 minutes, that person's visage materialized in her mind once more. This cannot continue. Yelia could not suppress a feeble groan and began to gather her documents, rising to head toward the door, determined to return to the bridge to complete her remaining tasks surely. In such a serious environment, she would not be disturbed by that individual. In the future, it would likely not be so easy for him to approach her, would it? As she meandered down the corridor, Yelia appeared burdened with thoughts. She recognized her yearning to see him, then concocted numerous reasons to dismiss that desire, but to no avail. It only intensified this inexplicable longing. making it increasingly vivid and difficult to resist. After all, he is now a vice admiral. Surely he would not have the leisure to sneak aboard this flagship, the Dragon Flame, belonging to the First Fleet? After all, unless there were special reasons. Officers generally were not permitted to board vessels of other fleets. However, if summoned by the admiral's brother, that would be another matter, though when those two were together. All that resulted were a plethora of empty bottles and two utterly inebriated fallen officers. Perhaps I should have left some behind. Yelia suddenly regretted her previous decision to confiscate the contraband from the admiral's quarters. However, after a moment's reflection, this sharp-minded woman couldn't help but chuckle softly. Lightly tapping her forehead, murmuring to herself, "What am I thinking? Do I wish for him to become as debauched as his brother?" At that moment, two former officers were walking side by side ahead, seemingly engaged in a heated discussion. Upon noticing Yelia, adorned with her plain feathered headband, the two young officers promptly halted, saluting her, and resumed their fervent conversation once she passed. Having returned the salute, Yelia was about to continue on her way when the topic of the two officers piqued her interest. The tips of her elongated ears twitched slightly as she focused intently on their conversation. Surely, a topic discussed so openly posed no risk of infringing upon anyone's privacy? I still believe it is undoubtedly the signal from an automatic transmitter. The red-haired officer's tone was somewhat agitated, likely due to the heated debate they had just engaged in. Forget the lack of food and water. 6 years have long surpassed the limits of the life support systems aboard the survey ship. You must understand that the third planet of the Lal star system is filled with toxic gases. If the life support systems were to fail, humans could not survive there for even an hour. You are correct, but I still believe there is a possibility, the blonde officer countered, his confidence appearing less solid compared to his companion. To confirm this possibility, we only need to deploy a single warship to conduct a simple survey of the third planet's surface. It is not a daunting task, is it? Therefore, it should. The survey mission itself poses no issue, but the timing is absolutely inappropriate. The red-haired officer waved his hand impatiently, interrupting his companion. If the Pion fleet were to launch a major assault while we were surveying the third planet, the ship conducting the survey would surely meet its demise. Must we wager the lives of dozens of soldiers for such a minuscule chance? Although the two pilots had more to say, Arya could no longer hear them. This strong and composed woman was now expending all her strength to suppress the tumultuous emotions surging within her. She clenched her fists, trembling slightly, her gaze, momentarily misted, pierced through the boundaries of time and space, landing upon the land that had caused her countless tears and dreams. An overwhelming hope, akin to a rapidly inflating balloon, firmly occupied all her thoughts, while the vibrant visage was momentarily obscured by the awakening of ancient memories. Arya tightly clutched the pale blue pen against her chest, summoning all her strength to recall the memories of its former owner. Oh, Zor. Yet, so absorbed in that name was Arya that she remained oblivious to the cold, profound despair surreptitiously flowing beneath the fervent and blazing longing. This sorrowful and helpless despair transformed into an unconscious, low whisper. Ultimately, am I unable to escape from you? After proclaiming the birth of the tyrant of the strong land fleet, the Sky and the troops retreated to the living quarters set within the fortress to celebrate with a brief feast. Having received prior permission from Grand Admiral Alfeda, crates of urgently requisitioned contraband beverages were consumed with reckless abandon at the banquet. The Sky was inundated with enough alcohol to incapacitate 100 men. And even with the internal energy flowing at full speed, this son of Heterland found himself slightly lightheaded. Of course, some malicious individuals had completely collapsed to the ground. As for the Shalon pilots, blessed by genetic factors that rendered them immune to hangovers, they were advised against consuming quantities that could disrupt their digestive systems. Casting terrified glances at their unperturbed commander, who had downed several times their amount of alcohol. Surely, a new tale regarding the invincible legend of the tyrant would emerge henceforth? Feeling a bit tipsy, the Sky ambled toward the pilot's dormitory with a light step, due to the commander's quarters at Fractured Tooth not being fully organized. He would likely need to stay at Dragon Flame for another 2 or 3 days. Huh? Admiral? Halfway through, his terminal wristband chimed with a message. Upon glancing at it, the Sky could not help but show a puzzled expression. That fellow, wasn't he just robbed last time? Hesitating in place for nearly 3 minutes, the Sky, though displaying a somewhat unwilling demeanor, eventually made his way toward the Admiral's office. Damn, I really want to sleep inside the Admiral's office. Euthes was pacing back and forth in a visibly troubled manner until the knock on the door caused him to slightly relax his tightly knitted brows. Come in. Hello, Admiral. As the Sky entered, he rendered a standard military salute, though his expression did not reflect much joy. Have you been drinking? Noticing a familiar scent, Euthes was momentarily taken aback, then turned to retrieve a small bottle from his desk drawer, tossing it over casually. A special antidote, give it a try? It is the birth banquet of the strong land fleet today. I have no choice. The sky effortlessly caught the small bottle and poured out a crystalline blue pill, swallowing it down. As the pill gradually dissolved in his mouth, a chilling sensation rapidly spread throughout his body, akin to being doused with a bucket of icy water, cooling his slightly feverish body caused by the alcohol. I can't help but think that a spacious bed would be far more elegant than this crude method of sobering up. The sky couldn't help but frown, muttering to himself. Indeed, that is so. Euthes, upon hearing this, displayed a sympathetic expression but soon adopted a serious tone. However, you must endure this for the time being. For the matter at hand, it seems I can only rely on you. A strange shiver ran down the sky's spine like the edge of an icy blade, and he instantly became alert. What is it? You should be aware of the situation concerning the third planet of the RAL system, correct? To be cautious, Euthes first confirmed with this former pilot, who had nearly fallen from grace, and upon seeing the other's contemplative expression, he couldn't help but add with a wry smile. Didn't you receive a distress signal during the last forced reconnaissance mission there? Moreover, it was coded from 6 years ago when it had already been abandoned. Oh, that indeed happened. Since the fleet's command was in Cheyenne's hands at the time, the sky hadn't received the report and had only glanced through the operation report later, thus failing to imprint it in his memory. In fact, to verify whether that distress signal was sent by our survivors, the Grand Admiral has decided to dispatch a patrol ship to the third planet for investigation. Euthes stated straightforwardly. I hope you can board this patrol ship and head to the third planet. The sky was momentarily stunned before he understood, and his first action was to confirm the Admiral's level of sobriety. Euthes, you seem to be sober, right? Such nonsense should only be uttered when one is utterly drunk. Damn it, I'm not joking. Euthes retorted with a laugh. Your position as the captain of the strong land fleet hasn't been officially established yet, has it? Therefore this time, consider it the final mission of the Dragonflame captain to ensure the safety of the First Fleet's intelligence officer. Are you will be going to? The sky expressed surprise, but soon comprehended the situation. Well, participating in planetary reconnaissance indeed falls within the intelligence officer's responsibilities. However, why would I need to protect her? If it's merely to search for the wreckage of warships, there shouldn't be a need to land on the surface, right? Besides, I recall that the atmosphere of the third planet has been polluted. TSK, you didn't miss that, did you? Euthes looked at his suddenly lucid friend with some frustration, regretting the earlier antidote. At this point, it wouldn't hurt for you to know, would it? After a lengthy hesitation, Euthes decided to briefly reveal the truth to this son of Hedderland. In truth, Arya once had feelings for a man, but that man disappeared during the third planet's reconnaissance mission 6 years ago. Hence, I suspect she might be considering something perilous, and I hope you can intervene. The sky's expression appeared as though struck by a powerful force, and he remained in shock for a longer duration before confirming with a low voice. That fellow's name wouldn't happen to be Zor, would it? She has already told you? The astonishment on Euthes's face was unmistakably genuine. No, I didn't know. It's just that sometimes she calls me by that name. The sky forced a smile, while Euthes's expression inexplicably brightened. Is that so? In that case, it seems only you can bring her back. Although I'm unsure what you mean by bring back. The sky looked somewhat discontentedly at the Admiral and asked, but why not intercept her before she rushes out? If you were to misuse your authority as Admiral, that should be feasible, right? It's precisely because it's not feasible that I'm troubled, Euthes exclaimed. Although I intercepted the information regarding the distress signal from the third planet, Arya learned about it from elsewhere. In truth, it was Yelia who persuaded the Grand Admiral to dispatch a patrol ship for reconnaissance. And the involvement of intelligence officers in such missions has always been customary for the Sky Legion. Euthes displayed an expression of exasperation. Moreover, that fellow is quite obstinate, as you well know. No, I do not. The calm response from the heavens caused Euthes to momentarily gasp for breath. In any case, I can no longer prevent her, so I must implore you to accompany Yelia. If that individual engages in any perilous actions, you must bring her back. However, I truly cannot imagine what dangerous actions Yelia might undertake. The image of the composed and unflappable Yelia, adorned with a touch of youthful charm, floated through the heavens' mind. Yet, most of the time, she leaned towards the rational side. I have mentioned before that she is quite single-minded. Once she fixates on someone, her love remains unwavering, which is why she still longs for that person even after 6 years. Euthes's expression revealed a hint of heartache. If all goes as expected, that would indeed be the best outcome. However, regrettably, the likelihood of an alternative possibility is far greater. Why must it be me? After a prolonged silence, the heavens posed this question as if in a final struggle. Because you are the only one she acknowledges. Yushi's patted the heavens on the shoulder. If anyone in this world could erase that person's existence from Yelia's heart, it would be you. I genuinely believe this. Moreover, and more importantly, the heavens felt a slight lift in mood and unintentionally inquired. You possess the highest martial prowess in the Sky Legion. A grand laugh escaped the lips of a certain wayward brother. If necessary, it is permissible to use force to compel her compliance. As long as you can safely bring Yelia back, I, as her elder brother, permit all your actions. Gazing at that malevolent visage, which seemed to anticipate some amusing event, the heavens suddenly felt an urge to deliver a punch. However, after taking 2 or 3 deep breaths, the son of Heightland suppressed this restive emotion, allowing a calm and composed smile, tinged with a hint of wickedness, to surface at the corners of his mouth. Very well. I accept your commission, but I have a condition. The tone of the heavens was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. Share half of your collection with me. Half? Are you attempting to rob me? No. You know very well that all my collection has been confiscated by Yelia. Where would I find half to give you? A few beads of anxious sweat suddenly appeared on Yushi's forehead. I seem to recall a certain drunken individual mentioning something about the 3rd and 4th outposts. Did I perhaps mishear? Whether intentional or not. The heavens' gaze lingered in a certain direction of the Admiral's office. Despicable fellow. Yushi's, filled with indignation, seemed to have completely forgotten that he had recently revealed the truth about the Strong Land team's report in front of Alfda. Naturally, the one who held all the initiative merely observed him with an unperturbed gaze. Even if I do not agree, you will still go, won't you? Yushi's asked with a tone of uncertainty. Of course, I would merely accidentally disclose a portion of the outpost's intelligence to the esteemed intelligence officer. The tone of the heavens sounded rather cheerful. As for the individual who could not recall how much he had inadvertently let slip, he found himself ensnared in a dilemma akin to a matter of life and death. The 3rd planet. From the view ahead, the 3rd planet filled the entire field of vision. Yelia gazed at the desolate earth, lost in thought. This planet, once brimming with hope and vitality, had slowly become barren under the century-long erosion by the Payan pirates, now rendered lifeless. Yet for her, this crimson planet was a permanent scar. A wound that could never heal, at least. That was how she perceived it. 6 years ago, the one she loved perished here, on this lifeless land. The very ground that had witnessed her tears and countless dreams. Even so, Yelia could not suppress the fervent passion that burned within her heart. Indeed, the moment she learned of the possibility of survivors on the 3rd planet, hope and despair erupted simultaneously within her. She yearned to find the surviving him, yet feared that she might ultimately confront the despair of death. Zor, like that person, inherited the physique of the Earthborn. Isn't somewhat similar to that person? It seems he has made some progress, seemingly having been granted the opportunity to study at the military academy due to his parents' accumulated merits, elevating him from a common citizen to the nobility, though still not comparable to the unparalleled fortune of the son of Heightland. This was nonetheless an exceedingly rare occurrence within the Shallan society, although it might appear enviable to others. For Zor, whose nerves were far more fragile than those of certain individuals, it could hardly be deemed fortunate. In a cohort filled with Shallan individuals possessing semi-divine beauty and extraordinary talents, Zor became silent and reclusive, perpetually distancing himself from the crowd, silently gazing up at the homeland visible to the naked eye. Yelia's first encounter with Zor was a completely fortuitous meeting, although Zor merely assisted her in retrieving her lost terminal wristband. Claiming that he did so out of a character unable to ignore a woman in distress, Yelia felt immense gratitude towards him, leading her to unconsciously begin to pay attention to this senior who was 2 training periods ahead of her. Through their subsequent interactions, she gradually discovered Zor's inherently gentle and peaceful nature, which endeared him to her even more. This one-sided affection persisted until the moment Yelia recorded her only remedial study during her time as a trainee. At that time, Zor had just graduated and was assigned to the Liefelstar system. Unable to contain her feelings any longer, Yelia, for the first and last time, confessed her emotions to him, only to receive Zor's slightly bewildered smile in return. Though he ultimately did not reject her love, he stubbornly maintained that love must be cultivated gradually, promising to wait for Yelia's arrival in the Liefelstar system. Then, he ventured to a world thousands of light years away, while Yelia had to remain at the military academy to complete her remaining 2 years of training as a winged knight. Even though Yelia firmly believed in the possibility of their reunion and poured all her thoughts into reaching the Liefelstar system, she aimed to achieve the best training results, thereby granting herself ample freedom of choice upon graduation. Perhaps she might even become his superior, allowing him to take flight under her wings. However, the merciless claws of fate ruthlessly tore apart their bond. The news of Zor's disappearance, or rather, his sacrifice during the reconnaissance mission at the third planet, soon reached her ears through her brother. Although the pride of being the daughter of the Iser family allowed her to endure the most painful moments, from that point onward, Yalia's life lost its direction, and she began to numbingly tread along the path predetermined by her family. She channeled all her passion into the time-honored enterprise of the Empire's fangs, hoping to forget the painful past, and indeed, she achieved considerable success in her career, completing her training ahead of schedule and attaining the rank of Winged Knight with merely 3 years of military service. This was indeed an exceptionally outstanding case, even among the illustrious Iser family. However, the anguish of losing Zor did not fade, much like the pale blue pin she carried with her at all times. The wound that had nearly torn her heart apart never ceased to bleed. She encased this indelible sorrow beneath a facade of calm indifference, plunging herself even more fervently into her work, leaving herself with scant moments to enrich her already pallid persona. Aboard the flagship Longyan of the First Fleet, apart from her elder brother Yushis and her mentor Lirwan, both her fellow officers and subordinates maintained a respectful distance from Yalia, treating her with a certain aloofness. Yalia recognized that this estrangement stemmed from her excessively indifferent demeanor, yet she had never considered altering her attitude. This state of affairs persisted until the arrival of a certain individual. The grand farce at the Imperial Palace Carnival marked the inception of their encounter. At the moment he shielded her from an imminent crisis with his body, her defenses began to waver, although Yalia subsequently attempted to respond with her usual coldness. She was taken aback when he uttered words akin to those of Zor, causing her to miss the opportunity to apologize to him. Despite feeling unsettled by this, fate soon placed him within her reach. Their shared moments seemed to be filled with contradictions and struggles. However, it was undeniable that she began to care for him more and more, so much so that she unwittingly began to conflate his shadow with that of Zor. The turning point in their relationship came with the arrival of a creature resembling an Ainuhojal mouse, which served as the catalyst for easing their awkwardness. As Yalia grew fond of the little creature, she began to subtly realize her feelings for its master. Unlike the gentle and serene Zor, this individual was both formidable and domineering. Domineering? That guy who bullies the weak and fears the strong. Wait, does this mean Yalia is essentially a docile girl? He seemed to derive amusement from teasing her, yet for some inexplicable reason, she found herself unable to harbor any resistance towards this wicked master. A long-buried emotion began to awaken within her, a warm, vibrant sensation filled with life. Confronting this feeling and recognizing its source filled Yalia with astonishment. She could hardly believe she was falling for another man. Indeed, it seemed she was even inclined to replace Zor. Yet, just as she could not resist the encroachment of the Ainuhojal mouse, she could not ignore the growing longing within her. In truth, she had begun to contemplate the possibility of embracing this love. Although she had gleaned from various rumors regarding the young wing of the Empire that he shared a profound bond with the first princess of the Fiendbird royal family, Yalia was confident, inheriting her family's tenacity, that she could triumph in this battle for his affection. However, the story she thought had concluded between her and Zor was abruptly reopened by the hand of fate, as news of possible survivors on the third planet stripped her of all impending possibilities. Bound by the specters of her past, Yalia found herself unable to break free. Her only choice was to heed the call from the depths of darkness, following the long-lost passage of time, even if this path led to an abyss devoid of light. Your expression seems to suggest you are contemplating something perilous, Commander. It was only when she heard his voice from behind that the dimness of her violet eyes flickered with a glimmer of light. Yalia turned to face the man who regarded her with a smirk that seemed to straddle the line between a smile and a frown, and spoke in an unexpectedly cold tone that even surprised herself. You are overthinking it, former officer. If that were the case, it would indeed be splendid. Leaning back against the railing with his arms crossed, he exuded an air of calm and ease. His gaze, devoid of tension, seemed to declare that everything was under his control, which left Yalia feeling somewhat frustrated. Yet, if it were this person, a faint ray of light pierced through the past, quietly illuminating her heart, shrouded in darkness. Since the objective of this mission was merely to investigate the possibility of survivors, there was no need for large apparatuses. Dispatching a fleet for escort would only draw the attention of the Fian army, rendering the situation even more perilous. Thus, Elvarda had only sent a single patrol ship to undertake this reconnaissance mission. Of course, this order had been issued before the Patriarch learned that his young master would also participate, rendering any change impossible. Yushis will surely face repercussions this time. After emerging from the Gate of Laurel, the patrol ship Moonlight had remained hidden in the shadows of the planets, and though it took twice as long as usual, it finally arrived safely in the vicinity of the third planet, hovering over the equator while diligently searching for any optical signals in the surrounding space. 6 hours passed in silence, yet they had yielded nothing. The captain and helmsman, Tonka, approached Yalia, the mission leader, and inquired, "Commander, we have yet to detect any signals. Shall we continue this way?" Yalia glanced at the individual beside her to confirm he had made no objection before commanding. "Let us descend into the atmosphere of the third planet." The surface of the third planet comprised 5/5 ocean and 1/5 land. While its geographical composition hinted at the potential for human habitation, it had long since lost that potential due to the relentless erosion of humanity's malevolence. In fact, the Shalon had dispatched a fleet to survey the Laurel system in the 143rd year after their establishment, when the third planet was home to a staggering 200 million people thriving socially. The Empire, believing that this human realm did not yet require assistance, redirected its focus toward other areas in need of development, taking over 200 years to extend its territory to the fringes of the Laurel system, only to be met with shock. Once lush green lands were now devoured by black deserts, leaving no trace of life, while the formerly azure seas had been tainted a deep, oppressive red, devoid of any vitality, due to the near-total collapse of the atmospheric structure. The brutal light from the Laurel star mercilessly harvested all life on this land. The daytime on the third planet became a purgatory of light, while the nights transformed into a tomb of darkness. The Empire, profoundly saddened, eventually discovered approximately 10,000 survivors in a remote corner of the third planet and swiftly assembled a rescue fleet, hoping to preserve the last vestiges of hope for this planet. However, an ominous black fleet appeared before the rescue team, reducing the settlement of survivors to ashes with its orbital cannons, then triumphantly departing before the stunned Imperial fleet. It was likely from this moment onward that the Shalon viewed the Fian as an evil that must be eradicated, and the first and second powers within human society officially collided, igniting centuries of mutual animosity. The patrol ship Moonlight unfurled its auxiliary wings, gliding over the dark red ocean. Having descended into the atmosphere during the daytime, unfiltered radiation scorched the land, raising surface temperatures above 70 degrees Celsius. The space surrounding the patrol ship was saturated with blinding white light, potent enough to inflict permanent damage to human eyesight, rendering even direct observation of the planet's surface through the porthole impossible. It is even more tragic than I had anticipated. After undergoing light filtering, Yalia was finally able to visually confirm the desolate land below. For one who was born on the verdant land of Kongding and raised to harmonize with nature, the sight before her was profoundly impactful and shocking, and anyone could sense the weight of her emotions in her tone. Indeed, this is a grave oversight on the Empire's part. Yalia's expression mirrored sorrow and heaviness. Had we been more attuned to the existence of the Fian human community sooner, this tragedy might have been averted. If one were to interpret these words from an individual perspective, the speaker would likely be regarded as a narcissist with an excessive sense of self-confidence, deserving of scorn. However, Alia, who articulated these sentiments in an exceedingly natural tone, evoked in the young man beside her, hailing from the terrestrial realm, a profound sense of pride and nobility that belonged to the denizens of the skies, a quality absent in the earthly world. The heavens silently gazed upon this celestial maiden, whose sorrowful expression cast downwards upon the earth, and an ineffable emotion surged within, albeit accompanied by a rebellious train of thought. Would other Shalon people not share a similar reaction upon witnessing this scene? Perhaps it is likely. At the very least, the captain has recently grown quite taciturn. Nevertheless, it is remarkable that an entire nation harbors such lofty ideals. Does Shalon intend to bear the sins of all humanity? Captain, let us proceed to the nearest continent, Alia declared, retracting her gaze from the porthole and softening her expression slightly. We shall commence our search from there, in sequential order across the 4 continents. Are we to abandon the search of the ocean? The young man paused in surprise, analyzing purely by area. The mysteriously vanished survey vessel would presumably have a greater likelihood of succumbing to the ocean depths. The sea here is laden with heavy metal particles, possessing a formidable shielding capacity against electromagnetic signals. Should the survey vessel have sunk beneath the waves, it would be impossible for any distress signal to penetrate the surface. Thus I deduce that its point of descent must lie on some continent, Alia assessed calmly. Moreover, given that the distress signal managed to penetrate the atmosphere at least once, it stands to reason that the communication system of the survey vessel retains some functionality. If we conduct a search along the meridian, we should be able to swiftly locate its signal. Indeed, the young man replied with a composed expression, his words revealing the impassioned emotions concealed beneath a veneer of calm rationality. If the location of the fall is on a continent, then the occupants would still possess a minuscule chance of survival, would they not? Yes, that seems plausible, Alia responded, offering a rare, faint smile devoid of rebuttal. Even with the atmospheric cruising speed and signal searching capabilities of the patrol vessel, Moonwatch took a full 56 hours to complete the search of the first continent. Although some suspected signals were detected during this period, upon reaching the designated location, they were found to originate from abandoned industrial relics, a situation that repeated itself 6 times. Moonwatch spent 49 hours scouring the slightly smaller second continent, uncovering 5 sites where the signaling functionality remained intact, yet still failed to detect any signals from the survey vessel. For 5 consecutive days, Alia remained vigilantly stationed at the bridge, teetering on the precipice of hope and despair, were it not for the compassionate intercession of the young man, who compelled her to rest for 8 hours. This resolute woman might have frayed the very fabric of her sanity. Naturally, Alia was cognizant of this fact. Hence, upon waking, she refrained from voicing any complaints to him, merely inquiring about the progress during her absence before reverting to her statue-like stillness in the deputy commander's seat. A profound silence enveloped the atmosphere until 18 hours into the search of the third continent, when, having departed from yet another abandoned industrial site, Moonwatch finally intercepted a distress signal encoded with the long-abandoned codes of the Celestial Army. Yet, upon hearing this report, Alia was taken aback to discover that, rather than elation, she felt paralyzed by the encroaching dread. "Let us proceed to the source of the signal. Is that acceptable, Captain?" The calm words from her side imparted a modicum of courage and strength. Alia managed a nod, stating, "Yes, let us proceed as such." 30 minutes later, Moonwatch hovered above the source of the signal. It was a vast plain suitable for ship landing, yet a certain area had collapsed, forming a pit just large enough for a small vessel to descend. Indeed, the signal emanates from within the pit, the captain reported after careful verification. However, we have not discovered any trace of the survey vessel inside. In fact, our ship's equipment is only capable of detecting structures above 1 kilometer beneath the surface, and the depth of this pit exceeds that threshold. I see. After half an hour, Alia had regained her composure, at least on the surface. After a moment of contemplation, she sought confirmation from the captain. "Is it possible to land on the surface below, Captain?" "That would be perilous, Commander," the captain earnestly advised her. "The rock foundation below is exceptionally fragile. If our ship were to land there, we might encounter a fate akin to that of the survey vessel. Even vessels forged by the celestial people would struggle to ascend again after plunging a kilometer underground. I believe if the survey vessel is indeed beneath the pit, it must have faced a similar predicament. Strange, based on the geological distribution. The foundation here should not be so weak." Alia furrowed her brow, unable to suppress her concern. "Then the patrol vessel shall remain aloft, while we shall allow our crew to descend directly to the surface for investigation. I suspect this planet may not be as straightforward as we presume, so please remind everyone to exercise caution." "Understood." With a salute, the captain promptly issued the command. 10 minutes later, 24 crew members from the patrol vessel Moonwatch, excluding the 6 tasked with routine maintenance, descended to the surface, dividing into 3 small teams for planetary exploration. For the majority of the celestial people, stepping onto a ground devoid of artificial gravity was nothing short of a jarring experience. Under such circumstances, it was unreasonable to expect them to perform at even half their usual capacity. Thus, although the Shalon aviators were eager to challenge their people's conventional wisdom, they were swiftly sent back by their subordinates, citing the need to avoid becoming a burden, leaving them to watch helplessly as the others landed upon the sun-drenched earth. "Well, it seems I must also make my move." Alia's soft whisper caused a nearby individual, previously engulfed in uncertainty, to feel a sudden racing of their heart. And her ensuing actions confirmed the ominous premonition of the young man. "Captain, reposition the patrol vessel above the pit. I shall investigate inside," Alia declared, her tone resolute and austere, allowing no room for dissent. "I anticipate fierce resistance." "Are you serious, Commander?" The captain gazed earnestly at the much younger celestial aviator, his voice laden with rejection. "Yes, this is an order. You are to comply, aviator." Alia's voice was as frigid as unyielding ice. "I shall bear all responsibility. Your duty is simply to obey." "Understood." This clash of wills lasted less than 10 seconds before the captain averted his gaze. "Commander, you are the highest authority for this operation, so I shall heed your orders. However, based on my duty, I cannot allow you to confront unknown dangers alone. Therefore, I must accompany you." "You." Just as Alia was about to dismiss this request, a voice suddenly chimed in from behind. "I say, Captain, it is my task assigned by Admiral Yushis to protect this commander. Why would you leave the bridge, ready to assist us, to join in the fray?" The young man smiled as he patted Danga's shoulder, subtly threatening. "Or do you doubt my capabilities? Perhaps I should send you back to your quarters for a few hours of rest. After all, you've been rather busy these past few days." "No, that won't be necessary." If the esteemed individual endowed with the highest military might of the Celestial Army accompanies us, I have nothing to fear. The captain smiled wryly, declining the young man's kind offer. Well then, shall we proceed, Commander? The figure known as Sky turned to gaze at Alia with a radiant smile. After a moment's hesitation, Alia nodded in agreement, her expression still cool as she made her way towards the entrance of the bridge. As they brushed past each other, a barely audible thank you floated into the ears of the son of Hetrand. The patrol ship hovered above the gaping chasm, drawing 4 carbon fiber ropes from the airlock chamber below, which led directly into the depths of the abyss. These carbon fiber ropes were generated directly from the crystallizer, continuously extending downward without any limitation in length. Although they appeared slender, each rope was capable of bearing the weight of a medium-sized mobile platform. And due to their minimal self-weight, there was no possibility of rupture even at depths of 20,000 meters. Furthermore, both individuals descending were secured with double safety measures. Goodness. How deep is this pit? Sky pondered as he hung suspended by the ropes, attempting to shine a spotlight downward. However, even at maximum power, he could not discern even the slightest glimmer of reflection below. They had only descended about 500 nautical meters, while the depth of the pit was at least 1,000 nautical meters or more, and of course, the bottom remained unseen. Though Alia attempted to explain calmly, her slightly trembling voice betrayed a profound sense of unease and fear. For the daughter of the skies, who had only encountered the terrestrial world through footage, facing the necessity of descending into the Earth's depths before truly experiencing life on the surface was understandably daunting. In fact, Sky respected Alia's courage, but the thought of the source of that courage made his feelings quite complex. The former commander of Hetrand continued to descend in silence for quite some time, until the radiant surface above appeared no larger than a pinhole. It was then that Alia called out to her companion. You really don't have to take this risk with me. Why are you following? Because you have made it worthwhile for me to take this risk. Sky's casual reply sent Alia's heart racing, though his next words left her with an expectation she could not comprehend. If you safely return, the Admiral will reward me with 40% of his remaining collection, so I must ensure you return unscathed. He must be trying to comfort himself, Alia thought, forcing a cheerful tone in her conversation. So, your brother still has some left? I suppose I should bring an alcohol detector next time we search. No need for that. Just rely on Wonkai. Sky lightly patted the pocket at his waist, from which a fluffy little head peeked out, struggling to climb up the smooth surface of his protective suit and curiously gazing at his features through the helmet. This creature had a nose sharper than a dog's and seemed to have developed a taste for alcohol, thanks to a certain someone's influence. So no matter where the Admiral hid the liquor, it would never escape detection. Of course. I will have to wait until the Admiral pays before I can lend it to you. You brought Wonkai too? Alia expressed surprise, followed by a fierce glare directed at her thoughtless companion. Don't worry. This little fellow is quite resilient. It can survive even in the vacuum of space. So I believe it will manage just fine down here. Sky boasted proudly. Moreover, Korsha has bestowed it with several intriguing abilities that might come in handy. Squeak. Squeak. Wongsai's sudden shriek drew their attention, and upon looking over, both couldn't help but laugh, previously unaware of the situation. The creature resembling an Ainuho Jarl mouse seemed to have realized the endless abyss beneath it and was now terrified, clinging desperately to Sky's shoulder, emitting pitiful cries. Even lacking the courage to return to the pocket, gripping the fabric of his suit as if it were the only thing keeping it safe. Haha, what a fool. Sky chuckled heartily, completely disregarding the potential psychological trauma he was inflicting on Wonkai, as the activation of the wing transformation program only required a simple command. You are being too rough with it. Alia could not help but frown, carefully lifting the trembling Wonkai from Sky's shoulder and placing it gently into her pocket, soothing its head in comfort. Squeak, squeak. Finally out of danger, Wonkai expressed its utmost gratitude to this benevolent goddess, licking the tips of her fingers, gazing up with pure appreciation at the beauty obscured by the helmet. Although separated by a layer of fabric, Alia felt the stirrings from her fingertips, and the reinforced glass of her helmet could not block out the sparkling gaze directed at her. With a soft hum, the daughter of Iser withdrew her willpower from the alluring vortex. Due to the mouse-like creature resembling an Ainuho Jarl, the atmosphere between the two brightened somewhat. For the next half hour, Sky and Alia engaged in a fruitless discussion on the proper treatment of pets until they finally felt solid ground beneath their feet. 1,726 nautical meters below sea level, shallower than anticipated. Alia contacted the patrol ship via her terminal wristband to ascertain their current depth. Former Commander, do you have any discoveries over there? It appears to be a vast underground space, Commander. Sky attempted to confirm the surrounding boundaries with the spotlight, but the undulating rock formations obscured his view, only allowing him to ascertain that the cavity they occupied was at least 300 meters in diameter. However, there was no sign of the exploration vessel. Oh, As Sky walked forward, he suddenly sensed a different texture beneath his feet. Is this a solidifying agent? The initial landing spot was composed of debris of various sizes, seemingly fallen from the rock walls on either side. After advancing 20 meters, the terrain abruptly leveled out, the ground reflecting a cold metallic sheen under the spotlight. Having previously repaired transport shuttles, Sky recognized that the material beneath him resembled a solidified curing agent. Indeed, this planet conceals some secrets. Alia mused. Wait a moment. She retrieved a cylindrical object from her backpack, pressed a button, and tossed it upward. The cylindrical device then emitted a brilliant light, illuminating the surroundings as if it were day. Oh, this is quite convenient. Sky squinted up at the artificial star, his eyes stinging from the brightness. But we can only use it for 2 hours, so let us make the most of our time. Alia crouched beside him, meticulously examining the ground's material. Yes, it is indeed a solidifying agent. Confirming this, Alia began to search along the surface composed of the curing agent while logically deducing. This must be a pit created when the exploration vessel crashed. It likely fell below, and the solidifying agent is the action of an automatic repair system. I believe the edges of the solidifying agent area should lead to an artificial surface. Let us find it. No, I think we might not need to. Alia concluded. The Sky's expression was a curious blend of bemusement and incredulity as he directed the spotlight towards a certain section of the rear rock wall. There, on the deep brown surface, lay a wide passage broad enough to accommodate 3 individuals walking side by side, clearly a construction of human origin, thus impossible to overlook. However, alongside this revelation, a certain individual harbored doubts about this seemingly unencumbered stroke of fortune. A passage? Even before the formal search commenced, results had already emerged, prompting even Yalia to gaze at the sky with a sense of wonder, murmuring, "Indeed, it is the fortunate wings of the Heitland family." The two stood side by side at the entrance, peering inside. The entire corridor was constructed from a type of grayish-white stone, extending nearly 100 meters into the depths of the rock wall. It appeared to have an end, but due to the possible presence of an angle, nothing but a blank wall was visible. After a moment of hesitation, Yalia prepared to step inside, but was halted by her companion. "Wait, Commander. I was the first to discover this passage, so I should be the first to enter." The Sky raised a hand to stop Yalia then, with a cautious demeanor and an unusually alert posture, stepped into the seemingly short corridor. Thank you." Yalia, touched by such consideration, expressed her gratitude with utmost sincerity. Due to his prior skepticism regarding this overly simple stroke of luck, the Sky advanced through the corridor with exceptional caution, taking a full 10 minutes to reach the corner. However, his rare prudence proved unnecessary as nothing transpired during that time. Upon rounding the corner, a seemingly ordinary automatic door appeared at the end, devoid of any suspicious features, leading the Sky to ponder. Could it be that this time it was merely luck? I never imagined you could be such a cautious person, Commander. At this moment, Yalia entered, her attention shifting to the investigation of the automatic door, a light laugh escaping her lips. This inscription isn't in Shalon language, nor does it resemble the official languages of the community. Could it be the language of the indigenous people of the third planet? Is it Old English? The Sky recognized it instantly, having encountered this type of language during his time in his homeland of Kongding, where the official language of the Ayanos Free System Alliance derived from Old English. Yalia was momentarily taken aback. You know this language? Come on, Commander, this is still the universal language of the Golden Galaxy era, right? I didn't realize it was that peculiar. The Sky chuckled wryly, yet felt a surge of delight. Since arriving in Shalon society, having played the role of the uninformed individual since encountering that princess, he finally found an opportunity to redeem himself, allowing the pent-up frustration within him to dissipate. Apologies. I've never studied this language. Perhaps feeling a tinge of shame, her typically cool beauty flushed slightly, noticing Yalia's adorable embarrassment. The Sky refrained from teasing further and focused on deciphering the inscriptions etched upon the metal surface. It appears that behind this door is an elevator, and it leads downwards. The last word caused the Sky to exhibit a look of astonishment, even with the resilient nerves inherited from someone. The son of Heitland felt a shudder of fear ripple through him. However, after a moment's reflection, he reassured himself. I must have misremembered. Perhaps that word isn't meant to be translated that way. Regardless, such a thing couldn't lead underground. An elevator leading to the depths? Yalia seemed to hesitate, contemplating whether to proceed. From various indications, this location did not appear to be a hidden military base of the community, yet as an indigenous relic. Its functionality seemed overly advanced. This planet had been devoid of life for over a century, yet the exploration vessel had only crashed 6 years prior. The protective systems from the Golden Galaxy era were still operational at that time. If no one had maintained the equipment in the interim, it was indeed suspicious. All in all, let us descend and observe, but exercise caution. Yalia, having made up her mind, began to contact the patrol ship using her terminal wristband. Captain, there appears to be some sort of artificial structure below. The exploration vessel seems to be trapped inside. It doesn't resemble a base of Bien. I suspect it belongs to the indigenous people. Furthermore, we've just discovered an elevator and are preparing to descend deeper underground. Uncertain whether they could maintain contact with the patrol ship afterward, she seemed to be met with vehement objections from the other end. Yalia winced, her expression revealing discomfort. And after a few silent seconds, she continued in a tone that brooked no argument. Listen, this is an order. You are to remain on standby above. If we fail to make contact within 48 hours, you are to drop some supplies and return to report to the Grand Admiral. I repeat, this is an order. Once Yalia resolutely ended the communication, she became aware of her companion beside her, who wore a rueful smile. Instantly, she felt a wave of embarrassment. Hastily averting her gaze from his seemingly non-judgmental look, her tone tinged with guilt. I didn't mean to underestimate your life. Perhaps you should return to the patrol ship and wait for my contact? If I were to let you go down alone, then in 48 hours, we might indeed only have the option of airlifting supplies, the Sky declared firmly, shaking his head. I will accompany you, Commander. In 36 hours, I will carry you out. Even if I have to shoulder you. After all, Admiral Yushis has granted me the authority to employ any means necessary. The process may be rather rough. I hope you can forgive me for that. Under the gaze of those profound black eyes, Yalia momentarily exhibited a look of uncertainty before turning to open the elevator door. Stepping inside in silence. Once the Sky confirmed that his resolve had indeed reached the daughter of Iser, he smiled with satisfaction and followed her into the elevator. What manner of treasures lay in wait below? As the elevator descended steadily for 10 minutes, the Sky had summoned all his creativity to envision the possible scenarios that awaited them. However, it was only at the moment the door swung open that he realized how limited his imagination truly was. In truth, perhaps no one could have anticipated that. 3,000 nods beneath the surface, such a spacious expanse lay hidden. As his line of sight extended infinitely forward, the Sky instinctively glanced upward. The ceiling, 1,000 nods above, appeared almost indistinguishable from the heavens as commonly understood, save for the few towering pillars that pierced through and a conspicuously patched hole. As if bewitched by the sight before him, the Sky unconsciously stepped out of the elevator, only then realizing that the elevator shaft he had just ascended was, in fact, a colossal metal pillar, approximately 100 nods in diameter, akin to the distant pillars. At this moment, beneath his feet lay not the hard rock or the frigid metal, but a layer of soft soil, over which thrived an abundance of lush vegetation, stretching infinitely outward to form a vast, boundless expanse of grassland. However, at regular intervals throughout the prairie stood numerous enigmatic monuments, their purpose unknown, closely packed together, rendering the scenery somewhat uncanny. As dusk approached on the surface of the third planet, the light reflecting from the zenith was dim, and the silence enveloped the grassland, filling the surroundings with a chilling stillness that made one's heartbeat quicken beyond normal limits. This was an artificially created ecosystem, presumably entirely isolated from the outside world. Yalia followed Sky as they approached the heavens, her expression a mix of gravity and astonishment. Indeed, even the composition of the air was starkly different from that of the surface. Was it close to normal atmospheric conditions? Then perhaps we could remove our helmets. Is that so? Sky, somewhat dazed, removed his helmet, only to furrow his brow tightly upon inhaling. It was not due to difficulty in breathing, but rather a faint, insistent odor that invaded his nostrils, persistently stimulating his olfactory cells in the connected nerves. This scent bore a resemblance to decay, so subtle it nearly went unnoticed until one became aware of it, at which point an indescribable discomfort and revulsion seemed to etch itself onto the psyche, rendering it impossible to ignore. Even Sky, who hailed from the surface, could not suppress a frown, and Yalia, blessed, though perhaps cursed, by her inherited keen senses, found it unbearable. As she removed her helmet, she swayed slightly, her complexion draining of color. Commander, I believe it would be prudent for you to don your helmet once more. This scent is rather overwhelming for the Shalon. Sky offered this counsel, only to find her gaze fixed intently on a certain point ahead, her expression revealing signs of profound agitation. A reconnaissance vessel? Realizing the truth, Sky shifted his gaze in the same direction as Yalia's. There, approximately 200 yards to the left, lay a small craft, quietly resting upon the grassland. Half of its hull was embedded in the earth, while the other half was cloaked by some violet flora, though its condition was indeterminate. Its silhouette suggested it had not sustained damage severe enough to endanger all aboard. Perhaps the deployment of jets during its descent had mitigated the fall? Zorl. While Yalia's heart oscillated between despair and hope, her body surged forward uncontrollably. Lacking experience in traversing the surface world, her strides across the prairie were unexpectedly light. deftly avoiding the roots and clumps of earth beneath her feet as well as the towering monuments above her. Hey, the surface world is perilous. Such recklessness will inevitably lead to trouble. Sky observed the purple-haired figure and her surroundings with a cautious eye. It was only when Yalia activated her terminal bracelet to open the vessel's hatch and confirmed her safety that Sky relaxed, letting out a gentle sigh. His expression tinged with complexity. Well, with the princess reunited with the prince, the knight's duty seems to be drawing to a close. Yet, will it proceed so smoothly? Ruffling his hair, Sky ambled toward the seemingly lifeless reconnaissance vessel. What, then, are these monuments? As he passed one, he took a moment to scrutinize it. The monument stood about half a person's height, exuding a sense of weight and solidity. In the faint sunlight filtering from above, it glimmered with a metallic sheen, simple silver letters etched upon its black surface. Squinting slightly, Sky endeavored to decipher the inscriptions. Carol Ryden, year 3075 to 3120. This was the extent of the inscription, but the son of Haterland was struck by a sudden shock, his breath quickening, his face paling as he struggled to comprehend. So, that term, it was indeed correct, Sky murmured. Recalling the metal plate at the entrance of the lift, which had read, Pathway to the Underground Cemetery. Is this some kind of jest? He raised his gaze slightly, and the seemingly endless grassland unfurled before him once more. This time, however, all of his attention was riveted on the dense array of monuments piercing the prairie, or rather, gravestones. This vast expanse of grassland was, in fact, a colossal graveyard, a burial ground for billions. How many could there be? These gravestones. Suddenly, sensing the oppressive aura of death saturating the surrounding space, Sky could no longer contain himself and let out a roar of despair. It was impossible to estimate the number of gravestones extending infinitely outward along the sprawling prairie. Tens of millions? Hundreds of millions? Or perhaps even billions? The very act of speculating on this matter drained the courage of the valiant son of the Sky Army. A primal fear coiled around his throat like an invisible noose, rendering the ground beneath him, laden with countless corpses, feel as though it were giving way beneath his feet. With a deep breath, as if to calm himself, Sky inhaled, yet the faint scent of death immediately invaded his body, directly assaulting his organs and nerves. Channeling all his mental fortitude, he managed to suppress the overwhelming urge to vomit. Justin Olson, year 3087 to 3120. Thomas James, year 3002 to 3120. Marcus Ryden, year 3056 to 3120. Pushing through the lush grass that thrived on the souls of the deceased, Sky painstakingly confirmed the inscriptions on each gravestone. Soon recognizing a disquieting pattern, they all had perished in the year 3120. The pallor returned to Haterland's face. As if possessed by some unseen force. Sky wandered aimlessly across this vast, boundless graveyard, confirming the names and dates inscribed on the gravestones until the burgeoning dread became an unbearable weight on his knees, compelling him to collapse onto the grass, unleashing a howl that teetered on the brink of madness. Huff, huff, huff. Having expelled much of his fear through that raw, hoarse cry, Sky gradually regained his composure. With sheer willpower, he managed to suppress the instinctual terror, allowing him to focus on the predicament at hand. To think I have stumbled upon such an exaggerated place. This is a problem far beyond the capabilities of two individuals or a single reconnaissance vessel. It would be best to have the Grand Admiral dispatch a fleet to undertake this mission. We should turn back, if that noble lady consents. Having reached a decision, Sky laboriously rose from the ground and trudged toward the reconnaissance vessel. Although there may be a suspicion of disturbing the heartfelt reunion of lovers, under the current circumstances, the Sky has little time to dwell on such matters. Just as he stood at the entrance of the survey ship, preparing to contact Yalia with his terminal bracelet, the hatch suddenly opened. What are you doing, Senior Pilot Tion? Yalia asked, her expression one of confusion. Due to the heightened tension in his nerves, Tion instinctively assumed a defensive posture the moment she opened the door. No, it's nothing. After a soft sigh, Tion relaxed slightly, only to notice Yalia's expression, neither joy nor sorrow, but rather a semblance of peace tinged with regret. Could it be that no one is inside? As he posed the question, Tion already discerned the answer from Yalia's expression, yet he sought further confirmation. Surely, there can't even be a body? You seem to be hoping for their demise, came Yalia's icy voice, laced with dissatisfaction and confusion. That's not the case. I just find it rather strange that no one has perished, considering this environment. No, never mind. Realizing he had let slip too much, Tion attempted to remedy his words, but Yalia had already caught on to the peculiarities in his tone. What do you mean by this environment? The intense scrutiny in her crystalline purple eyes demanded an answer. However, Tion pressed his lips tightly together, fixing his gaze straight ahead, exuding an air of resolute silence. Do you mean for me to investigate this myself, Senior Pilot Tion? Yalia frowned, unable to contain her frustration. While I am unaware of what you have discovered, this is not the time for impulsive actions. Are you truly unwilling to share the truth with me? Commander, shall we return to the survey ship at once? After a moment of silence, Tion finally spoke, his tone heavy. Once we are back aboard, I will divulge all my findings to you. You truly seem to be concealing something significant, Senior Pilot Tion. Yalia's elegant brows furrowed further, gazing at the man who looked at her with concern. A wave of guilt surged within her, softening her tone. All right, if you wish to remain silent, I shall not pry. However, there's no turning back now. Follow me. I discovered some intriguing things inside the ship. Yalia turned and walked back into the survey vessel, allowing Tion to finally exhale in relief. He could hardly fathom how the noble siren pilot would react upon learning the shocking truths. Despite her superior insights, Tion still hoped to keep her unaware of certain details until they returned. As the hatch closed behind them, the oppressive atmosphere was immediately sealed away. Soft luminescence cascaded from the ceiling, thoroughly dispelling the remnants of fear lingering in Tion's heart. He sighed deeply, feeling as though he had ascended from hell to heaven. Only to self-deprecate. Strangely, I find more comfort in artificial structures than in the natural world. Does this imply I am inching closer to the understanding of the Celestials? Although the survey ship tilted slightly upon landing, it largely remained level, allowing the two to traverse the corridors without expending energy on maintaining balance. However, Tion was surprised to find that, despite the catastrophic descent, the ship's interior was as pristine as new, with nary a scrap of debris in sight. Were it not for the occasional irreparable damage, he might have questioned whether the vessel had merely run out of energy and made a forced landing. To be so concerned with trivialities even after such a disaster. The sirens truly are. Tion muttered quietly, surely the ship's immaculate condition must have been due to some post-crash tidying? While the siren race generally exhibited a remarkably elevated demeanor compared to other humans, their obsession with cleanliness seemed to border on the excessive. At that moment, Yalia, walking ahead, let the tips of her pointed ears twitch slightly but remained silent as she opened the bridge's door and stepped inside first. Compared to other areas of the ship, the bridge's equipment was notably well-preserved, though it was also devoid of personnel. On the command table lay a blue-covered navigation log and a red memory crystal, indicating that the crew had departed under calm and voluntary circumstances. Perhaps this was why Yalia felt a modicum of relief. I haven't yet examined this navigation log. Would you like to look at it together? Yalia inquired with her gaze. Of course, thank you, Tion replied with a smile. And Yalia took a seat in the command chair, inhaling deeply before carefully opening the log and flipping to the last few pages. On the 17th day of the third month of the 421st year of the Siren calendar, we were tasked with surveying the third planet of the Lar system. Upon landing on the planet's surface, the rock layers suddenly collapsed. Though we activated reverse thrust to mitigate the impact, we still fell several thousand cords beneath the surface. On the 18th day of the same month, we seem to have descended into some sort of artificial structure. While the surrounding environment is quite extraordinary, our primary concern is repairing the damage to the survey ship. On the 21st day of the same month, after 72 hours of repair work, the power systems of the survey ship have been largely restored, and the hull's damage has been patched with nanomaterials. The only remaining issue lies with the ship's navigation control system, due to excessive activation and the impact from the fall. The Central Intelligence Core and most of its associated circuits are in a semi-damaged state. If we cannot repair this, the survey ship will be unable to navigate. However, such precision work cannot be accomplished with the rudimentary equipment aboard, and we can only hope for a miracle. On the 27th day of the same month, the chief engineer officially declared the navigation control system irreparable. Anticipating this outcome, we accepted the fact with composure and decided to shift our focus to surveying the surrounding artificial structures, hoping to discover equipment that could replace the intelligence core. On the 28th day of the same month, we confirmed that we have descended 3,200 cords underground. While we can ascend to 2,000 cords with the nearby lift, reaching the surface will require alternative means. Regardless, this is a delightful discovery. On the first day of the fourth month, we decided to split the remaining 24 crew members into 3 groups to survey the surrounding environment. The captain and chief engineer will remain aboard to continue repair efforts, hoping they will return with new findings. On the 4th day of the 4th month, in the evening, we received routine communication from the second team, who reported finding some operational rail transport equipment at the 6th column to the north. Although its destination remains unknown, they have decided to take it for further exploration. Furthermore, the first team encountered an attack from a pack of alien wolves yesterday, resulting in a 4th injury. On the 8th day of the 4th month, the second team has lost communication, and only 3 members of the first team are making their way back to the ship. At dusk, we received communication from the third team, who reported that all 4 members had contracted an unknown pathogen from the water source and were rapidly deteriorating. On the 10th day of the 4th month, Following the second team, the first team also lost contact, and all members of the third team have contracted the pathogen, with 3 fatalities already reported. Based on the deceased's final reminder, we have uncovered a profoundly terrifying truth. On October 11th of the 421st year of the Shalan calendar, we resolved to no longer wait and traverse the graveyard toward the location of the third squad, uncertain if we could return. We organized the ship's log and memory crystal for the bridge, hoping that our comrades would never need to use them. The log ends here. Yet Arya continued to hold it for a considerable time, her gaze fixed blankly on the diary's empty pages. The sky seemed to exhale a long sigh, sinking into its own thoughts. Time flowed in a seemingly eternal silence, while the atmosphere in the bridge felt so heavy that the air itself seemed to solidify. Even Wang Kai, who had initially poked its head out, sensed the unusual tension, shivered, and retreated back into Arya's pocket without daring to make a sound, regarding that profoundly terrifying truth. After an indeterminate period, Arya finally closed the ship's log and placed it back, then leaned back weakly against the chair, turning to gaze at her companion. You have realized it, haven't you? Yes. It was evident that this woman had also sensed the truth. Thus there was no longer a need for the sky to conceal it. Is it the graveyard? Arya's voice trembled slightly. Upon discerning the answer from the sky's expression, she asked in a noticeably shaky tone, Is it all of them? This time, the sky remained silent, merely gazing at her with deep sorrowful eyes. I must confirm. Arya stood from the command chair, hastening towards the bridge exit, only to be halted by the sky. Commander, even if you confirm it, it will be of no help. In fact, if possible, I would prefer to knock you out and send you back to the patrol ship right now. Despite the words, the profound gentleness emanating from those deep black eyes enchanted Arya momentarily, yet her pride as the Empire's blade brought her back to reality. The Isolari clan never accepted any form of pity, whether benevolent or malevolent. She fixed her gaze upon this person, fully capable of fulfilling the earlier declaration, and declared firmly, If you intend to trample on my pride, then I shall harbor a lifetime of hatred for you, First Officer. Very well, I shall wait on the bridge for you. Commander. The sky conceded first in this clash of wills. He stepped aside from the bridge entrance, returning to the command chair, closing his eyes to enter a tranquil slumber. While Arya's footsteps gradually faded, a full half-hour later, footsteps echoed again through the corridor, albeit slow and unsteady. The sky opened his eyes, standing to look towards the bridge entrance, his brow furrowing in sorrow. Arya stood there. No. Perhaps it would be more accurate to say she was unable to advance. She leaned against the wall, her left hand gripping the nearby handle tightly, as though without that support she would collapse. Her resilient beauty was now pallid, breaths hurried, as if even her genetically blessed body could not withstand the overwhelming shock stemming from primal instincts. That is why I told you not to look. The sky approached with a wry smile, gently grasping her trembling right hand, channeling a pure inner energy to help her calm down quickly. At the moment their hands connected, Arya instinctively tried to retract her own, yet he held on firmly, preventing her escape. Subsequently, a strange warmth emanated from his hand, like a gentle breeze soothing her entire being, quietly dissipating the tremors of fear. Thank you. Arya whispered her gratitude. Hesitating whether to withdraw her hand, he seemed disinclined to release her, and she was astonished to discover that she seemingly shared the same sentiment. Let us return, Commander. After letting the energy circulate for another moment, Arya's complexion regained some color. The sky finally withdrew his hand, suggesting, The situation we face has far exceeded what the two of us can manage. It is likely that even mobilizing the entire patrol ship crew would be futile. If we truly wish to uncover the secrets of this planet, a fleet must be dispatched. You said you would give me 36 hours, didn't you? Arya bit her lip, avoiding the sky's gaze, as if pleading. Commander, according to the ship's log, that individual is most likely deceased. The sky could not help but frown. Observing the sorrowful expression that marred Arya's typically resolute beauty, he resolved to erase the lingering specter that had become increasingly unbearable. If he was devoured by wolves, there might not even be bones left. Do you still hope to find his body? You. Arya glared at the sky with fury, as though trying to pierce him with her gaze. Am I wrong? The sky shot back, his voice as cold as stone, effortlessly quelling the tempest of her anger. Do not evade the truth. Confront reality. That person is dead, and you are alive, living alongside me and others. You are the intelligence officer of the First Fleet. A single misjudgment could cost thousands of lives. Do you still have the luxury to weep for merely one deceased? I know. You need not tell me such things. Arya's voice faltered towards the end, her head bowed, the shimmering purple locks shielding her expression. As she implored in a voice reminiscent of despair, just grant me one night's time, please, just one night. Tomorrow I will regain my strength. So allow me this final moment of weakness. Ugh, The sky, seemingly perturbed, ran a hand through his hair, ultimately slumping his shoulders in resignation. Agreeing to Arya's request, huh? Wasn't Arya the highest commander of this mission? Very well, we shall wait until tomorrow morning to return. However, if you are still hesitant then, I shall immediately knock you out and carry you back. Yes, I understand. Arya nodded gently in response, then turned towards the ship's corridor. Zor, the ship's operations chief, had his quarters not far from the captain's room, and Arya intended to reflect on the shared past with Zor, as the individual had suggested. And to put it to rest, let Lonkai accompany you. I will remain on the bridge until tomorrow morning. The sky's voice came from behind. As the seemingly Inahoji mouse climbed onto her shoulder, witnessing Wongsai's endearing gaze, Arya felt a wave of warmth wash over her. During the time that the sky and Arya were lost in the underground world, the patrol ship Moonlight, following orders, ascended to hover over the equator of the third planet after gathering everyone from the soldiers. The reason for this was twofold. First, it was more convenient for collecting solar energy, and second, the crew truly had no desire to linger on that desolate land. Of course, before leaving, Captain Danga left a small communications relay device near the pit. As soon as a signal was received from the terminal wristbands of the two individuals, it would immediately notify the Moonlight. Within 10 minutes, the patrol ship could reach the pit's vicinity. Although the elegant officer had indeed ordered that if there was no contact after 48 hours, the patrol ship could return independently, Danga was resolute in not encountering such a scenario. 12 hours have elapsed since the terminal signals of those two individuals vanished, and the communications hub has fallen into an unsettling silence, filling him with anxiety and irritation. With the presence of that young lord from Heightland, there should be no cause for concern. As he paced back and forth on the bridge, Tongjia began to reassure himself, gradually regaining a modicum of confidence. If the rumors regarding the tyrant are indeed true, then there is no place safer than beside that individual within the gravity well. However, will the young lady from the Iser family truly remain by his side? Captain, could you possibly calm down? Your incessant pacing is quite nerve-wracking. The communications officer, stationed nearby, could no longer contain his protest. Of course, if I could calm down, would I still be pacing like this? Tongjia shot back with a glare. Those two are scions of the Root clan, and that young lord from Heightland is the last flicker of hope for the Empire's wing. If anything were to happen to them, my life would be utterly ruined. The Empire's wing and the Empire's Fong, you say? The communications officer, however, felt no trace of the captain's tension, instead allowing his imagination to wander, albeit in a somewhat misguided direction. Isn't the relationship between the Heightland family and the Iser family rather poor? Such a pairing would indeed be quite rare, huh? If something were to occur between those two solitary individuals, the relationship between these two root clans would certainly become exceedingly intriguing. Well, that is indeed a thought. Unable to resist the lamentable nature of his own kind, Tongjia found himself engaging in a serious discussion regarding this possibility with the communications officer. Unlike previous Imperial wings, that young lord from Heightland possesses considerable military talent, a fact acknowledged by the Iser clan. If those two were to unite, could the Empire's Fong, who has never tasted defeat in either the battlefield or the realm of love, still claim guardianship? That is quite an interesting question, Captain. The communications officer blinked, retrieving an ancient-looking gold coin from his pocket. Shall we place a wager? I bet on the young lord from Heightland taking the lead. Ouch. I wager my head. Keep your eyes glued to the radar. Tongjia suddenly snapped back to reality, unable to resist swinging his command staff down upon the communications officer's head, producing a sharp, resonant sound. In such a tense time, where war could erupt at any moment, how dare you discuss such trivial matters? If you do not wish to become the first batch of cannon fodder, tighten your nerves and keep a vigilant watch on the radar. Should an enemy vessel slip in unnoticed, this patrol ship, with its meager firepower, would be utterly defenseless. What is the matter? Under Tongxia's puzzled gaze, the communications officer withdrew his gaze from the radar screen, his face now ashen. He pointed at the multitude of red points that had suddenly appeared on the screen, trembling as he sought confirmation from Tongjia. Captain, didn't too many people say you were a harbinger of doom? This is quite troublesome. Sky sat alone in the command chair, the surrounding space oppressively silent. An hour slipped away unnoticed, yet the young man felt no inclination to sleep. The events of the day had been overwhelming, and even his typically resilient nerves began to feel drained. A graveyard of billions all deceased in the year 3120. Sky cast his gaze out the porthole at the land beyond, and for a fleeting moment, he imagined countless spirits dancing in the darkness. The dimensional quake occurred in the year 3119, implying that the deaths of these billions happened 1 year thereafter, suggesting an undeniable connection. However, when the Empire first arrived here a century ago, approximately 400 years after the dimensional quake, there were still 200 million inhabitants on the third planet, and their society appeared to be thriving. Had it not been for the destructive plunder of the Bien pirates, this star system might have achieved a highly civilized society. Why? Then, did such calamity occur? I truly cannot comprehend. Sky chose to extricate himself from this labyrinth of thought. There must be elements unknown to him, otherwise the current information would be insufficient to draw accurate conclusions. If there were still indigenous people on the third planet, perhaps they could unveil the truth. Yet that hope was extinguished a century ago by a single cannon shot from the Bien pirates. Of course, spending some time investigating the surrounding environment might yield clues. But for now, he simply wished to depart this eerily oppressive underground graveyard. Sky waved his hand to close the porthole, isolating himself from the land steeped in a heavy aura of death. Despite the bridge remaining brightly lit, an eerie silence enveloped the space. Closing his eyes, he felt as if besieged by countless malevolent thoughts. This profound sense of isolation was reminiscent of his initial arrival in the imperial capital. Adrift alone in an escape pod amidst the void of the military's watchful gaze. Would it be all right with Wonkai by her side? Sky glanced anxiously toward a certain part of the ship, genuinely hoping that the young Shalon girl would remain absorbed in her memories of a past love, unlike himself, who could only helplessly succumb to the encroaching solitude. Sky lay back against the chair, cradling his head in his hands, when a pure white object flitted across the corner of his vision. It was a hand ornament composed of 3 pristine feathers, each feather immaculate and adorned with jade beads at the tips. This was a talisman gifted to him by Yaji, a crystallization of pure thoughts from the wings of purity. Since acquiring it, the son of Heightland had been free from the inexplicable turbulence that once plagued him. He had carefully embedded the talisman into his terminal wristband, wearing it faithfully ever since. Yaji Sky gazed at the warm, pure white feather, softly uttering her name. The discomfort that had been spreading within him suddenly dissipated, and the loneliness that had been eroding his spirit vanished in an instant. As if cradled within those gentle white wings, that intoxicating warmth swiftly dispelled all traces of death. Yaji Sky could not resist calling her name once more, gently caressing the 3 pristine feathers. Memories shared with that woman flickered through his mind like a lantern. An endless stream of warmth overflowing from his heart, coursing through his veins. A fervent longing brewed within him, yearning to break free from its cocoon. Sky involuntarily closed his eyes, yet he seemed to faintly hear that infinitely warm voice echoing within the depths of his soul meanwhile. Yelia found herself in the company of ghosts. She entered Zor's room, shedding the gloves of her protective suit, and tenderly touched each item within the diminutive space of less than 10 normas. She hoped to discover some evidence of Zor's continued existence, yet found not even a farewell letter. Fragments of memories once shared with Zor flickered in her mind, yet not a single memory was whole. This filled Yelia with dread, intensifying her focus on her longing for Zor, only to despairingly realize that those incomplete, seemingly missing pieces had never existed, stripped of the vibrant hues painted by fervent emotions. The actual memories she shared with Zor appeared starkly pale and meager. Yelia collapsed onto Zor's bed, weeping sorrowfully. She could not accept that the love she had once cherished was merely a figment of her imagination, as difficult as renouncing her entire past. On that land suffused with an oppressive aura of death, this young Shalon woman had endured a profound psychological shock, the roots of which still lingered in her heart. She had hoped that her memories with Zor would dispel this fear. Yet she was astounded to find that the call from the past was inexorably drawing her deeper into the abyss. In a fleeting moment, Alia seemed to perceive countless unfamiliar, aberrant beings tugging at her, intent on ushering her into their realm, the realm of death. No, this cannot be. A faint thread of sanity compelled her to struggle against the binding chains of the myriad specters. Yet her efforts were in vain as her consciousness gradually succumbed to the frigid abyss of darkness. Fortunately, a devoted knight remained at her side. Squeak, squeak. Although he was oblivious to the underlying cause of her plight, Wonkai sensed the alarming decline of her physical state and began to shriek, but his cries seemed futile. In a moment of desperation, the creature resembling an Ainohager mouse decisively sank its teeth into Alia's hand while releasing a subtle jolt of electricity. Ouch! With a sharp cry, Alia reflexively sat up, finally breaking free from the near-ensnaring void of death. However, reflecting on the peril she had just escaped, even with the courage inherited from the daughter of Teeth, she could not shake the lingering dread, beads of sweat soaking through her garments. "Thank you, Wonkai," she murmured, gently stroking the fur of the creature resembling an Ainohager mouse, expressing her gratitude. Yet, suddenly, the visage of her master surfaced in her mind. Unlike the pale memories of Zor, this face was vibrant, brimming with life, accompanied by memories that were rich and vivid. In an instant, Alia seemed to grasp something profound. "Let us go, Wonkai. We must join your master." Rising from her bed, she cradled Wonkai on her shoulder, casting a final glance around Zor's room before exhaling softly and stepping out. "What are you doing, servant?" Alia stood aghast, staring at the son of Hateland. He appeared like a beast, ferociously attacking a table laden with food. "See, Commander?" The individual with a large piece of steak halfway to his mouth froze, his expression morphing into one of embarrassment as he noticed Alia's sudden entrance. After an awkward 10 seconds, he finally swallowed the steak, washing it down with red wine. Before he shyly inquired, are you hungry too?" Upon witnessing his comical demeanor, Alia felt the weight of her sorrow and frustration begin to unravel, yet simultaneously. An inexplicable anticipation welled within her. Alia licked her lips, glaring at him with intensity. "I haven't eaten a grain of rice in 10 hours. It's only natural to feel hungry, don't you think?" "That is true." Tion looked at the girl from Shalon, who confidently took a seat across from him, his expression a mix of confusion and disbelief. "Is this cutlery prepared for me? Then I shall indulge." Ignoring his pained expression, Alia boldly placed the most perfectly cooked steak onto her plate and poured herself a glass of exquisite, shimmering red wine. Commander, weren't you still saying goodbye to that fellow? Why are you out so soon?" Although the tableware was indeed set for Alia's potential appearance, Tion had only prepared a single portion out of a desire to satiate his own hunger. Now, having barely eaten, he gazed at the Shalon girl with a look of heartache as she freely shared his sustenance. "The farewell has concluded, so I emerged," Alia replied coolly, elegantly cutting the steak into small pieces and savoring each bite, her hunger undeniable. "Oh, I see." Tion scratched his head and, feeling generous, relinquished the remainder of his meal to Alia. Though he was perplexed by what had transpired to uplift her spirits so dramatically, he deemed it a fortunate turn of events. Sir Run, your culinary skills are commendable." After satisfying her empty stomach, Alia shifted her focus to the flavor of the dishes, her astonishment evident as she praised him. "Thank you." Tion beamed with pride, for cooking was indeed one of his cherished skills. "If it were dishes from my homeland, I would be more confident in my abilities. But here, the available ingredients limit me to this. Well, I think it's already quite splendid." Alia finished the last piece of steak, savoring it thoroughly, before sampling a spoonful of standard-flavored instant tomato soup, only to grimace at the taste upon her first sip. At least it was far superior to this mechanical-flavored concoction. "Actually, I'm not fond of that taste either." Tion displayed a slightly wounded expression, realizing the comparison was hardly flattering. He began to toss the purely decorative greens onto Wonkai, watching with delight as the creature became frenzied by the peppers hidden within. "You're tormenting it again," Alia frowned, casting a reproachful glance at the gleeful Tion, and she placed some tomato soup on the table beneath her, prompting Wonkai to finally cease its antics. "This is love, my dear." Tion observed the creature with an amused glint in his eyes, responding nonchalantly. "After all, in my homeland, we believe in the philosophy of to strike is to care, to scold is to love, so my actions are merely my way of expressing affection." "Is that so?" Alia regarded him, momentarily taken aback by his sincerity. "I recall you seemed to enjoy teasing me aboard the flagship. Was that also?" "Huh?" Tion's face turned sheepish at the question, while Alia, blushing, did not shy away from his gaze, instead watching him intently, as if awaiting his confession. Commander." Like a remorseful child caught in wrongdoing, Tion cast his gaze downward and muttered, "I just thought it was fun." The following morning, the automatic lighting system of the underground cemetery activated, collecting the harsh radiation from the surface and filtering it into a gentle glow that posed no harm to biological tissue, reflecting it onto the land situated 3,000 nomads beneath the earth. At this moment, as the two prepared to return, they emerged from the survey ship to discover a scene entirely transformed from the night before. The eerie, sinister aura of death had dissipated, replaced by a soft luminescence cascading from above, with birds occasionally soaring through the sky and distant herbivores making fleeting appearances. Were it not for the numerous black gravestones standing sentinel, this could easily be mistaken for a vibrant meadow. Unbelievable. Alia's eyes widened as she surveyed her surroundings, feeling as if this rejuvenated earth was blessing her rebirth, overwhelmed with emotion. Life begets death, death begets life. This is the fundamental cycle of nature. The flourishing of this ecosystem owes much to the countless departed souls. Tion, too, could not help but smile, marveling at the wonders of nature. Indeed, Alia's voice, laden with dissatisfaction, interrupted his contemplative mood. When the son of Hateland turned to look, he found the Shalon girl coldly averting her gaze, striding purposefully toward the nearby lift. Alas, it appears she is genuinely upset. The sky could not help but let out a bitter smile. Ever since last night, when an inadvertent slip of the tongue had angered the young maiden, the previously harmonious atmosphere between them had turned cold. Although Arya did not return to Zor's room and spent the night on the bridge, she had not uttered a single word to the sky since then, merely amusing herself with Wonkai, despite the sky's unspoken hope that the Shalon maiden would recover by the following day. It seemed Arya had no intention of responding to his expectations. Thus, the son of Heightland could only sigh in resignation as he followed the graceful figure ahead. Reminiscing about his time with Xiayin. Your master is such an annoying fool. Arya, who had stepped into the elevator ahead, began to scold Wang Kai perched on her shoulder. Wang Kai, do not let him corrupt you. Once they donned their helmets inside the lift, they emerged, with Arya still in the lead and the sky trailing behind. Even Wang Kai, who was usually inseparable from the son of Heightland, unhesitatingly abandoned his master at this moment, cuddling closely against the shoulder of the Shalon maiden. His fluffy tail wagging incessantly, radiating evident joy. That scoundrel! A dark glare fixed upon the two seemingly harmonious figures, as someone muttered through clenched teeth. It was uncertain whether the source of the ire stemmed from the mouse enjoying the maiden's company or the maiden herself. Yet an inescapable sense of frustration weighed heavily upon this tyrant's heart, causing his gaze to unwittingly take on a perilous quality. Sensing the sharp hostility behind him, Wang Kai turned around in surprise, only to meet a pair of black eyes that seemed to blaze with a gloomy fire. Startled, he trembled and swiftly sought refuge in Arya's pocket, resolutely refusing to show his face again. Wang Kai? Arya exclaimed in surprise as she patted her pocket, feeling the little creature, akin to an Ainahojal mouse, trembling slightly. She then turned to face her formidable master, her voice melodious, as if reciting poetry. You are not to frighten him again, or I shall not forgive you. Huh? The sky paused for a moment, then displayed a look of delight. Commander, does this mean you have already forgiven me? Well, considering the delicious dinner from yesterday, I shall overlook your previous mischief. Arya nodded, then declared in a crisp tone, however, should you dare to tease me again in the future, be prepared for severe consequences. Severe consequences? While relieved, the sky felt a renewed curiosity. Commander, could you be more specific? That way, I can gauge the situation better. Arya gazed at the sky with a serious expression. Yet a hint of amusement danced in her eyes. After a moment, she shook her head gently and replied, No. Well, I suppose one must experience it to truly understand. The sky shrugged, a mischievous smile returning as he walked alongside the Shalon maiden. Exiting the corridor, they arrived at the location where they had descended earlier. Arya activated her terminal wristband to establish contact with the patrol ship. Yet the response was that the terminal you seek is out of communication range. How could this be? Arya was taken aback. While the sky looked up at the pinprick of light above, an ominous premonition quickly enveloping his previously cheerful mood in a thick shroud of darkness. In the year 427 of the Shalon calendar, the protracted conflict between the first and second powers of the human realm officially commenced with the proactive measures of the community. The Pian forces set forth from the gates of Twilight and the gates of Clear Sound, amassing a formidable strength of 128 fleets in the Larstar system, effectively sealing off the Empire's access to this region. As the Shalon human empire found itself engaged in warfare against both the Pian human community and the Beria Federation, its defensive perimeter was significantly stretched. Consequently, the Empire could only station half of its fleets in the Lidfile star system, bordering the community, centering around the Gemini Fortress, where 90 fleets were gathered. Despite the Songqing forces being at a numerical disadvantage, the presence of two massive orbital fortresses at the gates of Lar provided them with a substantial defensive advantage. In essence, the Empire's strategy could be summarized as a defensive counterattack. A total of 218 fleets stood in stalemate on either side of the gates of Lar. While time flowed quietly, reminiscent of the calm before a storm, uncertain of how long this tranquility would endure. It was evident that once the tempest of war began to rage, it would inevitably be accompanied by the bloodshed of millions. The entire human world held its breath, gazing into the cosmos filled with the mutual animosity of two nations. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to anyone, beneath the surface of the third planet in the Gnarl star system, two individuals destined to bring a significant turning point to this protracted war were currently struggling for their survival. It was already the fifth day. Sky stood before the exploration ship's entrance, unable to suppress a deep sigh. For the past 5 days, he had been descending daily via the lift to the bottom of the pit to communicate with the patrol ship through his terminal wristband, yet to no avail. If such a situation were merely a coincidence or an unexpected mishap, it would be difficult to believe. Has war begun? In any case, I should report this first. Entering the cabin, Sky turned toward the control room located at the rear of the exploration vessel. During his attempts to contact the patrol ship, Yalia had focused her efforts on repairing the navigation control system, though her progress seemed no greater than his own. Upon reaching the control room, the son of Heightland thought to prepare 2 cups of instant beverage. Trapped within this crippled vessel, the one fortunate aspect was that the life support system remained operational. The automatic water extraction from the external atmosphere posed no risk of depletion, and even the remaining food supplies aboard the exploration ship were sufficient for both of them to live without worry for more than 40 days. In fact, Each time he observed the glossy herbivores grazing nearby, a certain tyrant felt an impulsive desire to slaughter one or two to enhance their palate. Reminiscent of his past exploits in his homeland of Kongding, only to be firmly opposed by his companion, who refused to condone the slaughter of these peacefully living beings until their provisions ran out. Thus, their food source remained entirely secure. "Ah, Commander, you're back. Hard at work, I see." Stepping into the control room, Sky greeted the purple-haired girl who remained fixated at the control panel, her brow furrowed. "Why not take a moment to enjoy a drink?" "Thank you." Yelia turned to face her returning companion, perhaps having relinquished her innocent hopes. She did not inquire about the outcome of Sky's recent expedition. Instead, she merely offered a wry smile as she approached. Sitting on the makeshift seat of the console and taking a gentle sip from the beverage. "It seems you were still." Sky mirrored her expression of bittersweetness. "I apologize. Had I been more adept with machinery, I could have been of assistance." It's all right." Yelia shook her head gently, her expression softening. "In truth, this issue transcends mere technicality. The central intelligence core of the navigation system has been completely damaged. Unless we replace that component, only a miraculous hand could restore the ship to flight. I have been contemplating alternatives for the core crystal these past few days, but I remain at an impasse." "I see." Sky sighed, then shifted his focus to the Shalon girl before him, whose demeanor starkly contrasted with her usual self. For the sake of practicality, Yelia had donned simple work attire, which rendered her appearance far more approachable compared to the commanding presence she exuded in her officer uniform. Although her once fair visage was now marred with sweat and grime, it imbued her artistically crafted beauty with a vibrant vitality, akin to fluffy clouds adorning a monotonous blue sky, enhancing her allure. When that slightly disheveled beauty offered him a warm smile, Sky felt a surge of emotion and instinctively reached out to smooth her slightly tangled hair. It was only upon completing this gesture that Yelia emerged from the unexpected tenderness. I am sorry." "And no, it's fine." Awkwardly, Sky stammered his apologies for his abrupt action, while Yelia turned her gaze away, unable to meet his eyes. They both fell into an odd, enchanting awkwardness, struggling to find a topic to continue their conversation. "Speaking of which, Commander," Sky ventured, intending to formally raise a matter the following day. But in a bid to prolong this warm moment, he hastily expressed his thoughts. "I've been unable to contact the patrol ship. And since you cannot repair the control system here, I believe we should explore alternative methods. Are you suggesting we venture out to explore the surroundings?" Yelia immediately grasped Sky's intent, yet her expression clouded with concern. According to the records in the navigation log, the expanse of grassland outside was fraught with peril. Even the 24-member exploration team had met with disaster, not quite. Only 16 confirmed casualties, while 8 remain unaccounted for, Sky clarified, attempting to reassure Yelia. The second team that ventured north lost contact after boarding some form of transport. While they may have perished, I prefer to believe they are simply in a situation that prevents their return. A situation that prevents their return? Yelia furrowed her brow slightly, attempting to comprehend Sky's words. "Are you suggesting they might not be dead, but rather trapped?" "Yes, I surmise their entrapment could be due to machinery. Or perhaps humans." Sky articulated the conclusions he had drawn over the past few days. "Doesn't it seem rather implausible, Commander? Such an enormous underground structure, with such a comprehensive ecological system, if all of this were merely to provide a restful slumber for the dead, wouldn't that be rather extravagant?" According to the Empire's records, there should have been no human presence on the third planet for a century, yet the equipment we have discovered continues to operate flawlessly. At the technological level of several hundred years ago, isn't the degree of automation of this system rather excessive? "I see." Yelia pondered for a moment, attempting to grasp Sky's implication. "So, you believe there are still inhabitants on the third planet, and the transport equipment at the sixth pillar in the north may well lead to their dwelling?" "That reasoning should be sound," Sky remarked with a pleased expression. "Indeed, it is quite rational." Yelia nodded gently, her soft gaze fixed upon him as she spoke. "When I found myself at a loss, you had already discovered a way to break through the predicament. Just as my brother mentioned, you truly are a person worthy of trust, young Master Hetrand." He chuckled lightly. I merely possess a familiarity with the surface world." To receive such heartfelt respect from a clever and beautiful young lady must surely evoke an overwhelming sense of vanity in any man. The Sky, too, is a man, albeit one who is slightly lethargic. Thus, at this moment, the invisible tail that concealed itself behind the son of Hetrand was nearly lifted towards the heavens. "Well then, I shall venture with Wonkai tomorrow for an exploration. The sixth pillar is not too far from here. With flight, a round trip would take merely a day." Excited, the Sky rose to his feet, only to be halted by a tug at the hem of his uniform, compelling him to glance down. "Do you intend to go alone?" Yelia, seemingly oblivious to her grip on his clothing, spoke with unwavering resolve tinged with a hint of anxiety. You cannot leave me behind. I wish to accompany you. I shall return within a day, you know? Despite the profound concern reflected in her violet eyes, the sky remained resolute in his decision to shield the young lady from peril. Most of the time, we shall be in the sky, so there is no real danger. I assure you. If there is no danger, then I shall join you. Yelia unwaveringly glared at him, her grip tightening. I can be of assistance with mechanical matters. And even should we encounter battle, I shall guard your back. So take me with you. Yelia, you. The sky's expression transformed, revealing a depth of emotion, but just as he was poised to express his thoughts, an unexpected guest shattered the moment. Squeak. Squeak. Perhaps influenced by Yelia's demeanor, Wankai, mistaking that its master might abandon them, scampered to the sky's feet, extending its tiny paw to tug at his pant leg. Gazing up with a pitiful whimper. Ugh. In the face of this nanomouse, which had a knack for creating critical mishaps at inopportune moments, the sky found himself devoid of the patience he had shown toward the young lady. Accumulated grievances spurred him to send the creature outside with a swift kick. Reflect on your actions out there. With the disruptive nanomouse now banished, the sky turned back to regard the anxious young lady, adopting a tone of resignation. I must clarify. Commander, that Wankai can only perform wing transformation for one person at a time. If we attempt to carry two, not only will our speed diminish significantly, but we may also have to resort to unconventional methods. Speed is of little consequence. But what do you mean by unconventional methods? Her crystalline violet eyes sparkled with curiosity. The sky hesitated for quite some time before continuing, his voice straining to suppress a chuckle. For instance, I could carry you as I fly. Due to the artificial atmospheric circulation system not being sufficiently refined to replicate various natural climates, the following day dawned clear over the underground prairie. Though the distance from ground to sky within this subterranean expanse was merely 1,000 nomads, it provided ample living space for most birds. Thus, even as the two unexpected guests encroached upon their territory, the winged beings merely circled curiously around them without any intent to attack. In truth, both the immense black wings and their master wielded an intangible aura of oppression. The powerful gusts generated by each flap of the great wings made even the fiercest of red eagles exert every ounce of effort just to approach. And the master of those wings had effortlessly commanded the demise of the aerial monarch with a mere gesture. Since that moment, no bird dared venture within a 10-nomad radius of those formidable wings. See, I told you. After we vanquished that great eagle, none dared to attack us again. The sky beamed a triumphant smile at the young lady nestled in his arms. Indeed, it appears that the large bird was their leader. Although the gravity of the situation had lessened, Yelia still felt hesitant to meet the sky's gaze. Diverting her attention to the 12 nomad wings that extended majestically behind the sun of Hetrant, her admiration evident. Truly, it is a marvel crafted by the Ainuhoggle clan. These wings are remarkably convenient. Indeed, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the sky's expression turned somewhat bittersweet. In truth, this marked the first time he and Wankai had completed a wing transformation without incident. The previous two attempts had spiraled into a series of grand troubles. Do these patterns hold any special significance? Yelia finally dared to meet the sky's gaze, her attention captivated by the exquisite, intricate black patterns. According to Korsha's explanation, they seem to have formed from some nanomechanical anomalies that infiltrated my body. The sky offered a wry smile. Although these patterns were initially merely decorative, it appeared Korsha had made some adjustments to Wankai, endowing them with functional capabilities, though he could not specify their precise purpose. Is that so? Yelia's expression fell slightly, unable to resist reaching out to caress the remarkably intricate patterns. Teasingly remarking, "You look just like a devil now." The sky faltered, nearly losing his balance and tumbling downward. Initially, the sky had anticipated reaching their destination within half a day. However, due to the necessity of carrying two individuals, Wankai's speed had significantly lagged. It was not until dusk that they arrived at the sixth pillar, the wings behind them reaching their limit. As the sky's feet touched the ground, Wankai automatically reverted from winged form with a soft thud, sprawling on the soft earth in utter exhaustion, as if it intended to remain there until morning. "You've worked hard today, Wankai." The compassionate young lady gently cradled it, tenderly stroking its slightly disheveled fur, prompting a contented whimper from Wankai, which began affectionately nuzzling against her soft warmth. The young lady gasped in surprise, and before Wankai could react, a descending hand had yanked it away from her comforting embrace. "Go. Reflect on your behavior inside." The sky's voice contained an uncharacteristic edge, as he roughly opened his backpack and unceremoniously tossed the increasingly unruly nanomouse within. Though Yelia felt a pang of sympathy, her cheeks flushed, she refrained from advising him. The orbital transport device mentioned in the navigation log. The Sky surveyed their surroundings. Beyond the endless prairie, only the towering pillar remained. He sighed, shoulders slumping in resignation. It seems we shall require some time to locate it. At that moment, the sunlight from above had dulled considerably, and the once vibrant prairie began to descend into a somber graveyard. Observing the darkened tombstones, Yalia instinctively huddled closer, suggesting to the Sky, "Shall we commence our search tomorrow morning? We can spend the night in that pillar, if that is agreeable." "That is reasonable. Staying in such a place overnight holds little enjoyment." The Sky, somewhat resigned, concurred with Yalia's sentiment. Rather than remaining in this desolate land brimming with stagnation, he would prefer to spend the night within the confines of the cramped elevator. As he accompanied the young Shalon girl towards the column, the son of the primordial clan born from the earth found himself sincerely lamenting the gradual loss of his unique canting traits. It was quite perplexing. He never anticipated that it would be so easy to find. Sky scratched his head, seemingly troubled, casting a difficult gaze upon the maglev train stationed on the tracks ahead. "What should we do, Commander? Should we board this vehicle directly, or rest here for the night before departing?" 10 minutes earlier, upon entering the elevator, the two had noticed an additional button marked -1 on the control panel. With half curiosity and half anticipation, they pressed it, resulting in their descent into this structure resembling a transfer station. Although the surroundings appeared reminiscent of a bygone era's technology, most of the equipment seemed to be in good working condition. Only one of the two tracks housed a stationary maglev train, while the other had been taken away by a group of visitors 6 years prior. "Perhaps we should rest a little before moving on?" Yalia gazed at the quietly parked train, her voice revealing a hint of wavering uncertainty. "If that is what you wish, Commander, I have no objections." Sky shrugged, making his way to the waiting room, and Yalia quietly followed suit. Though the modest waiting area lacked facilities that catered to the passengers' need for sleep, the sofas, cushioned with soft fibers, provided far more comfort than the lifeless graveyard outside or the cold, cramped elevator. However, despite their decision to rest for the night, neither of them felt the slightest inclination to sleep. "Commander, it might be better for you to rest a bit," Sky suggested, reclining on the sofa. Though his eyes were closed, he could clearly hear the slightly erratic breathing of the young Shalon girl across from him, prompting him to offer his encouragement. "If any danger arises, I will sense it immediately, so you can rest assured and sleep soundly. Of course, I would never sneak away while you are in a deep slumber. You can trust me on that." The young man's good nature just failed to elicit a smile from the girl, whose beautiful features remained hardened by anxiety and confusion. Sky's gaze remained fixed on Yalia, his deep eyes shifting from her flickering violet irises to her slightly trembling fingertips, before he let out a deep sigh. "Commander, you are hoping again, aren't you?" "Huh." A look of surprise crossed Yalia's face, as the emotions she sought to conceal were laid bare by his words. "So it is true." Sky couldn't help but chuckle ruefully. To be so cherished even in death, that man truly is fortunate. Wait, that may not be the case. Perhaps he is still alive, and your hopes may yet be realized, Commander. "No, I do not." Staring into the tranquil depths of his dark eyes, Yalia suddenly found herself at a loss for words. After a moment of silence, the resilient heart of the Iser family finally slumped in defeat. "I am a despicable person." A silent lament escaped her slightly parted lips. "I'm sorry. It's all right. After all, ensuring your safe return to the fleet is my duty." The young man's warm smile served to steady the turbulent thoughts of the girl, who merely stared blankly into his emotionless dark eyes. Besides, a figure with pure white wings suddenly materialized within those dark depths, radiating an infinite tenderness. "I too have someone who would grieve for me. Therefore, no matter what happens, I will certainly return. Speaking of which, if you were to encounter that fellow, what do you intend to do?" Perhaps sensing that his declaration had cast a somber atmosphere, Sky attempted to shift the conversation. "Apologize." The question regarding the son of Heightland prompted Yalia to ponder for a considerable time before she gently responded. "My time aboard the reconnaissance vessel allowed me to recall many things. My past immaturity and one-sided affection caused him much distress, so I must extend my apologies to Zor." "Huh?" Sky's expression turned to one of astonishment at this unexpected response. "I thought you would say you were preparing to start anew with him? That is impossible." Yalia firmly denied such a possibility in a calm voice. "I am the daughter of the Iser family, the Empire's spear in charge of war, and the conflict between Shalon and Bien has already commenced. As the intelligence officer of the First Fleet, a single misjudgment could cost the lives of thousands of my compatriots. I have no luxury to weep for just one person. Is that not what you have always advocated, former pilot?" "Well, that is indeed true." Sky scratched his head, displaying a look of disappointment. "But that makes things rather uninteresting. You truly are a scion of the Heightland family, are you not?" Young Heightland, the daughter of Iser, regarded the heir of a family deemed reckless with a cool gaze. Is constructing one's happiness upon the troubles of others truly such an amusing endeavor? Contrary to the expectations of the Heightland Scion, the end of the train track led to a quiet industrial wasteland, the air thick with the scent of dust and fuel. And not a single shadow could be seen in the vicinity. The only sounds echoing in the desolate expanse were the discordant footsteps of the two. Well, this place certainly appears to be far more vibrant than that graveyard. Your assessment is not entirely incorrect. Although her tone remained relatively flat, Yalia's gaze upon her companion was almost severe. Sky, sweating nervously, quickly scanned the surroundings and finally spotted a door resembling an elevator in a rather inconspicuous corner, grasping at this glimmer of hope. Look, Commander, there's an elevator. Perhaps we should check it out? I hope we don't stumble upon another graveyard. Yalia murmured, then followed closely behind him. Unsure of where this elevator would lead, both donned their pressure helmets for precaution. Yalia even retrieved her beam pistol, disengaging the safety and gripping it tightly. Seeing his companion's cautious demeanor, Sky felt compelled to prepare himself, channeling his energy to remain in a state ready for battle. Once they entered the elevator, the door closed automatically, only to reopen approximately 1 minute later. However, the moment they beheld the scene outside, Sky's gathered energy dissipated, and Yalia immediately lowered her weapon. After all, even a body blessed by ancient civilization could not withstand the assault of firearms, and no amount of advanced technology could counter the overwhelming advantage of sheer numbers. Before the astonished duo stood nearly 100 combat personnel clad in full protective gear, all pointing their weapons at the elevator door, encircling the two unwelcome guests in a tight formation. Gazing at the myriad dark muzzles, even Sky felt a chill run down his spine. They had no doubt that any hostile movement on their part would result in immediate demise. Commander, my suspicions have proven correct. Haven't they? Reluctant to provoke the armed individuals, Sky could only speak to Yalia. However, it is surprising to see that even the security forces are present. It seems that this society has developed quite robustly. We might expect to receive assistance from here. Before anticipating their help, let me first contemplate how to avoid their harm, Aaliyah admonished softly, unconsciously tightening her grip on the gun's handle. Albeit this time merely wishing to give a warning shot to someone oblivious beside her. It should be fine, they appear rather amicable. Sky's gaze swept across those security personnel whose faces were obscured by protective masks, leading him to this conclusion. How on earth did you come to that conclusion? Aaliyah's forehead began to show faint veins. Subsequently, the two disregarded the ominous gun barrels and engaged in yet another round of meaningless dialogue. Although it yielded no creative outcomes, it effectively diminished the hostility between them. The security personnel exhibited expressions of confusion, their grip on their weapons loosening involuntarily, and the previously tense atmosphere relaxed considerably. At that moment, a central security officer cleared a path, and a blonde woman clad in a white uniform, exuding an air of intellectual beauty, emerged before them, greeting them in a calm voice. Welcome to our city, strangers. What is she saying? Although reluctant, Aaliyah could only seek assistance from someone. She is welcoming us, Commander. Sky flashed a triumphant smile at Aaliyah, yet the female officer adjusted her translation device, and her words transitioned into standard Shalon, which Aaliyah could comprehend. Please lower your weapons and submit to our quarantine inspection. While we do not intend to harm our distant guests, should either of you engage in any suspicious actions, we reserve the right to detain or shoot you. I repeat, please lower your weapons and submit to the quarantine inspection. Any suspicious actions will result in detention or lethal force. Aaliyah silently turned her gaze to the anxious face beside her, pausing for quite some time before asking with uncertainty, it truly seems like they are welcoming us. Accompanied by over 100 security personnel, the two were escorted in an armored vehicle that seemed impervious even to patrol ship cannons. Losing all sense of direction and arriving at a building resembling a research facility, where they were confined in separate quarantine zones for 2 full days. Sky paced restlessly in place, draped casually in a white robe. His original uniform had been ordered to be changed, and his backpack and other belongings had been thoroughly searched. Even his pet being carefully caged and taken away. Although the quarantine room was equipped with all essential amenities, including a private bathroom, it was far too comfortable for a prison. Yet, after being confined for a complete 48 hours without even a conversational partner, it was understandable that this self-proclaimed tyrant, known for unparalleled martial prowess, would feel a surge of restless emotions. As Sky wandered to the center of the room, he suddenly turned, glaring with intensity at the alloy door that had remained shut for 2 days, contemplating how much force would be required to break free, while his right hand instinctively began to channel internal energy. As the tyrant's emotions edged toward chaos, the energy accumulating in his right hand grew increasingly potent. An invisible wave emanated from the sun of Haterland, causing the room's furnishings to tremble unnaturally. A faint azure glow suddenly erupted from the gathered energy in Sky's right hand. Flickering and shifting, yet seemingly imbued with the power to slice through steel. Is that a sort of energy? Even Sky himself was taken aback by this extraordinary blade glow. It is known that even in the martial arts-rich land of Kongding, only a handful of individuals who have reached the pinnacle of their craft can conjure a sword from thin air, at least, among those Sky was aware of. Only Dingxin could barely achieve such a feat. Am I truly this talented? Sky gazed in bewilderment at the flickering azure glow, beginning to entertain fanciful thoughts. Or perhaps, humans evolved this way after arriving in the world of stars. Wait, could it be that that fellow Cordia did something while I wasn't looking? The son of Haterland lost himself in this intriguing reverie, and after a while, scratching his head in frustration, he resolved to focus on how to surmount the predicament at hand. Well then, let's first test the power of this thing. Sky licked his lips with excitement. The energy swirling within, his right hand's blade glow becoming increasingly robust. He fixed his gaze upon the seemingly formidable alloy door, took a deep breath, and struck down with all his might. Resistance was only felt for the briefest moment, merely momentarily slowing his motion. As Sky gathered his internal energy, a deep crack, approximately a finger's depth and an arm's length, appeared on the alloy door. Of course, the azure glow also dimmed considerably. Wow, is this the power of the energy sword? Sky, in disbelief, reached out to touch the crack. His previous strike had nearly pierced the alloy door, and then shifted his gaze to the now shorter blade glow on his right hand, which, upon fully channeling his internal energy, instantly regained its former brilliance. However, the overly enthusiastic individual suddenly felt a vacuum in his dantian, as the tiny energy sword nearly consumed all of his internal energy, leading him to chuckle wryly. It seems this thing should not be used recklessly. But perhaps one last attempt should be fine? Gazing at the crack, the tyrant prepared to deliver another blow when he suddenly heard faint footsteps outside the door, causing his internal energy to stagnate, rendering him unable to strike down. Why must they come at this moment? Feeling disheartened, he swiftly dissipated the energy sword, surveyed his surroundings, and darted into the bathroom, turning on the faucet while silently praying that the owner of the footsteps would not enter. Yet the next moment, he despairingly heard the sound of the door opening outside the bathroom. On a multi-layered highway 3,000 meters underground, a luxurious car glided smoothly forward, flanked by several escorting police vehicles, or rather, monitoring vehicles. Commander, they haven't done anything to you, have they? In the central vehicle, Sky was confirming with Aaliyah beside him. For instance, being confined in a room with nothing for a full 48 hours. No, Miss Marilou merely checked my belongings and asked a few questions. Aaliyah's voice carried a suppressed amusement. For the following 2 days, I toured this underground city under her guidance. Of course, Wankai accompanied me the entire time. Then why was I confined for 2 days? Sky cast a strongly questioning glance at the blonde female officer opposite him. You, unlike Miss Aaliyah, still present a considerable threat even without your weapon, which is why we had to temporarily detain you in the quarantine room to observe for any signs of aggressive intent. Marilou gazed steadily at Sky, explaining in a calm tone. However, it seems my judgment was rather naive. Even a specially fortified quarantine room must seem like a place of ease and freedom to you. So you used these to chain me? Sky pitiably raised his shackled hands. Ever since being severely shocked once, he no longer dared to act rashly. That is not possible, sir. Although the Sky endeavored to soften the initial impression, the female officer remained utterly unmoved. Your power is formidable, and we hold it in great fear. Therefore, this restraint shall remain until we confirm your non-aggressive stance. Of course, there is no need for you to worry excessively. This device will merely numb your body, posing no threat to your life. Sensing the abrupt dimming of the other's expression, Marlou continued with an apologetic tone. Additionally, could you enlighten me on the method you employed to sever that alloy door? Commander, where are we headed? The Sky, seeming to sulk, deliberately disregarded the officer's inquiry and instead directed a question towards Arya. Oh well. Arya cast a glance of apology towards Marlou, who appeared unfazed, responding to the son of Heightland with her usual calmness. The Grand Leader wishes to see you. We are currently en route to his palace. The Grand Leader? The supreme authority of the underground metropolis of this planet. Due to some preconceived notions, the son of Heightland envisioned a robust middle-aged man, or at least a wise elder, holding such a grand title, unbeknownst to him, as the heir of the largest human empire. His status surpassed that of a mere planetary chief, just as Arya's did. Upon arriving at the Grand Leader's palace, the two were escorted by Marlou and a multitude of guards to the reception room, where a servant kindly inquired about their needs and presented them with a cup of fragrant coffee and a cup of beautifully tinted red tea. However, the Sky soon discovered that savoring tea amidst the vigilant gazes of 16 imposing guards was an exceedingly challenging endeavor, leading him to bitterly swallow the consequences of his impulsiveness. The waiting period was not as lengthy as anticipated, just as he was about to unleash his latent hostility towards the unsettling stairs. The door to the reception room swung open. To their astonishment, a youthful boy, seemingly around the same age as the son of Highland, if not younger, stood at the threshold. "Welcome to our city, esteemed guests." To their further astonishment, the boy spoke without the aid of a translation device. His fluent summer tongue resonated directly from his vocal cords. He walked over with a composed demeanor and introduced himself with elegance. "My name is Lord Musha, and I currently serve as the Grand Leader of the underground metropolis." Though the name Lord was seldom used to maintain the government's dignity, he added, "For you, my friends from the Starry Realms, you may call me by my name." "No, I would prefer that you address me as such." Noticing the shackles still binding the son of Heightland's hands, he slightly furrowed his brow and inquired with a puzzled glance towards the blonde woman standing behind. "Marlu, why impose such shackles upon our guest? And is it not excessive to have so many guards in this reception room?" "My lord, it is as follows." Marlu leaned in and whispered a few words to the boy. "Is that so?" The young leader's composed expression faltered for a moment, his gaze lingering on the son of Heightland before he finally spoke with a tone laden with regret. "I apologize. Your strength poses a potential threat of unrest. Thus, for the tranquility of the underground metropolis, we must impose these measures temporarily." "And how long does temporarily entail?" the sky queried, his voice laced with palpable dissatisfaction. "Until we ascertain your non-aggressive intent," Marlu replied, taking the place of the boy's muted smile. In the underground metropolis, individuals identified as having violent tendencies or the capability to threaten societal stability are subjected to similar restraints, though yours is of the highest grade. Should you exhibit good behavior within 2 years, you will be permitted to remove such restraints. "Oh, just 2 years." The corners of the sky's mouth twisted into a sardonic arc, transforming into a chilling smile. "What if I propose a simpler method to demonstrate my goodwill?" "What do you mean?" Witnessing that sinister smile, Marlu instantly became vigilant, discreetly signaling the guards behind her, yet it was too late. That is precisely it. The sky suddenly channeled his energy through his palms, the blades of light erupting from his fingers effortlessly shredding the shackles into fragments. In the aftermath of a dazzling flash of electricity, his right hand hovered perilously close to the young leader's throat. The green luminescence at his fingertips pulsating like a taut bowstring, ready to sever the fragile flesh at any moment. "My lord!" "Sky!" The exclamations of the two women echoed in unison, while the surrounding guards were momentarily taken aback, drawing their weapons but hesitating to act further. "Best not provoke me," the sky remarked with a feeble smile, his hand trembling ominously near the young leader's carotid artery, sending involuntary shivers through the hearts of those present. "Do you truly believe this will yield any result?" Marlu initially glanced at Arya, only to find her astonished by her companion's actions clearly. This was not a premeditated abduction, and thus redirected her focus to the other individual. "Kidnapping the Grand Leader is a grave offense that would render you wanted criminals in the underground metropolis. There will be no refuge for you on this planet. Fleeing to the surface will only expose you to radiation and death." Marlu issued a stern warning to the would-be captor, then softened her tone. "My lord, please do not act foolishly. We harbor no ill intent towards you. In fact, we intended to welcome you as a friend to the underground metropolis." However, before the sky could respond, the astounded Arya sprang into action. Seizing the moment while all attention was diverted to the trembling hand, she leapt at Marlu with the swiftness of a cheetah, toppling the couch in the process. The two tumbling to the ground. In such chaos, it was nearly impossible to achieve precise shooting, causing the guards to hesitate momentarily. Allowing the daughter of Iser to deliver a swift kick to the knee of the nearest guard, seizing his weapon and promptly aiming it at Marlu's head. "Arya, even you." Marlu grimaced in pain from the impact of the fall, regret gnawing at her conscience. "I'm sorry, Marlu, but I cannot disregard that person." Arya offered a wry smile, assisting Marlu back to her feet before executing a flawless shot that disarmed the remaining 15 guards, thereby seizing total control of the reception room's dynamics. In those fleeting seconds, Arya's judgment to support her companion and her decisive action showcased an exceptional display of capability. Yet, the wing of the Empire, so trusted by the daughter of Iser, merely stared at her in bewilderment, unable to grasp her motives. Yalia, what are you doing?" The voice of the sky trembled slightly, as if overwhelmed by astonishment. "What are you doing?" A sense of foreboding surged within Yalia's heart. Yet she mustered the courage to inquire, "Are you not planning to abduct this esteemed commander?" "Oh, well, I merely wish to demonstrate my goodwill." The sky scratched his head, a sheepish expression adorning his face. Demonstrate goodwill? This time, not just Yalia, but everyone in the room cast skeptical glances at the instigator of this unexpected turn of events, causing someone to bow their head in apparent shame. "Well, it is as it is." The ominous aura dissipated, and the sky calmly returned to the sofa, only to be immediately threatened by several guns drawn from the floor, aimed at his head. The situation has turned, Miss Yalia. Though perplexed, Marlou gently removed the weapon pointed at her forehead, while Yalia remained in a state of shock, offering no resistance. Ladies, although I regret to inform you, according to criminal law, you shall be prosecuted for the attempted abduction of a government official, which could lead to life imprisonment. Marlou announced the punishment in a cold voice while aiming her gun at the one seated on the sofa, only to be interrupted by the young commander's words. Wait. Miss Marlou, let us consider that nothing occurred just now. The young commander adjusted his posture on the sofa and sat back down, issuing this command with a calm demeanor. This cannot be permitted, my lord. Marlou was unable to accept this, but the explanation that followed from Lord left her with no grounds to refute. If this friend truly harbored malicious intent, perhaps it would not have required that lady's intervention. All of us, including you and I, would have perished at the first opportunity. Yet he has not. Therefore, I believe his actions were merely a protest against the unjust treatment he received, devoid of any malice. Right, my lord? Indeed. As expected of the commander, your intellect is commendable. Even under the threat of multiple firearms, the Sky maintained his composure, taking a sip of red tea. However, as this son of Heitland set down his teacup with a smile, a chilling hostility enveloped the parlor, a palpable aura of murderous intent immobilizing everyone present. Although the menace dissipated within seconds, the 16 guards were drenched in sweat, and Marlou, in a moment of weakness, let her gun drop. In summary, that is how it stands. The Sky finally placed the teacup on the table, the gentle clink of ceramic against metal sending a shiver through the crowd. We harbor no animosity towards the underground city. Our presence here is solely to seek potential assistance. Indeed, I believe you. Lord cast a gentle glance at Marlou, who, with a resigned gesture, signaled the guards to exit the parlor, though she chose to remain. So, what kind of assistance do you seek? With a reluctant glance at the unwaveringly defiant woman beside him, Lord redirected his attention to the figure opposite him, who held the reins of control. Our ship was damaged during its descent into the depths, and we require replacement parts to enable it to fly again. Naturally, if your government could provide a new vessel, that would be even better. That is impossible, my lord. The young commander replied in a steady voice. Perhaps I did not articulate my request clearly. We certainly do not expect your help to be offered without compensation. I am willing to swear by my father's name that the assistance you provide today will be repaid manifold in the future. If the Empire repels the Payan forces, it is certain to seize the Lal Star system, thus the redevelopment of the third planet is merely a matter of time. Hence, while the vow lacked sincerity, the Sky's words were not entirely false. That is not the issue. Upon realizing the misinterpretation, the young commander's face broke into a wry smile. In truth, we are incapable of offering you any assistance. The underground city lacks any technology related to space navigation. Thus, we cannot produce even the replacement parts you seek, let alone a new ship. The Sky was thoroughly taken aback. Why? Because the young commander's calm voice harbored profound emotion. We despise the cosmos. At this moment, within the Liefeld star system, the 90 fleets belonging to the Celestial Army were engaged in what could be considered their final supply adjustments before the official commencement of battle. With the Payan forces amassed beyond the Lal Gate exceeding 130 fleets, an increase of nearly 20% over the Empire's initial estimates, Al-Fayda was compelled to revise her defensive strategies, deploying the Second Fleet, originally reserved for pursuit, into the defensive formation. In truth, the defense of strongholds was the strategy in which this Grand Admiral excelled. She positioned Uhis's First Fleet and Ward's Second Fleet on the flanks, while she herself commanded the Third Fleet from the center, linking the three fleets through the Twin Star Fortress, thereby creating a dynamic formation that allowed for both offense and defense. 19 hours prior, the Payan forces' initial probing attack had met with failure before this strategically advantageous formation, leaving behind nearly 3,000 shipwrecks in their hasty retreat to the Lal Gate. An equal number of vessels had been vaporized by the main cannon of the Twin Star Fortress. The first skirmish had decimated 6 enemy fleets while our losses amounted to less than 1 fleet. If subsequent battles proceeded at this ratio, the Celestial Army might still retain a portion of its strength for pursuit. However, seemingly at a loss regarding the situation, the Payan forces had made no further moves since their withdrawal 19 hours ago, and the once fiery battlefield had gradually cooled, now appearing eerily tranquil. Are they searching for our weaknesses? Al-Fayda mused as she reviewed a reconnaissance report from 10 minutes prior, noting that 124 fleets of the Payan forces remained motionless across the Lal Gate, prompting a wry smile. Under her orders, over 130 officers of the Shield Fleet were engrossed in tactical simulations, tirelessly calculating the potential strategies the enemy might adopt next and devising countermeasures. Although the Crescent flagship was equipped with the latest chain intelligent nuclear crystal system, it appeared only barely capable of managing the substantial data processing demands. Despite the numerous reports submitted by the staff, all reiterating the impregnable defense and relentless attrition of the shield formation, Alpha dismissed them all, as if refusing to relent until a supposed flaw, likely non-existent, was identified. Now, the Pion commander is probably engaged in the same endeavor, huh? Yet, with both sides unable to act, we are confined to this theoretical strategizing, Alpha murmured, her expression one of apology as she placed a stack of documents into a nearby degaussing cabinet. Thus, the magnetically printed text was instantly demagnetized, the reports reflecting the blood and sweat of the officers reverting to mere blank sheets. Just as Alpha prepared to engage in this contest of intellect and endurance by activating the tactical simulation terminal, her aide's face abruptly appeared in a corner of the screen. Bowing respectfully before reporting, "Commander, a liaison vessel from the Imperial capital has delivered your correspondence, comprising 3 letters. In contrast to the vast living spheres of humanity, communication through light waves limited to within a single galaxy has become increasingly inadequate for the needs of intergalactic correspondence. Until a new communication technology capable of penetrating barriers is developed, humanity is left to rely on liaison ships, conveying messages in a manner reminiscent of ancient postal systems. Fortunately, the transport capacity is not an issue. A single liaison vessel is sufficient to carry letters for millions of soldiers in a fleet." 3 letters? Elfada's hand trembled slightly as he confirmed with a somewhat guilty tone. "Who sent them?" From the Heightland family, the Shania family, and the Heraldry Institute?" Due to the Chalan people's deep respect for the privacy of letter recipients, the aide had not verified this detail earlier. Upon hastily reconfirming the report, he noticed his superior displaying an unusual and intense sense of agitation. Even Lachesis, Elfada could not suppress a weak groan. While the letter from the Winged Ones might not mention matters concerning the young master, the other 2 letters from the Pure Wings, the valiant leader of the Barndoro, who had never flinched even in the face of 1,000 troops, nearly lacked the courage to open them. "Summon Yushis to report immediately," Elfada commanded resolutely. Although the presence of that individual was not crucial, there was no justification for allowing the culprit to roam unrestrained. Currently contemplating the perfect conclusion. Please allow us a couple of days for reflection. I assure you a satisfactory response by next week. Of course, any suggestions are welcome, and I will carefully consider them." After leaving the meeting room, the young leader entrusted Marlu with the care of the 2 guests. Although this astute woman refrained from placing any additional restraints on a certain someone, indeed, there were no stronger ones available, she intended to limit the destructive potential of these 2 individuals by arranging their accommodation in a government mansion situated far from the city center. A luxurious sedan gradually made its way through the composite functional road, exiting the bustling urban area. However, this time, it was devoid of the escort of armed police vehicles. Consequently, the sky could finally be observed through the car windows, revealing an expanse of seemingly endless verdant forest. Had it not been for the absence of the sun in the azure sky above, one might have almost been led to believe they had arrived at the surface of the planet. Shortly thereafter, the sedan arrived at the mansion. An edifice boasting an ancient facade, surrounded by an environment that exuded tranquility and elegance. Perhaps due to the rarity of its use, the mansion was devoid of any inhabitants. Although several automated machines maintained the cleanliness of the interior, it was rather spacious for just 2 occupants. Whether by design or coincidence, Marlu had not arranged for even a single servant to attend to their needs. Perhaps the kidnapping incident had accumulated quite a bit of resentment in her? As night fell, the 2 dined in the opulently decorated dining room, consuming 2 portions of simple fast food prepared by an automated cooker. What a shock! Sky poked at the potatoes on his plate with a fork, appearing pensive, while his counterpart, Yalia, seemed to lack any appetite. In March of the year 3119 of the Western calendar, during the tumultuous end of the Golden Galaxy era, an inexplicable and potent anomalous wave spread throughout the low-dimensional universe upon which humanity relied, simultaneously stripping all humanity of their interstellar navigation capabilities. Subsequent scholars dubbed this phenomenon the dimensional quake. As Yalia gazed at the functional fast food composed of peas and meat sauce on her plate, she spoke as if in a daze. Despite inflicting irreparable losses upon humanity itself, the protracted war showed no signs of abating. Had it not been for the cosmic disaster later named dimensional quake, which curtailed the possibility of continued warfare, humanity might have indeed approached the brink of self-destruction. Regardless, that sudden cosmic calamity did, to some extent, rescue humanity, which was already engulfed by the mire of war. Sky continued Yalia's line of thought. This is the explanation I gleaned from the Imperial Annals. I believed it to be accurate, but Yalia displayed an expression of hesitation. Indeed, it is not incorrect. But it merely reveals half the truth. Sky sighed and set down his fork. For the Chalan people, who were the primary beneficiaries of the dimensional quake, fire is undeniably a source of warmth and light, yet its destructive nature is most keenly understood by those unfortunate enough to be burned. We do not share that view. Yelia suddenly felt a surge of irritation, partly due to the content of his statement and partly due to the position from which he spoke. Moreover, you are also a Chalan, and a child of the Root clan, the Heightland heir. Indeed, that is so. Sky scratched his head, eager to withdraw from the burgeoning conflict. I apologize. I did not intend any offense. It is simply that both my first and second homelands developed their unique cultures as a result of the dimensional quake, so I inadvertently overlooked its destructive consequences. Sky paused, attempting to sort through his emotions before hesitantly stating, perhaps it is, a sense of guilt? Having never truly comprehended the perils of the dimensional quake, I subconsciously regarded it as something to be grateful for. To the inhabitants of this planet, such a sentiment must be utterly unforgivable. During the period when the dimensional quake sealed off the galaxy, over 2,000 habitable planets transformed into desolate wastelands, a fact acknowledged by all interstellar nations. I do not believe you bear any responsibility for that, Yelia remarked with an expression of confusion. In fact, I consider their decision to be quite sound. If they did not proactively adjust the population to a level sustainable for the planet, it would inevitably meet the same fate as the other 2,000 habitable worlds. At the cost of 2 billion lives? Sky shot Yelia a piercing glance of disbelief. It is natural selection. Yelia corrected his terminology with a cold, clear voice. The virus responsible for the selection process is likely similar to what the third survey team encountered. Only individuals with a certain degree of physical robustness can withstand the virus. Those unable to do so rapidly deteriorate and perish, leaving only the strongest to survive. Do you endorse such measures? Sky appeared so astonished that he momentarily forgot his anger. This is not a matter of endorsement, Yelia replied, slightly frowning. Moreover, I believe their actions are beyond reproach. In nature, when a species' reproduction exceeds the carrying capacity of its environment, animal communities typically take certain actions. Given your background in the terrestrial world, you should be well aware of this. That is. Sky hesitated, unable to articulate the notion of selective suicide. If other animal communities in nature can take such actions, why should humanity be allowed to be an exception? Yelia concluded. Such a mindset is, in fact, an unfounded arrogance. Ah, I see. Sky groaned, rendered speechless by her rebuttal, and once again felt the profound cultural chasm that spanned between the terrestrial peoples and the celestial beings. For those dwelling beneath the atmosphere, with their technological prowess enabling even the manipulation of climate and terrain, nature appears as a docile creature, akin to a pet wearing a collar. As self-proclaimed masters, they naturally harbor no sense of reverence towards their pets. However, for the Chalan people living in the realm of stars, their conception of nature encompasses black holes, stellar explosions, and electromagnetic storms, forces that humanity cannot withstand. And they regard these with profound reverence. Even in dealing with a portion of nature, the terrestrial world, they tread carefully, never daring to exhibit any semblance of negligence. Consequently, the extreme, yet natural practices of the inhabitants of the third planet are somewhat more acceptable to the Chalan, though for the vast majority of those from the surface, the emotional upheaval from learning the truth to regaining a rational calm would be immense, akin to the experience of the son of Heightland. Yeria, do you not feel anything at all? The daughter of the Izir family displayed no signs of emotional turmoil, leading the Sky to ponder this. No, I am filled with rage. A fierce anger suddenly flashed within her magnificent deep violet eyes. Those barbaric pirates, I shall never forgive them. The harmonious world painstakingly rebuilt by the inhabitants of the third planet has been ravaged to such an extent. The Pian human community is indeed a malignant tumor of the galaxy, one that must be eradicated. Is that so? Reflecting on the straightforward girl named Hong Yi and her revelations about Pian, the Sky's expression grew somewhat complex. He turned his gaze toward the starless night outside, murmuring to himself, both Chalan and Pian possess their respective ideologies, but is there truly only one form of justice? At least, from the perspective of the inhabitants of the third planet, Chalan seems to embody a greater sense of justice. Yeria firmly dismissed her companion's doubts, only to reveal her own confusion. How do you know about Pian's ideology? Such information is not even found in the Imperial archives. Back in my homeland. The Sky fabricated an unassailable lie. I once read a book on the history of the cosmos, which introduced Pian. Is that so? Yeria appeared skeptical, given the stark contrast between the Chalan and Pian peoples, akin to the two sides of a coin. Their indifference in explaining their cultures might be the only commonality, making it hard to fathom the existence of such a book, yet she ultimately accepted her companion's assertion. In any case, we cannot linger here. If we truly wish to do something for the inhabitants of this planet, we must return to the Empire and the battlefield as swiftly as possible. Yeria's tone conveyed a sense of urgency. Let me think. While the underground metropolis lacks a space industry, with that level of technology, there should be alternative means to replace the ship's navigation control system. Oh, allow me to investigate this matter. After all, I am more familiar with the universal language of this planet than you, Commander. The Sky turned his gaze back, fixing it on Yeria, proposing this. As for you, Commander, how about you take these 2 days to gather your emotions? Gather? My emotions? Yeria expressed her confusion. Were you not intending to confirm that fellow's fate? The Sky shrugged. If you seek assistance from Miss Marlowe, you should swiftly ascertain whether he is alive or dead, right? Moreover, I would prefer not to leave with a commander burdened by unresolved emotions, as that would be akin to a ticking time bomb for the First Fleet. Do not worry, I will not allow personal feelings to interfere with my work. Yeria shot the Sky an annoyed glare, then suddenly fell silent, as if speaking to herself. But at this point, do I still need to confirm this matter? Huh. The Sky looked at the hesitant girl in surprise. Commander, did you not decide to accompany the reconnaissance team to this planet to ascertain that fellow's fate? That is indeed correct, but after all that has transpired, I suddenly feel that my past sorrows pale in comparison to the heavy burdens borne by the inhabitants of the third planet, akin to the trivial worries of a child. Unbeknownst to her, Yeria had begun to confide in the Sky. This strong-hearted daughter of the Izir family had never before opened up to anyone to such an extent. Indeed, that is true. The Sky offered a gentle smile, soothing the girl who was glaring at him. Do not wear such a terrifying expression. This is, after all, a matter worth celebrating, is it not? Although for a pure-hearted girl, love may hold significant weight during certain life stages. Recognizing this at least shows that you, Commander, have grown. Are you lecturing me, First Lieutenant? Yeria glared at him, seemingly indignant. You do realize I am 2 years older than you. I personally believe that the richness of life experience is not directly related to age. The Sky beamed with a proud smile. After all, compared to the impoverished, simple life of a descendant of the Genji clan, my experiences since the age of 7 could be described as tumultuous, so I have certainly accumulated some life experiences. I suppose you are right. Yeria's cold response abruptly froze the Sky's self-satisfied expression. Having been in the Imperial capital for merely 3 years, he had already received vows from 2 pure-winged individuals. Without ample experience with women, such an achievement would indeed be unimaginable. The following morning, Marlowe arrived to escort Yeria. Although the pure-hearted girl hesitated until the early hours before contacting the Secretary General, it seemed that within a mere 2 hours, she had fulfilled her quest for information. From Marlowe's countenance, Yeria discerned the answer, and with a resolute expression, she entered the vibrant yellow private car while the Sky remained behind, citing an inability to accompany them. Yet, from the somewhat unsettled expression of this son of Heightland, it appeared he intended to utilize this time for some endeavor. Now that the distractions have departed, let us commence our actions. After watching the car vanish from sight, the Sky returned to his study. The previous night, he had discovered a set of processing terminals from generations past. Back then, people referred to them as computers, which were widely utilized in daily life despite having been supplanted by intelligent core crystals in the Empire for over 2 centuries. Although the daughter of the Izir family, a graduate of the Military Academy's Information Analysis Department, would likely be unfamiliar with this archaic information terminal. Fortune smiled upon him as the first homeland of the son of Heightland utilized equipment from the bygone era. Thus, within half an hour, he had become adept at its operation. Next, let me examine the technological level of this underground metropolis. The Sky attempted to access industrial information regarding the underground city. While he anticipated that such confidential data would be well protected, he prepared to employ his intrusion programs, only to be taken aback by the fact that all information pertaining to the underground metropolis was entirely open, devoid of any defensive measures. Almost simultaneously as he entered his query, a detailed list appeared on the terminal screen, cataloging the locations, types, and even daily production volumes of all factories, leaving the young man, eager to showcase his skills, feeling quite dismayed. How can this be? Do they possess no concept of confidentiality? The Sky was momentarily stunned. Then a wave of suspicion surged forth, prompting him to resume his rapid manipulation of the input terminal. He intended to retrieve additional information about the underground world in hopes of uncovering evidence that this document was fabricated. 2 hours later, the weary and disheartened youth collapsed onto his desk, uttering feeble murmurs. Production and distribution according to need. What an epitome of ideal communism. In the absence of competition, there is, of course, no necessity for data confidentiality. Could it be that this document is indeed authentic? Never mind. Let us attend to the matter at hand. The young man, Sky, mustered himself to examine the document. hoping to identify any industrial segments that might aid in the repairs of the survey vessel, yet disappointment lingered once more. As the young commander had remarked, the inhabitants of the third planet harbored a profound disdain for the cosmos, a sentiment they wholly embraced. Within the subterranean metropolis, home to 300 million souls, not a trace of any aerospace industry or related sectors could be found. Even the foundational industries necessary for such advancements were alarmingly scarce. No wonder they still rely on wheel-type locomotives. It seems they lack even the capability to develop hovercraft. Sky sighed, overwhelmed by a throbbing headache. The absence of a foundational aerospace industry implied that even if some miracle were to rekindle the passion of these 300 million subterranean dwellers for the universe, it would take no less than a decade to construct a spacecraft capable of interstellar travel, far less practical than hoping the Empire would win the war against the consortium and subsequently redevelop the third planet. With a troubled expression, Sky bit his lip and paced around the room, but was unable to devise any solutions, leading him to finally decide to take a stroll. Upon exiting the manor, he wandered into the nearby lush underground forest, astonished to discover that this seemingly artificial woodland exuded a vitality rivaling that of the verdant lands of his homeland. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon the shrubs and flora. The melodic calls of birds echoed through the expansive forest, and the occasional trace of small fauna could be discerned. Captivated by the enchanting underground scenery, Sky inadvertently ventured far from the manor. It was only when he realized he could not spot a single star to guide his direction that he had to confront a painfully stark reality. With a furrowed brow, Sky glanced at the terminal bracelet on his left wrist, his expression one of indecision. The dusk was approaching. Yet his sense of direction had become even more muddled than it had been 8 hours prior. Recognizing the futility of relying solely on his own strength to escape the wretched underground forest, Sky shifted his focus to seeking assistance from the outside world. If he activated the positioning system on his terminal bracelet, a companion wearing a similar device should easily locate him, providing a beacon for his journey. If all went well, he could escape this labyrinthine wilderness within an hour, provided, of course, that Yalia had indeed returned to the manor. Hopefully, Yalia is back. He murmured in prayer before activating the terminal's positioning system, only to be greeted by the frustrating message of poor signal. He let out a faint groan. In the depths of the earth, the signal from the terminal bracelet faced considerable obstruction, the complex geology of rock layers, mineral veins, and subterranean aquifers acted as barriers to magnetic wave transmission. By this reasoning, Yalia was likely several thousand technometers away in another underground city, while Sky would need to remain within this verdant maze for at least another day. Just as Sky contemplated whether to refresh his hunting skills from his homeland of Kongding to prepare for dinner, his terminal bracelet suddenly flashed with an incoming communication signal. What? Has Yalia returned? Elated, he activated the positioning system, only to be astonished to find the signal source was within less than a technometer's distance, causing him to feel a wave of frustration. Had he really been wandering around the edge of the forest for the past few hours? After a brief moment of despondency, Sky regained his composure and headed towards the signal source. Although the terminal indicated a mere 1 technometer's distance, the exceptionally dense vegetation impeded his progress considerably. Ultimately, he resorted to leaping into the trees, utilizing his agility to traverse between them, considerably increasing his speed. Upon emerging from the last row of trees, Sky was greeted by the breathtaking sight of a lake spanning several miles, filling his vision and stirring a profound sense of astonishment within him. Damn it, this is utterly wrong. He landed on the ground, silently cursing the tranquil expanse of water under the twilight sky. He could wager with G's amulet that no such body of water existed within several miles of the manor. This meant he had inexplicably traversed the lost forest into a even more unfamiliar place. Yet the signal displayed was undeniably from this location. Gritting his teeth, Sky glared at the terminal bracelet on his left hand, which indicated the source was within arm's reach, yet he saw no sign of life around him, not even a rat. What are you doing? A chilling voice suddenly resonated from behind, like a heavy drumbeat in the stillness of the night, startling Sky from his contemplations. Turning around, he found himself meeting the gaze of a pair of glassy eyes. The girl sat upon a prominent rock by the lakeside, observing him with an air of superiority. Her dark green hair danced in the night breeze. Though there was no moon in the sky, it felt as if silver moonlight cascaded upon her. I seem to be lost, Sky stammered after a moment of stunned silence. Is that so? The girl gracefully leapt down from the rock, as light as a feather. She approached Sky, scrutinizing him from head to toe, her gaze finally resting upon the terminal bracelet on his left hand, which bore the emblem of golden wings. Child? Sky looked down at the girl, who barely reached his chest, realizing she appeared to be only 12 or 13 years old. Her indifferent voice and composed demeanor gave her an impression of maturity beyond her years, though her exquisite features lacked expressive variation. The shimmering light in her glassy eye sparkled like a galaxy, momentarily captivating Sky's attention. May I ask who you are? With great effort. He tore his gaze away from her enchanting eyes and noticed the delicate, pointed ears that peeked through her dark green hair, quivering slightly in the breeze. A sylph? My name is Francoise, Heitland de Udi Francoise, the little girl stated with a steady voice, though a hint of excitement crept into her tone towards the end. But you may call me Fran, brother. Huh? Sky found himself enveloped in unprecedented confusion. Only when Fran raised her left hand and waved it in front of him did he realize that her terminal bracelet also bore the emblem of golden wings. Is that so? I understand. No, it's unnecessary. Just ensure she is returned to the manor, and do your best to make their lives comfortable. The smile on Lord's face abruptly morphed into a bittersweet expression. After all, they could not possibly restrain the power of her companion, could they? Thus, it seems that only time can wear away their yearning to return to the cosmos. Well then, I entrust everything to you. After hanging up the phone, Lord closed his eyes and pondered for a moment, as if murmuring to himself, is the universe truly so alluring? From the surface of Nova, it appears merely as a prison of red mist. Perhaps the inhabitants of other planets perceive a different cosmos than we do? Nevertheless, they must be persuaded to remain. Lord furrowed his brow, seemingly disgusted with himself, yet continued his contemplation. None of the second batch of visitors belonged to the teacher's kin, but the Lady Alia might bring some surprises for her. If they could live in the underground metropolis as comfortably as the previous group, then Fran would surely be delighted, wouldn't she? With this thought, Lord suddenly opened his eyes, hesitating momentarily as he paced back and forth in his office, before resolutely striding towards the door. 2 minutes later, a sleek compact car departed from the Grand Leader's residence, heading towards the forested outskirts of the city. Lord paused at the edge of the forest, then drove along a hidden path. After about 20 minutes on the wooded trail, the young man parked his car beside a spacious lake that spanned several miles. Then alighted and walked towards a particular spot in the opposite forest. Teacher, I have come to see you, Lord gently uttered, brushing aside the last plant that obscured his view, revealing a breathtaking sight. Before him stood a pure white vessel, its elegant contours reminiscent of a swan's graceful form. Any Shalon who had glimpsed this ship could envision its exquisite flight through the void and would be filled with excitement. However, for this youth, confined within the red mist cage since birth, the ship, having remained motionless for a decade, seemed to be quietly awaiting the arrival of death. Despite his countless requests to the ship's owner and his preparations of the finest residence in the underground metropolis for her, the woman who called herself a child of the heavens had never consented to leave this dying vessel for another abode, not even for her child. With a tinge of melancholy, Lord approached the magnificent white ship, only to be halted by its tightly shut hatch. Teacher, are you not here? The boy tilted his head in confusion, realizing that wandering the forest at this hour was ill-advised, and his worry began to mount. Lord? A voice from behind liberated him from his anxiety. A woman with deep azure hair and pointed ears emerged from a corner of the ship, gazing at him with mild surprise. Teacher, you. Lord's expression brightened, but upon noticing her attire, it transformed into a bittersweet smile. She was clad in a simple work uniform, faintly stained with oil. Do you still intend to leave? He asked with a strained voice. I already told you last time, Lord. Joria approached, seemingly oblivious to his expression, and gently opened the hatch. My promise to Bella was merely to care for you until you could live independently, and now that I have fulfilled my vow, it is time for me to depart. But I'm still not capable of standing on my own, teacher. Lord hastily followed her inside. That is quite irresponsible of you, Lord. Once inside the bridge, Joria turned and regarded him with a reproachful gaze. You are now the supreme leader of 300 million residents in the underground metropolis. If this is not standing on your own, then what would be? That is because I have the support of everyone. I can do nothing alone. Understanding how to utilize other strengths is already the mark of an excellent leader, is it not? Joria gently patted the boy's shoulder, encouraging him in a soft tone. You must possess more confidence, Bella's child. After all, the one who educated you is the finest educator in the galaxy, and you, as her pupil, are equally remarkable. So do not easily dismiss your own excellence. Thank you, teacher. Truly, I have been outmaneuvered. Lord chuckled wryly, attempting to shift the topic. By the way, how's the repair work on the ship progressing? A hint of worry crossed Joria's serene beauty as she regarded the youth. Her tone tinged with a bittersweet smile. Do you remember how I arrived on this planet, Lord? Yes, at that time. You had plunged into Nova's atmosphere to evade the Fian pirates, but your ship's engine was hit, and you fell into the Red Sea. They thought they had destroyed the vessel and retreated, but my mother's patrol ship discovered it on the seabed. Indeed, Bella saved both me and Fran. Which is why I promised to care for you until you could stand independently, for repaying debts is a tradition of my people. Joria continued to recollect, of course. There was another reason. At that time, I was utterly incapable of repairing the ship, even though the ship's intelligent core contained abundant data. It took me 3 whole years to learn the repair skills, and I only completed the repairs last month. Then, teacher, do you plan to leave immediately? Lord asked anxiously. If that were possible, we would have departed long ago. Joria frowned discontentedly. Although the ship's functions are restored, the sole issue lies with the fuel. While we have an abundance of water as a propellant, the energy crystals required for the initial engine ignition, given the underground metropolis's weak aerospace industry, it would probably take another half-century to produce them. I apologize, as our guiding principle is to refrain from engaging with the cosmos. Lord offered an apologetic smile, though he felt slightly relieved. You seem rather pleased. Joria regarded the boy with a disapproving glance before averting her gaze before he could apologize. By the way, what brings you to seek me at such a late hour, Grand Leader? Teacher, you jest. The truth is, Lord smiled wryly, preparing to mention the 2 visitors, but suddenly thought of another possibility and fell silent. What is it? Joria inquired, her expression curious. It is this. Soon, it will be Fran's birthday, and I wish to host a grand celebration in her honor, so I wanted to discuss it with you first. But she appeared even more puzzled. Even by this planet's standard time, Fran's birthday is still over a month away. Indeed, that is true, but I believe that if we prepare in advance, the celebration will be even more successful. Although it began as a spontaneous excuse, Lord now found himself seriously contemplating the idea. I could invite many children to participate, and if Fran wishes, she could make many friends her age there. Of course, I hope you can come too. After that party 2 years ago, many are eager to witness your brilliance once more. I shall not attend. The pointed-eared woman shivered as though struck by a chill, resolutely rejecting the notion. However, if you can persuade that child, I will not oppose her participation, though I truly do not believe she will derive any enjoyment from it. It is precisely because I cannot persuade Fran that I sought your assistance. Lord forced a smile, attempting to persuade the mother. I believe that children of her age should interact more with peers, rather than, living in a somewhat isolated environment for an extended period, as it would be detrimental to her growth. The problem is, apart from me, there are hardly any individuals here with whom she can engage on equal terms. Ruolia's brow furrowed slightly, indicating that she too had been concerned about this issue. Essentially, I initially nurtured that child through a traditional family education, which has led to Fran exhibiting a much more mature mental age compared to her peers. Thus, even if I were to compel her to attend that birthday party, she would likely find it difficult to make any friends. Nevertheless, I still wish to give it a try. Lord displayed a resolute expression. Do you truly desire to be acknowledged by that child? Ruolia's face lit up with interest as she began to scrutinize the earnest young man. As a special favor, allow me to share a piece of good news with you. Fran has long been yearning for a brother whom she can depend on. Really? Is that true? The boy's face suddenly radiated with joy. Well then, please put in your best effort, Bella-esque child. Ruolia chuckled softly behind her hand, making that promise. Until I discover a method to produce energy crystals, if you can gain her acknowledgement as a brother, I will consider allowing her to temporarily reside here. I will strive for that. No need. The enthusiastic and indifferent voices echoed simultaneously in the bridge, resulting in a momentary silence. Both Lord and Ruolia turned towards the direction of the hatch, where a pair of glass-like eyes radiated a mixture of rejection and vigilance. Their astonished gazes soon shifted to the object cradled in the arms of the owner of those captivating eyes. It was a young man with black hair and black eyes, clad in a well-tailored uniform that accentuated his striking figure, reminiscent of a powerful leopard. However, at that moment, his gentle and handsome features were adorned with a perplexed smile. Fran, this is. Ruolia appeared utterly astonished. At least in her memory, her somewhat aloof daughter had never shown such warmth towards anyone else. He is my brother, Fran stated simply and firmly. Ruolia cast a bewildered look at the equally perplexed young man across from her, who shook his head with a wry smile, indicating his own confusion. He is family, thus he is my brother. Fran raised her left hand and pulled the black-haired young man to lift his left hand as well. The 2 terminal wristbands, though slightly different in style, bore the same emblem, shining brilliantly and momentarily dazzling the 2 individuals opposite them. Lord, is this what you intended to inform me of? Ruolia turned to her side, only to find the young leader in a state of stupor, prompting her to return her gaze to the young man across from her, smiling wryly as she asked, So, young man, please tell me your name first. I wish to ascertain whether the fates have truly favored the Hateland family to such an extent. Oh, yes. The moment he was met with those azure eyes, Tian Kong suddenly recalled the esteemed old duke far away in the imperial capital, and thus relaxed, stating in a calm voice, My name is Tian Kong. Hateland Lu Gil Lin Tian Kong, madam. This is indeed real. Ruolia remained in a daze for quite a while before regaining her composure, then gazed at him with a mix of awe and incredulity, declaring in a proud voice, "So you are the child of Ai Luya? My name is Ruolia. Hateland Lu Loki Ruolia. From a familial perspective, you should address me as grandmother. Why are you here?" The young leader glared at the black-haired youth before him, his tone unusually unfriendly. He could not accept that the treasure he had tirelessly pursued was so easily snatched away by another. The bond he desperately sought to establish, which had finally shown a glimmer of hope, was now utterly denied. Lord's emotions surged, his gaze towards Tian Kong filled with anger and hostility. However, this slight animosity did nothing to shake the other's resolve. Instead, it provoked the famished and parched tyrant, who had been holding back his frustration. "I want to know too." Tian Kong shot back with an even fiercer glare, the ferocity cultivated from countless battles sending a chill down the young leader's spine. Yet he stubbornly held his ground, trembling slightly in his legs. "My brother got lost." Friend stepped forward protectively in front of Tian Kong, resolutely meeting the gaze across from her. "I encountered him by the forest and brought him here." Fran. Lord's anger instantly transformed into a deep bitterness. He lowered his head, calming his emotions, then offered his apologies to Tian Kong. "I apologize for my rudeness earlier, as I was taken aback. Please forgive me." It's all right." Tian Kong quickly retracted his hostile demeanor, scratching his head with a hint of embarrassment as he asked, "But could you tell me what exactly is going on now? It feels like I've been in a dream since just now. For more detailed matters, please inquire with the teacher. I believe she has much to clarify with you as well." The young man's strained smile was filled with bitterness as he turned to Ruolia, bidding farewell with a slightly trembling voice. "Well then, teacher, I shall not disturb your family reunion any longer." He still has changed that tendency to retreat at the first sign of adversity, which is why Fran has been reluctant to accept you. Ruolia regarded Lord with a soft sigh in her heart, yet she bore no intention of reproaching him. In truth, the inhabitants of the underground urban clusters generally possess this timid disposition to varying degrees, and considering the multitude of disasters they have faced in the past, Ruolia found it hard to blame them. However, she absolutely did not wish for Fran to adopt such an excessively negative mindset. "Well, you are indeed not in a suitable state to remain here." Ruolia nodded, then said, "Why not come back once you have calmed down, Lord? Of course. It would be best before we return to our homeland." "All right, teacher." Lord offered a faintly grateful smile to Ruolia, then walked to the hatch with a heavy expression of defeat, glancing back one last time at the person whom Fran was tightly holding onto by the left arm before hastily exiting. Tian Kong called out to Ruolia in a somewhat confused voice. "Should we really let him leave like that? He looks rather sad, doesn't he?" "Well, that child is indeed quite upset, but it's all right," Ruolia assured confidently. "This experience should serve as a valuable lesson for him. And if he can learn something from it, he is likely to grow into a more outstanding leader." "Is that so?" Tian Kong gazed at the boy whose shoulders slumped as he disappeared at the end of the corridor, a faint sense of guilt rising within him for reasons he could not fathom. However, the strength pulling at his left hand drew his attention. "Brother." Fran gently tugged at his sleeve, her cerulean eyes filled with anticipation. "My name is Fran." Tian Kong silently endured the overwhelming intensity of her gaze, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, unsure of how to respond. Meanwhile, Ruolia watched with keen interest, curious to see how this brother would interpret Fran's earnest request. After a moment of dazed silence lasting around 20 seconds, as Fran's eyes began to glisten with tears, the child of Hateland finally came to a realization and tentatively called out her name. Fulan? Brother." Fulan immediately responded, a joyful smile blossoming on her serene beauty. So, it was like this. After surviving a great calamity, the sky suddenly felt a wave of exhaustion. Yet, upon witnessing the radiant smile before him, an inexplicable warmth surged within his heart. He gently called out his sister's name, "Fulan." Brother." Fulan released the sky's arm and embraced his waist, burying her head in the chest of the heir of Heightland, murmuring softly, "Brother, brother. You have qualified." Nearby, Ruolia clapped lightly, her gaze filled with appreciation as she observed Ariu's child. "It is no wonder Fulan has taken a liking to you so quickly. This child has been lonely for too long. Please cherish her well in the future." "Yes, I will strive to do so." The sky responded in a reflective manner, only then realizing that something seemed amiss. Well, grandmother, don't we have more pressing matters to discuss? For instance, why we are on this planet, how you all arrived here, how we can return to the Empire, and how you, as a child of the Heightland family, possess the traits of the Earthlings? At least a decade ago, when I was imprisoned on this planet, I had not heard that Ariuya had such a large child. I am genuinely quite interested in all these matters. Ruolia regarded the dark-haired youth with keen interest before abruptly shifting the topic. However, compared to those issues, my Falon is far more important. Don't you agree, brother? No, I actually share that sentiment. The sky felt overwhelmed as he avoided his grandmother's reproachful gaze, involuntarily recalling his impactful first encounter with a certain royal sister, coming to a sudden realization. Just as he opened his mouth to confirm his suspicions, a rumbling sound emanated from his stomach. I apologize. I have not eaten for nearly a day. The sky lowered his head, feeling embarrassed as he sheepishly requested, could I perhaps have a glass of water first? Oh dear, I truly apologize for that. A peculiar smile spread across Roluya's lips. I shall pour you some water, brother. Fulon took the sky's hand and led him to a nearby chair, then skipped happily toward the back cabin. Oh, thank you. The sky could only express his gratitude to Fulon's retreating figure. When he subsequently saw the small silhouette approaching him carefully with a cup of water, he suddenly felt that perhaps he should express gratitude to the misfortune deity who had exiled him to this planet. Miss Yaliya, I shall leave you here. Marlou sighed, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips, and without waiting for Yaliya's response, she pushed the control stick, driving her private vehicle away with a cloud of dust. She had just received a message from her assistant that a despondent youth was waiting for her encouragement at the Grand Commander's residence, leaving her with no time for pleasantries. Yaliya silently watched as the yellow vehicle vanished from sight, then lowered her right hand, which she had unconsciously raised, and slowly turned to walk toward the nearby mansion. Surprisingly, her steps felt unexpectedly light, even evoking a sense of emptiness. As she walked along the dimly lit forest path at night, the flickering lights from the lanterns cast a sporadic glow on the cobblestone road beneath her feet. The surrounding space enveloped in silence. Yaliya closed her eyes, wholeheartedly absorbing the tranquility that did not belong to the world of stars, while sensing a long-dormant seed within her heart quietly sprouting, growing, and emerging from the ashes of forgotten memories. She couldn't help but chuckle softly, though her smile carried a hint of bitterness. While she could not yet ascertain whether the seed belonged to that person, upon gazing up at the mansion, which emanated a gentle light, she felt a comforting warmth, as if embraced by something, prompting her to quicken her pace. However, the moment she stepped through the door, the warmth and anticipation on her tranquil visage were instantly replaced by shock and confusion. Upon witnessing that person engaged in friendly conversation with two compatriots, Yaliya suddenly questioned whether she had inadvertently stumbled into a family gathering. So, grandmother, you were truly Sister Yaluni's mother? Due to the angle, the sky had not seen the dumbfounded woman behind him, and his heightened senses, overwhelmed by this shocking revelation, had yet to regain their usual alertness. Yes, I left the imperial capital when Yaluni was 3. Originally, it was Raimu's, Prince Naravia's, responsibility to educate that child, but he shamelessly insisted on coming with me. Roluya displayed a face of indignation. If Ariuya had not later taken on the responsibility of teaching that child, I would have certainly sent him back at the first opportunity. However, if that had happened, Falon would not have been born, so I must express my gratitude to Ariuya. Is that so? The sky's expression grew somewhat complex as he recalled the increasingly familiar personality of a certain duke's daughter. Speaking of which, Yaluni should have entered the competition for the throne by now, right? Or has she, like her father, left home to live freely? It seemed Roluya was more inclined toward the latter possibility. No, in fact, Sister Yaluni is now a vice admiral and ranks first in the competition for the throne, the sky stated in a bewildered tone, pondering the meaning behind the disappointment that surfaced on his grandmother's face. However, at that moment, a small creature in his arms suddenly stirred, drawing his attention. Ah! Fulon exclaimed softly, her expression one of regret as she watched the small creature, resembling an Ainuhogar mouse, escape in a frantic manner. She had been amusing herself with it since receiving the little animal from her brother 2 hours ago. Squeak, squeak. The beleaguered Wonkai, weighing the potential punishment against the inevitable protection, finally decided to abandon the shadows and darted swiftly to the feet of the benevolent goddess standing in the hallway, clutching her hem and pleading pitifully. Yaliya? The sky immediately noticed the return of his companion, though it seemed a moment too late. A hint of displeasure was already subtly appearing on her cool, beautiful face. Could you introduce me to these two? The former pilot, Yaliya, walked slowly into the living room, her gaze filled with curiosity as she scrutinized the two compatriots from the sky's realm. I had thought there were only we Shalon people on this planet, and yet. Yaliya's gaze shifted to the little girl in the sky's arms, and upon noticing the golden wing emblem engraved on her terminal bracelet, she was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "The Heightland family?" In fact, the sky stood up, discreetly retrieving Wonkai and placing it back in Fulon's embrace before beginning to recount the series of incredible events that had transpired. The young one is Izer Ding Mook Yaliya. Presenting her respects to the Silver Admiral, Yaliya stood up hastily, offering her respects to the elder of the Root clan. There is no need to be so tense. Daughter of the Izer family. Raluya chuckled gently, attempting to calm her. I have long since departed the Sky Army. I am now a free spirit of the wings of freedom. Consider me just another compatriot you happen to encounter. That cannot be. Admiral of Silver. No. Lady Ruria was once the pride of the Root clan, the Celestial Army, and even the Empire. The ambush in the Munudo star system that annihilated the Karkila Federation fleet is still revered as a military classic. Yeria's expression mirrored that of a long-admired idol, her deep violet eyes sparkling with brilliance. Regardless of clan hierarchy or the qualifications of an aviator, the younger generation ought to pay their respects to you. That was nearly a century ago, though. Ruria chuckled softly, resigned to accept this homage from the past. Lady Ruria, do you not intend to return to the Celestial Army? Yeria hesitated for a few seconds before boldly asking. The Empire is currently under attack from the Bien Alliance and the Beria Federation. If you were to return to the Celestial Army, the Empire would find solace. If these words were to reach Sane, you would surely find yourself confined to the Black Room, daughter of the Iser family. Ruria's gentle smile quelled Yeria's emotional fervor. Although he can be somewhat obstinate, he is a capable commander, and with the support of his brother, even amid the fiercest storms of war, you fledglings would be able to soar freely. Thus, even if I were to begrudgingly partake in a war that no longer belongs to me, I would merely be the subject of Sane's ridicule for my ignorance of the situation. That's not true. Reflecting on her grandfather's character, Yeria's retort was notably weak. Therefore, I shall not return to the Celestial Army. Ruria shifted her gaze back to her grandson. The once gallant Admiral of Silver now appeared as a curious grandmother. However, if it pertains to the Haterland family, I indeed ought to return and see for myself. The thought of having inadvertently missed so many intriguing events fills me with regret. Indeed, is that so? While Ruria's promise to return to the wings of the Empire is certainly a cause for celebration, Yeria's expression was evidently dampened by the elder's demeanor, and even the sky seemed to reveal a bemused smile. Speaking of which, Alia's husband is a surface dweller. And they have a commendable air. What of Aki and Lakashis? They must have found their own wings by now, right? Ruria unexpectedly posed a question that left someone in a cold sweat. Well, the sky stammered, struggling to find words, prompting Ruria to direct her puzzled gaze toward another child of the Root clan, only to discover a smirk curling at the corners of her mouth. Yeria? Ruria's curiosity was piqued. No, to my knowledge, they have yet to find their wings. Yeria decided to attempt to save face for someone, though most Shallan would consider this a matter to boast about. Tell me the truth, daughter of the Iser family. Ruria inquired with a serious tone, concealing her mirth behind her azure eyes. They have already acquired the wings of purity. Yeria had no choice but to phrase it delicately. Eh? Ruria was genuinely taken aback. You mean, they have all pledged their vows to the wings of purity? Could it be that her brother? Just as Ruria was about to voice her disbelief, she followed Yeria's gaze and noticed an inexplicable expression on her grandson's face, prompting her to confirm in an even more incredulous tone. Could it be from the clouds? Well, it seems so. In truth, I am not entirely certain. The individual trapped between the gazes of two women flashed an innocent smile, attempting to evade the matter. Indeed, the caretaker responsible for his education had not imparted much knowledge regarding the wings of purity, and as for others, it was even less likely they would explain the vows exclusive to the winged kin. I see. Ruria's gaze fell upon her daughter, nestled at her brother's feet, joyfully playing with a pet. A contemplative expression crossed her face. How cunning. Grandma. The sky, as if surrendering, raised his hands and weakly suggested, shouldn't we discuss our return to the Empire instead of these matters? The nights in the underground metropolis are devoid of stars. The twinkling lights in the night sky are, in fact, bioluminescent plants created by the denizens of the depths to compensate for this deficiency. While they bear little resemblance to stars, the sight of countless glowing tendrils drifting in the pitch-black sky creates a scene that is truly enchanting and mysterious, reminiscent of a fairy tale. As Yeria beheld this spectacle, she could not help but feel entranced. Had she not experienced so much excitement today that sleep eluded her, she might have missed this beautiful scenery, which could have become a cherished memory. At this thought, Yeria found herself grateful to the individual who had brought her such troubles. Who on earth are you? As if trying to grasp the drifting strands of light, Yeria extended her hand. Yet it remained suspended for a long time. A soft sigh escaped her slightly parted cherry lips, dissipating into the ever-flowing night breeze. Commander, your taste is truly exquisite. A voice from behind suddenly interrupted her reverie, causing her to retract her hand, though she did not turn around, merely asking, has that child already fallen asleep? Finally. The sky replied with a bitter smile. Although Ruria had returned to the pristine white ship to make final adjustments for tomorrow's voyage, when it came time to leave, Fulan refused to release her brother's sleeve. Reluctantly, Ruria had to leave her daughter behind, yet a deep concern was etched upon her brow as she gazed anxiously at the seemingly innocent youth. However, by the end, this mother's worried expression inexplicably transformed into a look of expectation born from some realization, and thus, Ruria decisively departed from the manor. Consequently, the one feeling troubled became the son of Haterland, who had suddenly risen in status as a brother, required by Falon to accompany her to sleep. He was subjected to both mental and physical trials, in a state where he could neither sleep nor move. The sky had no choice but to rely on circulating his internal energy to pass the time. It was not until 2 cycles of energy had passed that Falon finally fell into a deep slumber, and after feeling a twinge of pain as he severed his sleeve, he finally freed himself from those delicate, yet resilient little hands, though during this time, Falon's other hand had clutched their pet, Wankai, who gazed at him with pleading eyes. Yet, after weighing the two on the scales of his heart, this irresponsible owner chose to prioritize his sister, sternly warning the seemingly innocent rodent before stealthily slipping away to Yeria's balcony. Tomorrow, we shall depart from here. Gazing at the luminous threads dancing against the dark sky, Yeria seemed to murmur, as if speaking to her companion beside her. Assuming nothing unexpected occurs. The sky nodded, hesitating for a moment before asking, Commander, have you already bid farewell to that fellow? Yes. Yeria replied with a faint nod. At the very least, in my heart, it has come to a close. So, you did not meet him? The sky expressed surprise. Though I once mentioned wanting to apologize to Zor, I found myself unable to face him. Even as Yeria spoke these words, she was astonished by her own calm demeanor. In truth, he had married a woman from this planet 4 years ago, and now has 2 children, thus I returned. Is that how it ends? The sky suddenly felt a wave of melancholy. Why didn't I just summon him out to berate him until he felt utterly humiliated? Or simply storm in and shoot him half to death? I would never stoop to such a tasteless act. The elegant arch of Aaliyah's brow suddenly tilted dangerously, and it was at that moment that her fury truly ignited. Or do you truly think so little of me, that I am such a boorish woman? The sky, momentarily taken aback by her intense emotion, displayed a look of confusion, and his explanation brought Aaliyah to an unexpected calm. Commander, you miss him so earnestly. Yet that scoundrel so easily betrayed that affection. Is that not exceedingly unfair? I apologize for misunderstanding you, Aaliyah said sincerely to her companion, who was genuinely incensed on her behalf. But that was merely my unrequited love. No, perhaps it cannot even be called love. It was but a stubborn and fervent longing. Thus, I have no right to blame Zor. I merely offered them my fleeting blessings from afar. Well, if you believe that's acceptable, then I have nothing more to say. The sky shrugged helplessly, his expression tinged with slight dissatisfaction at having missed the chance to confront someone. You are truly a cruel man, Lord Haterland. Aaliyah gazed at the sky with a complex and inscrutable expression, then sighed deeply. Cruel? Confusing, the sky replied, clearly bewildered. Before you, my sorrow feels so fragile, utterly defenseless. Aaliyah murmured dreamily, her gaze fixed on the man who had saved her life twice. Once on the night we discovered the survey ship, and once tonight when I returned from Zor. You have effortlessly shattered my sadness with your unexpected actions, robbing me of the power to remember my past, and that is simply unacceptable. Well, the sky felt a cold sweat beat on his forehead. He recalled a saying from his homeland and murmured it softly. A woman's heart is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. Of course, I should be thanking you, Lord Haterland. Just as someone with a guilty conscience felt the urge to flee, Aaliyah finally returned to the version of herself that the sky was familiar with. In truth, had it not been for you, I would have long since perished alongside that non-existent phantom. You freed me from such a ridiculous fate, and I must express my gratitude. Aaliyah bowed her head earnestly to the sky, her tone respectful. Please accept my thanks, Lord Haterland. Well, the sky's expression was one of perplexity, as if uncertain how to respond. Ultimately, he decided to deflect with humor. Well, as long as it's all resolved, that's what matters. Now, even if I bring you back to the First Fleet, there is no need to worry about the fleet crashing into the enemy encirclement. I have already stated that I will not let personal feelings interfere with my duties. Aaliyah appeared somewhat displeased, affirming her seriousness. Do you truly consider me so untrustworthy, Lord Haterland? And no, that's not the case, the sky quickly denied. Also, could you refrain from calling me, Lord Haterland? It feels rather strange. Speaking of strange, Aaliyah seemed to recall something and questioned him with curiosity. I only noticed this when I encountered Jorah. Why do you always refer to me as Commander? Well, are you not the former wingman? The sky replied, momentarily taken aback. As the former wingman, I should indeed address you as Commander. But we are no longer on a mission, so the hierarchy within the Celestial Army does not apply, does it? Aaliyah began earnestly discussing the matter with the sky. If I continue to call you former wingman in front of Admiral Silver, wouldn't that be even more peculiar? Well, it seems that way. Just a short while ago, they had been troubled over how to return to the Empire, and now they were engaged in a discussion about how to address one another, which filled the sky with an odd sensation. What should I call you then, former? Aaliyah. That sounds lovely. Aaliyah appeared somewhat pleased by this form of address. After all, we are both scions of the Genji clan, so I shall call you by your name directly. Is that acceptable, Sky? Of course. The two fell into a comfortable silence, the tranquil beauty of the moment enveloping them as the light danced in the wind, flowing gently through the night sky. Though the stars were obscured from view on this land, both, as children of the heavens, sensed a profound closeness between them. Sky. Aaliyah softly called to her companion beside her. Do you know why our family is referred to as the Empire's Fong? Isn't it because the Iser family is a renowned lineage of warriors? Sky replied, somewhat perplexed. As one of the 13 Genji clans responsible for warfare, the Iser family had, throughout the series of invasions and counter-invasions since the establishment of the Shaolin Empire, repeatedly assisted the Empire, which flickered like a candle in the wind, in fending off formidable foes, and countless times acted as the Empire's blade, diminishing thousands of enemy forces. This formidable reputation of the Empire's Fong, forged with iron and blood, was widely known among the human world, so even Sky had heard of it. However, Aaliyah's inexplicably bashful expression suggested that this narrative omitted something significant. Do you know the genetic symbol of the Iser family? Aaliyah continued inquiring, while Sky shook his head in continued confusion. Please lend me your hand. After a moment of hesitation, Aaliyah displayed a resolute expression, gently grasping Sky's left hand and lifting it before her. The son of Haterland, completely unaware of what was to transpire next, wore a look of bewilderment and offered no resistance. It may sting a bit, but please bear with it. Aaliyah held Sky's palm and then bent down to gently bite it. Ouch! A fleeting pain, akin to a needle prick, shot through his palm. As Sky reflexively withdrew his hand, Aaliyah had already released her grip. What was that? Sky looked at his palm, which now bore a wound slightly larger than the muzzle of a light gun, blood trickling from it, yet he felt no pain at all. He turned his puzzled gaze toward Aaliyah, only to be astonished to see a radiant expression on her serene face, one he had never witnessed before. This is our family's oath-taking method. Aaliyah seemed pleased that Sky had not wiped away the blood from his wound. She delicately licked the crimson mark from her lips and explained in a gentle tone, a light bite signifies a bond of closeness, and the meaning varies with different locations of the wound. I see. Sky stared blankly at his palm, where the wound was healing rapidly, leaving only a faint red trace. What does this signify? If it were the carotid artery, it would signify eternal love, while the palm. Aaliyah's face suddenly flushed, and she fell into silence for several moments. Just as Sky could no longer contain his curiosity, Aaliyah finally spoke up. I am Aaliyah of the Iser family. All actions will prioritize the interests of the Empire. From those crystalline deep purple eyes emanated a pure and unblemished gaze, as the daughter of the Iser family solemnly pledged her vow. However, on the condition that it does not compromise the interests of the Empire, from this day forth, I shall regard your will as paramount. The following morning, the Sky set forth with Wonkai towards the survey ship anchored in the subterranean graveyard, returning at dusk with the remaining energy crystals aboard. During this time, Relia, with the assistance of Yelia, completed the final adjustments to her beloved ship, the Snow Deer, restoring its performance to its former glory. Although Yelia hesitated to bid farewell to the Secretary-General, who had shown her considerable kindness, Relia was already eager to embark. After all, opportunities would arise again in the future, and once the Sky made its decision, she no longer insisted. At twilight, amidst the forest by the lake, a sleek, pure white vessel ascended gracefully, bathed in the afterglow of the setting sun, shedding the dust of time. After cleansing the lake of old scars, the white deer, as if releasing pent-up frustrations accumulated over a decade, glided at an imperceptible speed, piercing through the long-sealed gate, then stealthily navigated along the waterway to the open sea. As it neared the surface, it leapt into the air, finally arriving at the boundless expanse of the azure. However, the sonic waves stirred by the departure of the Snow Deer caused considerable commotion in the cramped underground city. Though few witnessed the fleeting silhouette of the ship, at least 2 individuals understood its profound significance. Indeed, they have departed. Mary gazed at the white line disappearing into the distance, seemingly filled with regret. They, after all, are different from us. The sorrow in Lord's voice was unmistakable. Having grown accustomed to life beneath the earth, no matter how hard we reach out, we shall forever be unable to touch the infinite realm of stars. On the 20th day of the 6th month in the 427th year of the Xiaolan calendar, after several brief yet intense skirmishes, the battlefield before the Gate of Laurel once again fell into an eerie and inexplicable silence. In the heart of the 2 deep crimson fortresses, 30,000 warships arranged themselves in a harmonious arc, quietly suspended in the pitch-black void. A colossal azure warship proudly occupied the center of this formation. It was the flagship of the Third Fleet of the Shield of Thorns, the ordinary yet formidable heavy cruiser, Thunder Armor, which also served as the command hub for the Celestial Army stationed in the Lidfell system. Within the bridge, enlarged several times to accommodate extensive data processing, hung the grand emblem of the Celestial Army, a roaring dragon. This emblem was a requisite on any flagship beyond that of a subfleet. Should the fleet commander attain a rank of winged knight or above, they would be permitted to engrave their family crest upon their uniform and display their family banner on their flagship's bridge. Yet, within the Celestial Army, only a select few knights currently possessed this privilege. However, Thunder Armor was even more exceptional, for it was the only vessel within the vast Imperial fleet of hundreds of thousands that was authorized to display 3 emblems on its bridge. Besides the central banner representing the Empire and the Celestial Army, the Roaring Dragon, 2 additional banners flanked it, the larger one symbolizing the Golden Wing of the Haderland family, and the smaller one representing the lightning and fire of the Barnador family. For Elvarda, the head of the Barnador family, who had served the Haderland family for generations, this displayed loyalty was an unwavering vow. Yet at this moment, this loyal family leader furrowed her brow, seemingly consumed by deep concern. 73 hours had elapsed since the initial defeat of the PN army. During this time, the enemy had launched 2 probing attacks, both of which ended in dismal failure. Nevertheless, they appeared to have deduced the range of one of the twin fortress's main cannons, the Requiem, and since then, like strategists planning their next move, they had remained utterly still. Even with Elvarda's typically composed and resilient demeanor, she was increasingly agitated by this prolonged period of inaction. These adversaries are indeed troublesome, she muttered, running her fingers through her hair as she placed the recently compiled casualty report upon the table. Initially, Elvarda had intended to conserve the fortress's main cannon, the Requiem, for a decisive moment. However, it seemed the enemy was well aware of her intentions, having dispatched 5 separate fleets for probing attacks twice. Although the first wave's left flank offensive was crushed by the Second Fleet under Ward's command with a deft interplay of firepower, the Celestial Army still sustained considerable damage. Thus, when the enemy initiated their second offensive targeting the right flank, Elvarda was compelled to alter her strategy and recommit the Requiem to action. If the PN army intended to continue wearing down her forces with this tactic, it would inevitably be the Celestial Army, outnumbered, that would find itself at a disadvantage in the end, rendering the preservation of this decisive weapon utterly meaningless. Has the performance of the Requiem been thoroughly comprehended? Elvarda's gaze pierced through the flagship's viewport, landing upon the left side Crimson Fortress as she spoke almost to herself. If so, then the remaining ballad of slaughter must be preserved for the final confrontation. It is worth noting that the orbital fortress known as the Twin Stars, situated near the Gate of Laurel, actually refers to the 2 fortresses Castor and Pollux. These fortresses, oriented around the central gate, lean against each other, sharing all the configurations typical of conventional heavy orbital fortresses. Yet each is equipped with its own unique weaponry. Castor's main cannon is known as the Requiem, while Pollux's is named the Ballad of Slaughter. Their destructive capabilities are nearly equivalent. Yet significant differences exist in their ranges and areas of effect. Thus, even though the PN army had discerned the characteristics of the Requiem, should they attempt to extrapolate the capabilities of the Ballad of Slaughter from this data and genuinely believe their conclusions when formulating battle plans, they would undoubtedly pay a grievous price. In truth, Elvarda eagerly anticipated such an outcome at this moment, accompanied by a gentle and melodious tune. A holographic screen formed from finely controlled light waves emerged from a corner of the table. However, upon recognizing the figure displayed, the Grand Admiral could not help but feel a wave of apprehension wash over her. After struggling for a moment, Elvarda finally activated the communication terminal with a renewed sense of determination, though she could not suppress a menacing glance at her aide on the screen. You are not about to inform me that yet another letter from the Imperial capital has arrived, are you? No, not yet, Commander, the aide replied, clearly shaken. After a brief moment of silence, a sigh of relief washed over Elvarda's face. She had initially intended to return personally to apologize to the wing leader once the war concluded. However, news of the disappearance of the Haderland scion had somehow reached the Imperial capital, leading to a sudden surge in communications from there, which left her in a state of trepidation. While the old Duke had graciously advised her to prioritize military affairs over concerns for his grandson, the communications from the other 2 pure wings, with their vehement and pliable tones, nearly drove Elvarda to order the arrest of the individual responsible for her vexations, dispatching them back to the capital for her own catharsis. However, Commander, the wing leader of Summer Sound requests to speak with you, the aide continued. Eh? Elvarda was momentarily taken aback. then swiftly recalled the profound bond rumored to exist between this princess of the Fiendbird family and her young master, promptly declining. I shall not meet with her. Commander, is that truly permissible? Am I not the supreme commander of this fleet? Do I not have the authority to refuse a request from a winged leader? Elvarda crossed her arms over her chest, her gaze cold and her expression imposing. To an unknowing observer, the commanding presence she exuded at that moment would surely inspire awe. Just say that I am currently unavailable. However, the aide's expression was one of great difficulty, and Elvarda hoped he would take his leave, yet he ultimately left the conundrum with her. Admiral, the winged leader of Summer Sound is making her request as the first princess of the Fiendbird royal family. According to regulations, you cannot refuse. Royal lineage? Elvarda could not help but groan. Among the 13 source clans, the ruling Yanaleving family had been granted the privilege to access the secrets of the Celestial Army due to their official duties. While, under normal circumstances, their descendants enjoyed the same power as any other knight. Should a member of the Yanaleving family deem it necessary, they could, in their capacity as royal family, transcend rank and directly address the highest commander, though, of course, such counsel was not guaranteed acceptance. Due to the potential instability this privilege posed to the structure of the Celestial Army, no member of the Yanaleving family had ever recklessly exercised this right throughout the Empire's few centuries of history, particularly for the Fiendbird princess, who often confined her wild spirit within deep self-imposed boundaries. Invoking such a privilege must have been an extraordinarily difficult decision. Yet it also revealed the gravity with which she regarded the matter. Let her in, Elvarda conceded, unable to refuse, and with a heavy heart, she issued her command. Moments later, a visage of striking beauty, radiating resolute determination, appeared on the screen before her. The aide, sensing the impending storm, quietly retreated to the corner of the display. Your Excellency, I humbly apologize for the intrusion. Dressed impeccably in the uniform of a winged officer, Xiaoyin first performed a respectful bow, addressing the Grand Admiral with a tone of gravity. Your Highness, while I wish to greet you with a light heart, it seems your royal prerogative has compelled you to contact me, which suggests your intentions surpass mere nostalgia, does it not? Elfada managed a wry smile, gently brushing aside a lock of her azure hair. Please, articulate your request, Your Highness. If it falls within my purview, I shall endeavor to accommodate it. I merely wish to confirm a matter with you, Xiaoyin stated after a brief silence, her voice steady. It concerns the whereabouts of Lord Heightland. I have heard numerous rumors suggesting his involvement in a reconnaissance mission concerning the third planet, after which he reportedly vanished from the planet's surface. Is there any truth to this? Your Highness, I believe such inquiries would not necessitate royal intervention, Elfada replied, maintaining her composure. Admiral Uis of the First Fleet or your direct superior, Admiral Ward, are well apprised of the situation. Surely, it would be more sensible to consult them directly? In truth, I have already done so, Xiaoyin retorted, her voice tinged with suppressed fury. Admiral Uis categorically rejected my communication request, and although Admiral Ward accepted, he abruptly claimed to have pressing matters when I broached this subject. Thus, I am left with no choice but to seek confirmation from you, Grand Admiral. At that moment, the countenance of the first princess of the Fiendbird family bore signs of vulnerability, her typically composed voice wavering with rare unease and trepidation. Is it possible that he has already? No, there are distinctions to be made, Your Highness. The usually genteel head of the family could not suppress her disdain for those two incompetent subordinates. After a moment of silence, she resolved to disclose the less dire reality to the young lady teetering on the brink of reason. In truth, while the young master and the winged officer of Izarera were conducting subterranean reconnaissance, a patrol ship stationed in the orbit of the third planet detected signs of a large-scale mobilization by the PN army. Consequently, they made the decision to return to the Lidfell system to report, but upon attempting to return, the gate of Rao was already sealed. And thus we lost all contact with the two. So, does this mean, no, Lord Heightland is still alive? A radiant joy illuminated Xiaoyin's exquisitely delicate features, only to be swiftly overshadowed by indignation. How could that patrol ship act in such a manner? Xiaoyin's reaction mirrored Elfada's upon receiving the report, as the head of the Barnaduro family had taken 2 hours to reconcile herself with the harsh reality. And now she found herself compelled to reiterate her reasoning to the enraged daughter of the Yanalaven family. I understand your sentiments, Your Highness, and I shall not demand that you immediately temper your emotions. Elfada spoke with a calm demeanor. However, I implore you to listen quietly as I elucidate my rationale. If you are able to regain your composure, I trust you will come to appreciate the difficult choices faced by that captain. They detected the PN army's movements in the upper atmosphere of the third planet, and it is likely the enemy has already become aware of their presence. Under such circumstances, Even a patrol ship equipped with the most advanced electro-interference systems could not elude the enemy's reconnaissance forces and re-enter the third planet's space undetected. If they were to attempt this, it would only serve to divert the enemy's attention towards the third planet, resulting in potentially more dire consequences. In fact, I believe the captain's actions were both correct and decisive, considering they faced an assault from 134 fleet detachments. A moment's hesitation would have led to the patrol ship's annihilation, and we would have lost all intelligence regarding the potential survival of those two. The possibility that Lord Heightland yet lives. Xiaoyin paused, as if to fortify her resolve, then gravely inquired, "What are the odds?" According to the patrol ship's report, they departed with sufficient supplies to sustain normal physiological function for 72 hours. Should they locate the wreckage of the missing reconnaissance vessel within this time frame, they might procure a significant degree of sustenance, thereby extending their survival window, Elfada elucidated. Is there a chance they could hold out until rescue arrives? Although Xiaoyin yearned to embrace optimism, the gravity of the situation regarding that individual's life compelled her to muster the courage to press further. Regrettably, there are too many uncertainties, and we cannot make a definitive judgment, Elfada responded with a heavy heart. We are entirely in the dark regarding whether those two have discovered the missing reconnaissance vessel or the condition of that vessel. More critically, we cannot predict when we might repel the PN army beyond the gate and dispatch a rescue fleet to the third planet. While it is disheartening, we must concede that the initiative in this war does not lie with us. Is there truly nothing we can do? If we were to plan an immediate offensive, we might send a few detachments as decoys, luring the enemy within range of our fortress's main guns. Xiaoyin unwittingly transgressed her station. Only jolting back to reality under the steady gaze of Elfada's azure eyes, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. I apologize. I overstepped. Indeed. I too harbor a desire to take such action, Your Highness, Elfada sighed, her gaze drifting to the insignia upon her chest. Yet, regrettably, the Barnadaru family emblem is overshadowed by the three-leaf insignia conferred by the Empire, compelling me to temporarily set aside familial ties in favor of military duty. After a moment of contemplation, this noble leader resolved to share further insights with the aspirant for the throne. In truth, while the PN army boasts numerical superiority, the Celestial Army could secure victory should they choose to strike first, albeit at a grievous cost. Even under the most optimistic estimates, the Shieldbreaker fleet would sustain losses exceeding 70%, leaving the Empire unable to pursue the coalition in the immediate aftermath. This would render the war entirely futile. To sacrifice the blood of millions to save but one life is a burden no winged officer could bear, Your Highness. I apologize for my naivety, Xiaoyin murmured. Her head bowed. Thank you for sharing this with me, Your Excellency. Truthfully, I too am merely lamenting to you. Elfada's smile bore a bittersweet quality. Just as she prepared to continue, her aide's visage abruptly filled the screen, causing Xiaoyin to shrink into the lower right corner of the display. Is there something amiss? The aide's abrupt commandeering of the communication channel was far from courteous, and Elfada's displeasure was evident, though the report instantly quelled her irritation. Commander, the PN army across the gate has commenced large-scale mobilization. A vanguard contingent of 25 detachments has entered the gate, indicating their intent to engage in a decisive battle. Dispatch an order for the entire fleet to implement Operation 17 at once. Elfada sprang to her feet, issuing commands with urgency. Your Highness, you too. Yet, as her gaze shifted to the screen, she noticed the silhouette of the winged officer had vanished from the bottom corner, prompting an involuntary chuckle. So eager to engage in battle, are we? Very well, let us hope this fervent spirit serves as a beacon guiding our forces to victory. On the 20th of June in the year 427 of the Shalon calendar, at precisely 1652. The moment the advance fleet of the Bien army burst forth from the Gate of Lar marked the official commencement of the first battle of defense and offense in the Lithile star system. At the edge of this star system lies a misty planet, radiating an enchanting luminescence. While it orbits the central star like its six siblings, it bears a stark distinction. It lacks a solid crust yet is not entirely gaseous. If one were to describe it, it could be likened to an amorphous, intangible sphere. However, at the heart of this azure mist lies a portal to a lower dimension. And at the terminus of this singular dimension is another door leading to the same universe as the exit, essentially a swift passage connecting two star systems. Though the extent of life forms capable of utilizing this objectively existing corridor remains a mystery, within the confines of the Milky Way, a species identifying itself as humanity has entirely relied on it to establish a vast communal existence, thereby securing its position atop the cosmic food chain. They named this star system Lar, and thus the portal became known as the Gate of Lar. In a bid to monopolize access to this passage, two major interest groups within the human world have ignited a war that has cost countless lives. To the celestial bodies observing from afar, Humanity's audacious imposition of boundaries within the ethereal dimensions appears both rude and foolish, yet they remain indifferent, perhaps even somewhat perturbed. In truth, the human factions gathered at either side of the portal wield weapons capable of shattering even the stars themselves. The human coalition, self-styled as the Bien community, currently anchors on the Lar side of the gate, with a staggering total of 122 fleets assembled, reminiscent of schools of deep-sea fish gliding through the obsidian void, creating a magnificent and surreal tableau. Commanding this bloodthirsty assemblage is a colossal crimson vessel, a symbol of the millions of Bien soldiers, revered by awed warriors as the Tyrant. The Tyrant's formidable exterior, though yet to demonstrate its destructive power, is comparable in size to a small orbital fortress. Within the conference room at the apex of the flagship, several generals have just ratified a strategic plan proposed by Commander Red Blade to assault the enemy's twin fortresses, unanimously consenting to its execution. However, as over 120 fleets mobilize in preparation for the operation, the architect of the plan finds himself with an unexpected reprieve. Oh, it appears that serving as an advisor is not without its perks. G, having been relieved from his position as commander of Red Blade, leisurely strolls through the corridor, still exerting influence over his former second-in-command, Norn, who now commands the fleet. In truth, he retains substantial authority despite the shift in title. As mundane tasks have considerably diminished, it is no wonder he reflects on his newfound leisure. Is your hand feeling better now, G? A voice from his left prompts him to turn. Upon encountering the deep crimson shadow, he instinctively nearly kneels, hastily redirecting his gaze to the imposing woman before him. Honya. G reflects on his past subordinate with a bittersweet smile, lightly moving his previously injured right hand, feeling the residual sluggishness of blood flow. Although his left hand has been restored through cellular cloning, it now possesses only the most rudimentary strength, lacking the power that had been obliterated, rendering it far from a true recovery. Do not fret, G. Honya gently pats his shoulder in reassurance. I've heard that with 2 or 3 years of training, it can return to its former state, perhaps even stronger. So rather than idly wandering about, why not dedicate some time to training? Even if I fully recover, I still cannot surpass your esteemed position, G sighs softly, before noticing Honya's shift in topic. By the way, you truly do exude a commanding presence now, Brigadier. Not only have you gained the utmost favor of the Ancestor, but you also have the Guardians ever at your side. Along with the full allegiance of the elite ground fleet, the Harbinger of Death. You are indeed a far cry from your former self. What is this? Jealousy? Honya gazes at him, her expression serious. It is a sense of loss. Honya, G shifts his gaze to his right hand, moving it somewhat awkwardly. You are no longer someone I can aspire to reach. Although I have not abandoned my hopes of courting you, it seems that such aspirations have grown increasingly dim. So that is how it is. Honya appears to exhale in relief, allowing herself a slight jest. But your hopes have not diminished, have they? G's surprise is fleeting, quickly replaced by a downturned gaze and a bitter smile. I suppose what you mean is that from the very beginning, I had no hope of success? Such a cruel rejection, I apologize. Honya offers a contrite smile for her thoughtless jest. However, from the moment I first encountered the Guardian, I resolved to obtain his genetic legacy, so you should relinquish your hopes, G. Moreover, as far as I know, do you not have many women willing to bear your children? The Guardians are still by your side. Which means the Ancestor still wishes to see that Guardian, does he not? Sensing his precarious position, G deftly shifts the topic while casting a glance behind Honya at the 2 blood-clad Guardians perpetually at her service, rendering this newly minted Brigadier the most prominent figure aboard the flagship Tyrant. Though that individual undoubtedly enjoys the Ancestor's immense favor, it is understandable that the Ancestor is intrigued by him. Yet, I cannot shake the feeling that there are other reasons at play, realizing he was treading into dangerous territory. G quickly curtails his runaway thoughts, focusing back on Honya. If you encounter that Guardian again in this war, do you believe you can capture him, Honya? Alone? I doubt I could manage it, Honya admits with a wry smile. That individual possesses a rare balance of extraordinary power and wisdom, as well as the infinite potential derived from both, making him an elusive quarry. Even with the assistance of 4 Guardians, she feels her chances of capturing him remain slim. According to your battle plan, he will undoubtedly emerge at the end, for only he can counter the Harbinger of Death's onslaught. Honya displays a hint of pride, and unlike during our last encounter, he will not be able to escape this time, should he choose to fight to the death. Then the combined might of the 4 Guardians should suffice to subdue him. The Harbinger of Death will only make its appearance in the second phase of the operation. G approaches a porthole, leaning against the wall while gazing out in a specific direction. If we fail to navigate the first phase, then there will be no opportunity for the Harbinger of Death to make its entrance after all the effort taken to bring those behemoths here. They must serve some purpose. If the operation fails, we shall have no choice but to retreat. Hongye joins him at the window, looking toward the same direction. To utilize 25 fleets as bait is, quite frankly, a brutal strategy. Even I find it hard to accept. It is a necessary sacrifice. GS gaze shifts to the shimmering azure portal, his tone involuntarily laced with bitterness. After all, you have witnessed the outcome of the last battle. Regardless of how elite the troops or how exquisite the command, it is utterly futile in the face of the overwhelming firepower of those two monstrous fortresses. Otherwise, the Crimson Blade would not have suffered the loss of 2 fleets in vain. The ability to deploy the fortress's main cannon at the most opportune moment and obliterate the Crimson Blade in one fell swoop indicates that the enemy commander is no fool. Sighed Hongye. Perhaps, without such sacrifices, there truly is no way to seize that fortress, even if it is just a single shot. I hope those wretches can make a move. Jay's gaze shifted back to the initial direction, speaking in a tone akin to a whispered prayer. From a distance, it appeared to be an empty, pitch-black void. However, upon closer examination, one would discern a slightly discordant form within the space. A profound darkness that absorbed all light and magnetic waves, subtly outlining the silhouette of a ship. The snow deer, equipped with its universal cloaking, had stealthily approached within 300 runo codes of the Largate, yet could advance no further. Watching the million-strong Bien army circling before them, the 2 offspring of the Jinji clan aboard the ship felt a pang of anxiety in their hearts. Yet, the elder of the Jinji clan at the helm displayed not a trace of concern. I am correct, am I not? A Bien patrol ship just glided past at a mere stone's throw, yet detected no anomalies. Thus, Ruilia turned back to the 2 trembling fledglings with a triumphant smile. The snow deer was crafted with great effort by Raylia on my behalf. Ah, she is now the head of the Ainuhager family, isn't she? In any case, it was this transport ship's universal shielding that allowed me to evade the vigilance of the commuter hall and the Emblem Institute, sneaking out of the imperial capital. Even 15 years later, the stealth capabilities of the snow deer are far beyond what these Bien vessels can detect, so you can rest assured. So that is how it is. Aaliyah could not suppress a groan. After 15 years of mystery surrounding the bizarre disappearance of Princess Hateland and Prince Noravaya, she finally grasped the truth. So it could be done this way. The expression of the sky was one of admiration. Yet the murmurs that followed compelled Aaliyah to cast a worried glance at the current Prince of Hateland. Perhaps I could ask Korsha. As for the universal shielding, it might as well be installed on the White Dragon. But how would the steering be handled? As the 2 offspring of the Jinji clan were beset by their respective confusions, the drowsy Fran entered through the rear door. At this point, she no longer required the sky's company to sleep, but instead, she was treated as a mere doll by Wonkai. Even now, after awakening, the seemingly Ainuhager mouse was being dragged in by its fluffy tail, exhibiting a complete lack of resistance. Brother. Fran softly roused someone lost in a reverie of free imagination, then settled onto his lap. Fran, have you awakened? When the adorable little one nestled into his embrace, a tender smile involuntarily graced the lips of the Prince of Hateland. The sky reached out to stroke her softly fragrant hair, gently inquiring, did you sleep well? Was Wonkai warm? Yes, very warm. Fran instinctively tightened her hold on her pet, causing the nano mouse, who had intended to feign unconsciousness, to open its mouth in a silent scream. Yet I still wish to sleep with my brother. The sky felt somewhat embarrassed and sought assistance from his grandmother with his gaze, but soon turned back in despair. Ruilia observed the scene with keen interest, compelling him to devise a means of self-rescue. Fran, you have reached an age where you cannot sleep with males anymore, even if the counterpart is a brother or father. Such requests may cause discomfort. Lacking any prior experience in this matter, the sky struggled to conjure up some feeble excuses. Truthfully, he did not genuinely expect them to hold much weight. Did I cause you distress, brother? Yet Fran wore a nervous and anxious expression, and after much struggle, she sorrowfully conceded. Understood. I shall refrain from making such impudent requests in the future. Please forgive me, brother. Forgive? There is nothing to forgive. The self-spun excuses, taken so seriously by Fran, filled someone with a sense of guilt, prompting him to hurriedly seek to make amends. By the way, when we return to the imperial capital, I will introduce you to Sister Yaki, Fran. She is a kind-hearted woman, and you will surely get along splendidly. She would be willing to accompany you to sleep. Sister Yaki? Fran tilted her head adorably, gazing at the sky, while Ruilia listened with great interest and peculiar anticipation to the exchange between the siblings, evidenced by the constant quivering of her pointed ears. Aaliyah found herself struggling to muster any interest, even feeling an inexplicable aversion, thus redirecting her focus to monitoring the Bien army. Once they returned to the Celestial Army, this invaluable intelligence would yield unpredictable outcomes. The transport ship named Snow Deer bore reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance systems more formidable than those of military vessels. although this blatantly contravened shipbuilding regulations. Aliyah could surmise the purpose of these enhancements through the passive wave detection system crafted by the Nightmare's Hand. Aliyah gained a comprehensive view of the 122 Bien fleets, her expression reflecting profound shock. A formidable enemy. The Bien fleet displayed an unprecedented massive triangular formation on the screen, the 122 fleets aligned impeccably, without a hint of disorder. 130,000 warships hovered silently in the pitch-black void, their rear thrusters occasionally expelling cerulean flames. Even at several hundred runocodes apart, Aliyah could still sense the oppressive and murderous intent emanating from them, prompting a deep sigh. While the Celestial Army was held in peaceful captivity, they relentlessly honed their claws, making it entirely reasonable to harbor such thoughts. Ruilia, unbeknownst to her, had approached Aliyah from behind, her serious expression mirroring Aliyah's as they both gazed at the shadow screen. If the combat capability of the Celestial Army could still be maintained at the level it had during its conflict with the Karkila Federation, then facing them should not be a daunting task. Are you suggesting that the current Celestial Army would lose? Aliyah unintentionally employed a rather impassioned tone. I did not say that, daughter of the Iser family. The Silver Admiral's calm voice tempered the sharp anger of the Empire's fangs. Regardless of the outcome, this battle would undoubtedly be a grueling struggle for the Celestial Army. To awaken the dormant battle blood of 100 years may require an offering of countless heroic spirits. So this is the formation of the Bien army. At that moment, the sky, accompanied by Fran, approached, casting a cursory glance at the Bien fleet's formation before suddenly feeling something amiss. Initially, it was merely an unfounded intuition, yet he soon identified the source of his unease. That location, the sky pointed to a certain area within the forefront of the Bien army, posing a question. Isn't it peculiar that such a massive concentration of fleet size is gathered in such a confined area? Aliyah seemed to have just noticed this detail, her expression morphing into one of surprise. After a moment of contemplation, she shared her thoughts. Could it be a division of heavy battleships? If it's a collection of large vessels, such a situation might arise. Are you suggesting that the Bien army intends to employ heavy battleships as the spearhead of their assault? The sky could not help but furrow her brow upon hearing those words. Although this strategy was indeed unexpected, did it truly possess any practical value? The battleship had unrivaled destructive power among all types of ships, yet its massive size resulted in minimal maneuverability, excelling in long-range attacks while struggling in close combat. In warfare, they were often stationed at the rear of the formation, serving as lethal spears against the enemy. However, if approached by other types of ships, a single patrol fleet could easily annihilate a battleship fleet. Thus, it was hardly suitable to be employed as a vanguard for fleet assaults. Reflecting on this, Arya felt a twinge of shame for her hasty assumption, yet the Silver Admiral beside her seemed to share her sentiments. No, Arya's conjecture was likely not incorrect. Ryuya's gaze fixated on the distant Pien vanguard fleet, a fiery light flickering in her cerulean eyes. However, it was possible that even more outrageous entities could be lurking beyond the battleships. Do you mean? Arya looked at the Silver Admiral in surprise. But Ryuya's attention shifted to the former pilot beside her, momentarily assuming the role of an instructor. Cloud, you should be familiar with the fundamental tactics for assaulting orbital fortresses. Correct? Then what is the only type of ship suitable for such an assault? It's the assault ship. Having once engaged in simulated fortress assaults against the renowned Marshal Sane of the Black Typhoon, the sky had a vivid impression of the tactics involved and answered promptly. The assault ship, boasting both heightened defensive capabilities and targeted destructive power, was indeed the sole vessel suitable for such an endeavor. Typically, the strategy for assaulting fortresses involved utilizing other fleets to interweave their firepower to suppress close-range defenses, while the assault fleet would approach at a dangerously close distance to execute pinpoint demolition operations. After a moment of contemplation, the sky added, however, if one aims to fully occupy an orbital fortress and both sides possess equivalent strength, a formidable ground fleet would need to be deployed. Although the Celestial Army has yet to utilize such a fleet, the Pien forces have historically engaged in similar operations, particularly during the assault on the Lorila Federation's border fortress. Yes, that is sufficient. Your foundational tactical knowledge is quite solid. Ryuya interjected, her expression reflecting satisfaction and admiration. I never anticipated that Alya would be fortunate enough to have such an exceptional child. At this point, the Silver Admiral displayed a keen interest and continued to inquire, if it were you, how would you proceed? With around 120 patrol fleets, how would you conquer those two fortresses equipped with colossal main cannons while being besieged by 90 fleets? Well, the sky felt somewhat awkward as she glanced at Ryuya, speaking in a perplexed tone. Grandmother, could your expectations be a bit too high? Is that so? Ryuya appeared unfazed, shifting her gaze to Arya. Then, daughter of the Iser family, have you devised any effective strategies? Why yes. Arya's body tensed suddenly, her voice strained with seriousness. Given that the twin star fortresses were distinct from conventional orbital fortresses, with no defensive blind spots due to their interdependent angles, a straightforward assault would likely result in the Pian forces sacrificing over 100 fleets without breaching the defenses. Therefore, I believe they would resort to unconventional tactics. But the specifics are, unable to conceive of a plan? Ryuya nodded, yet her expression revealed satisfaction. In truth, I too find myself at a loss. As Arya stated, to conquer a unique orbital fortress like the Twin Stars, the Pian forces would undoubtedly undertake unexpected maneuvers. However, in the absence of essential intelligence, we cannot make further judgments. The sole certainty is that the key to their operations lies in the point just mentioned by Cloud. Indeed, the sky nodded, preparing to elaborate when she suddenly felt the tiny body leaning against her tremble slightly. Redirecting her attention, she focused on Fulan. Fulan, what troubles you? Is something amiss? That is, the White Fangs, so cruel as to devour even their own flesh and blood, ultimately to be shattered by the Spear of Wrath. Stars stained with blood, collapsing, shattering. Fulan clutched the sky's left hand tightly, her gaze fixed on the void ahead, her entire being trembling with fear. Her eyes raised to her brother filled with despair. Do not go, brother. Fulan, you. Observing the son of Heightland, who was awkwardly comforting his sister, Ryuya was suddenly overwhelmed by a sense of foreboding. On June 20th, 427 of the Summerlong calendar, at precisely 1652, the first battle for the defense of the Lidfell star system officially commenced with the emergence of the Pian vanguard fleet from the Gate of Lul. Although the Celestial Army had made ample preparations to withstand the enemy's onslaught, the fervor of the Pian forces exceeded the expectations of the command staff. The clash between the Pian vanguard and the flanks of the Celestial Army began, and within a mere 20 minutes, both sides had incurred losses exceeding 7 patrol fleets. One of the twin fortresses, the Castor Fortress, had already been compelled to fire its main cannon, the Requiem, grazing the edges of the enemy fleet yet successfully suppressing their reckless assault, momentarily extricating the first fleet from the brink of chaos. What on earth is going on? Are they seeking death? Yusi slammed his command staff onto the table, seething with anger. Had it not been for Grand Admiral Laketh seizing the opportunity to repel the Pian forces with the Requiem, the first fleet would have descended into disarray. Should the battle devolve into chaos, the effectiveness of the two fortresses would be severely compromised, and if it further escalated into a war of attrition, the Celestial Army, already at a numerical disadvantage, would stand no chance of recovery. While the first fleet nearly became the Achilles heel that could lead to the Celestial Army's downfall, Admiral Eustace had made no errors deserving of censure in his command. The primary cause of the First Fleet's disarray lay in the inexperience of the untested pilots, who could not adapt to the enemy's brutally reckless tactics. Even when their retreat was severed by the fortress's main cannon, a Pian assault fleet charged forward with reckless abandon, seemingly disregarding any notion of retreat. The Celestial Army, unable to counter such fervor, found themselves breached through layers of protective vessels, allowing the Pian forces to approach the flagship's firing range. Though that assault fleet was ultimately reduced to fewer than 20 ships, immediately torn apart by overlapping fire from all directions. However, one remaining assault vessel, still operational, attempted to ram the flagship with its hull. Although this desperate endeavor was thwarted just moments before fruition by the flames of wrath from Dragonfire, it was enough to incite Eustace's fury. Commander, we have a one-way communication from the Second Fleet, a communications officer reported. From Ward? Patch it through. Eustace suppressed his anger, though confusion lingered. One-way communication? Isn't he supposed to be reporting on the battle situation? Eustace swiftly opened the highly encrypted message, revealing a face adorned with a mischievous grin on the screen. How's it going, Eustace? I warned you that the enemy is more accustomed to battle than we are. Adopting a defensive stance and waiting for a counterattack is the most prudent strategy. You ignored my advice, and now you're facing the consequences, aren't you? Wow. Before Eustace could finish listening, he abruptly terminated the communication and furiously deleted the message. Commander, may I inquire about your orders? The adjutant cautiously asked. Just as that scoundrel suggested, we shall adhere to a defensive posture and await our counterattack. Eustace endeavored to suppress his rage, carefully maintaining it at a level that would not impair his rational judgment. We shall temporarily retreat, creating distance from the front line of the Pian army, to allow time for the fleet to realign. Relay the orders to position the escort fleet at the forefront, while the damaged assault fleet retreats to the rear for repairs and reorganization, ensuring completion within 2 hours. Furthermore, if the enemy continues to pursue their recent suicidal assaults, then we must utterly annihilate them. Eustace must be trembling in fear now, huh? Ward gazed at a distant point in the void of the battlefield, his smile tinged with a hint of bitterness. However, if the celestial army's strength is comparable to that of the enemy, perhaps he could orchestrate a magnificent annihilation battle? Speaking of which, it is astonishing how two armies, which should be evenly matched, could diverge so drastically due to their inexperience in combat. Did Emperor Lavia IX construct the twin fortresses with this consideration in mind? A stray thought drifted beyond the battlefield. But the adjutant's sharp inquiry promptly pulled the admiral's wandering attention back. No, perhaps it should be said that ever since the establishment of the twin fortresses, the celestial army, confined by peace, began its descent into decline. Your Excellency, you do not intend to merely remain on the defensive indefinitely, do you? Cirilla glared at the commander, who had slipped into an infinitely leisurely mode at the command console, questioning him emphatically. Is there anything wrong with continuing to defend? Ward, confronted with such an inquiry, displayed a look of puzzlement. It is rare for our forces to possess a slight advantage. It is only logical to expand upon our victories. Why should we force a change in the current dynamics of the battle? Advantage? Our forces? Cirilla momentarily froze, then shifted her gaze to the holographic star map displayed on the console. From the star map, it was evident that the celestial army, particularly the Second Fleet, was struggling under the relentless assault of the Pien army, their formation wavering like a candle in the wind, seemingly on the verge of collapse, no matter how one interprets it. The conclusion can only be the opposite. I am not mistaken, Cirilla. Perhaps you should also pay attention to matters beyond the star map? Noticing the adjutant's doubtful gaze, Ward adopted a rarely serious tone to impart his wisdom. An exceptional commander must not be confined to what is immediately visible. In fact, many unseen factors play a decisive role in the outcome of war. Your Excellency means. Cirilla diverted her attention from the fiercely unfolding battle on the star map, calming herself to ponder. The damage ratio between our forces and the enemy? Precisely. Ward's expression brightened with a look of eager enlightenment, snapping his fingers. For our side, adhering to a defensive stance indeed imposes significant psychological pressure, but for the attacking Pien army, their losses extend beyond mere morale. Currently, the damage ratio between the two forces is approaching 4-1, a figure that is exceptionally favorable in any conflict. If Yushis were to heed my counsel and cease his attempts at counterattack, this ratio would likely improve further. In any case, if the situation continues as it is, a victory for the celestial army is merely a matter of time. Thus, I believe there is no need to pursue a more unstable scenario. Yet the enemy must also be aware of this situation and will undoubtedly take some action. How should we respond? Cirilla appeared somewhat reluctant. Good question. Ward scratched his head in apparent confusion, hesitating before inquiring. So, Cirilla, do you have any insight into what specific actions the enemy might take? No. Cirilla bit her lip, reluctantly conceding. Adapting to circumstances? Yes, that seems about right. In any case, all we can do now is strive to maintain the current state of affairs, and, speaking of which, Ward suddenly regarded the adjutant with a meaningful glance and remarked in a jesting tone, perhaps we should pray to the god of the galaxy, asking him to reduce the enemy commanders to the same level as Cirilla was 3 minutes ago. Ouch! The moment the commander's gaze shifted to something peculiar, Cirilla had already resolved to disbelieve a single word of what he was about to say. However, she could not control her body's involuntary reaction, and when she regained her composure, she realized she had somehow grasped the admiral's scepter, which had been carelessly left on the command console. The original owner of the scepter was now crouched nearby, cradling his head and emitting groans filled with resentment. Cirilla, that was too much. It was just a small joke. There was no need to strike down so hard. Ward seemed genuinely aggrieved, causing Cirilla to feel a twinge of guilt. However, when the admiral's gaze inadvertently flicked to the star map beneath her feet, he instantly stood upright, his expression grave, as though he had been entirely unscathed. Have they begun their movements? What could it be? Ward squinted, observing the remnants of the Pien army's vanguard fleet gradually converging towards the center, forming a massive diamond formation alongside the reinforcements that had just emerged from the Gate of Rahl. Are they planning a central breakthrough? No. It is impossible under the pincers of the twin fortresses. Or perhaps they are resolved to throw half their fleet into the fray, regardless of the cost? Or do they intend to exhaust our resources through relentless, uninterrupted assaults, relying on their numerical superiority? Ward's expression grew serious as his mind raced, attempting to decipher the peculiar movements of the Pien army. Equally perplexed was Grand Admiral Elvidar, who commanded the Central First Fleet. While she arrived at a conclusion similar to Ward's, she hesitated over another matter. The Pien vanguard fleet charging directly towards the Third Fleet seemed exceedingly suspicious due to its blatant intent. Their bold advance into the range of the Requiem was akin to painting a target on their backs. What exactly do they intend to do? Elvidar could not help but furrow her brow. Regardless of their intentions, We cannot allow this fleet to advance unchecked. With this thought, the admiral promptly made her decision. Order Castor Fortress to prepare the Requiem for firing, targeting the enemy vanguard fleet. Elvidar hesitated for a moment, then added another command. Fire in a triple salvo. Though there had yet to be an opportunity to utilize it in this ongoing war, the main cannon of Castor Fortress, the Requiem, possessed the capability for a triple volley. However, firing would cause the main energy circuit to overheat, necessitating a 12-hour cooldown before resuming operations, relegating it to a last resort weapon. Yet Elvidar resolved not to grant this enigmatic enemy vanguard fleet any chance to execute their schemes, determined to obliterate them entirely. As for the subsequent loss of combat power during the Requiem's downtime, she would compensate by activating the Song of Slaughter. Your Excellency, high energy accumulation detected in the enemy formation center. The intelligence officer suddenly exclaimed in a heightened tone. What? Elvidar immediately turned to the projection screen, where the vanguard fleet of the Pien army continued its advance towards the Third Fleet, showing no sign of adjusting their formation even as the Requiem was primed and energy began to coalesce. What on earth is? After a brief moment of confusion, a fleeting thought of madness coursed through the mind of the three-leafed admiral, causing her hairs to stand on end. Immediately cease firing. Disperse the energy. They intended to. For a heavy fortress enveloped in thick composite armor, only the directional demolition from an assault ship could inflict substantial damage. However, in the case of the twin fortresses, due to the presence of unparalleled colossal cannons, they possessed an additional vulnerability. When the main cannon's muzzle was opened, it became the sole unprotected area on the fortress's surface, directly oriented towards the enemy. The time required for the cannon's activation was prolonged by 12 seconds due to the immense energy needed for a triple volley, during which a tremendous stream of pure white light erupted from the center of the advancing Pien fleet. This indiscriminate beam first engulfed the nearest small metallic composites. Nearly 5,000 Pien assault ships were vaporized into particles amidst the raging energy storm. In the next moment, the unrestrained white light swiftly traversed thousands of lunar units, piercing into the center of the massive metallic composite ahead, where energy had gathered to its limits. The amalgamation of azure and white light erupted silently, instantly saturating the surrounding space. The left flank of the Second Fleet and the right flank of the Third Fleet were both tossed into disarray by the invisible shockwaves emanating from the fortress's epicenter. When the commanders finally regained control of their ships, they were astonished to witness a fortress that appeared to have been ravaged by a massive pit. In the central region of the Pien fleet, 300 enormous, uniquely shaped warships floated in the dark void. This was a new type of vessel, never before employed by the Pien army on the battlefield, named the mortar ship. The new ships, comparable in size and mass to heavy battleships, resembled ancient lanterns. The stout and short end of the cylindrical hull was the sole armament of the ship, known as the Thunder Roar Cannon, a high-powered laser that had just annihilated 5,000 Pien warships along with the main cannon, Requiem. Achieving such a spectacular outcome in their maiden battle was exhilarating for the Pien army, who had repeatedly returned defeated before the impregnable defenses of the twin fortresses. Success. On the flagship of the Crimson Blade, Blood's End, a jubilant atmosphere prevailed. Even the typically composed Norn, now acting as commander of the Crimson Blade, could not help but clench his fist in silent cheer. The entire fleet prepared to penetrate the gate, and upon reaching the operational zone, they would immediately launch an assault on the enemy's right flank. 8,000 speed assault ships, painted in crimson, simultaneously set sail toward the gate enveloped in azure mist. It was indeed an honor to be the first to enter the battlefield. However, preceding the Crimson Blade into the gate was a Grim Reaper's entourage, cloaked in despair, having reaped countless heroic souls. The Harbinger. Norn regarded the passing Allied forces with a complex gaze, for they were destined to play a role more significant than that of the Crimson Blade in the coming conflict. According to the plan proposed by Gigi, the first step of the operation was for 25 Vanguard fleets to infiltrate the enemy's right fortress within the firing range of the main cannon, poised to destroy it with the mortar ships while subtly intimidating the other fortress's main cannon. The second step involved the Vanguard fleet providing cover for the Harbinger to breach the Fanged fortress and seize control. During this time, the Pien army would concentrate their firepower on the enemy's right flank, which had already lost support from the fortress, aiming to annihilate them in the shortest possible time. Although the other two enemy fleets would undoubtedly take action, it was the Vanguard fleet's responsibility to obstruct them. While the combat strength of the 25 Vanguard fleets might not suffice to completely thwart the combined assault of over 60 enemy fleets, if the Harbinger acted swiftly, the seized fortress could serve a significant purpose. Even if the main cannon was destroyed, its numerous auxiliary armaments could still play a crucial defensive role. It could be said that the Harbinger's actions directly influenced the cost the Pien army would have to pay for victory. Well, my role may end here. Gigi gazed somewhat forlornly at the overly excited countenance of his former aide, then shifted his gaze to the approaching gate, where the fleet cloaked in darkness had fully penetrated. The next moment would reveal the Harbinger's performance. "O Red Knight, guide our forces to victory." However, in the instant the eagerly awaited Harbinger emerged from the gate, it witnessed the scene of its vanguard fleet engulfed by a tide of crimson light. The brilliant crimson, akin to wings filled with blood, silently extended from another enemy fortress, piercing through the vanguard fleet, and with a gentle wave, effortlessly swept away 12 fleets, including 300 mortar ships. The anticipated deterrent effect proved utterly ineffective. The speed of the Shalon army's response far exceeded the Pian army's expectations. Almost simultaneously as the Requiem was destroyed, Alvarda decisively ordered the main cannon of Duck's fortress, the Song of Slaughter, to fire, disregarding the warnings from his staff, and forcibly activated the vibration transmission mode of the Song of Slaughter, creating a massive vacuum zone above the enemy's vanguard fleet. The formidable resolve of the Celestial Army left the Pian vanguard fleet seemingly stunned, momentarily bereft of any reaction. Of course, a few minutes later, they regained their senses, and their first instinct was to distance themselves from what appeared to be an even more terrifying fortress. However, this instinctive action had been entirely anticipated by Alvarda. For heavy battleship fleets launched a simultaneous attack from their optimal sniping positions, nearly 300,000 electromagnetic projectiles arced through the void, striking the remnants of the Pian vanguard fleet, stirring up ripples illuminated by the light of death. The remaining 8 fleets of the Pian vanguard, amidst the onslaught of this nuclear storm, suffered over 90% casualties, with only a few ships at the rear surviving. Thus, when the flagship of Red Knight, the heavy land battleship Water Shadow, emerged from the Gate of Laurel, what lay before her was a desolate battlefield. How could this be possible? In less than 10 minutes, the vanguard fleet had an icy blade of fear traced along Red Knight's spine as she hesitated, deliberating whether to adhere to the already disrupted battle plan, which had been thwarted by the iron fist of the enemy commander, allowing the Harbinger to penetrate the heart of the enemy's 2 fleets without cover. This could certainly be deemed reckless, yet it could equally be interpreted as audacious. Their forces had unexpectedly destroyed a fortress of the Celestial Army, only for the enemy to swiftly retaliate with an even more unexpected ferocity. At this moment, the other units in the battle had yet to react to the rapidly shifting circumstances. Only the Harbinger and the opposing fleet held the power to alter the course of the war. If the Harbinger were to hesitate now, the Celestial Army might easily adjust, reconstructing an impregnable defensive net centered around the second fortress. However, for the Pian army, this would result in the needless loss of 25 fleets, and the initial stratagem would no longer be viable. The sacrifices of countless comrades must not be in vain. The operation must continue. Red Knight suddenly clenched her fist, reaching a resolution. According to the original plan, penetrate the enemy's right fortress. The flagship shall lead, and the remaining fleets shall follow immediately. Certainly, it is imperative to encounter that individual. A silent groan escaped Elfta as he observed the enemy fleet advancing towards the Castor fortress with seemingly reckless abandon. Due to the direct activation of the battle hymn's vibration conduction mode without preheating, numerous malfunctions occurred within the overloaded energy circuits. Although the fortress engineering team was fully engaged in repairs, the technical advisor reported that the earliest possible restoration of preliminary firing capabilities would take 6 hours. Meanwhile, the heavy battleships positioned at the sniping point, having exhausted all their ammunition in a recent barrage, were rendered powerless to thwart the nearly defenseless enemy fleet. Initially, Elfta had hoped that the sharp counterattacks from earlier would instill hesitation in the enemy, providing an opportunity to swiftly reorganize the front lines. However, it appeared that such hopes were now futile. Whether the enemy fleet commander acted out of a keen awareness of the Celestial Army's predicament or merely stumbled upon fortune remained uncertain. Nevertheless, the severely disordered Celestial Army was incapable of halting the enemy's advance and could only watch helplessly as they infiltrated the fortress unscathed, unleashing a torrent of bloodshed within. Boarding action? Do they intend to seize the fortress? Upon receiving reports from the fortress, Elfta quickly discerned the intentions of the Pian army. Yet time was no longer on their side. Even after the destruction of 32 subordinate fleets, the Pian army still boasted superior numbers. Indeed, the Celestial Army had already lost 8 fleets to disbandment. Now, nearly 100 formidable fleets continuously surged forth from the Gate of Laurel, their overlapping lights resembling predatory eyes lurking in the darkness, suffocating the celestial pilots. As this colossal war machine began its advance, the brunt of the pressure fell first on the Celestial Army's right flank, specifically the Shield and Spear's Second Fleet, which had only just managed to reorganize from the chaos. The first half of the Pian fleet surged forth from the Gate of Laurel, driving straight towards the Celestial Army's right flank, while the remaining half positioned itself at a distance from the Duke's fortress in a defensive formation. Should the First or Third Fleet attempt to rescue the Second Fleet, they would likely find themselves immediately attacked from the flanks. Even if one fleet were to serve as a cover and engage in combat, that would only play into the hands of the PN army. Consequently, the battlefield was divided into two halves centered around the two fortresses. Near the Castor Fortress, the Second Fleet bore the brunt of an enemy force nearly double their own, while the two allied fleets near the Duke's fortress remained immobilized. What would transpire if they were to fight again under such circumstances, where the enemy outnumbered them 2-1? At this moment, the plight of the Second Fleet undeniably served as the perfect answer to that question. 50 subordinate fleets were mobilized. The PN army certainly holds us in high regard. Do you not think so, Sir Sherera? Witnessing the painstakingly constructed defenses contort and groan before the massive war beast, even the resilient Walder's complexion paled slightly, and a hint of bitterness crept into his voice as he turned to his aide. My lord, this time, Sherera surprisingly expressed no anger, gently reassuring the commander with a soft tone. I believe they merely wish to annihilate us swiftly. Might such a peculiar notion stem from your excessive self-awareness? Walder's expression twisted momentarily before he offered a weak smile to his aide. Your words seem increasingly sharp, Sherera. Well, having been by your side for so long, I've inevitably absorbed some of that venom, Sherera responded with an air of indifference, then turned her gaze to the holographic star map beneath them. However, I must caution you, my lord. If you continue to linger in this nonchalant manner, it won't be long before the Admiral of the Second Fleet becomes the first subordinate in the history of the Celestial Army to be thrown overboard by his own men, provided, of course, he is not wearing a pressure helmet. In truth, I have been contemplating ways to extricate ourselves from our current predicament since earlier, yet inspiration seems elusive. Walder's complexion grew paler still, yet he finally managed to focus on the situation at hand. Shall we retreat towards the Castor Fortress? For now, the fortress can still provide some fire support, Sherera suggested. Despite the fierce boarding action taking place, the fortress's fire control systems remained under the original command. Walder did not immediately respond to Sherera's suggestion, his left hand unconsciously tapping on the command console, while Sherera observed him with a gaze tinged with anxiety. It was only after the 8th tap that Walder made his decision. No, we must distance ourselves from that fortress. The Castor Fortress lacks sufficient close combat units, and the enemy clearly possesses elite ground forces. Its fall is only a matter of time. If we approach, I may very well find myself swimming in the vacuum of space while clad in a pilot's uniform, assuming I have not already been reduced to a plasma mass. However, the soldiers within the fortress are undoubtedly engaged in fierce combat against the enemy's ground troops. If they receive adequate support, they might hold out. Sherera's tone grew slightly impassioned. If we were to retreat now, it would utterly demoralize them, and the fortress would stand little chance of survival. That fortress was never essential to preserve, Walder grimaced as if despising his own words, his tone unusually laced with irritation. With the main cannon Requiem destroyed, its function was less than that of an ordinary medium orbital fortress. Even if it were to be preserved, its effectiveness in this conflict, involving nearly 200 subordinate fleets, would be severely limited. Clinging to ethics and stubbornly holding the fortress would only obliterate our potential tactical options for victory, resulting in the needless loss of more soldiers. Is it not possible to dispatch a single unit for support? We also possess formidable ground fleets. Sherera suddenly seemed to remember something, her expression complex as she gazed at the commander. Could this be the reason? Indeed, if that individual were still present, I would prioritize holding the fortress as a primary objective without your prompting. A deep sense of loss crept into Walder's voice. However, with command of the ground fleet temporarily assumed by the Grand Admiral and the Third Fleet unable to move, such a cruel decision became unavoidable. Ultimately, we shall feign a retreat while simultaneously resisting the enemy's assault, slowly withdrawing from the vicinity of the fortress, Walder instructed, tracing a long arc connecting the two fortresses on the star map with his command staff. The arc's inner side curved inward toward the heart of the star system. We shall retreat along this trajectory, ensuring not to accelerate too quickly before reaching the central position to avoid alerting the PN army. Once we arrive in that area, we shall immediately accelerate towards the Duke's fortress. Even should they wish to pursue, they would have to traverse the battle hymn's minefield. If we can successfully rendezvous with the First and Third Fleets, we shall have a reasonable chance of victory, with the Duke's fortress serving as our shield, especially as the PN army's numbers have dwindled to nearly match our own. I comprehend. Sorella gently nodded, but as she turned to depart, an almost imperceptible sigh echoed from behind her. Cursed Ulysses, if only someone were still present, this war would undoubtedly proceed with far greater ease. Amid the widespread retreat of the Second Fleet, there existed a steadfast point, a strike squadron named Sangyan. This squadron stood resilient against the stormy onslaught of the PN army, withstanding wave after wave of assaults, and even inflicting significant damage upon the very tide itself. After enduring such relentless attacks multiple times, the PN army finally recognized this crucial bastion holding the Second Fleet's line, deciding to concentrate their firepower upon it. Though Song-Yin suffered in just a brief 2 minutes what had previously taken over 2 hours of fierce combat to endure, the pressure on the remaining forces of the Second Fleet immediately alleviated, allowing Ward to seize the opportunity to begin the withdrawal operations. Captain Bai, our energy chamber is beginning to leak. We must retreat to the rear for emergency repairs. Isaiah, standing in for Summer as the captain of the Thunder, urgently relayed this to the original commander. However, Fienbird, the elegant officer, merely pressed her lips together in silence, offering no response. 15 seconds prior, an electromagnetic projectile had detonated at an alarmingly close distance, shattering the protective magnetic field and further corroding the hull, compromising the outer armor of the energy chamber. Thus, the assault vessel Thunder faced an imminent energy crisis within mere minutes. Indeed, had the explosion occurred any closer, the Thunder's troubles would not merely have been limited to a leaking energy chamber. No, perhaps it should be said that there would be no troubles at all. Despite feeling profoundly grateful for this exceedingly rare stroke of luck, Summer's emotions were boiling with inexplicable anger. The very person who should have been fighting by her side remained unaccounted for, lost to the whims of fate. Just the thought of this ignited a fierce crimson lightning in her azure gaze. Although this daughter of the Analavine family managed to control herself, channeling her fury against the enemies before her and achieving considerable success, it appeared both she and the strike squadron were approaching their limits. Captain Bai, our energy reserves have reached a critical point, Isaiah reported to Summer in a tone laced with urgency. If repairs are not initiated immediately, our ship will lose over 70% of its propulsion within 5 minutes, and 2/3 of our weaponry will cease to function. Order the Song-Yin squadron to commence a tactical withdrawal in sync with Allied forces, while simultaneously initiating repairs on the damaged ships. The icy demeanor of the princess finally cracked as she issued this command in a cool, composed voice. Understood. Isaiah exhaled in relief, swiftly transmitting the order. Meanwhile, Summer remained motionless at the command console, her gaze fixed intently on the retreating enemy vessels on the screen, crimson lightning occasionally flickering in her azure eyes. In the tense atmosphere of the bridge, where it felt as if the very air had solidified, a faint alert tone reminiscent of a terminal wristband suddenly pierced the silence. Under normal circumstances, it would have drawn little attention aside from that of its wearer, yet in this moment of collective breath-holding, it shattered the intense tension like a shooting star in the dark void of night, allowing the crew to breathe freely once more. All eyes turning towards the source of the sound, the captain standing at the command console. The sky? Summer's voice, almost a whisper, transformed into an invisible shockwave, prompting an overwhelming sensation akin to a stampede of wild horses across the mental landscape of the crew aboard the Thunder. Except for the original communication officer, Lois, who had decided to return to the academy for further studies, the rest were intimately familiar with the Emmanuel Triangle, particularly the figure known as the Tyrant of the Sky. Thus, upon learning of the fate of that son of Heightland, they exhibited a profound sense of shock. That individual is still alive? Truly, calamities endure for a millennium. Perhaps I should indulge in a touch of wickedness myself? Chief Technician Locke gazed up at the heavens, a look of determination to embrace his descent into darkness etched upon his face. I always said that person would not perish so easily. Kerpaz chimed in, his pointed ears twitching slightly. After all, he bore the weight of a debt amounting to 120,000 imperial coins owed to the entire crew of the Thunder. Even in peril, the grievances of the injured would shield him until he inherited the Heightland estate and fulfilled his promise of compensation. The only one maintaining composure was Captain Isaiah, the vice-captain of the Thunder, who after a moment's contemplation, promptly initiated a communication link with the fleet's flagship. It was imperative to relay this news to the admiral, particularly as it was rumored he had recently faced intense inquiries from the Heightland family that nearly drove him to the brink of collapse. While the crew expressed their joy in various ways, Summer could only fixate on the familiar visage displayed on the screen, one she could sketch even with her eyes closed. Rendered speechless. No, perhaps she had too much she wished to convey to this person, leaving her at a loss for words. You have arrived late. Sky. Ultimately, the daughter of the Analavine family could only utter this gentle remark, her tone unusually soft. My apologies. To avoid detection by the PN army nearby, we had to minimize our speed, which unfortunately took considerable time. Sky, seemingly embarrassed, scratched his head. In fact, as of now, we are still within the firing range of the PN army, hence we have resorted to using the terminal wristbands for communication, which are less detectable by the enemy. Where are you? Sky, I shall come to your aid. As Summer spoke these words, a bittersweet smile flitted across the vice captain's face. Yet this time he refrained from retorting. No, it's unnecessary. The figure on the screen appeared suddenly flustered, which displeased Summer and stirred a wave of intense suspicion within her. What are you concealing, Sky? I am not hiding anything. The person's expression grew increasingly agitated, further solidifying Summer's suspicions. You wouldn't have. The elegant brows of Princess Fiendbird tilted at a perilous angle as she voiced her concerns. Have you picked up some peculiar creature from the third planet? There are only anaerobic bacteria on the surface of the third planet, Summer. It seemed her conjecture had strayed far from the truth, for the individual's expression visibly relaxed. Moreover, I would never haphazardly collect items that do not belong to me, especially when it comes to living beings. That's a lie. When you first arrived in the Imperial capital, did you not collect that Inuhagral mouse from the Yanglan? Summer accused sharply. Although she was aware that more critical battle intelligence needed to be exchanged, for some reason, she found herself yearning to prolong this seemingly trivial conversation. Moreover, it appeared that the person before her shared her sentiment. Actually, Wonkai was a gift from Kotia, so it doesn't count. At that moment, the figure on the screen suddenly vanished, and the audio signal was immediately severed. What transpired during that interval is left to the imagination, haha. As the silence lingered and Xiaoyin began to feel a twinge of concern, the individual who had vanished for nearly 2 minutes reappeared on the screen. His expression now markedly grave, yet there was an inexplicable air of reluctance about him. Your Highness, may I trouble you with a request? Please utilize the royal protocol to establish a direct communication link with Admiral Elvarda's flagship. We have crucial intelligence to relay to her. Immediately, a string of communication codes appeared at the bottom of the screen. Very well, I understand. Despite several unresolved concerns, Xiaoyin nodded promptly and manipulated her terminal bracelet, temporarily assigning the royal protocol to the communication string. Isn't that the code for the patrol ship? A secondary protocol. Only the flagship of the progenitor clans possesses such a designation. What on earth did that individual encounter on the third planet? While marveling at the inexplicable fortune of the skies, Xiaoyin also felt a soothing sense of reassurance wash over her heart, calming the tumultuous emotions stirred by the recent battle. As long as he returns alive, that is sufficient, after all. There will be ample time to inquire once this conflict concludes. Sky, is there anything else you require my assistance with? After establishing the connection, Xiaoyin gazed at the persistent image on the screen, his face radiating a gentle smile, though she longed to continue staring. Her responsibilities as a pilot and the decorum of royalty compelled her to voice a reluctant inquiry. There is perhaps one more matter. Could you connect my terminal bracelet to the fleet's public channel? Sky hesitated briefly, then resolutely made his request. What do you intend to do? Xiaoyin's caution heightened. Whenever he displayed such an expression, it often preceded unexpected actions that could lead to considerable complications. Do you really need to regard me with such overt suspicion? Xiaoyin. He replied with a wry smile. Honestly, I merely wish to reclaim command of the strong land fleet. Although protocol dictates that I should first submit a request to Admiral Elvarda, the urgency of the situation necessitates bypassing that step. I shall issue orders directly over the public channel. And what do you plan to command the strong land fleet to do? Xiaoyin adopted a stance of firm resolve, unwilling to consent without clarity. Well, Sky scratched his head in apparent confusion before deciding to be forthright. In truth, I intend to retake that fortress. While we could pursue other tactics without it, preserving the fortress would significantly expand our strategic options. Xiaoyin fell silent. Logically, she completely endorsed Sky's proposal and held a profound trust in the combat capability of the strong land fleet under his command. Yet emotionally, the thought of sending back into perilous battle someone who had only just returned from the brink was an exceedingly difficult decision for the daughter of the Yanalevine family, who had only just begun to recognize her feelings. Understood. I will facilitate your access to the public channel. Finally, Xiaoyin nodded in acceptance of Sky's proposal. But as she operated the communication terminal, she gently admonished the resolute figure on the screen. You must return safely. I have many questions to ask you. Meanwhile, aboard the flagship of the Shield Fleet, Admiral Elvarda found herself in a quandary regarding the current battlefield situation. She faced a choice between two tactical approaches. The more aggressive strategy involved departing from the protective fire range of Duke's Fortress, leading the 1st and 3rd Fleets to challenge the PN follow-up fleet stationed between the two fortresses, while dispatching the strong land fleet to rapidly reinforce Castor Fortress. Given the nearly equal numbers and the soldiers of the Celestial Army having adapted to the enemy's tactics, the commander's skill would decisively influence the outcome of the conflict. And Elvarda was supremely confident in her ability to defeat the PN follow-up fleet. However, afterward, they would have to confront an equally numbered vanguard fleet with diminished strength, making victory a precarious 50-50 chance. If the strong land fleet could reclaim Castor Fortress and collaborate with the 2nd Fleet for support from another angle, the odds would improve. But the current commander of the strong land fleet. The more conservative strategy would entail waiting for the Third Fleet to shake off the pursuit of the enemy's central fleet, regrouping with the First and Third Fleets, and then reinforcing Duke's fortress, already significantly weakened, into a formidable defensive network. This approach would render the PN forces incapable of breaching the second defensive line. However, such a tactic would necessitate sacrificing the 20,000 soldiers valiantly fighting within Castor Fortress, and if the PN forces seize the fortress and cease their offensive, it would effectively mean relinquishing half of the control over the Gate of Law to the coalition, a significant strategic failure for the Empire. Elvarda hesitated, unconsciously flipping her silver-winged scepter of admiralty in her hands, yet she could not reach a conclusion. "Madam, you have a communication. It is from Fiendbird's Suling pilot." The royal protocol. The anxious and helpless voice of her aide pulled her from her reverie. "Is it that princess?" Elvarda's brow furrowed at once, her expression turning serious. What could she possibly want to discuss at such a critical juncture? Could the scion of the Yanalevine family truly be so oblivious to the gravity of the situation? Very well, connect her. However, upon seeing the familiar visage on the screen, the scepter slipped from Elvarda's grasp, clattering to the alloy floor 2 seconds later, the sound jolting her from her daze. "Long time no see, Elvarda." The screen displayed a beautiful face adorned with a nostalgic smile. "Yulia?" "No, Admiral." Elvarda instinctively exclaimed the name of the former noblewoman of the Haterland family, only to swiftly correct herself, addressing her by her title from their days together as Suling pilots. She straightened her posture, saluting with her right hand on her shoulder in a standard military salute, entirely forgetting her current role and oblivious to the bewildered gazes of her subordinates on the bridge. "I am no longer an admiral. I am merely a fugitive of the Free Wings," Yulia reiterated with a hint of resignation. "Nevertheless, let us proceed with the exchange of intelligence. I believe the information regarding the composition of the PN fleet will significantly aid your assessment, as it was meticulously gathered by that Miss Iser." "Ah, understood." Though Elvarda still appeared utterly bewildered, she quickly gestured for her subordinates to decode the transmitted intelligence. It was only then that she seemed to awaken to the situation, her voice tinged with anticipation. "Admiral, when you mentioned that Miss Iser, you couldn't possibly mean the Suling pilot, Yalia?" "Indeed, she is quite an exceptional young woman. Alia has a discerning eye," Yulia replied with a touch of pride, only to notice the sudden shift in expression on the face of the head of the Barnador family across the screen, as if a criminal condemned to hard labor on a developing planet had unexpectedly received pardon. Curiosity compelled her to inquire further. Did something transpire during his absence? Was it a query from the clan? Surely, my elder brother would not engage in such a frivolous act. The inquiries stemmed from the 2 pure wings of the young master. Elvarda, nearly driven to the brink of despair by the torment of correspondence, finally found a confidant and could not help but unleash the inhumane pressures she had endured over the past days. If only she had not been interrupted by the report from the adjutant. "My lord, the strong land fleet has commenced movement without any orders." "No, that is not correct. They reported receiving a direct command from the tyrant." "But what sort of tone is that?" "The fleet, originally brimming with fighting spirit yet stifled since the war began, the only strong land fleet of the Celestial Army, had in mere minutes advanced from the central area of the fleet to the forefront, maintaining the highest speed and an astonishingly orderly formation, heading straight for the Castor Fortress." "The tyrant? Is it the young master?" Elvarda cast a questioning glance at the silhouette of Ralua in the shadows. "Well, although military regulations are strict, the battlefield requires adaptability. Elvarda, did you not act similarly at that time?" Ralua chuckled softly. "Let that child handle the matters of Castor Fortress. You should focus on defeating that blustering fleet first." I must send that child to his battlefield. Farewell." "Wait, Admiral." Elvarda looked perplexedly at the now semi-transparent silhouette, but when she lifted her gaze again, her azure eyes were devoid of hesitation. She bent down to pick up the command staff on the ground and gently tapped it on the red triangle located between the 2 fortresses on the star map, issuing her command with a steady and resolute tone. "Orders to the First and Third Fleets. Immediately initiate counteroffensive operations. Target the destruction of the enemy's subsequent fleet. The Second Fleet shall maintain the front line near the fortress while supporting the strong land fleet in the operation to reclaim the fortress." The strong land fleet advanced at maximum speed towards Castor Fortress, the originally neat diamond formation almost stretched into a spindle shape. As they approached halfway to the fortress, a pure white transport vessel suddenly emerged from the pitch-black void and accelerated in mere seconds to match their pace. The white transport vessel drew near to the flagship of the strong land fleet, the special strong land ship named Fangya, and with incredible steering skill, maintained a nearly parallel trajectory while moving at high speed, swiftly completing the docking. Afterward, The transport vessel naturally decelerated and quietly vanished into the void. Take this from me. Stepping out of the pressure valve room, Sky handed the pressurized helmet to a strong land crew member who had come to greet him. The latter displaying an expression of honor as he carefully accepted the tyrant's helmet. Long, how's the condition of the strong land troops? Sky inquired, turning to the imposing black man who had temporarily taken command of his forces while unfastening his protective suit, confirming the status of his troops. Those fellows have been pent up since the battle began. They are eager to engage. Long shrugged, a mix of resigned pride on his face. Moreover, your timely return is simply the best scenario. Is that so? Then let us wreak havoc. At last free from the cumbersome protective suit, Sky strode lightly towards the bridge, while a strong land crew member was assigned to tidy up the remnants of the tyrant's protective gear left on the ground. By the way, did you bring my weapon? Sky casually asked as he walked down the corridor of the ship. One of the strong land guards immediately stepped forward, jogging to the tyrant's side and presenting the magnificent longsword forged by the hands of nightmares with both hands. Jieshue, Sky took the longsword, giving it a gentle swing, causing the black sheath enveloping the blade to dissolve into particles. Amidst the astonished gazes of those around, Jieshue radiated an unpredictable azure light as if it could hardly wait to drink the blood of its enemies. Oh, to wield the sword with chi. It is astonishingly simple to invoke the sword's radiance. With this, even if he were to encounter those adversaries during covert reconnaissance operations again, he should be able to engage them on equal footing, right? Even Sky was somewhat taken aback by the richer azure glow than before. The thought of battling those four formidable beings once more stirred his warrior's spirit. Sky suddenly noticed that his adjutant was casting a peculiar glance at him, wearing an expression as if he had something to say yet hesitated. Thus, he furrowed his brow and inquired, "Is there something on your mind, Long?" My lord, do you intend to bring this, pet to the battlefield?" Long's gaze was fixed on the nanobiological entity, resembling an Inahoja mouse, comfortably perched on the tyrant's shoulder, receiving the curious stares of those around. The adjutant displayed an obviously awkward expression and tentatively suggested to the tyrant, "Should we assign a strong land crew member to take care of it? This way, you could charge into battle without any reservations." Although the tyrant's renown within the strong land troops was already deafening, it was precisely for this reason that when he bore such a harmless decorative creature as Wonkai, including Long, the strong land crew members found it exceedingly strange, akin to witnessing a lion adorned with a bow. No need. This fellow is not merely a pet. Sky displayed a slightly vexed expression before rejecting Long's proposal. In fact, you may regard it as a weapon, akin to Jieshue, also birthed from the hands of nightmares. Though Sky had not intended to bring Wonkai into battle, he could not resist the pleading gaze of Fran and thus sighed, reluctantly accepting this additional burden. While he did not expect Wonkai to contribute significantly in the boarding battle, the son of Headerland resolved to find an opportunity to test the various abilities bestowed upon Wonkai by Kosha. I see. Long's expression seemed to ease. My apologies. My lord, on the 21st of June, in the year 427 of the summer calendar, 2 hours and 24 minutes after the strong land fleet of the Pian army invaded Castor Fortress, the strong land fleet of the Celestial Army finally breached the fortress from the opposite side, while at that moment, more than half of the fortress's internal areas had succumbed to the fangs of the Reaper. How inconsiderate of a commander. Ward stared at the orders in his hand, furrowing his brow in evident distress. The second fleet had barely retreated halfway, and now he was ordered to charge into the enemy's maw. The Grand Admiral did not command the second fleet to advance. The adjutant beside him immediately corrected. She merely instructed us to support the strong land troops infiltrating the fortress, engaging the enemy's vanguard fleet while they reclaimed control of the fortress. Reclaim control of the fortress. Ward repeated softly, his expression reflecting how delightful such an imagination seemed. Shirella, thus perplexed, immediately voiced her thoughts. Commander, you seem to have little expectation for reclaiming the fortress, don't you? Why should I hold any expectation? Ward's reply bore a hint of gritted teeth. Clearly, we could retreat to a safe area at our leisure. Yet now we find ourselves in a situation where we must struggle against the enemy on unfavorable ground. A normal person would hardly harbor any expectations. However, I believe leading a vast fleet into battle against formidable foes is a dream come true for any normal pilot. Is it not? Shirella's gaze towards the commander was as sharp as a sword. Indeed, you are referring to someone like Uhis, are you not? Ward let out a derisive nasal snort. That fellow must be in an exceedingly blissful state now, considering both of those significant figures have returned safely. At last, he has been liberated from the combined pressure of the emblematic Dean and the unified Marshal. Otherwise, I reckon he would never dare to return to the imperial capital in his lifetime. At this point, a rare fervor flickered in the eyes of the otherwise indifferent winged knight. Speaking of which, Who would have anticipated that the Silver Admiral would return to the Empire at such a time? What a tremendous morale booster it is. Once this battle concludes, how I wish to have the opportunity to meet Lord Ruria. If I were to request assistance from Lord Hateland, he would likely lend a hand. Wouldn't he? What do you think, Cirilla? Such matters can wait until the battle is over. You should inquire with Lord Hateland yourself. For now, focus on the battle at hand. Your Excellency. For some unknown reason, a sudden surge of intense anger infused Cirilla's voice. Even the slow-witted ward could sense it, prompting him to question in a bewildered tone. Cirilla, what on earth are you angry about? I am merely inquiring how Your Excellency intends to respond. Cirilla glared at Ward fiercely, enunciating her statement with deliberate clarity. In any case, let's temporarily slow our retreat speed and slightly alter our retreat route. Although feeling somewhat perplexed, Ward nonetheless followed her instructions to guide the Second Fleet's strategy. With the silver-adorned command staff, he drew 2 points connecting to the void on the holographic star map. If the Second Fleet advanced along this route to the end, and the enemy's vanguard fleet pursued relentlessly, they would find themselves caught between the Second Fleet and the Castor Fortress. If the Celestial Army were to regain control of the fortress at that moment, the pincer attack from both fronts would inflict tremendous damage on the vanguard fleet of the Bien Army. Afterward, they would merely need to wait for the First and Third Fleets to repel the enemy's reinforcements, and victory for the Celestial Army would be assured. However, if the strong land fleet fails to halt the Bien Army's incursion into the Castor Fortress, then the enemy's vanguard fleet would acquire a stable and reliable rear stronghold, slowly cornering the Second Fleet into a dire situation. Even if the First and Third Fleets attempted to come to their aid, they would have to expend unbearable time and resources before the heavily fortified stronghold, likely leading to their defeat at the hands of the Bien vanguard fleet, which would turn back with ease after devouring the Second Fleet. Of course, under the circumstances of the tyrant's return, the likelihood of such a scenario occurring has diminished to a probability akin to that of Yuhas successfully abstaining from alcohol, which is why Ward dared to adopt such a bold strategy. In truth, the raven-haired admiral was more concerned about another matter. If the strong land fleet, under the leadership of that supremely powerful tyrant, were to regain control of the fortress before the Second Fleet retreated to its designated position, or if they were to excessively suppress the Bien Army's invading forces, would the enemy's vanguard fleet still obediently follow the Second Fleet's retreat trajectory to pursue the designated pincer line? I never imagined I would one day hope for the enemy not to be too weak. Ward sighed with profound sentiment, while his aide pondered whether he should subtly relay the admiral's sentiments to the soldiers struggling within the fortress, as it might influence their poor morale. Of course, that would only apply if he could maintain a coherent ideological stance. Your Excellency, there is communication from the strong land fleet. It is from Lord Hateland's adjutant. The report from the communications officer made someone, who was lost in unfavorable thoughts, suddenly jolt, and after a few seconds of silence, he commanded in a voice feigned to be calm, "Ahem. Put it through. I imagine he requires our assistance, does he not? Long time no see, Admiral. You don't look too well. Has the war been so intense during my absence?" The figure appearing on the screen gazed at the somewhat pallid individual with a puzzled expression. "Well, I suppose that is the case. In truth, since the war began, I have hardly slept for 24 hours. Ward endeavored to feign a weary expression to mask his unease. However, his aide casually exposed him with a mutter. "You just slept for a full 2 hours on the command platform, and even if you hadn't slept for 24 hours, it hardly qualifies as arduous." "Does it? Is that so? Then it truly has been tough." Cirilla's murmurs evidently did not reach the tyrant's ears, as the figure displayed an expression of genuine sympathy towards Ward. This unreasonable exchange left the previously expectant aide feeling utterly drained, eliciting a weak groan. These two truly are quite alike. Thank you. Even someone as brazen as Ward couldn't help but feel his face flush. Hastily shifting the topic. "By the way, you specifically contacted me, so there must be something the Second Fleet can assist with, right?" "Indeed, Admiral. You intend to lure the Bien vanguard fleet to the flank of the fortress, ultimately executing a pincer maneuver with the Second Fleet and the fortress, correct?" The Sky easily deduced the Second Fleet's operational intent, which did not surprise Ward. Yet Cirilla immediately began to scrutinize whether there had been any obvious signs of baiting during the recent fleet movements. "Yes. Thus the cooperation of the strong land fleet is essential. Please do not drive the enemy's invading forces out of the fortress so quickly, or else I will be unable to proceed with my plans," Ward advised with a grave tone, although his expression appeared rather cheerful, especially seeing that his words were grasped immediately by his counterpart. An exquisite harmony of heightened cognitive resonance traversed hundreds of lunar codes, directly linking the two winged knights on the same battlefield a sensation far more gratifying than mere camaraderie. You need not worry about that, Admiral. The son of Hateland on the screen offered a slight wry smile. The adversary is also a seasoned warrior, so defeating them in a short time frame is utterly impossible. In fact, aside from the area I am responsible for, the other sections of the fortress are essentially in a deadlock. However, Admiral, I just took a moment to check, and the central axis of the fortress has been distorted due to the explosion of the Requiem, so even if we reclaim it, restoration will be impossible. Is it that severe? Then can we still utilize the auxiliary armaments aside from the Requiem? Well, due to the complete destruction of the energy core, less than 20% of the armaments can still be activated via auxiliary conduction systems, but I doubt that level of firepower will be effective on the battlefield. However, as for energy and ammunition, the reserves are still quite ample. Truly, one of the Celestial Army's impregnable fortresses. The military probably never considered the possibility of its fall, did they? Likely not. Ward wore an expression of deep contemplation, then turned with a vigilant gaze towards the unbound sun of earth and sky. By the way, you are not contemplating anything dangerous at the moment, are you? I must remind you that there are still nearly 10,000 soldiers within that fortress, you know? Of course, I am aware of that, which is why I have prioritized their liberation as the foremost objective of the strong land fleet. The sky shrugged, appearing somewhat helpless. However, the ward on the other side of the screen suddenly grew exceedingly anxious, his tone laden with caution. Hey, you wouldn't truly consider doing that, would you? It is crucial to note that only the one seated on the Jade Dragon throne has the authority to determine the fate of that fortress. Is that so? The expression on the sky seemed momentarily stunned, yet it quickly transformed into a more sinister smile at the corners of its mouth. After all, anything can happen on the battlefield, can it not, Admiral? However, my second fleet is still near this fortress. Someone finally could not contain themselves and sprang up from the command chair, passionately slamming their hands on the command platform, only to be pricked by the command staff resting atop it, promptly clutching their palm with an expression of acute pain. Are you all right, Admiral? A figure on the shadow screen cast a look of deep sympathy in his direction. In any case, do refrain from harboring intentions against my fleet. It would be wise to abandon that mad notion. While observing Cirilla tending to the wound on her left palm, drawing in sharp breaths at the application of the hemostatic agent, Ward issued this warning to the audacious figure on the screen. Well, if my calculations are correct, the second fleet should not be harmed. The sky's words caused someone to immediately turn their gaze towards him. In any case, if the Castor fortress truly begins to move, please ensure that the second fleet vacates the vicinity at once. At this point, the sky seemed to awkwardly scratch their head. In fact, I am not entirely certain how extensive the impact area will be, but if we maintain a sufficient distance, it should remain unscathed, right? And subsequently, the retrieval of the escape pods will also require the second fleet's assistance. Hey, no matter how Ward called out, the already semi-transparent shadow screen displayed no further images. Thus, the Admiral could only gaze into the void on the screen, as if attempting to pierce through something, and fell into a prolonged silence. Cirilla, does the Castor fortress possess large engines for mobility? After quite some time, Ward finally shifted his gaze to the aide standing behind him and inquired about the one question he had yet to resolve. No, it does not. Cirilla analyzed clearly and methodically. To my knowledge, the Empire never considered moving the twin fortresses during their construction, so only small engines for posture adjustment were installed. That meager power would be insufficient to relocate the fortress. Is that so? As I suspected. Then what exactly does that fellow intend to do? Ward fell silent once more for 2 minutes, then, as if shaking off his worries, he turned abruptly and commanded Cirilla, enough. In any case, proceed with the planned operations. While closely monitoring the Castor fortress, report any developments to me immediately. Understood. Cirilla saluted but did not withdraw. After a brief hesitation, she posed the question that had lingered in her mind since the enigmatic exchange between the two figures began. My lord, could you enlighten me on what Admiral Hatland intends to accomplish? Admiral Hatland, is he not leading the strong land fleet to reclaim the fortress? Moreover, why are you asking me? Ward displayed a look as if he had never received any communication. Additionally, Cirilla, has there been a malfunction in the flagship's communication system? Why have all the communication records during this period vanished? Cirilla silently regarded the Admiral, who had abused his authority to manipulate the intelligent core records. And after a long moment, she shrugged her shoulders and turned to leave, a helpless sigh escaping her slightly parted lips. Complicit in misdeeds. On the 21st day of the 6th month in the 427th year of the summer calendar, at 5:30 in the evening, the 1st and 3rd fleets of the Sky Army, steadfastly defending the Duke's fortress and facing off against the subsequent fleet of the Bien Army, finally sprang into action. As they advanced rapidly towards the enemy forces at their front, the originally defensive arc formation naturally transformed into an inclined triangular formation optimized for impact. All while maintaining their momentum, this exemplified the remarkable prowess of this iron-blooded army, forged under Hyderland's guidance. Although still somewhat unseasoned due to their lack of combat experience, they surpassed other interstellar nations in overall capability. Once the formation adjustment was complete, the First and Third Fleet surged towards the BN Army's rear, as if to sever the retreat of the enemy's subsequent fleet, though their targets were asymmetrical. The relatively formidable First Fleet charged in from the front left, openly challenging the BN forces, while the Third Fleet, having suffered significant losses in prior skirmishes, seized the moment when the enemy hesitated to counter the First Fleet's assault, swiftly altering their course and striking from the right rear, immediately sowing chaos among the enemy's ranks. "Break through their lines," commanded Ulysses, his staff pointing decisively ahead as he gazed sharply at the retreating enemy vessels, a cold, triumphant smile gracing his resolute features, embodying the pinnacle of spirited determination. Few would have suspected that just 2 hours prior, this winged knight was nearly driven to flee to the Freestar system under the pressure of questioning from the Heraldry Institute and the Unified Department. Indeed, upon learning that those two individuals had safely returned, this man, whose nerves had been taut for days on the brink of collapse, had suddenly crumpled to the ground, unable to rise for quite some time. The eerie and inexplicable laughter that followed lingered in the air above the bridge like a tormenting specter until the Chief of Staff, unable to endure it any longer, summoned guards to escort the Admiral back to his quarters for a respite. Only then could the staff finally escape the nightmare that had haunted them for days. Approximately 20 minutes later, Ulysses returned to the bridge, having regained his composure, though his exuberant spirit ignited an illusion among those present, as if an ethereal flame blazed fiercely within him. As the commanding officer, this fervor directly influenced the morale of the entire fleet, especially after Ulysses promised, "Upon victory, I shall present all my finest wines at the celebration." The morale of the First Fleet surged to its zenith. Before the 4 assault detachments that lunged forward with ferocity, the BN Fleet's rear, lacking suitable vessels to counter such an onslaught, seemed overwhelmed even in spirit, collapsing without a fight before the rapid advance of the Second Fleet, exposing their vulnerable flanks. "Sir, it's the enemy supply fleet," exclaimed the communications officer, evoking images of a bear discovering honey. "Excellent. Annihilate them." Walt's command was brief yet forceful, and the First Fleet acted almost simultaneously on this yet-to-be-communicated directive. A pure white beam of destructive energy tore through a corner of the cosmos, and upon striking the massive metallic composite formations ahead, it sent forth a cascade of crimson ripples. The explosion unveiled a horrific scene, swirling eddies of turbulent energy spiraling through the void, devouring one another into invisible whirlpools saturated with the essence of annihilation. These vortices, born of humanity's mutual hatred, consumed the nearby metallic constructs before vanishing into the blackened void, leaving behind only superheated exhaust capable of melting any material. Simultaneously, the BN Supply Fleet, bereft of defensive capabilities, suffered the loss of a staggering 5 detachments and the supplies sufficient for dozens of warships in the initial assault by the First Fleet. Had the high-temperature area created by the explosion not fortuitously served as a barrier against enemy pursuit, the BN forces would likely have lost all their supplies in the subsequent attack by the First Fleet. Though traversing that high-temperature region was not impossible, the chaotic radiation storms and scorching exhaust would undoubtedly inflict considerable damage upon the ships, and more critically, the overall order of the fleet would be compromised. While the potential victory of utterly annihilating the enemy's supply fleet was enticing at this decisive juncture in tactics, it was unnecessary to be fixated on achieving this strategic goal at all costs. Ulysses's judgment proved astute, indeed managing to rein in those 4 assault detachments that had nearly surged ahead recklessly. However, just as the First Fleet prepared to redirect its fangs towards easier prey, the high-temperature area deemed impassable for both sides suddenly transformed. A solid projectile, imbued with tremendous destructive energy, silently screamed through the void, crossing directly in front of the Second Fleet, though some were eroded by the intense heat, becoming intangible fuel for the inferno. The majority of electromagnetic projectiles traversed and scathed into the slightly exposed flank of the Second Fleet, immediately inciting considerable disarray among the enemy ranks. The 3 heavy detachments of the BN forces originally positioned to target the Third Fleet were taken aback by the plight of their rear and, compelled by necessity, redirected their guns to unleash a lethal barrage upon the now ferocious enemy fleet. Despite their aim being somewhat off, only a few projectiles grazed the edges of enemy ships, with only a fortunate few striking true. Detonating from afar still produced numerous debilitating effects that effectively suppressed the temporarily chaotic offensive of the Second Fleet. Perfect timing. It appears there are some capable adversaries among them, Ulysses murmured, his expression one of reluctant admiration as he swiftly reorganized the disordered front assault detachments and cautiously repositioned the central escort detachments. The escort vessels, equipped with precise artillery, held an unparalleled advantage in resisting the long-range projectile assaults of heavy ships. As the second wave of projectiles surged through the void, they collided with a barrage formed by countless short-range beam cannons, exploding into a dazzling array of light. Further coalescing into a radiant band, the First Fleet's tactical response had been nothing short of flawless. However, before the third wave of projectiles could arrive, a crimson brilliance from the left detonated against one corner of the escort detachments. 5 BN assault detachments circumvented the high-temperature area, launching an assault on the vulnerable flank of the Second Fleet, eager to retaliate for their previous humiliation, unleashing the full might of their bow-mounted main cannons within mere seconds. As the luminous serpents pierced the ship's protective magnetic field and penetrated the hull, they immediately transformed into dragons of light, spewing forth fiery tongues in all directions. The enemy's 2 barges obliterated nearly 1,000 escort vessels, and to avert further losses, the escort detachments swiftly scattered from one corner of the formation before the enemy's third barrage could strike, allowing the boiling crimson light to dissipate harmlessly through the low-density escort lines. By the stars, not again. On the flagship, Ulysses tightened his grip on the command staff. The enemy's 2 unforeseen attacks had not inflicted damage upon the Second Fleet commensurate with their precise timing, suggesting a lack of intentional strategy or merely a stroke of extreme luck. However, even with the favor of the goddess of misfortune, the fact that the enemy had repeatedly seized upon his vulnerabilities compelled the emotionally charged admiral to momentarily regain his composure and reflect upon his tactical missteps. The Pion assault fleet, now awakened, prepared to pursue the retreating enemy frigate formations, yet in a moment of confusion, they missed the optimal opportunity. Consequently, they found themselves confronted by 4 reorganized enemy assault fleets from the front and 5 patrol fleets arraying to their left, swiftly falling into a state of semi-encirclement. Nevertheless, bolstered by the continuous fire support from the battleship fleet, the Second Fleet refrained from carelessly moving to protect the frigate fleet on their right, thus managing to hold their ground, albeit precariously. Ulysses, at that moment, was unable to devise a more effective strategy, resulting in a stalemate in the backline conflict. Ulysses has finally calmed down. Elfdar exhaled softly, her expression slightly easing. As the supreme commander of the Shield Fleet, she not only focused on securing victory on the immediate battlefield, but also kept a vigilant eye on the overall evolution of the war. For an otherwise exemplary commander, this was undoubtedly a daunting task. Yet the Lord of Barrender adeptly maneuvered his 3 fleets, comprising over 90,000 warships, steering the tide of the conflict gradually in favor of the Celestial Army. Due to the rather unstable mental state of the individual commanding the First Fleet, the admiral could finally breathe a sigh of relief. As for the Second Fleet commanded by another admiral, Elfdar had never harbored concerns from the outset. Indeed, at this moment, the Second Fleet was deftly toying with the enemy Vanguard fleet, which numbered twice their own. Well, it seems that Ward is also performing admirably. So, it is about time for us to claim victory, isn't it? She uttered these audacious words with an air of nonchalance as she gently drew her silver-winged staff from her waist, directing it towards the enemy fleet ahead, and swung down with the precision of a sword severing their lifeline. Battleship fleet, commence a concentrated barrage. The 4 battleship squadrons, already replenished with ammunition, split off from the flank of the Third Fleet, advancing to a nearby sniping position to unleash wave after wave of pinpoint explosive arrows at the side of the enemy fleet obstructing their advance. Coordinating with the assault ships of the Third Fleet, they annihilated the 12 enemy frigate squadrons that had taken great effort to gather within a mere 30 minutes. Now, let us break into their ranks. After merging with the Third Fleet, Elfdar issued instructions to target the annihilation of the enemy ships on the left. The Third Fleet seamlessly entered the enemy formation. The Pion Army, which should have been able to flank the Third Fleet's advance, found their order disrupted by the long-range bombardment of the battleships, causing their morale to plummet. Thus, the Third Fleet's advance sliced through the enemy lines as effortlessly as a hot knife through butter. However, just as they were on the verge of completely severing the enemy formation, a sudden urgent distress signal emanated from the battleship fleet, transforming in an instant into a mournful wail. A crimson-painted Pion fleet stealthily withdrew from the massive pursuing force of the Second Fleet, quickly altering their course and traversing hundreds of runo codes at a speed akin to flight, launching a surprise attack on the unsuspecting throat of the battleship fleet, instantly severing its carotid artery. By the time Elfdar noticed this unexpected turn of events and rallied her forces for support, 4,000 invaluable long-range attack ships succumbed to the concentrated fire of the enemy. We still haven't deceived all the enemies. witnessing the complete annihilation of his own battleship fleet by the rogue enemy fleet on the shadowy screen. Ward couldn't help but scratch his head and let out a resigned sigh. This truly complicates matters. Although the pressure on the Second Fleet has lessened considerably, it is still not at a point where a counterattack can be launched. As for the First and Third Fleets, they might just barely manage to hold their ground against the formidable reinforcements of the enemy, right? Ward furrowed his brow as he gazed at the red enemy fleet forming up against the Third Fleet. He had hoped that the Grand Admiral would swiftly eliminate the enemy and come to their aid, but it seemed they would ultimately have to rely on their own strength. Nevertheless, the fact that the enemy fleet had silently adjusted while pursuing was perplexing. Were they truly lured into this trap? Perhaps it was we who were being toyed with. Sorella began to reflect seriously. Indeed, what a formidable opponent. If only I could perish in this war, I would not wish to encounter him again. With genuine respect and a heartfelt curse directed at the unknown adversary, Ward shifted his gaze to the ever-silent fortress. Meanwhile, within the walls of Castor Fortress, chaos reigned even more than on the void battlefield. The Pian strongland fleet of the Reaper had indeed breached half of the fortress. Yet the moment the Celestial Army's strongland fleet arrived for support, their advance was halted. The strongland troops, composed entirely of indigenous peoples, compensated for their slight deficiencies in combat skills with a morale that even left the Reapers in awe, firmly establishing the front line in the central area of the fortress, preventing any further incursions. Moreover, although the overall situation was one of mutual struggle, both the Pian and Celestial armies possessed a sharp division capable of cutting through the enemy ranks. The Tyrant Guard, striving to rescue the remaining soldiers within the fortress, and the Bloodclad Guard, prioritizing the seizure of the fortress's fire control system, simultaneously unleashed torrents of bloodshed along their respective paths within the enemy lines. Any adversaries foolish enough to obstruct their advance were swiftly ushered into the embrace of death. However, in terms of the quantity and efficiency of the enemy slain, the Bloodclad Guard, bolstered by 4 formidable leaders, held a slight edge, allowing them to reach their operational objectives ahead of the Tyrant Guard. Is this the control center of the fortress? Red Knight surveyed the spacious area stained crimson, the remnants of ornate decorations betraying the elegance that once graced this environment, causing the Pian Brigadier to frown. To adorn a fortress with such trinkets is a testament to naive taste. Never mind that. Let us focus on seizing control of this fortress's fire control system and assessing its damage status at once. Yes, several technically skilled soldiers, who were also warriors, promptly moved forward, dragging out the bodies of those who had remained loyal to their posts until the very end from the control seats, and began to manipulate the data of the fortress's main intelligence core, suspended high in the center of the hall. For emissaries, as you can see, the situation here has stabilized. Red Knight turned to face the 4 blood-clad emissaries, her deep black eyes shimmering with uncontainable fervor. I believe we should execute the command of the ancestor now. The foremost blood-clad emissary nodded gently and subsequently turned to leave the hall, while the other 3 positioned themselves on either side of Red Knight, escorting her as they sped towards a certain direction within the fortress, without needing to investigate deliberately. They would undoubtedly encounter the individual endowed with extraordinary martial prowess, favored by the source of power, by advancing to the end of the retreating Reaper's lines. The leading blood-clad emissary, wielding a massive axe, quickened his pace, driven by the boiling blood of a warrior, leaving his comrades far behind. In truth, amid the Tyrant Guard's relentless advance through their own ranks, it was imperative for someone to take the initiative and intercept that figure in order to catch up within a short span of time. Ahead in the passage appeared a heavily armored warrior adorned with the enemy's emblem, leading a towering black giant whose physique rivaled that of the blood-clothed envoy. However, Lay sensed no formidable power emanating from him. His fervent desire to engage with a worthy adversary ignited a fierce intensity in his gaze, a glimmer of savage bloodlust flashing within. A massive, 2-meter-long broad-bladed axe silently slid into his grasp. In a corner of the Castor Fortress, the cyclical control room had been impacted by the explosion of the Requiem, leaving the hatch severely twisted and unable to open, trapping several technical officers within. It was not until 3 hours later that the tyrant, crowned by the heavens, arrived, and with ease, the ion cutter shattered the metallic hatch, liberating them from their near-asphyxiating terror. Thank you, Lord Hateland. While the rescued expressed genuine gratitude and respect towards the dark-haired nobleman, who resembled an ancient hero, he merely responded with a faint smile and immediately gestured for his subordinate to escort the Daughters of the Stars away. Well, this should be the last batch, right? Retracting his gaze from the beautiful faces that inexplicably displayed a hint of regret, the Sky turned to his subordinate for confirmation. Indeed, my lord. After a brief inspection of the nuclear crystal detector, the subordinate nodded and reported, though his tone bore a hint of gravity. At least all the living ones have been rescued. All soldiers of the Celestial Army wore hub rings, which, apart from serving as communication terminals and performing simple data processing, also detected the physiological states of the wearers. Conditions such as health, weakness, severe injury, and death were indicated by different magnetic waves, allowing for quick identification of those requiring immediate assistance in emergencies using specialized instruments like the nuclear crystal detector. This meant that nearly two-thirds of the remaining personnel had mercilessly slaughtered over 12,000 enemy troops within a mere 3 hours, leaving not a single wounded behind, shocking even the sky with such brutality. After a moment of silence, as if mourning for the fallen spirits, the sky shook off this sentiment. All right, let us prepare for withdrawal. Are the farewell gifts ready? Yes. In accordance with your commands, the detonation devices have been set at the predetermined locations, and the enemy remains unaware. The subordinate promptly presented a blue, diamond-shaped nuclear crystal the size of a fingertip. This is the control crystal, which can be triggered through the hub ring, with a range of up to 5,000 technometers. Well done. The sky took the blue crystal and casually embedded it into the hub ring, though a slight frown of concern crossed his face. This device, it won't misfire, will it? At least in the past century of records for the Celestial Army, there has been no precedent for a misfire. So I believe, as long as you do not act recklessly, it should be fine. The response from this strong land team member felt somewhat lacking in confidence, given that he was not from the technical division. Regardless, there should be no danger in detonating it after we leave the fortress, right? With a light flick of his wrist, the sky reverted the ion cutter back to its ordinary sword form. He then opened the public channel and issued a series of orders. All strong land fleet members immediately activate the ship engines, and all combat teams retreat towards the nearest boarding point. Establish defenses at the boarding point to assist the rescue teams. Once all members of the rescue teams have returned, we will promptly evacuate the fortress. My lord, this may prove somewhat difficult. A burst of shortwave transmission pierced through, causing the tyrant's brow to furrow sharply. However, the subordinate seemed to have steeled himself for the worst and spoke candidly. According to current statistics, there are a full 8,000 fortress soldiers in the rescue team, even disregarding the inherent limitations of the strong land ships. At least 3,000 cannot be accommodated on board. However, if you intend to prioritize the evacuation of these soldiers, it is still feasible for the strong land team to remain on standby within the fortress. There's no need to complicate matters. After a brief contemplation, the sky issued a command that would thereafter be regarded as the guiding principle for all strong land fleet rescue missions. Allow women to board first, followed by all strong land team members. If there are still available spots, select those deemed acceptable from the remaining individuals, and all others should be placed in the escape pods. The previously bustling public channel fell into an eerie silence, only to erupt moments later with thunderous cheers. Were it not for the hub ring's automatic adjustment to suppress the fervent praise of the enthusiastic individuals, Lord Hateland would likely be forced to rely on artificial eardrums for some time upon his return. You lot, dare to act recklessly and see what happens. Even as the tyrant's roar washed over the public channel like cold water mixed with shards of ice, restoring a semblance of calm, the sky, still uneasy, opened the channel to his aid, reiterating his instructions. Long, keep a close watch on these individuals. After the battle, they may do as they please, but for now, they must be kept in check. Long, an unsettling silence enveloped the air, thick with the chill of dread. After 2 minutes of suffocating stillness and icy rain, akin to a piercing chill, fell upon the back of Lord Hateland. Immediately investigate Long's location and the status of the hub ring. The sky turned to his subordinate, his gaze so frigid it seemed to freeze all emotions, causing even this seasoned strong land member to shudder involuntarily. However, this inexplicable fear was swiftly replaced by a wave of intense emotion as he turned back for a brief inquiry. My lord, the vice captain has already. A strong land team member, his face contorted with grief and ire, was about to speak, but the tyrant's impatient roar cut him off abruptly. Silence. Tell me the location. Why yes. Overwhelmed by the sudden surge of murderous intent, the strong land member swiftly transmitted the location data directly to the tyrant's hub ring. When he finally mustered the courage to lift his head, he found that the embodiment of that murderous intent had already vanished. And after a moment's consideration of the risks involved in intervening with an enraged tyrant, he could only sigh in resignation and head towards the nearest boarding point. The sky barely touched the ground with his toes, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he sped along the fortress corridor. Long's signal was located at a defensive outpost 500 technometers ahead, seemingly where he had perished during the retreat. Though the sky had long steeled himself for the inevitability of sacrifices in war, and had previously remained composed in the face of the deaths of subordinates and comrades, the weight of loss struck him squarely when the fallen were familiar friends. For one who had achieved mastery, The distance of 500 technometers was traversed in an instant. Yet, as he approached the final corner, the sky abruptly halted, a palpable aura of killing intent rippling through the air, causing the hidden enemy behind the wall to involuntarily furrow their brow. "Come out," the sky commanded softly, simultaneously flicking his wrist to release the water. The long sword, with its particle-cutting function activated, became an ethereal entity, shimmering with blue and white light. Yet the sword energy that occasionally erupted possessed the might to pierce through stone and gold, etching deep gashes into the alloy walls of the fortress. "Your power has grown yet again, Lord Zion." With a resigned sigh, a towering figure wielding a massive axe slowly emerged from the corner of the passage. "This marks the second request. May we accompany you to meet the ancestor? The earlier ones, they were slain by you, were they not?" The sky merely fixated on the fresh bloodstains lingering on the broad-bladed axe, confirming in a stiff tone. "Those individuals, were they your subordinates?" Lei could not help but pause momentarily, yet soon exhibited a hint of admiration. Though their strength may have been lacking, they were indeed valiant warriors. "Thus, I treated them with the honor befitting warriors and returned them all to the field of glory. Is that so?" The grip on the sword by the sky tightened suddenly. The field of glory is the paradise revered by the Bien people, a realm where it is said that only those who perish in valiant battle are worthy of being summoned back, while the adversary before him seemed to harbor respect. The irrevocable fact of Long's demise remained unchanged. "Then, I shall respond to you with the same warrior's courtesy." The sky silently raised his sword towards the axe-wielding warrior, who instinctively assumed a defensive stance for one final effort. "Lord Zijuan, please believe that we harbor no intent to harm you. The ancestor simply wishes to meet you. Save such words for when you have defeated me." In an instant, the long sword in the sky blazed with searing brilliance, and he vanished within that radiance. A faint azure glow surged towards the adversary's throat just before the blinding light dissipated, yet it was intercepted by the giant axe at the last moment, erupting in a series of fiery sparks as if lamenting a tragic fate. Following the brief clash, the figure of the sky appeared at another point in the passage, seemingly unscathed. However, the massive axe he wielded bore numerous intersecting cracks of varying depths, as if it had endured countless heavy strikes in that fleeting moment. The purple axe. Gazing at this weapon, which had remained unscathed for 20 years, it was now so severely damaged in such a brief instant, Lei could not suppress a groan. Even the heavy alloy could be so easily destroyed? "Prepare yourself. It is now your turn." The sky inhaled deeply, calming the tumultuous bloodlust stirred by their recent encounter, then stepped forward, his figure transforming into a darting arrow. "Huh," Lei bellowed, channeling all his strength into a single strike with the axe. The whistling steel axe pierced through the thick floor, yet could not grasp the adversary's fluid movements. In the moment the axe blade grazed by, the sky leaped into the air, simultaneously swinging both swords to sever the opponent's arms from above. Then, as he landed, thrusting backward, the intangible sword of light easily penetrated the region of his heart, rapidly expanding into a fist-sized void due to high-frequency vibrations. Yet not a drop of blood spilled. Every cell had been dismantled into minuscule particles, and of course, the blood was no exception. No, truly. One who is favored by the source is formidable. After laboriously managing to utter this phrase, the massive form of the axe warrior collapsed to the ground. Yet his expression remained tranquil, akin to a warrior succumbing to a well-earned slumber post-battle. "I hope you two may return to the field of glory." The sky turned back, casting a gaze filled with complexity upon the remains of the valiant warrior, a profound sense of helplessness and sorrow surging within. In the earthly realm, powerful males contend for sustenance and mates, yet in the realm of stars, what do humans vie for? The corner of Heightland's mouth twisted in a semblance of mockery. "Speaking of which, I find myself deriving pleasure from such combat. The so-called natural law is indeed a detestable thing. The natural law should be the singular truth within the universe." Suddenly startled by the words that resonated behind him, the sky turned around to discover the three formidable figures had approached within a dangerously close proximity during the brief moment of his distraction. Had they intended to inflict harm, he likely would not have had the time to respond. "Lei." The gazes of the three blood-robed envoys shifted to the now cooling body of their fallen comrade, and after a moment, they bowed deeply towards the perpetrator, speaking in unison. "Thank you for bestowing upon him the highest honor of a warrior, Lord Zijuan." "Huh?" The sky's expression was clearly taken aback, and a surge of inexplicable and intense anger welled up within him, prompting him to question loudly. "You say thank you? Bestowing him the highest honor of a warrior? What does this mean? Do you truly harbor no thoughts of revenge for your fallen comrade?" "To engage in battle with a worthy opponent is a dream we all yearn for," one blood-robed envoy replied earnestly. "Moreover, Lei was defeated in a fair contest. And it was you, Lord Zijuan, who personally returned him to the field of glory. thus we bear no resentment. The second blood-robed envoy added, "We are here on the ancestors' orders to welcome you. Lord Zijuan, please do not refuse." The last envoy spoke with an even more respectful tone. "You lot." At this juncture, the sky found himself utterly perplexed as to what was fueling his anger. Yet alongside this inexplicable fury was a tumultuousness that threatened to shatter the threads of reason. If not for the sudden appearance of a pure white feather ornament drifting into his sight from the Nexus ring, he might not have recalled the significance of this operation. "My lord, all rescue squads have reached the boarding area, and the classification of loads has been completed. May we evacuate immediately?" The voice of his subordinate resonated in his eardrums, and the sky promptly signaled his assent. "Evacuate. Hey, if the captain does not return, the Shattered Tooth will be unable to retreat." The voice of Captain Shujia of the Strong Land Fleet rang out, yet it elicited a wry smile from the son of Heightland. "How am I supposed to return?" The sky surveyed his surroundings, realizing that the three blood-robed envoys had formed a triangular formation around him, their aura locking onto him. Every movement he made was under their scrutiny. Although he could not quite decipher the meaning behind the signals being inputted on the keypad with his left hand, he had certainly surmised their intent to escape, and they immediately reacted. He could even hear the footsteps of the ever-advancing Bien soldiers approaching from this direction. "Well, it seems I can only resort to using the escape pod." The sky chuckled wryly, then input the command to initiate the operation. "Preparing to launch the escape pod. It appears you are encountering trouble on your end. However, isn't it a tad too perilous to use the escape pod? Never mind, I will do my utmost to retrieve it as swiftly as possible, so please do not perish, Captain." Shiojia's communication abruptly cut off, and the sky began to earnestly contemplate the route for retreat. Fortunately, although the Empire had never considered the possibility of this fortress's fall, they had at least adhered to common sense in the setup of emergency equipment. The escape pod he had just discovered around the corner, which had yet to be utilized, had now become the sole lifeline for the son of Heightland. However, to truly grasp this lifeline, he must first breach the seemingly impenetrable triangular confinement before him. The four auras intertwined, a fierce battle on the brink of eruption, yet until the arriving Bien soldiers encircled the fortress passage in layers upon layers. The sky still found no trace of relaxation from the three formidable foes, leaving him unable to move so much as a muscle. Not even a single opportunity granted to me. Damn, then I shall create my own. Growing increasingly agitated, the son of Heightland resolutely activated the Azure Core crystal embedded in the Nexus ring. In the void of the battlefield, amidst the baptism of light and fire, the Castor fortress, which had stood in silent vigil for nearly 2 hours, finally stirred. From a corner on the left side of the fortress, a radiant glow erupted, illuminating the entire battlefield. In the next moment, a silent torrent of fury broke free from the constraints of the outer armor, unleashing a turbulent and searing energy towards a distant void. Although the Second Fleet lay 123 runo codes away, the PN Vanguard Fleet, lacking the Crimson Blade, still stood between the fortress's discharge and the Second Fleet, struck by this energy surge, which was dozens of times more potent than the Requiem-S capabilities. The PN Vanguard Fleet was plunged into chaos almost instantaneously, while the vast majority of the destructive force dissipated due to the chaotic nature of the energy. The remnants still wreaked havoc, resulting in nearly 9,000 ships being vaporized. The rest suffered from hull breaches leading to atmospheric loss, engine failures rendering them immobile, or, tragically, catastrophic energy core explosions, culminating in a near-total annihilation of the Vanguard Fleet. In the blink of an eye, the energy torrent that had obliterated the PN Vanguard Fleet surged forward, targeting the Second Fleet. All ships evade. After devouring the PN Vanguard Fleet, the energy torrent continued its relentless advance towards the Second Fleet. At this moment, even Ward could not afford to be complacent. The orders relayed by Sarira spread through the communication circuits of their fleet at light speed and were executed without delay. Perhaps they should be grateful to the immutable laws of physics governing the universe. The colossal energy that could have instantaneously vaporized the entire Second Fleet had, after traversing 123 runo codes, dissipated to its minimal threshold in the void. Thus, although few ships in the Second Fleet managed to react in time to evade the oncoming energy tide, those that faced the torrent directly, equipped with multi-layer composite armor, found the greatly weakened destructive force insufficient to inflict hull damage. Consequently, only a handful of unfortunate corvettes that failed to retreat in time sustained damage. As the energy storm swept past and dissipated into the void ahead, approximately 600 ships from the Second Fleet were left incapacitated, most of which were already suffering from pre-existing damage exacerbated by the storm. The most unfortunate among them was the lead assault ship, Thunder, belonging to the Tsongyan Assault Fleet. Having barely completed emergency repairs to its energy chamber, Thunder encountered the energy storm while en route to a nearby supply ship. Consequently, Thunder, which had already lost a significant portion of its energy due to a prior leak, found itself devoid of the energy necessary to maintain its defensive magnetic field and was thus utterly powerless against the sudden calamity, suffering far greater damage than its comrades. The aft engine spindle was jolted, emergency brakes ceased operations, and restarting would require 70 seconds. The external armor suffered damage, resulting in a total of 12 leak points. The atmosphere leakage zones had been isolated, and the internal environment remained temporarily unaffected. Captain, due to the recent shock, the energy chamber has cracked again, though there is nothing left to leak. Should we dispatch a technical team for repairs? At this moment, the Bridge of Thunder was awash in a red alert, and damage reports from various parts of the ship flooded in, prompting a wry smile from Captain Isaiah. If they were still engaged in fierce combat, the fate awaiting this nearly incapacitated assault ship would likely be a mere few seconds to pray for salvation. Fortunately, the enemy was currently in disarray, though their own situation was far from orderly. However, for the time being, they need not worry about enemy attacks. Deploy the technical team and prioritize repairs for those 12 leak points, Isaiah decided after a brief contemplation. He also contacted the nearest engineering ship, informing them that Thunder was severely damaged and could not continue in the battle. Is that acceptable, Captain Baixiang? Isaiah glanced towards the command platform. The figure standing there, with eyes closed, bore an expression as if struggling to suppress some profound emotion. Isaiah understood the deep affection that Captain Baixiang, former commander of Thunder, harbored for this assault ship and felt sincere respect for her, as she placed the authority of her subordinates above personal feelings. Agree to Thunder's withdrawal from the battlefield. Effective immediately, Waterwing will replace Thunder as our guiding assault ship. Xiaoyin nodded with difficulty and bowed to Isaiah. Captain, I will board the liaison craft to proceed to Waterwing. The remaining matters are entrusted to you. Wishing you great fortune, Captain Baixiang. After Isaiah returned the gesture, Xiaoyin resolutely turned to the aft cabin, with staff members including Klippas and Locke saluting as they departed. Sighing, Isaiah reflected that this assault ship would likely require extensive repairs at the dock. As he watched his comrades leave, a helpless smile emerged on his face. Yet, considering that the ship had sustained such severe damage without any casualties, should Thunder count itself lucky or unfortunate? Reflecting on the brutal tactics that endangered even their own fleet, Isaiah suddenly wore a peculiar expression as he gazed at the chaotic scene of the Second Fleet on the screen. Wait a moment. If they had known in advance and prepared, the fleet should not have descended into such chaos. Could it be that this incident was not part of the combat plan? Surely, it cannot be. Klippas piloted the liaison craft towards another assault ship, Waterwing, which had sustained relatively minor damage. Locke, Elma, and other staff members took seats near the helm, leaving the spacious rear of the craft to the Princess of Yanalavine, who was teetering on the edge of a breakdown. Connecting to 5703600024, secondary code Shui, Xiaoyin reported a series of numbers to the hub wristband. While Isaiah and the others were still engulfed in suspicion, the princess had already deduced the identity of the culprit. Rationally, she should have acknowledged that person's cleverness first. However, an inexplicable surge of emotion erupted within her. Had she known that he intended to undertake such a perilous endeavor, she would have ensured he never returned to the strong land fleet, even if it meant placing him back in the regeneration tank. The fleeting seconds of waiting for the connection felt interminable, akin to centuries. Yet, the instant the hub wristband glimmered with blue light, Xiaoyin could not contain herself and called out his name. What transpired at the fortress? Are you safe, Xiaoyin? The voice from the hub wristband conveyed mild confusion, tinged with apparent unease. Is something wrong at the fortress? I'm currently in the escape pod, so I'm not entirely sure. Is that so? In the escape pod, rising from the depths of fear to the surface of reassurance. Xiaoyin could even sense a tremor in his voice. But the next moment, the princess crossed her arms defiantly and directed a stern inquiry at the individual who clearly intended to feign ignorance. Are you planning to conceal this from me as well? Tian? The energy surge from the fortress explosion annihilated the enemy's vanguard fleet. This must be the work of your strong land fleet, correct? What? You really? The other party, realizing they had let slip too much, fell silent, while the corners of Princess Fienberg's mouth curled into a pleased smile. I must congratulate you in advance. Tian, this monumental achievement that turned the tide of battle should surely earn you a promotion. In that case, we are equals now. Is that so? The voice that came through suddenly relaxed considerably. I hadn't anticipated such a significant effect. Initially, I merely hoped to slightly disrupt the enemy's formation. The outcome has surpassed my expectations, which is indeed quite an extraordinary result, isn't it? Xiaoyin remarked with an air of indifference. The energy surge that obliterated the enemy's vanguard fleet ultimately ensnared the Second Fleet as well. This matter, I believe you will have to explain thoroughly to the Judicial Council. Is that really the case? Faced with this sudden and rapid change, someone was utterly flabbergasted. Just to mention, my thunder also sustained irreparable navigational damage in the energy storm. So before you face the inquiries from the Judicial Council, you ought to prepare an explanation for me, Tian Kong. Xia continued to drop heavy bombs into someone's mental circuit, while a wave of exhilaration surged within her. So this feeling of teasing someone is so delightful. After being teased so many times, it's finally time for some payback. There was a prolonged silence from the control bracelet, causing Xia to worry that she might have gone too far with her jest, prompting her to call out that person's name once more. Hey, Tian Kong. Are you still listening? Sorry, what I just said. Xia, it seems I can't return. Tian Kong's voice suddenly carried a sense of helplessness and bitterness. Although I had hoped to be swiftly rescued by friendly ships, it appears the enemy's actions are considerably swifter. Currently, this escape pod is surrounded by 20 enemy vessels. I doubt I have any chance of escaping. Hey, don't come any closer. Tian Kong? This time, it was Xia who was filled with trepidation. Although in the perspective of the Celestial Army, an enemy aboard an escape pod is treated as a prisoner of war and thus not easily harmed. Xia had not heard of the Bien Army having a custom of sparing prisoners, and so her heart sank at that person's agonized scream. Tian Kong, what happened? Answer me. Tian Kong. Tian Kong. I assure you, we will not harm Zijun. What eased Xiaoyin's anxiety was a voice that was both familiar and strange. As if unable to bear such a misunderstanding, the woman declared in a chilling tone. Zijun has accepted the invitation of the ancestor and will soon be heading to our realm, never to return to the Summerland Empire. Right, Lord Zijun? The final words had transformed into a seductive tone, and at the same time, Xiaoyin heard an ambiguous scream from someone. Although it was difficult to fathom the situation on that side, Princess Fayen Bird suddenly felt a surge of wrath and clenched her fists tightly. However, the other party did not provide her with the opportunity to vent her anger, as the communication was abruptly severed. Cleopas, after a long silence, Xiaoyin suddenly called out the name of the helmsman. However, the entire crew of the small communication vessel, including the one who had been shaken, maintained a rigid posture. Their gazes unwavering. Accelerate to hydrofoil within 2 minutes. Xiaoyin commanded, and Cleopas immediately complied, propelling the communication vessel to a speed that even the genetically optimized Summerlanders would find unbearable. Yet, not a single crew member, including the 2 ground personnel, voiced any dissent. In fact, even without turning back, it was evident that the source of the prickling sensation causing cold sweat to trickle down everyone's backs was a pair of crimson eyes, ablaze with intensity. My lord, look. Shirella appeared highly agitated, nearly yanking her superior's collar to draw him closer. The Castor fortress is on the move. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Ward seemed quite displeased with the deputy's rough handling, furrowing his brows in protest. Let it move. What is the big deal? After such an exaggerated explosion, it would be abnormal if it didn't T-move. We can always send out a fleet to retrieve it. Speaking of which, considering such an extreme approach was not only conceived, but successfully executed to annihilate the enemy's vanguard fleet, it is truly fitting for the heir recognized by the Hetland clan, the favored child of fortune. If he were to be promoted to wing knight, perhaps I should abdicate and let him take over. This train of thought was abruptly interrupted by the deputy's rough actions as Shirella seized her superior's head, forcing his gaze onto the star map. I was referring to the trajectory of the Castor fortress's movement. Please pay close attention. Moreover, refrain from casually mentioning resignation. If anyone should resign, it should be me first. Overwhelmed by the deputy's fervor, Ward momentarily displayed a look of trepidation, but quickly focused on the star map, only to turn pale upon seeing the data. Impossible. How could this be happening? Shirella, are you certain there are no errors in the calculations regarding the fortress's movement? The star map displayed the Castor fortress moving at a speed rivaling that of a heavy battleship, with a red arrow indicating its predicted trajectory. The red arrow passed through the second battlefield where both sides were fiercely engaged and ultimately landed at the Duke's fortress. Verifying the movement trajectory, completed. Indeed, there are discrepancies. Although Ward appeared expectant, Shirella's expression remained as cold as ever. Due to the gravitational interference in the surrounding space, the trajectory of the Castor fortress is not a straight line. It will make contact with the Duke's fortress in 3 hours, 16 minutes, and 25 seconds. Although they will not collide directly, the 2 fortresses will still overlap with approximately half of their volumes. How could this occur? Such a casual explosion could propel that colossal fortress straight toward the most inappropriate target within a light second. Ward scratched his head, sighing over his friend's bizarre fortune. This level of misfortune exceeds the realm of mere bad luck. Surely, that fellow is not simultaneously favored by the god of misfortune? Now is not the time to comment on the luck of Lord Hetland, my lord. Shirella's clenched left hand began to tremble uncontrollably. What are we going to do about this? Are we just going to watch those two fortresses collide? First, we need to report this immediately to Admiral Elfta. Although she should already be aware. Ward furrowed his brow, deep in thought for a while, then sighed as if giving up and issued the command. Immediately begin reorganizing the fleet formation, while dispatching patrol fleets to retrieve the escape pod and coordinate with the heavy ground fleet to eliminate any remaining threats from the enemy's vanguard fleet. Once the fleet is reorganized, we will promptly move to the second battlefield to assist the first and third fleets in annihilating the remnants of the enemy fleet. You don't intend to leave the matter of the Castor Fortress to Admiral Elfta's Third Fleet, do you? Shirella did not hide her skepticism, and Ward candidly acknowledged this point. Yes, that is indeed my plan. Given the current chaotic state of the Second Fleet, any attempts to intervene would be futile. Based on the trajectory of the fortress, it is undoubtedly closest to Admiral Elfta's Third Fleet, making it most appropriate for her to halt that fortress. We merely need to hold off that enemy Red Fleet to allow her the opportunity. To stop the fortress, to destroy it? Shirella's expression remained conflicted. If the main cannon of the Duke's fortress can be repaired before the impact, it should easily penetrate the Castor Fortress. At this moment, the fortress was riddled with countless wounds, and even the firepower of an assault ship could penetrate it. However, this was merely the most desperate of choices. What if the repairs to the Song of Slaughter could not keep pace with the impending impact? Although Ward's reasoning was sound for some reason, Sarira felt a deep reluctance to see this commander resolve a significant crisis with mere words. Thus, she continued to press him further. I have always maintained that destroying the fortress is unnecessary. It seemed Sarira was determined to take action herself. Ward could not help but smile wryly. Even if the Song of Slaughter could not meet the time limit for impact, a slight explosion on the fortress's side could alter its trajectory, thus eliminating the risk of collision. Create another explosion? How would we accomplish that? Sarira deepened her inquiry. Given the mass of the Castor Fortress, how substantial must the explosion be to change its course? Moreover, even if the Third Fleet could barely alter its trajectory, they would already be perilously close to the Duquesne Fortress, leaving no time to evade. Surely you have considered these matters, my lord? Under the sharp scrutiny of his aide, the black-haired admiral could not help but break into a cold sweat, finally slumping his shoulders and sighing softly. Well, it seems we must take action ourselves. But in such a chaotic state of the Second Fleet, which unit can we dispatch? What about the Assault Ship Division? Sarira proposed. It was one of the few elite fleets within the Second Fleet that had not been tainted by your influence, boasting both high morale and combat capabilities that were second to none, with its commander being an exceptionally skilled pilot. If we send it into battle, they should be able to reach the fortress in time. Are you referring to the Tsangyan? Even Ward, known for his audacity, momentarily faltered. However, I recall that its guiding assault ship had already withdrawn from the battlefield, didn't it? Well, but His Highness has promptly appointed another ship under his command as the guiding assault ship. Sarira regarded the commander with a keen gaze. I believe you might learn a thing or two from her about the qualities a pilot should possess. Ah, indeed, the valor of the Fiendbird royal family. Pretending not to hear the latter part of Sarira's comment, Ward expressed his heartfelt admiration. Let us deploy the Tsangyan. Propelled by the explosion, the Castor Fortress transformed into a colossal weapon, hurtling towards its twin counterpart. Although all weapon systems of the fortress had lost power at that moment, its immense mass, moving at high speed, possessed a destructive force more terrifying than any weapon. If it were to continue on its predetermined path, someone favored by the goddess of misfortune would likely face severe charges of deliberately destroying a crucial military facility and be summoned to the tribunal for judgment. Summer, unwilling to allow such an occurrence, resolved to prevent the collision of the two fortresses at all costs, a determination that permeated the actions of her fleet. Thus, the Song-Yin Assault Ship Division, already diminished by 30% in the previous battle, was led by the newly appointed second guiding assault ship, Waterwing. As they pursued the rapidly moving fortress, disregarding their battered hulls and the limits of their remaining energy. After 25 minutes and 47 seconds of full-speed navigation, the Song-Yin Division finally caught up with the fortress. However, of the 68 assault ships that had set out, only 46 managed to keep pace with Waterwing, while the remaining 22 had fallen behind due to energy depletion or the exacerbation of previous injuries during high-speed travel. Left to drift in the void awaiting rescue from the engineering vessel. Ugh! Summer gazed at the fortress advancing parallel to their fleet at the 12th Tenoma position. In the presence of that colossal metallic composite, the existence of the assault ships felt as insignificant as ants before a boulder. The sense of powerlessness akin to gazing up at a towering mountain caused her elegant brows to furrow. How on earth did that person conceive the idea of moving something like this? Summer chuckled bitterly, unable to suppress a resigned sigh, and then turned to the former assault ship's chief technician, Locke, inquiring with an air of anticipation. Technician, is there any way to slightly alter the fortress's course? There is a method, albeit a rather crude one, Locke replied, scratching his nose, appearing somewhat hesitant. However, his superior immediately nodded in acknowledgement, stating nonchalantly, it matters little. After all, your method cannot be more brutal than that individual's. Speak freely. Well, you make a fair point. Locke shrugged and began operating the console before him. Moments later, a holographic image of the Castor fortress materialized above the command platform, with two areas marked in red and blue beneath the fortress. This depicted the general structure of the Castor fortress, with the red area indicating the energy reservoir that had been detonated by that tyrant. Or perhaps it was merely an accidental explosion. Including the mass of the fortress's missing portion and that of the energy itself, the explosion had effectively blown off 1/6 of the fortress, resulting in its exaggerated speed. Locke elaborated with a sense of awe on the magnitude of the feat performed by the young lord of Haterland. Since the fortress no longer had any compartments capable of storing such vast energy, it was essentially impossible to halt its advance. However, if they merely aimed to alter its course, they could consider the blue area, which housed the fortress's ammunition stockpile. Are you suggesting to detonate it? Summer interpreted the technician's suggestion and sought further clarification. Will the resulting thrust be sufficient to change the fortress's trajectory? Would two successive explosions adversely affect the fortress itself? Undoubtedly. There will be an impact, Commander by Xiong, Locke replied with a shrug, his tone tinged with resignation. In fact, had both the energy reservoir and the ammunition stockpile exploded simultaneously, the fortress would have been utterly obliterated long ago. Even now, dividing the impact into two detonations raises uncertainty about whether the already battered fortress can withstand the shock. However, one thing is certain, the fortress's trajectory will indeed change. If we detonate it when it reaches an angle of approximately 47 degrees, it will likely veer in this direction. Locke manipulated the console, drawing a curve on the star map extending towards the outer side of the Rift Field star system. If all went smoothly, the fortress would alter its course and fly out of the system along this trajectory. Of course, the Empire would have no opportunity to reclaim it. Well, now is not the time to hesitate over the cost of victory. Let us proceed with this plan. After a brief moment of contemplation, Summer consented to the technician's proposal and began discussing the specific details for implementing the operation. After all, attempting to breach the multi-layered composite armor of the fortress solely with the firepower of assault ships was an arduous task in itself. Moreover, during this process, they needed to exercise utmost caution in controlling their firepower, ensuring that while they penetrated the armor, they did not harm the ammunition stockpile situated nearby. Otherwise, if an accidental explosion occurred due to the fortress rotating to an inappropriate angle, they might avert a direct collision with the Duquesne fortress but still find themselves entangled in other unforeseen troubles. At last, Xiaoyin organized the remaining 46 assault ships into 4 groups, each comprising 10 vessels, which would take turns to conduct the dismantling operations on the outer armor of the fortress's ammunition depot. The guiding assault ship, Shui-Yi, along with the remaining 6 vessels, stood by nearby. After enduring a series of fierce battles, not a single one of the 47 assault ships, including Shui-Yi, remained unscathed. To prevent any sudden malfunctions within a group from disrupting the entire attack frequency, it was imperative to maintain a sufficient reserve force for immediate replacements. Simultaneously, these 7 assault ships were tasked with igniting the target. Next, at the rapid edge of the fortress, the 47 assault ships performed a spectacle that would astonish their fellow humanity. The 40 ships responsible for the excavation were divided into 4 groups, each arranged in a horizontal line of 10. After a simultaneous volley, they would ascend and retreat to the rear, creating a mesmerizing display as they flitted through the void, releasing pure white streams towards a designated point on the fortress's outer wall, gradually carving out pits in the thick, multi-layered composite armor. The movements of the assault ship formations were so elegantly coordinated, as if guided by invisible threads, maintaining a parallel speed with the fortress, inducing an illusion that these actions were executed in a state of stasis. In reality, both the attackers and the target were advancing at a swift speed of 24 knots through the void. Of course, if the target were stationary, there might exist fleets capable of such highly coordinated maneuvers among the other interstellar nations. However, if the target were in motion, aside from the elite forces of the Celestial Army, even the Bien fleet would be left in awe. While the assault ship formations engaged in excavating the fortress's outer wall, the guiding assault ship Shui-Yi led the remaining 6 vessels to form a prism above, maintaining a relatively stationary speed in relation to the fortress. Anxiously awaiting the conclusion of the first phase of combat, Commander by Xiong, the excavation operation has been completed. Scanning reveals that only 0.35 nautical miles of the cyclic isolation layer remains, with the ammunition depot located 160 nautical miles directly ahead of the pit. Well done. You may retreat to the rear and stand by. The next phase is now our responsibility. Upon receiving the command, the formation of 40 assault ships transformed into a scattering of luminous dots, drifting backward in the void before regrouping into a triangular prism 120 nautical miles from the fortress. Their movements fluid and graceful, filling Xiaoyin with pride as she witnessed the scene. Now it's our turn to take the stage. We have 13 minutes and 27 seconds until the designated time. Until then, maintain the same speed as the fortress and advance towards that gap in the outer wall. After providing a brief overview of the fleet's subsequent operational directives, Xiaoyin directed her attention to the hub wristband, attempting once more to establish contact with that individual. The inexplicable unfolding during their previous communication left her perplexed, making it difficult for her to genuinely grasp the reality of that person being captured by the Bien army. In fact, even at this moment, she harbored doubts about whether the last contact was merely a jest orchestrated by that individual and some subordinate or a ruse to evade the judgment of the tribunal. The hub wristband you are searching for is not equipped. The alert tone from the wristband instilled a fleeting sense of panic in Xiaoyin. Could it be true? That person was really captured? Subsequently, this princess integrated her wristband into the reconnaissance network of the Second Fleet, scanning the entire battlefield for traces of the missing wristband. Eventually, she detected the signal of the Sky Hub wristband near the entrance of Lar. It was real. Xiaoyin slumped into her command seat, her face suddenly pale, prompting concern from the adjacent staff officer. Elma approached her, inquiring gently, "Commander Bai Xiang, is something the matter? If you require my assistance." "Thank you, staff officer," Xiaoyin replied with a bitter smile, acknowledging her subordinate's concern. "However, you might be powerless in this situation, just as I am. That person was captured by the Bien army while retreating from the fortress, and he has likely been taken far from the Lidfell star system. Even if we wanted to pursue, we could not catch up." Well, that's truly. Even Elma found herself at a loss for words. Just recently, that individual had returned safely from the encirclement of 1,000,000 Bien troops. Yet this time, he was captured alone while his fleet returned unscathed? Both scenarios were entirely unexpected. Wasn't his luck rather peculiar? Elma couldn't help but share the sentiments of her comrades aboard the Thunder. "Commander Bai Xiang, perhaps we need not worry about that person?" Elma expressed her thoughts to the distressed princess. In truth, that individual had faced numerous unforeseen calamities, yet he always emerged unscathed. After all, he was universally regarded as favored by the goddess of fortune and possessed unparalleled strength within the celestial army. Hence, even if he were captured, he would not easily surrender. If fortune were to smile upon him once more, perhaps within a month, he would return to the Empire. Is that so? I believe it is more likely that he might fall into the clutches of the Free Wings rather than return to the Empire, Locke interjected, redirecting Xia Yin's unease. In my view, he has perfectly inherited the family traditions of the Hateland family, which likely included their vices. Moreover, with the Empire's wings currently having a second heir, it is quite possible that he might. Enough. Be quiet, Locke. Elma harshly reprimanded her exuberant technical officer, stepping on his foot to bring him to a halt. She glared at him fiercely, warning in a stern tone, "If you dare to cause the princess any further distress, I will no longer conceal those matters from you. Or do you truly wish to experience the wrath of Scarlet Flame?" "No, I don't need that." Suddenly realizing how reckless his previous comments had been, Locke broke into a cold sweat. "Commander Bai Xiang, what I meant was, forget it. Your point is valid." Xiaoyin shook her head with a wry smile. In truth, the Bien army seemed to harbor no malicious intent towards him. Rather, they appeared to regard him with considerable respect. Was it due to his martial prowess? Regardless, that individual was not in any life-threatening situation. So the most probable reason for his failure to return to the Empire was indeed the scenario suggested by the technical officer. Commander Bai Xiang, I was merely speaking hypothetically." The resolute glimmer in Locke's ice-blue eyes compelled him to swallow the rest of his explanation. "Nevertheless, I believe in the sky. Though he shares a yearning for freedom, he possesses a sense of responsibility that far surpasses that of other members of the Hateland family. He would never abandon his noble duties or betray his family's expectations for a life of leisure." At that moment, Xiaoyin was astonished to find that her previously anxious heart had inexplicably settled as she defended that individual. "The sky will return," Xiaoyin resolutely declared, her gaze shifting to the colossal object outside the left porthole, a gentle curve gracing her lips. "However, prior to that, I must first resolve the pressing dilemma before me." Marked by the acceleration of the guide assault ship Shuiping, 7 assault ships sequentially departed from the prism formation, tracing arcs of varying lengths in the void before aligning in a straight line extending from a breach in the fortress's outer wall. The first to fire was Shuaping, unleashing a stream of particles infused with vast antimatter energy from the main cannon at near light speed, which disintegrated the remaining circulating isolation layer of the fortress's outer armor upon contact. Simultaneously, Shuaping retreated to the left, ceding its position to the assault ships that followed. The 6 assault ships executed their strikes in succession, directing 7 streams of destructive energy along the same line into one side of the fortress's munitions depot. Thanks to the isolation provided by the outer armor plates, the explosion from within was momentarily delayed, allowing the 7 assault ships tasked with igniting the attack to evade the imminent surge of energy that would breach the armor. On the fringes of the chaotic energy storm, the assault ships activated their full-screen protective magnetic fields, swirling like debris in a tempest, yet managing to endure the onslaught of energy for several seconds. And thus, had the trajectory changed? Jing gazed at the enormous fortress on the star map, gradually deviating from its original path. Feeling that the last glimmer of hope for victory had all but vanished. The initial detonation must have also been orchestrated by the Celestial Army, right? Although it caused some confusion among our ranks, it effectively shattered the Vanguard fleet. Yet, the trajectory of the fortress's subsequent movement was not anticipated. Was this merely the impulsive whim of a commander? Such ferocious tactics and the audacity to execute them, could it truly be that individual? Never mind. There will be ample opportunities to verify this later. For now, I must concentrate on the immediate situation. Jing shook his head, temporarily dispelling the chilling dread that gripped him. Focusing intently on the battlefield. Noen, it is time for us to retreat. Our forces no longer possess any chance of victory. Continuing to fight would only lead to our encirclement and annihilation. Although he remained the effective commander of the Red Blade, he still formally suggested to Noen, who temporarily held the admiral's position. The turn of Noen's head revealed a pale complexion, his lips quivering, yet he could utter no words. Only gazing at Jing with a look of profound guilt. Do not be so hard on yourself. You have performed admirably. Jing fully understood the feelings of his subordinate, who faced such a significant defeat so early in his command. He gently patted Noen's shoulder, offering comfort. In truth, until the moment the fortress exploded, our forces maintained the initiative on the battlefield, did we not? Moreover, had you not withdrawn the fleet from that fruitless pursuit and instead attacked the enemy's right flank, the Red Blade might have already become a mere relic of history. The unexpected extremity of the Summerlanders' tactics was a miscalculation on the part of the entire staff. And once we retreat to the capital fortress, I shall directly plead for forgiveness from the ancestor. But for now, focus on the retreat. The opposing commander will not allow us to depart so easily. Understood. After a brief silence, Noen, as if resolute, donned a determined expression, saluted Jing, and returned to the command platform, thereby missing the admiral's subsequent murmured words. If there is one significant outcome from this operation, it would be the capture of that individual. Right? Henceforth, I shall no longer worry about engaging such a lawless adversary. This is far more crucial than the destruction of a fortress. By the way, how did Red Knight manage to capture that individual? I say, can you release me now? The sky looked helplessly at Red Knight, struggling to keep his gaze fixed on her enchanting beauty, afraid to glance at the breathtaking curves pressing against his arm. But if I let go, wouldn't Lord Zikuin escape? Red Knight's tone was almost childlike in its stubbornness. At that time, you even contemplated cutting open the escape pod and launching into space. Is being with me truly more unbearable than death? No, I was indeed impulsive then. I never anticipated there would be another person in the escape pod. The sky recalled the perilous reflexes from that moment, cold sweat beading on his brow. At the moment the fortress detonated, amidst the roar and tremors, the encirclement by the 3 blood robe users exhibited a momentary flaw. Prepared, the sky forcefully repelled the one wielding a spear, managing to break free from the encirclement. Then darted towards the escape pod, shattering the emergency exit with a single punch, causing the pod's door to spring open. However, the instant he dove into the escape pod, he was met with a body exuding an alluring aura. Such an unexpected turn left even the composed tyrant momentarily stunned, only to be forcibly pressed against the girl as the escape pod ejected him with tremendous inertia. 20 seconds later, as the escape pod began to decelerate, the sky finally noticed that the girl, who had silently endured the dual pressures of acceleration in his stead, was none other than Red Knight, the very one who had stolen his first kiss during their 2 previous encounters. Before the son of Hedderland could fully comprehend what had transpired, his body reacted independently. The blade of the ion cutter became momentarily blurred, yet the direction of his swing was not aimed at the enemy girl before him, but rather at the escape pod's door behind him. In that fleeting moment, had Red Knight not bravely embraced the tyrant, who had yet to fully grasp his actions, the course of human history might have shifted entirely. Yet, how did you anticipate that I would seek refuge in the escape pod? The Sky gazed at Red Knight in frustration, feeling trapped like a fish in a net. At that time, Lord Zeekuin had no other route, did he? Red Knight replied with a hint of pride. The Celestial Army's heavy landers had already evacuated the fortress, and the pathways to the other escape pods were blocked by my forces. Thus, even if you broke free from the encirclement of the 3 users, you could only escape via the nearest pod. So you just waited there for me, using yourself as a beacon to guide the Piang army to capture the escape pod? The Sky, amidst his vexation, couldn't help but admire Red Knight. It seems my every move was calculated. But did you not consider that the escape pod might be struck by stray bullets during its ejection? Moreover, even now, I could take your life at any moment. The tyrant's gaze suddenly turned frigid, a hint of murderous intent lacing his voice. Are you not afraid of death? No, I am indeed terrified. There are still many things left undone, and dying like this would leave me deeply unsatisfied. Red Knight stepped back slightly, tilting her head to gaze into his dark, menacing eyes, responding earnestly. However, if I were to let fear hold me back, as a Piang person, I would likely never catch up to you, Lord Zeekuin. Therefore, even if I am destined to be killed by you in the end, I will continue to pursue you without any hesitation. After locking gazes for a moment, the first to avert their eyes was the originally menacing tyrant. Unable to withstand the fervent passion burning in those dark eyes, the Sky scratched his head with his free hand, releasing a heavy sigh. Never mind, for I no longer possess hope of escape. I shall go to meet the so-called progenitor you speak of, at the threshold of the Lidfile star system. The remnants of the Fian fleet are slowly retreating from the battlefield, although the Red Blade still retains the full combat strength of 15 detachments. Following a series of unfortunate events in the relentless pursuit by the Celestial Army, the remaining Fian fleet has dwindled to less than 27 detachments, presenting a truly dismal sight of utter defeat. Had it not been for the Red Blade forming a defensive line at the Gate of Laurel, staunchly halting the advances of the 1st and 3rd fleets of the Celestial Army, these battered 27 detachments would likely have been left within the Lidfile star system indeed, in the form of wreckage or plasma. In truth, the 1st and 3rd fleets, suffering nearly 40% casualties, are now nearing their limit. Therefore, until the remnants of the Fian fleet retreated, they could not breach the defensive line erected by the enemy fleet, which was prepared to face death. Recognizing the futility of their pursuit, Elfta commanded his fleet to inflict considerable damage upon the Red Blade before retreating, just as their energy and morale reached their limits. While the Red Blade maintained a formation teetering on the brink of collapse, gradually withdrawing into the Gate of Laurel. With the last warship of the Fian army returning through the gate, the first battle of the Lidfile star system concludes with a victory for the defenders. However, the destruction of a heavy orbital fortress on their side, though not entirely at the hands of the enemy, and the loss of nearly 42 detachments cast a shadow over even the most glorious of victories, stained by hues of red and black. While it may not reach the level of a Pyrrhic victory, the Celestial Army has indeed paid a heavy price to safeguard the Lidfile star system and, at least for the immediate future, is incapable of launching a strategic pursuit against the coalition. In fact, a minor incident occurred within the 1st fleet as the war came to a close. While its authenticity is debatable, if one were to infer from the conclusion, the widely circulated tale within the Shield fleet aligns with the objective logic of the events. Are you saying that fellow has gone missing again? Eustace glared at the officer who bore this grave news, his eyes seemingly ablaze. Are you certain it is Lord Highland? The tyrant who wields the Celestial Army's utmost might? To be precise, Lord Highland should have been captured. The innocent officer momentarily displayed a look of trepidation, but resolutely completed his report. In fact, after the Stronghold fleet retreated from the fortress, he was captured by the enemy fleet while attempting to escape in a life pod. Goodness. Eustace let out a heavy sigh. Falling silent for a few seconds before seemingly recalling something, he urgently confirmed with the officer. Then, you have yet to report Lord Highland's safe return to the Imperial capital, correct? The son of Isolari displayed a dangerous smile, his family's characteristic sharp canines glinting ominously. Commander, did you not order me to immediately relay that communication to the Imperial capital? You specifically instructed me to expedite the message to the Highland family and the other kin. The officer dared not meet his superior's gaze, bowing his head as he reported. I executed that command immediately. Eustace fell silent once more, yet his expression shifted between hesitation, struggle, and fear, ultimately settling into a resolute awareness. Prepare a communication vessel for me at once, one capable of interstellar travel, and bring it to the vicinity of the flagship immediately. Additionally, in 2 hours, transfer command of the 1st Fleet to the Grand Admiral. After issuing this command, Eustace, disregarding the astonished expression on his officer's face, hurriedly departed the bridge, heading towards the hangar located in the midsection of the flagship. However, Just as he was about to forcibly open a communication craft with his authority as admiral, he suddenly heard a voice of confusion from behind. "Brother, what are you doing?" A purple-haired maiden who had just disembarked from another communication craft gazed at him with a puzzled expression. "Why, Yelia, what are you doing here?" Eustace let out a grand cry, as if hearing the sound of his plans to flee to the Free Star System shatter into pieces. On the bridge of the Shield Fleet's flagship, a small figure stood at the floor-to-ceiling window of the bridge, gazing with a solitary gaze at the battlefield that had just settled, as if yearning to grasp something. Stretching out a hand towards the void. "Full on, you again." Raliua approached her daughter from behind, gently stroking her dark green hair, unable to suppress a sigh of helplessness. "Why do you possess such a sorrowful ability, knowing yet being unable to do anything?" "It's all right, mother." Turning to gaze into Raliua's eyes with her tranquil and serene cerulean gaze, Full-on radiated a quiet joy. "I have entrusted my wings to brother. It won't be long before he returns on those wings. This time, I am very happy." "I see." Raliua's face also softened with a look of relief. "That is truly wonderful." "Yes." Full-on's faint smile was interrupted by footsteps from behind, and in the next moment, she hid behind her mother, peeking out with a slightly timid gaze at the azure-haired woman approaching them. "Elfta, has the war finally come to an end?" Raliua regarded the winged individual adorned with a three-leaf circlet with a spirited expression. "Or is there something more pressing than clearing the battlefield that requires my assistance?" You already know?" Elfta seemed perplexed about how to address the former Silver Admiral, once the Lady of Heightland. "I only just received the report. Why do you?" "Well, that is, why indeed." Raliua wore an ambiguous smile, her seemingly all-knowing gaze unsettling Elfta. "I heard that my dear grandson has only been in the Imperial capital for 3 years, yet has already secured the vows of 2 pure wings. Is that true, Elfta?" Yes, it is Ayaki and Lachesis." As she spoke the latter name, Elfta's voice trembled with evident unease. Lachesis, how unexpected that she, as the director of the Heraldry Institute, would also pledge her pure wings like that child Ayaki. Raliua observed the head of the kin, who was now smiling bitterly. "It seems you are in quite a predicament, Elfta." "Indeed." Acknowledging that her former superior had seen through everything, Elfta candidly expressed her request. "The previous incident of my son's disappearance, as well as this time being captured, reflect my shortcomings as the Grand Admiral of the Celestial Army and a member of the kin. Once the conflict concludes, I will return to the Imperial capital to personally apologize to the Winged Elder and the 2 pure wings. I believe brother will not make things difficult for you. However, regarding Ayaki and Lachesis, you must prepare yourself." Raliua offered this advice. "Yes, I have indeed come to realize that." Although her voice quivered, Elfta appeared remarkably resolute in her expression, prompting Raliua to feel admiration mixed with a hint of curiosity. "Since you have made such a resolution, is there anything else you require my assistance with?" "Indeed, Commander, in truth." The bitter helplessness and profound regret instantaneously shattered the fragile calm of the 3-leafed warrior. Alvarda, with a tone akin to a lament, recounted to her former superior the dire news of having sent multiple reports of safety to the Imperial capital during the sudden return of her lord and subsequent capture. A situation now irrevocable. Ah, how ironic. Even Raliua dared not speculate on the reactions of those 2 pure-winged beings upon realizing their sacred bond had been trifled with. It is only natural for Alvarda, the one who must bear the brunt of this fury, to be so deeply apprehensive. "Wait, you wouldn't mean to." A foreboding sense surged within Raliua, and upon witnessing the almost pleading gaze of the clan leader, she confirmed her fears, yet she still mustered the courage to voice her remaining thoughts. "Allow me to clarify this misunderstanding with Aki and Lachesis for you. Though the heavens might anticipate that the news of her being recaptured mere hours after barely returning to the battlefield would render her the laughingstock of the fleet, indeed, it would be more aptly described as a nightmare. She could only carry a tinge of guilt while leisurely indulging in the idleness reminiscent of days gone by. As the Crimson Blade escorted the remnants of the Pien fleet back to the Lunarius system, the Harbinger had already taken the esteemed captive to the citadel of the Ancestor. As the supreme commander of the Harbinger, Hongya's attentiveness to the skies was virtually meticulous. It could be said that, aside from the constant presence of 3 blood-clad enforcers shadowing him, the son of Heightland was afforded treatment akin to that of a deity, worshipped and venerated. Nevertheless, even with such preferential treatment, the skies had not entirely forsaken the notion of slipping away back to the Empire. Yet, those 3 ever-watchful blood-clad enforcers rendered all opportunities elusive. On one occasion, the son of Heightland, steeling himself, accepted the company of several enchanting attendants arranged by Hongya, but even at the final moments of their journey, the 3 enforcers remained steadfast behind him, their presence stifled to the point of immobility. Thus, He was compelled to resign himself to a lifestyle of opulence surpassing that of the Emperor of the Empire for 4 days, until the flagship of the Harbinger, the Death Scythe, arrived at the citadel of Lunaria. From a distance, the citadel appeared as a massive, obsidian egg suspended in the void, its internal space remarkably vast. Although the skies had no opportunity to behold the citadel's true visage from the outside, it seemed that Hongye wished for him to swiftly comprehend the relations of Pian. For throughout those 4 days, the attendants surrounding him inadvertently disclosed considerable intelligence. Consequently, based on the size of the docking bay, the skies could surmise the name of this colossal artificial celestial body situated on the periphery of Pian. Is this the interior of the citadel? Descending from the Death Scythe, the skies surveyed the surroundings from the landing pad, and upon witnessing a cadre of blood-clad enforcers approaching from a distance, he hastily redirected his gaze, internally lamenting with a bitter groan. What a jest! Just 3 have already rendered me immobile, and now there are a full dozen? Is the heavens determined to forsake me? Lord Zikuan? Hongya observed him with a hint of concern as his complexion suddenly paled. Are you unwell? No, it's nothing. The skies replied with a wry smile, confirming to Hongya. That ancestor is here, correct? Shall we proceed to meet him? Yes, the ancestor is awaiting your arrival. Hongya responded respectfully with a bow. In a moment, the Grand Envoy shall escort you to the pinnacle of the citadel to meet the ancestor, Lord Zikuan. Are you not coming? If the ancestor has not summoned me, I lack the qualifications to approach him directly. A trace of melancholy crossed Hongya's face, though she endeavored to reassure the skies. But rest assured, the ancestor is a gentle and kind individual, not difficult to interact with. Is that so? The skies nodded, somewhat resigned. Although logically speaking, Hongya was also an enemy, and a notably high-ranking one at that. He nonetheless preferred to converse with this somewhat familiar young woman rather than with entirely unfamiliar figures. Lord Zikuan, on the ancestor's command, we have come to welcome you. A woman draped entirely in a voluminous crimson robe, revealing only her exquisitely sculpted visage, approached the skies and bowed respectfully. Well, let us proceed. Observing the remaining 12 blood-clad enforcers encircling him in a formation of lethal intent, the son of Heightland wore a composed smile and followed her with poise. After departing the magnetic track stairs, the skies leisurely followed the woman, referred to as the Grand Envoy by Hongye. Although each step he took was laden with the weight of 100-fold resolve under the watchful gaze of 12 enforcers, he maintained an outward appearance of calm and composure. This feeling, it resembles the time I commanded the estate on the 3rd planet. The skies couldn't help but reminisce about the extraordinary adventure he had recently undergone. Though there seemed no glimmer of hope then, he now found himself engulfed in despair. Yet the quality of my guards is incomparable. Well done, Zikuan. After traversing a distance, an almost imperceptible voice floated back from ahead, yet the Grand Envoy did not turn nor alter her pace. I finally understand why Gigi suffered such a crushing defeat under your command. Gigi? The skies exhibited a contemplative expression upon hearing the name. Do you not remember? The Grand Envoy sighed softly. Well, for someone like you, who could easily vanquish even Lei, he is indeed not worthy of your memory. Wait, I recall now. The skies suddenly struck his hand in realization, his expression illuminating with understanding. Gigi, he was the major I encountered during my reconnaissance mission, right? Is he still alive? Yes. Although he lost an arm, he has managed to survive. Despite the Grand Envoy's voice betraying no emotion, the skies felt an inexplicable sensation and immediately inquired of the woman ahead. That individual named Gigi. He wouldn't happen to be related to you, would he? Indeed, he is my brother. The Grand Envoy's response caused the skies to instinctively tense. Sensing his reaction, she explained in a voice that seemed to carry a semblance of a smile. There is no need for such wariness, Zikuan. I harbor no ill will towards you. In fact, had you not utterly crushed that child, he might still cling to his dream of becoming a blood-clad enforcer, wasting his rare talent as a military asset. In this regard, perhaps I owe you my gratitude. Although such an opportunity may no longer present itself, should you cross paths on the battlefield again, he will surely defeat you this time. Is that so? While he could appreciate the underlying affection within her cold words, the skies felt a tumultuous complexity of emotions as the shared animosity between the siblings weighed heavily upon him. After traversing the citadel's passage for several minutes, the Grand Envoy and her entourage arrived at the entrance of a fork in the path. The 4 blood-clad enforcers stationed at this entrance only allowed passage after the Grand Envoy presented a certain insignia. The skies and the Grand Envoy proceeded through. Yet only 8 of the 12 enforcers followed, while the remaining 4 stayed behind to bolster security. They continued through 4 more checkpoints, with the blood-clad enforcers gradually dispersing to reinforce the defenses, until they reached a heavy wooden door at the end, where only 2 blood-clad enforcers remained, one to either side of the skies, with the Grand Envoy leading the way ahead. Along the journey, there are a total of 24. Even if I were to exert myself to the utmost, I could only challenge 4 of them at most simultaneously. The sky shifted its gaze to the tall woman ahead. There's still one I cannot fathom, perhaps. No, her power is undoubtedly superior to mine. Damn it, is there truly no hope for me to escape? The sky pondered indignantly, and his thoughts involuntarily dissipated into meaningless directions. If we could gather these individuals onto a warship and bombard them with a single cannon shot. Zijuan, please enter. The envoy commander called back someone's attention with a cold tone, then stepped into the elegantly adorned room draped in muted silk and stood like a sentinel before the curtain on the central platform. The sky was escorted into the audience chamber, flanked by 2 blood-cloaked attendants. The soft sensation beneath his feet first astonished him, when he noticed that this young nobleman from Heightland was ignoring the supreme divine figure on the platform and instead curiously examining the ordinary grass mat beneath him. The 2 blood-cloaked attendants suddenly surged with a murderous impulse. That mat is an artisan craft from the Bien culture. The ancestral figure who emerged from behind the curtain introduced it to the sky, although she still resembled a girl of 13 or 14. She wore a long dress of dark brown accented with grayish white, and held in her left hand a black silver staff symbolizing the highest authority of the Mu clan among the 7 clans of Bien. If worn by a slightly more mature woman, this attire would undoubtedly exude solemnity. However, on a girl of her age, it merely conveyed a desperate longing for recognition as an adult. Ancestral figure? Although the sky had previously devised various scenarios regarding one of the highest rulers of Bien and prepared corresponding countermeasures, the reality before him shattered his efforts, leaving the Heightland sun momentarily dazed. Yes, I am the ancestral figure of the Mu clan, the girl nodded in response to the sky, then turned to the envoy commander and gently commanded, Kue, you may leave. I wish to speak with him alone. Ancestral figure, this. The envoy commander displayed an expression of astonishment, hesitated momentarily, then could not help but advise, isn't it too dangerous? He possesses a power that even we do not dare to underestimate. If he harbors ill intent during your solitary meeting, the ancestral figure could be in peril. It is fine. He would not do so. The girl cast a gaze of complete trust towards the one who was contemplating peculiar thoughts, making him feel ashamed and lower his head. Withdraw, Kue. I wish to converse with him alone. Understood. After a few seconds of silence, the envoy commander nodded to his subordinates, and the 3 of them withdrew together. However, as the tall woman passed by, a voice that seemed to be compressed into a thin line suddenly echoed in the sky's ears. Abandon those nefarious thoughts. Should any harm befall the ancestral figure, I shall make you regret ever being born into this world. A wave of murderous intent, akin to a landslide or tsunami, suddenly enveloped the sky, and at the moment his expression shifted, a delicate, boneless hand gently pressed against his back. The surge of energy, as frigid as a snowstorm, instantaneously sealed the tyrant's meridians, rendering him incapable of exerting even an ounce of strength. The ease with which he was subdued left the sky in shock as he turned to look back, only to see the tall figure vanish behind the door in mere seconds. Now, there are only the 2 of us. The ancestral figure's call brought his attention back. The sky turned to gaze at her with a mixture of surprise and wariness. Yet, in the next moment, his expression dissolved into unparalleled confusion. For the girl, who appeared to be merely 13 or 14, extended her arms towards him as if to embrace him, and uttered words filled with longing. Welcome back, my child. I apologize, but it seems my hearing has encountered some issues. After a prolonged pause of 5 minutes, the sky finally regained composure from his initial turmoil, but then lightly tapped his head, attempting to rationalize the peculiar words he had just heard. Could it be due to the sealing of my true energy? It seems my senses have dulled. I feel as though I heard something utterly inconceivable. My child, does the encounter with reality frighten you so? However, this is only to be expected. After all, I too found it hard to believe when I first learned the truth. The ancestral figure chuckled softly, then spoke with a grave tone. Yet, genetic factors cannot lie. I am indeed your mother, or rather, the provider of your other half's genetic material. How is that possible? Perhaps directed at the unseen hand manipulating his fate, a surge of inexplicable anger rushed through the sky, and his tone abruptly turned icy. My mother lies in eternal rest within the territory of the Free Star Alliance in Kongding. Moreover, how could you possibly possess my genetic material information? This is a blood sample that Hong Yi brought back from the Nade star system. You were indeed stabbed by her at that time, correct? The ancestral figure, unfazed by the youth's vehement resistance, smiled as she retrieved a transparent crystal from her sleeve, within which was sealed a drop of crimson liquid. Although I do not know who that person resting in the earth is, I must thank her for raising you to be so strong. Once the Free Alliance is integrated into a unified territory, I shall pay my respects at her grave." The girl's tone and demeanor conveyed an air of utmost seriousness. Had it not been for her youthful appearance lacking mature traits, the sky might have genuinely believed her. In fact, the son of Heightland began to waver, at least to some degree. However, the source of my other half's genetic material is indeed that individual named Lin Hong. I confirmed this when I was 12. The sky attempted to rationally refute the absurdity of the situation. Or are you suggesting that this person was your past lover? A 13 or 14-year-old girl with a man in his 30s. Isn't that criminal? Has that individual truly fallen this far from the beginning? Shocked by the bizarre imagery constructed by his imagination, the sky refocused on the ancestral figure, only to discover a look of disgust and displeasure etched across her face. I have never heard of the name Lin Hong, nor would I ever engage with any man. The ancestral figure decisively dismissed the possibility, yet when she gazed at the sky, her eyes suddenly softened with unusual tenderness. However, I am your mother, the provider of your other half's genetic material. You are indeed the child who inherits my clan's bloodline, and that will not change. Although, I must admit, the other half's genetic material leaves much to be desired, and it seems that there was no basic screening conducted during the combination. Otherwise, such defects would not have arisen. Defects? While the sky wholeheartedly agreed with the ancestral figure's assessment of the other genetic contributor, his attention immediately shifted to her final remark. What kind of defects? Well, the ancestral figure's expression reflected a hesitation about whether to reveal the cause of the ailment. In truth, throughout hundreds of years of continuous evolution, our clan's genetic material has acquired a vitality far more vigorous than that of other humans. Thus, if the partner in the combination is merely an ordinary human, various obstacles arise from the incompatibility of their respective life forces. Without the guidance of technological means, it is virtually impossible to conceive a child. Even if a child were to be born, that child would inherently bear a certain fatal flaw. A fatal flaw? The sky, unconsciously placing himself in that scenario, was suddenly taken aback. Well, rather than a physical defect, it would be more accurate to describe it as a mental shortcoming. He suddenly noticed the child's anxious expression, prompting the progenitor to smile and reassure, "Do not worry, my child. The fact that you are still able to maintain clarity of thought indicates that the flaw has yet to affect you. I shall arrange for the imperial physician to attend to you momentarily, so there is no cause for concern." Thank you. Although he felt somewhat relieved, the sky was determined to understand the situation better. But what exactly does that fatal flaw manifest as? In the past few centuries, there have been numerous instances in my lineage where individuals naturally united with ordinary humans, resulting in nearly 100 children being born. Over half of these children became warriors, while the remainder lived as commoners. The progenitor, seemingly reluctant to deny the child's request, began to narrate this secret history, his tone heavy with gravity. However, all the children who became warriors perished within 2 to 3 years of combat due to sudden emotional outbursts, either being shot by enemies or their own comrades. As for those who lived as commoners, they too succumbed to insanity around the age of 30 due to their inability to control their emotions. The sky felt a sudden chill, as if his limbs had turned to ice, and the surrounding sounds faded into oblivion. He vividly recalled the last moments of the forced reconnaissance mission, when a dark tide seemed to erode his very sanity. So, that was not merely a manifestation of inner demons. Reflexively, he touched the 3 white feathers embedded in his hub ring, and a wave of horror surged through him. If I had not received Sister Yaki's talisman at that moment, would I have already succumbed to madness and death? Child. The progenitor's call pulled the sky from the abyss of fear. When he focused his gaze, he found himself staring into a pair of black eyes filled with profound concern. Was there something amiss? No, it was merely a difficult truth to accept, gradually coming to terms with reality. The sky felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness wash over him. He looked down at the little girl, who barely reached his chest, and with an incredulous expression, he confirmed in a weary tone, "Well, even if I acknowledge you as my half-genetic contributor, can you truly accept such a bizarre fact? A child born from a man I've never met? Indeed, it is rather unpleasant to contemplate." He pondered, recalling the name Lin Hong. The progenitor furrowed his brow slightly before clapping his hands to summon the chief envoy waiting outside. "Kuei, investigate a man named Lin Hong. He should be a resident of the Free Star Alliance, hailing from the planet Kongding." Understood. The chief envoy bowed in acceptance of the command. Once results were obtained, a warrant for his capture would be disseminated throughout the community. In any case, I do not wish for anyone bearing that name to come within 100 light years of me. After casting a glance at the sky, the progenitor continued issuing orders. "You may leave now." Yes. The chief envoy promptly departed, yet the astonished look he cast back at the sky elicited a bitter smile from him. I never anticipated I would exact revenge on that fellow in such a manner. But what is going on? My mother's grave is indeed on Kongding. and I clearly remember attending her funeral at the age of 7. But how could this mysterious genetic contributor suddenly appear? For the first time in his life, the sky began to pray that the man would survive long enough for him to uncover the truth, though he hesitated to voice this desire aloud. You share my disdain for that individual, do you not? But fear not, my child, he can no longer come near you. The progenitor offered a gentle smile. Regarding the child, who bore a complex expression, well, I find it quite strange. Since you so despise that man for misusing his genetic material, why do you extend such favor towards me, a complete stranger, a genetic heir? The sky voiced his confusion. Because you are my child. Moreover, you are blessed by the source. From both my perspective and that of your mother, I take great pride in you, my child. Although his response seemed somewhat tangential, the pride radiating from the progenitor was undeniably genuine. However, the young man, having established his own sense of independence, could not help but feel slightly disheartened at being referred to as my child by a little girl who barely reached his chest. Yet, just as he endeavored to convince himself not to take offense at the girl, the progenitor abruptly uttered a profoundly shocking proposition. Would you like to remain in Pien, my child? If you so desire, I can recommend you to the other progenitors to inherit the highest authority within the community. Days later, the remnant fleet of Pien withdrew from the Lidfell star system, temporarily stationed at the Jidu fortress for reorganization. The 42 subfleets that had previously been routed by the Songxiong army had regained basic order after adjustments during their retreat. Particularly, the 12 subfleets adorned in crimson paint showed no signs of defeat, save for some occasional damage to their vessels. Have they regained their combat readiness so swiftly? Through the dormitory window, the sky witnessed the fleets weaving through the void, and a heavy weight settled upon his heart. Although he was already aware of their combat proficiency, he had not anticipated their mental resilience to be equally formidable. As an adversary, this was exceedingly troublesome, reminiscent of the mythological Hydra that could not be slain. In such a case, even if the Songxiong army intended to pursue, they would likely achieve little in the way of significant victories. The sky stepped away from the illusory window, but when his gaze fell upon the large bed in the center of the dormitory, capable of accommodating 6 individuals, his expression grew complex. After a brief hesitation, he resignedly seated himself in the sweet chair on the opposite side of the room. To know victory without arrogance, to face defeat without chaos, to forget death upon hearing the drum, and to organize upon the sound of the gong. If the entire Pien army exhibited such caliber, the Empire's hopes of swiftly concluding this war would indeed be difficult to realize. Gazing up at the ceiling sculpture, the sky allowed his thoughts to gallop freely. Although the comprehensive national strength of the community was only 60% that of the Empire, with the Beria Federation serving as a logistical base, they could effectively stand on equal footing with the Empire. Thus, it was conceivable that the ultimate victor of this war may not be the Empire after all. If I were to wield such immense power, perhaps influenced by the progenitor's shocking declaration, a thought emerged clearly from the depths of his consciousness, startling the sky. Then, as if bewitched by something, this young wing of the Empire unwittingly took a few steps along the path of ambition. Though the community had recently suffered defeat, the Empire had also borne losses that precluded a vigorous pursuit. Therefore, all that remained was to consolidate border defenses and ensure stability at the rear. With 2 or 3 years devoted to reorganizing a formidable fleet, and considering that the Empire had already lost a fortress should hostilities resume, the sky murmured to himself. However, during this period, the Empire's military strength should have restored to an appropriate level. If war were to break out frontally, it might result in mutual destruction. To break this stalemate, alternative strategies must be employed. As if fully embodying the role promised by the progenitor, Lord Heightland unconsciously extended his gaze across the galaxy. The Ayanos Free Star Alliance and the ancient Han Republic appeared devoid of any existing agreements, thus making it feasible to consider the militarily weaker Free Star Alliance as a target for occupation. To deter Imperial intervention, pressure could be exerted on the Beria Federation to engage with the Empire simultaneously, although victory would be unlikely, as long as the Celestial Army's advance could be stalled. The community might seize the opportunity to swallow the Free Star Alliance. At this point, Heightland found his thoughts remarkably lucid, prompting him to pull up an interstellar map with keen interest. After all, the Free Star Alliance is merely a loosely formed commercial coalition of various star systems. By crushing their resistance with an iron fist, and then luring them with the promise of exclusive trade benefits with the community and the Beria Federation, the alliance should acquiesce to the community's rule. Once the resource-rich Free Star Alliance aligned with the community and alongside the Beria Federation's tripartite alliance, even the Empire would have to concede. Subsequently, a decisive battle against the Celestial Army could transpire within the confines of the Beria Federation. Heightland began to envision a scenario where tens of thousands of federal fleets were obliterated in the wake of the Celestial Army's furious counterattack. Even if the Federation could hold back the Empire's advance, it would be utterly incapable of resisting the full might of the Celestial Army, making a plea for assistance from the community merely a matter of time. The prospect of annexing the Federation was not out of reach. Employing a strategy of destruction followed by reconstruction and executing a scorched earth tactic could dismantle the Federation's existing order while simultaneously slowing the advance of the Celestial Army, culminating in a confrontation when their supply lines reached their limits. Even if the outcome resulted in mutual devastation once more, it would afford time to digest both the Alliance and the Federation. Highland shifted his focus to the border between the Empire and the Free Star Alliance, since the Alliance was the only interstellar nation to have shown goodwill toward the Empire, and its military posed no substantial threat. The Empire had not established impenetrable military bases akin to the twin fortresses along the border with the Alliance, opting instead for a mere symbolic presence of a liaison fleet. Perhaps there existed even more advantageous strategic options. As if captivated by a sudden surge of ambition, a hint of a cold smile appeared at the corners of the dark-haired youth's lips. Invading the Empire from the border with the Alliance would compel the Celestial Army to withdraw from the Federation, thereby reclaiming the Federation's territory without bloodshed. In this manner, half of the human world would fall within the community's domain, while the flames of war would be ignited within the Empire. Consequently, the community would attain a position of absolute strategic superiority, methodically consuming the Empire. As the sound of gentle applause resonated nearby, the interstellar map before Heightland abruptly transformed. A crimson hue, reminiscent of thick blood, surged forth from the position of the Bien community, first staining the Free Star Alliance, then spreading to the Beria Federation, and finally seeping from all directions into the Shaon Empire, excluding a small blue area in the lower right corner belonging to the ancient Han Republic. The entire interstellar map appeared as if it had been drenched in blood, a shocking red that demanded attention. Suddenly startled, Highland found himself drenched in cold sweat, as if ensnared by the darkest nightmares. In mere seconds, he was soaked through. What on earth am I thinking? He thought with a bitter smile, casting a cautious glance toward the source of the sound, only to behold a man clad in casual attire seated upon an imposing bed. At first glance, he appeared to be a handsome young man with a robust physique. However, Heightland's attention was drawn to his peculiar gray hair, seemingly weathered by centuries of exposure. Who are you? Heightland silently braced himself, even though he had relaxed his guard due to his intense focus. The fact that this individual could approach so stealthily signified that he was no ordinary man. Indeed, quite an impressive strategy, with considerable feasibility. All that is needed now is for the military to refine it slightly, and it could immediately serve as the community's strategic directive moving forward. Yet, the gray-haired man seemed oblivious, wearing an expression of excitement as he descended into contemplation. Wait. If the community truly intends to execute this plan. In that chilling moment, Highland was first reminded of the gun that had cast him into the regeneration chamber, followed by the vision of that earth-shattering iron fist. This situation must not be allowed to materialize. Driven by fear, the once restrained energy surged forth, breaking free from its confines. Highland clenched his fists, fixing his gaze upon the pensive figure before him. He had made up his mind, even if he would be relentlessly hunted down throughout this fortress, he could not permit this man to leave alive. However, just as the son of Heightland was about to act, the eerily enigmatic gray-haired man abruptly turned to face him, greeting him with an air of nonchalance. Ah, greetings, child of Mu. The moment Heightland was thus addressed, his murderous intent faltered. The woman who contributed half of his genetic heritage was the progenitor of the Mu clan among the 7 clans of Bien, one of the most esteemed figures in the community. Thus, anyone who could address her in such a tranquil manner. Progenitor? Highland felt his voice tremble slightly. Yes, I am the progenitor of the Qin clan. You may simply call me Qin. Qin approached without a hint of caution, while Highland began to contemplate the likelihood of escaping back to the Empire after eliminating this progenitor. If you wish to try, feel free. However, should you inadvertently injure me, I kindly ask that you refrain from complaining to Mu, yes? As if sensing the hesitation within him, Qin spoke in a playful tone. Yet, Heightland remained motionless until Qin stood directly before him. Have you given up? What a pity. It has been quite some time since I have engaged in combat with anyone. Qin gazed at Heightland with a hint of regret, shrugging his shoulders in resignation. Ah, do you require my assistance with something? Heightland discreetly wiped the cold sweat from his palms and inquired. Originally, I merely wished to see Mu's child, but I did not anticipate such a substantial reward. Qin smiled, casting an appreciative glance at Heightland. Speaking of which, judging from your earlier demeanor, have you begun to seriously consider Mu's proposal? Know that, if time could rewind 2 minutes, Heightland would have surely strangled his previous self for uttering such nonsensical thoughts. However, now he could only muster a feeble smile, internally shrugging his shoulders in profound regret. Indeed, blessed by the source, you are undoubtedly qualified to lead the 7 clans. And to devise such a comprehensive strategy in mere minutes indicates talents that far surpass my own. She began to assess Highland. Nevertheless, it would be unrealistic to grant you this authority outright, particularly as you are virtually ignorant of the community. How about this? For the first year, you shall temporarily serve as my assistant, gradually familiarizing yourself with the community's affairs. When we resume war with the Empire, you will be entrusted to command half of the Bien army in the conquest of the Free Star Alliance. Should you accomplish this successfully, I shall bestow upon you the highest power within the community, without any further restrictions. What say you, child of Mo? Do you not desire to become the supreme ruler of the galaxy? To claim that one is unaffected would be disingenuous. In truth, the sky exerted every effort to maintain a semblance of composure, though its voice betrayed an undeniable tremor. I apologize, your expectations. Perhaps they are a touch too lofty. Was this humility? Or perhaps a disinterest in power? Sheen seated himself in the chair opposite, his arms crossed, regarding him with an intrigued gaze. Or is it that you harbor some preconceived bias against the community? No, against Bien? Bias? In the next moment, the sky envisioned the vast underground cemetery that entombed billions, along with the suffocating aura of death that emanated from it, causing his tone to grow cold and rigid. I do not believe that to be bias. Is that so? However, his counterpart seemed pleased to have pinpointed the issue. Then allow me to venture another guess, Moosechild. The bias you harbor must pertain to Bien's indulgence of pirates who plunder indiscriminately throughout the galaxy, correct? Indeed, even in the face of egregious slaughter. The other party exhibited no remorse, igniting a simmering fury within the sky. Bien pirates have ravaged the galaxy for centuries, committing atrocities beyond reckoning. And you dare label this as bias? I am curious, what does bias mean in the lexicon of the Bien? Well, it's probably something akin to that. Sheen shrugged, his previously relaxed demeanor vanishing. Indeed, Bien pirates have rampaged across the galaxy for centuries, committing untold atrocities. It does roll off the tongue nicely. But this is our mission. Mission? To annihilate humanity? The sky twisted his lips into a sardonic arc somewhat similar, but not quite to that extent. Sheen furrowed his brow slightly, as if searching for the right words. Let us say the mission of Bien is to become humanity's nemesis. What? The sky could barely utter a syllable before losing the ability to speak. His counterpart appeared satisfied with the effect, watching him with an air of amusement. What do you mean by nemesis? It took a full 5 minutes for the sky to recover from his initial shock, and then he struggled to confirm with Sheen. By your constitution, you must have been born in the earthly realm, correct? His counterpart did not respond directly, choosing instead to lead him step by step toward the answer. Then, your understanding of the laws of nature should surpass that of the Shalon. In the biological chain of nature, every creature has an equal competitor, does it not? Yes. The sky reluctantly nodded. Then what of humanity? Tell me, does humanity have a nemesis? This time, the sky fell silent for an extended period. While Sheen did not press him for an answer. No, there is none. Prior to humanity's evolution, perhaps there was one. However, with technology now advanced to the point where we can manipulate even the cores of planets, humanity has no equal competitor left. It may be so, but I do not believe that a so-called nemesis is an indispensable existence. Even the sky felt that his rebuttal was feeble, and his counterpart paid it no heed. All living beings possess an instinct for evolution through competition. This is the primordial gene, one that cannot be erased no matter how genetic factors are adjusted. Sheen's gaze shifted to the blood-red expanse of the interstellar map. For humanity, which has lost its nemesis, external competition is no longer possible. Thus, to evolve, it can only achieve this through internal competition, with the most intense manifestation of this being war. War has always been the prevailing theme in the evolution of history. No matter how fervently humanity yearns for peace, it remains a fragile illusion, as it has been for millennia. Sheen's tone grew increasingly impassioned. I cannot concur with your assertion. The sky had retracted the last vestige of disdain and began to engage earnestly in debate. The root of war should stem from the myriad contradictions arising from humanity's overall developmental shortcomings, rather than from some genetic instinct. Economic interests? Political conflicts? Racial strife? These can certainly be causes of war, but how do you explain the incessant rise and fall of these contradictions within the human realm? Sheen gazed intently at the sky and declared resolutely, if one seeks the root of these contradictions, the answer is singular. Humanity itself yearns for evolution, and thus cannot cease waging war. If that is the case, what significance does Bien's role as a nemesis hold? His counterpart's theory bore no flaws. Leaving the sky to seek an alternative point of contention, Bien deems itself humanity's nemesis, yet immerses itself so eagerly in warfare. Essentially, humanity's internal competition. Does this not seem contradictory? You're mistaken. Sheen's brow furrowed slightly. When we engage in war, the competition has shifted externally. So, Does this mean Bien no longer considers itself as part of humanity? The sky attempted to comprehend his words. Is it because of your role as a nemesis that you can mercilessly slaughter millions of humans? Precisely. Qin offered a slight smile, revealing a hint of teeth. You know, do cats ever feel pity for mice? The temperature in the room seemed to plummet to freezing, a shiver coursing through the skin. Not from fear of his opponent's power, but from the sheer brutality of such an ideology. Even the son of Hateland, with his resilient nerves, could not help but tremble. I do not quite grasp your meaning. Are you attempting to persuade me? After a moment, the sky regarded him with a look of confusion. In truth, I felt no such intent from your previous statements. Moreover, I am human, and I barely qualify as a rival to Bien, being a Shalon. No. You are one blessed by the source. Qin's expression suddenly turned solemn. The source is among the earliest civilizations in the human realm. Thousands of years ago, when humanity still inhabited Earth, it was once the center of the human world. Thanks to its grace, Bien gradually emerged from ignorance. Thus, for Bien, the source is akin to a mother. Qin's tone was imbued with childlike admiration. The source is benevolent and loving, yet averse to conflict. Hence, it gradually lost its position as the world's center over time. By the time of the Golden Galaxy era, Bien had already severed ties with it. Qin closed his eyes as if burdened by guilt, turning his face slightly away. And the sky could not help but feel this was perhaps the first time he had witnessed a genuine emotion from him. 314 years ago, Bien first encountered Shalon. At that time, Bien was merely a band of interstellar pirates drifting through the galaxy. While Shalon had established its own kingdom a century prior and boasted the strongest military force in the human realm. In that brief skirmish lasting just a few days, Bien lost 60% of its population and all its resources for survival. Qin remained with his eyes closed, seemingly lost in distant memories. However, the source did not abandon its children. It sent messengers to rescue the beleaguered Bien. The messengers of the source found the near-extinct Bien and settled them on a new land, leaving 7 compatriots to oversee their growth. Over the next 300 years, Bien revered those 7 as ancestors and established its own nation. The sky was left speechless, reeling from the staggering revelation. It took a full 10 minutes for him to process this shocking truth before he finally confirmed the most unacceptable aspect. You have lived for over 300 years? If we disregard the process, there are indeed many ways to extend human life. Qin opened his eyes, revealing a bittersweet smile. However, I am the only one who has survived. Only you have survived? What does that mean? The sky felt on the verge of madness. Well, whatever happens. Qin shrugged dismissively and extended a hand towards the sky. Child of Mu, you truly possess the blood of the progenitor within you. So you need not doubt your qualifications for receiving the highest authority of the community. What say you? Will you come over? This place should be more suitable for you. Blessed as you are by the source, than a foreign land filled with Shalon people. The sky hesitated, displaying a strong inner conflict. Yet he did not accept the invitation until the other withdrew his hand. Do you know, Child of Mu? After Qin lowered his hand, a hint of disappointment crossed his face, though his tone remained calm. At the very end of the Golden Galaxy era, during the galactic war that engulfed human society, Bien participated as an aggressor, and the source was nearly consumed by the ceaseless flames of war that lasted for centuries. Had it not been for the sudden dimensional tremor, the source might have been obliterated centuries ago. Are you implying that the community is instigating wars across the galaxy? The sky furrowed his brow slightly, arriving at a conclusion he could scarcely believe. Is it an act of revenge under the source's directive? Not at all. The source desires only the prosperity and development of humanity, which is why we manage the wars, Qin promptly replied. Since war is an inevitable aspect of humanity, it is better to utilize Bien to guide this evolutionary instinct. If we can systematically limit the destructive power of internal competition, we can avoid wars that come perilously close to annihilating humanity. As was the case at the end of the Golden Galaxy, this is the unified conclusion reached by the 7 progenitors. The cold conviction transformed into resolute words, causing the son of Hateland to waver slightly. In fact, for centuries, the conflicts instigated by Bien pirates across the galaxy had indeed suppressed the outbreak of more extensive wars to a certain extent. Conversely, it was the Shalon people who developed dimensional control technology that inadvertently triggered the Second Galactic War in human history due to their reckless actions in opening dimensional gates. Though that is true, the sky found it exceedingly difficult to admit this and soon displayed a look of dawning realization. Was the destruction of the 3rd planet in the RAL system and its inhabitants due to this reason? The RAL system? Yes, indeed. At that time, the community lacked the power to confront the Empire, so we could not allow any possibility of conflict between the two. Qin recalled briefly and then candidly acknowledged, in fact, the inhabitants of the 3rd planet had already established vast underground cities, and most had relocated underground when the outer space bombardment occurred. So Bien effectively only exterminated around 30% of the population. Why was there no complete annihilation? The Sky felt a bit incredulous. The objective of destroying the surface world of that planet was merely to eliminate the possibility of early conflict with the Shalon. Since the Shalon have not discovered the existence of the underground world on the third planet until now, Bien naturally had no need to take further action. Qin shrugged lightly and spoke in a matter-of-fact tone. As I mentioned, Bien's mission is to become a worthy adversary to humanity, serving solely as a backdrop to human evolution. Not only is the annihilation of humanity prohibited, but even ruling over humanity is forbidden. In other words, to engage humanity in an endless war with Bien, thereby achieving the purpose of guiding human evolution, is the intent of the source. No, of the progenitors, isn't it? The Sky suddenly shivered. So, the progenitors never anticipated Bien's victory from the beginning. For you, Bien is merely a tool to fulfill the wishes of the source, correct? Your assertion is not entirely accurate. Qin furrowed his brow slightly. Bien is a child of the source, and thus the progenitors who serve the source undoubtedly harbor considerable affection for it. However, this individual sentiment takes precedence over the will of the source itself. I cannot comprehend. The Sky shook his head, attempting to clear his mind, which was in a state of chaos. You prioritize the will of the source, yet the source is not a tangible existence. No, that is not quite right. At the very least, it cannot be perceived concretely, can it? If that is the case, how do you discern what its will is? Child of Mu. Have you ever believed in a deity? Qin smiled at the Sky. No, I do not hold any particular faith. The Sky paused for a moment and then replied candidly. Reflecting back, he recalled his only encounter with religious belief was during his journey from Kongding to the imperial capital, where he briefly met an interstellar missionary at a rest stop, but because of time constraints, he only heard a few hurried words. I see. Then it must be difficult for you to understand how we communicate with the source. Qin displayed a hint of regret. But worry not. Mu should instruct you on these matters soon. Once you truly comprehend these concepts, you will naturally be able to hear the voice of the source. At that point, it would be permissible to entrust Bien to you. Is that so? The Sky wore a skeptical expression, suddenly feeling that this progenitor commanding the community bore a resemblance to that impoverished missionary. Let me share one more thing with you, child of Mu. Qin pointed to the only blue area at the bottom of the interstellar map, speaking with a tone of nostalgia. This is the place where the source first descended. And it is also the sacred realm of Bien, the ancient Han Republican star system. Gazing at the blue area that nearly occupied 1/6 of the entire star map, the Sky murmured. The illumination of artificial celestial bodies primarily draws directly from stellar radiation, filtered and refracted. Theoretically, it can operate continuously without interruption, except when other planets in the system obscure direct starlight. However, considering the impact of continuous time differences on the human body, most artificial celestial bodies and vessels adopt a standardized 24-hour operational system. As a military base, the Jidu Fortress did not enforce this system across all military zones. Yet after 18 hours of standard time, the illumination in the residential areas would gradually dim, and the number of personnel passing through would indeed decrease significantly. This situation would persist until 6 o'clock the following day. After several days of observation, the Sky was convinced that this period was the optimal time for escape. However, persuading himself to reject that invitation took far longer than devising an escape plan. And even until the end, he could not find concrete arguments to refute Bien's ideology, only feeling an inexplicable discomfort within. Ugh, I still cannot accept this line of thought. After a few days of fruitless contemplation, the Sky finally sighed heavily, abandoning the entanglement with the issue. Forget it. I'll ponder these questions again once I return to Shalon. It's about time to leave this place. As if to cease this line of thinking, the Sky clapped his hands together and then leaped off the bed, stretching his limbs slightly upon landing, before casually activating the information terminal on the wall. The information terminal displayed the current time as 1 o'clock and 7 minutes, which almost prompted the Sky to whistle. This was indeed the golden hour for stealth operations, and with the timing on his side, the escape plan should proceed smoothly, right? Before executing the plan, there was one crucial item still missing. The Sky turned his gaze toward a corner of the ceiling, where a ventilation duct decorated with plant-like ornaments had recently been the hideout of a certain nano-mouse. Yet now, Wonkai had vanished without a trace. The Sky imagined that if it were not for the rampant pillaging of the food reserves of Bien within the fortress storeroom, it would likely be communicating with its rodent compatriots in some shadowy corner. Despite being in a perilous enemy stronghold at this moment, Sky felt no concern for its sole companion's safety. After all, Wonkai had managed to hide from the escape pod to this fortress and had stealthily nestled beside him without anyone noticing. demonstrating its remarkable cunning and the heightened capabilities bestowed by Kotilla. Even within this artificial celestial body belonging to the community, another thriving biological community remained active. Thus, as long as Wonkai blended in with other rodents unless confronted by a non-human powerhouse like Bloodgarb, it would be nearly impossible to capture it. Indeed, Sky was quite curious about the impressive results that would arise from deploying such formidable combat strength against the rodent population. With no choice but to wait for Wansai's return, Sky turned off the lights in the dormitory and lay back down on the bed. Engaging in inner breath meditation to pass the time, it was interrupted on the third week by a soft sound from the zenith. Opening his eyes, Sky slowly sat up, and a small creature promptly leaped into his embrace. Wonkai, how can you still fit through the ventilation ducts in this form? Sky gazed sadly at the now noticeably larger nanomouse in his arms, involuntarily recalling the explosive incident during its initial wing transformation. According to Kotilla, that explosion seemed to have been caused by excessive energy storage and an incomplete control system. Although the youngest scion of the Ainuhager family assured him that such an incident would not occur again after adjustments, Sky still harbored a lingering apprehension. Let us hope nothing goes wrong this time. With a wry smile, he hoisted the nanomouse, attempting to lick his face, and made his way to the center of the room. After a moment's hesitation, he called out the martial transformation command outlined by Kotilla in her letter. Satin. The Wonkai in his hand transformed once more into particles of light. But instead of flowing through his arm and gathering behind him as it did during wing transformation, it gradually spread throughout his body from the point of contact, as if enveloped in something warm. As this sensation faded, Sky was astonished to discover that even more exaggerated black patterns adorned his body than during the wing transformation. Although the overall form of the patterns remained unchanged, they appeared to be slightly raised on the surface of his skin, as if materialized. Is this martial transformation? Sky attempted to move his body, revealing a look of admiration. The materialized patterns did not hinder his movements. Instead, their inherent elasticity allowed his muscles to contract more swiftly, without any discomfort whatsoever. Next, Sky focused his attention on his right hand, trying to condense a sword of energy. As a blade of azure light erupted from his fingertips, the black patterns on his right arm seemed to respond instinctively, extending outward and merging with the energy sword to form a peculiar dark short blade, its edge radiating a faint azure glow. Sky attempted to plunge the short blade into the ground, and the floor, composed of a mixture of stone and metal, was instantly sliced away as if it were jelly. It appeared that this short blade, composed of nanomaterials, was as sharp as an ion cutter. When Sky attempted to infuse more of his true energy into it, its length rivaled that of the water cutter. Being capable of such feats truly exemplified the miracle of the hand. Sky marveled. Initially, he felt a twinge of regret about not being able to retrieve the water cutter. But now that regret had vanished, Sky planned to commandeer a transport ship to sneak back to the Empire. With the landing pad located on the lower level of the fortress, where numerous checkpoints awaited, indeed, just outside his dormitory door stood two high-ranking Bloodgarb users. If he were to obediently traverse the corridors, it would likely culminate in a one-on-one confrontation with all the Bloodgarb users. Thus, Sky resolved to adopt a more straightforward approach. The 3-inch nanoblade traced a connecting arc on the ground, and with a gentle flick, a hole large enough for passage quietly appeared in the floor. Peering down briefly, Sky then flipped down to that level. Using this almost unscrupulous method, the son of Heightland covered the distance from the top residential area of the fortress to the landing pad in under 10 minutes, or rather, he burrowed through it, leaving the 12 Bloodgarb users and 240 Undertakers who had set up a web around his dormitory to lament their fate. Oh, are there that many? Gazing at the row of warships docked before him, Sky suddenly smiled weakly. Up until now, the piloting skills of this scion of the Root clan had remained at the level of 3 years ago, so even betting on all of humanity's luck and intuition, he could not believe he could safely pilot the communication ship back to the Lidefield star system, especially with the countless PN fleets tirelessly blockading the moonlit gate outside. Well, it seems I must rely on you now, Wonkai. Sky lightly shook the nanoblade, disarmed his right hand, and switched to another state. The PN army discovered the fact that the scion of the Root clan had escaped under heavy surveillance in the early hours of the following day. Almost simultaneously, everyone within the fortress became aware of this anomaly. At precisely 4:15 Standard Time, 5 heavy battleships, which should have had no crew aboard during maintenance, disregarded the safety lockdown of the control center and unleashed their full firepower on the nearby exit. 120 streams of antimatter collided with matter, resulting in a series of annihilation reactions, and the overwhelming energy released instantly consumed the fortress's weak internal armor, further dismantling the outer composite armor of the fortress. Consequently, the supposedly impregnable kit of fortress was suddenly opened with 5 gaping holes large enough to accommodate several warships in unison. In the next moment, 8 transport ships burst forth from the openings, racing at full speed in various directions, yet none aimed toward the moonlit gate in front of the fortress. Even the massive Kidda fortress could not disregard the tremendous impact generated by this series of explosions. And the slight tremor of the fortress resembled the scene of an assault ship exploding from the outside, thus triggering the instinctive urge to retaliate among the celestial army, causing chaos within the fortress as the PN forces were driven by a whip of fear. However, being familiar with combat, they managed to restore basic order before the appearance of the 2 progenitors at the command center and organized the previous situation to some extent. The first clear fact was that the celestial army had not passed through the moonlit gate. The 24 fleet stationed there detected no anomalies. This realization brought a wave of relieved breaths throughout the fortress. Furthermore, the damaged areas of the fortress were limited to the landing pad. As the suicide actions of the 5 heavy battleships firing at the nearby exit gates not only drew themselves into the vortex of destructive energy, but also implicated over 200 warships near the gates. Even the remaining 15,000 warships, which were not directly impacted, exhibited varying degrees of imbalance. Even with the deployment of all logistical forces, it would be challenging to restore those massive vessels, which had toppled and collided with one another, to their original state in a short period. Thus, the fortress could not organize an effective pursuit on its own, especially since those 8 communication ships were fleeing at maximum speed in different directions. It was that child. Mu almost immediately guessed the culprit behind this turmoil, and the grim expression on the commander appearing behind her confirmed her ominous premonition. The outer patrol fleet of the fortress immediately pursued the 8 communication ships. Not a single one must be allowed to escape. Capture them all. Remember, it is capture. Under no circumstances must actions that could threaten the safety of the occupants be permitted. Mu immediately activated the communication authority of the ancestor and issued a series of commands to the Bien army. Additionally, he ordered the guarding fleet to promptly seal off the luminous moon gate, maintaining a vigilant watch over the surrounding space to prevent any vessels from passing through. Although the ancestor is indeed the supreme ruler of the community and possesses the power to directly mobilize the Bien army, such intervention in fleet operations is a rare occurrence in history. Sigh, what an unexpected individual your child is. Qin shook his head and sighed, then suggested, Mu, why not let the fleet guarding the luminous moon gate join the pursuit? Do you really want him to escape back to the Empire? Mu turned and glared at his colleague. That is out of the question. After all, that child is a promising successor in my eyes. If he were to escape back to the Empire, it would be a double loss for Bien. Qin shrugged. However, to capture him, we must first wait for his appearance, right? Are you implying that he is not among those 8 communication ships? Mu suddenly realized. Well, that is quite a possibility, isn't it? Qin remarked with a curious expression at the 8 lines extending infinitely into the void on the shadow screen. Considering the child's abilities, since he managed to escape under the heavy siege of the Blood Garment user, how could he leave a half-hearted trace at the beginning of such a grand escape plan? I estimate that he is currently hiding somewhere in the fortress, waiting for the chance to slip into the luminous moon gate.